Qingyun sect, outer sect. Miscellaneous duties peak amidst the verdant spiritual fields embraced by towering mountains. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s and clad in a blue robe, stood on the embankment, smiling as he addressed a 13-year-old boy diligently fertilizing the spiritual rice paddies. Li Feng, once you finish fertilizing these few acres, you may return. Please refrain from informing others that I have gone outside, and upon my return, I shall bring you a comic book. The child was easily persuaded a mere comic book of little monetary value sufficed to coax him into assisting with the labor. Li Feng, gazing at the beaming Jean Daffa, nodded slightly. Thank you, senior brother. You may go, I shall work diligently. With Li Feng's response, Jean Daffa promptly turned away, waving his hand as he departed. Li Feng had long grown accustomed to such affairs. An orphan by fate, he had witnessed his entire village perish at the hands of bandits during his childhood. Fortuitously, he was discovered by an elder disciple from the miscellaneous duties peak, who brought him to the mountains, yet he was not officially recognized as a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Bowing his head, Li Feng began to fertilize the spiritual rice seedlings. The fertilizer, composed of spiritual beast droppings, bore no foul odor but was not exactly pleasant either. Yet, one must labor to stave off hunger, and Li Feng had long accepted this way of life. Compared to the hardships of wandering outside, this existence, where effort guaranteed sustenance, was indeed fortunate. Life was arduous, having witnessed the annihilation of his village. Li Feng held a profound reverence for death and cherished this hard-won, ordinary existence. After fertilizing and weeding the few acres of spiritual fields, Li Feng sat on the embankment, gazing at the clear skies and drifting clouds, savoring the gentle breeze that swept through the fields, his mind instantly finding tranquility. The weather is splendid today. Perhaps fortune might also favor me. Let us commence today's talent extraction. Li Feng murmured to himself, promptly opening the system panel. Indeed, he was a transmigrant, endowed with a system panel reminiscent of a text-based cultivation game he once played. Unexpectedly, after perishing in the game, he found himself transported into this world. Before the game commenced, one could randomly draw their innate talents and unique abilities, selecting the attributes for their lives beginning. Since the moment he gained consciousness, Li Feng had been randomly determining his live's starting talents each day. Name: Li Feng. Lifespan: 1378. Race: mortal. Cultivation: none. Techniques: none. Spells: none. Divine abilities: none. Magical artifacts: none. Innate fortune: superior. Click to randomly redraw innate fortune. Spiritual root talent: dual fire and earth. Medium spiritual roots. Click to randomly redraw spiritual root talent. Fate of the lonely star: brings misfortune to parents, siblings, and friends. All who are connected to you will suffer, transferring their fortune to you. When alone, your strength triples. Click to extract your fate. Click to commence your text-based cultivation life. Yes, no. Li Feng cast a cursory glance before retracting the panel. Such a life beginning was evidently misaligned with Li Feng's expectations. Given the presence of a golden finger, a stable path to longevity was imperative. He harbored no desire for recklessness. The fate of the destined lone star appears rather promising. However, if one were to inadvertently bring doom to those nearby, what sanctuary remains for the pursuit of immortality? Li Feng shook his head, feeling little disheartenment. The Qingyun sect accepts disciples at the age of 16, a time when the human body has fully matured and can embark upon the cultivation of qi. Yet, Li Feng is merely 13 and a half, with 2.5 years remaining before he can commence his spiritual training. This interval affords him ample opportunity to cultivate the talents he desires. Completing his tasks alongside Zhang Defai, Li Feng returned to his dwelling, basking in the afterglow of the setting sun. The following morning, he heard a voice. Li Feng, the illustrated book is on the table, and I've brought you meat buns. Help yourself. If the supervisor inquires about me, just say I am unwell and shall finish my work in the afternoon. It seemed that Li Feng's rising stirred Zhang Defai from his slumber, for he mumbled a few words in a daze before rolling over, his left leg draped over his right, slipping back into sleep. Understood. Li Feng nodded slightly, then picked up the illustrated book on the table, engrossed in its contents as he munched on the meat bun while strolling toward the fields. These illustrated books, their origins unknown, introduced a plethora of curious tales from all corners of the realm. Interwoven within were accounts of the romantic exploits of cultivators and fairies, with illustrations rivaling the vivid comics Li Feng had previously enjoyed. With a discerning eye, he scrutinized each page. From this illustrated book, Li Feng learned that the world is known as the Jinyuan continent, vast and boundless. The Dechu Kingdom, home to the Qingyun sect, boasts a population of several billion. There are 7 formidable sects of its kind. The righteous path includes 2 sects and 2 schools: the Chang'e Sword sect, the Tianyuan Talisman sect, the Qingyun sect, and the Spirit Blade sect. The demonic path comprises 1 pavilion, 1 tower, and 1 workshop: the Shiyue Pavilion, the Mayun Tower, and Huanyue Workshop. The friction between the righteous and the demonic has persisted without cease. The cruel methods employed by the demonic sects instilled in Li Feng a profound fear of the outside world. Thus he never dared to stray far from the sect. Driven by a desire to deepen his understanding of this world, he agreed to assist Zhang Defai in exchange for the illustrated books. After completing their tasks, Li Feng sat upon the ridge of the field, gazing at the serene beauty of clouds against the azure sky and water in a vase, while the gentle spring breeze caressed him. He commenced today's panel entry extraction. Innate Fortune, Supreme Luck, Bloodline of the Chaos Divine Demons. Click to re-randomize Innate Fortune. Spiritual Root Talent. Mixed 5 elements Spiritual Root. Click to re-randomize Spiritual Root Talent. Battle Saint Body Fate. Bloodthirsty and warlike upon vanquishing an enemy. One can attain their cultivation, experience the more grievous the injury, the greater the burst of power. Click to extract your fate. Today's random refresh yielded auspicious fortune indeed. He had drawn the supreme luck and was bestowed with the lineage of the Chaos Divine Demons. This would surely bring him great fortune in his cultivation journey. At last, I've struck gold. The innate fortune has reached its pinnacle, and there's no need to continue refreshing it. Li Feng smiled faintly, resolved to lock in this innate fortune. Once an option is locked, it will not appear in the subsequent random panels. Now, Li Feng merely needs to randomly select a talent for his spiritual root and destiny, and upon obtaining his desired attributes, he can commence his journey in cultivation. As for the combat Saint Body Destiny, I think I shall pass. I have no desire to engage in constant battles, risking my life every day. My true aspiration lies in a steady path of cultivation, seeking longevity. Li Feng shook his head at the notion of the combat Saint Body. He harbored no wish to partake in endless skirmishes, for in the realm of conflict, death is an ever-present specter. While it is true that the more grievously injured one becomes, the greater their combat prowess, what advantage is there in unleashing a 1,000-fold strength if it leads to one's demise? Death renders all efforts moot. After all, in a world of cultivation, those who cling to survival are not in short supply. Should he encounter a cunning individual like Li Feiyu, it would spell certain doom. In cultivation, one must proceed with caution. 2 months swiftly elapsed, and as was his custom, Li Feng drew his destiny and spiritual root each morning. Spiritual Root Talent. Growth Type 5 Elements. Spiritual Root Medium Grade. The spiritual root grows over time. After 3 years, it reaches high grade. After 30 years, it becomes top grade. After 300 years, it attains celestial grade. And after 3,000 years, it evolves into chaotic grade. Click to randomly regenerate Spiritual Root Talent. Heaven and Earth Coexistence Destiny. Allows the collection of residual lifespans from spiritual plants upon vanquishing demonic cultivators. One can also acquire their remaining lifespans. This lifespan can be utilized to deduce techniques, divine powers, and even enhance one's spiritual root, thus augmenting cultivation. Click to draw your destiny. Click to commence your literary journey in cultivation. Yes, no, perfect. Upon witnessing these 2 entries, a look of delight illuminated Li Feng's face. This heaven and earth coexistence destiny seemed tailor-made for him henceforth. He need only cultivate the land and tend to spiritual plants to secure a path to immortality. Though his spiritual root may be slightly lacking, it possesses the advantage of growth. The longer he endures, the more formidable his spiritual root talent will become. Coupled with the destiny of heaven and earth coexistence, it is nothing short of exquisite. Li Feng, engrossed in a comic book while wielding a hoe, made his way to the spiritual field, where 7 or 8 individuals were already gathered. These were all menial workers of the peak. Each worker was assigned to 2 acres of the spiritual field. And given that a peak boasted over 100 acres, there were approximately 50 to 60 menial workers, including the overseers. Both Li Feng and Zhang Defei served under the same overseer, belonging to a group of 10. Each day, Li Feng meticulously timed his arrival at work to neither be too early nor too late, ensuring he neither attracted attention nor displeased the overseer. Li Feng, is Zhang Defei still sleeping in? The overseer, Zhao Dehan, boomed, his protruding belly reminiscent of a woman in her 9th month of pregnancy. With a furrowed brow and a round face, he addressed Li Feng sternly, asserting his authority in front of the gathered crowd. These individuals were notoriously lazy. If they all emulated Zhang Defei's penchant for idleness, there would be a shortfall come harvest time, and the overseer would bear the brunt of the consequences. Li Feng replied, adhering to Zhang Defei's instructions, stating that he was unwell and would come to work in the afternoon to complete his tasks. Whether the overseer believed him was of no concern to Li Feng. Observing that Zhang Defei had been employing this tactic for months without facing repercussions from Zhao Dehan, suggested an underlying arrangement between them. Zhang Defei hailed from a wealthy family. With sufficient offerings, Zhao Dehan occasionally turned a blind eye. Furthermore, even if Zhang Defei did not exert himself, Li Feng, the diligent lad, would ensure that Zhang Defei's share of work was completed. Thus, Zhao Dehan's outburst was merely a performance for the benefit of others. The remaining menial workers exchanged knowing glances. Some appeared amused, while others recoiled as if genuinely intimidated. Whispers circulated. He falls ill every few days. His physique as a cultivator is not even as robust as my second wife. Laughter erupted among the group. Zhao Dehan, feigning ignorance to the jests, instructed Li Feng. Since he is unwell, you shall assist in tending to his spiritual field. This month, you will receive half a pound of spiritual rice. Spiritual rice was a precious commodity, especially for a growing youth, as it could fortify tendons and enhance the physique while improving one's sensitivity to spiritual energy. A diet consisting of spiritual rice at every meal could potentially grant one a low-grade spiritual root by the age of 16, paving the way for foundational cultivation. Regrettably, spiritual rice was exceedingly rare, even within the Qingyun sect. Only those true disciples at the golden core stage could indulge in it at every meal. The menial disciples shook their heads at this arrangement. While they envied Li Feng for the prospect of receiving an additional half-pound of spiritual rice, they were reluctant to care for another's spiritual field. Most of the disciples at the menial peak hailed from affluent backgrounds, having failed their entrance assessments and resorted to nepotism to remain. They were unaccustomed to labor, having never lifted a finger in toil. With their own 2 acres of spiritual field to manage, the idea of assisting another was unthinkable. Those who remained at Qingyun sect were either wealthy or noble. How could one cultivate without financial means? Li Feng's circumstances were indeed a rarity. The mere prospect of extending one's lifespan through cultivation is enough to draw the wealthy and privileged like moths to a flame, leaving no room for the destitute who struggle even for basic sustenance. After Zhao Han departed, a portly man with slanted eyes approached Li Feng, casting a condescending glance his way as he inquired, "Do you have a fondness for farming? What business do you have with me?" Li Feng replied with a smile. This rotund man was a newcomer, someone Li Feng had not encountered before, yet his demeanor and tone suggested a lack of amiability. He had been the one mocking Zhang Defei moments ago. "I am Meng Yijing. My father is the Marquis of Linen in the Great Chu Kingdom. I hear your hometown is also in Linen Prefecture? That makes you a subject under my father's jurisdiction," he declared with an arrogant grin, evidently proud of his lineage. Before he proceeded to assert his authority over Li Feng, with a sideways glance, he looked down upon Li Feng and commanded, "Tend to these 2 acres of spiritual fields for me. Once you leave Qingyun Gate, I'll have my father secure you a good position at the government office, ensuring your future is set." Having gleaned Li Feng's background from the other laborers, Meng Yijing saw him as little more than a servant to be commanded at will. His gaze resembled that of a master inspecting his own household slave, leaving Li Feng momentarily stunned. How considerate of him to arrange a path for my future on our first encounter, without the system's golden finger. Securing a government job for the latter part of my life would indeed be quite commendable. While Li Feng appreciated the opportunity Meng Yijing offered, he was irked by the condescending tone in which it was delivered. With a frown, Li Feng clasped his hands in respect and replied, "I truly appreciate your kind offer, Senior Brother Meng, but I must attend to my 4 acres of spiritual fields and am unable to assist you at this time. Perhaps you could seek someone else." "Are you giving me face?" Meng Yijing's round face twisted in displeasure, his narrow eyes gleaming with malice as his tone turned frosty. A mere commoner like you thinks that entering Qingyun Gate guarantees success? You dare defy my orders. Do you believe you will surely pass the entrance assessment of Qingyun Gate in 2 years, and thus disregard my authority? Meng Yijing's pretense faded as he scoffed. Spiritual roots are innate, determined from the womb. If one's family is impoverished, the child born in such meager circumstances cannot possibly develop spiritual roots. Thus, the likelihood of a gifted cultivator emerging from the ranks of the destitute is lower than winning the lottery. This was why Meng Yijing felt emboldened to bully Li Feng. Convinced that he would fail the entrance assessment. Yet, Li Feng was unlike the majority. He possessed an advantage. If I cannot pass the entrance assessment, who can? He mused internally, then pursed his lips and forced a wry smile. No, senior brother, I am genuinely overwhelmed with responsibilities and am unable to assist you, despite my intentions. Logically, as Li Feng had been at this menial peak for several years, Meng Yijing should have referred to him as senior brother. However, Li Feng was wary of Meng Yijing possibly plotting against him in secret, hence he lowered his status and addressed him as senior brother. Unbeknownst to me, this fellow is audaciously pressing his luck, seeking to command my efforts without offering a single coin in return, as if he were issuing a blank check. Truly, it echoes the age-old adage that the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of. However, for the time being, I cannot provoke this individual. Meng Yijing, among the menial disciples of this peak, possesses considerable prowess, having attained the second layer of qi refinement. Should he manage to break through to the third layer within a year or two, he could ascend to the ranks of outer disciples. I have yet to commence my own cultivation. Should this scoundrel choose to strike in the shadows, it could spell disaster for me. Very well, since you refuse my goodwill. Once you are cast down the mountain, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson in humility. Meng Yijing cast a venomous glare at me. His murderous intent laid bare. A lowly commoner must accept his fate. Failing to recognize his own station and daring to dream of ascending the immortal path will only invite calamity. With that, Meng Yijing turned his corpulent form and strode toward his spiritual field, observing his retreating figure. My tone turned icy. Whether I shall tread the immortal path is of no concern to you, senior brother. The brother who brought me to this mountain has already become an outer disciple. Even if I cannot cultivate, he would not allow me to suffer from hunger. Meng Yijing's rotund body momentarily paused, but he continued to walk away without a backward glance. From my words, he gleaned some information. This Li Feng actually has an outer disciple as a backing, which explained my audacity in standing against him. This realization extinguished Meng Yijing's desire to teach me a secret lesson. He could not afford to provoke an outer disciple at this moment. Yet, in a few years, the situation may very well change. Let us wait and see. As his feet sank into the damp earth of the paddy field, Meng Yijing's hatred for me intensified. What an ignorant commoner! He would rather curry favor with a wealthy young master than heed my commands, compelling me, a person of standing, to engage in such menial labor. Rest assured, his life shall not suffice to quell my fury. Regarding Meng Yijing's sudden malice, I paid it little mind. He is merely a son of a marquis. I shall tolerate him for now, and in a few centuries, when I look back, he will be but a withered skeleton in a grave. In the depths of the mist-shrouded mountains, where time seems intricately woven by the gentle morning fog and the lingering evening breeze, 2.5 spring seasons have quietly transformed. The mountains, lush and green, and the babbling brooks resemble a flowing watercolor painting. Amidst this land especially favored by the deities of nature, an extraordinary pastoral scene unfolds. Sunlight filters through the sparse clouds, casting a dappled glow upon this land brimming with spiritual energy, as if each ray contained the essence to foster growth in all living things. In this spiritually nurtured field, a young lad bends to toil, his figure merging harmoniously with the surrounding verdant hills and waters, yet he remains strikingly prominent. The boundless mountains embrace him gently, while the rippling waters caress the spiritual field. As dawn breaks, golden rays penetrate the thin mist like delicate threads, softly cascading upon this vibrant land. The youth, clad in simple white garments, swayed gently in the breeze, as if he could absorb the wind and drink the dew. His demeanor was ethereal and extraordinary, strikingly handsome to the point of taking one's breath away. His visage resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, each contour perfectly defined, with an air of exceptional vigor and serenity emanating from his brow. It was as if he had stepped forth from an ancient masterpiece, untouched by the mundane world, exuding an otherworldly grace. Yet, This celestial figure, who seemed destined to dwell among the clouds, was at this moment wielding a sharp sickle, bent over in the fields. Each glistening ear of spiritual rice, imbued with rich vitality, fell effortlessly into the prepared bamboo basket under his deft movements. Every stroke of his sickle was accompanied by a soft whisper, harmonizing with the distant babbling of the mountain stream and the melodious songs of birds in the woods, creating a symphony of nature as tranquility. Within the verdant embrace of the mountains and waters, a young man toiled in the harvest of spiritual rice. Such a beautiful youth laboring in the rice paddy seemed somewhat incongruous. "Brotherly, you've worked hard. Perhaps you should take a moment to enjoy some tea," said a female disciple, carrying a teapot, as she approached Li Feng and poured a cup of tea for him. This disciple, named Su Qianxue, possessed a modest beauty. Yet her exceptionally fair skin and slender figure garnered her many admirers among the lower-ranked disciples. However, she displayed little warmth towards anyone else, reserving her smiles solely for Li Feng. Her slightly misaligned, doe-like eyes curved charmingly, exuding a unique allure. "Thank you, Sister Su," Li Feng said as he accepted the tea, subtly avoiding her playful attempt to tickle his palm. This Sister Su had only joined the lower ranks last year, yet for reasons unknown, she delighted in teasing him. Whenever the opportunity arose, she sought to provoke him, leaving him quite exasperated. "Curse my undeniable charm," he mused, blessed with exceptional fortune and the bloodline of chaotic divine demons. Even if he wished to appear unattractive, it was beyond his capacity. With his looks and demeanor, who among the celestial maidens would not be captivated? Su Qianxue, watching the pale Adam's apple of Li Feng as he drank, instinctively swallowed hard, then playfully shot him a reproachful glance. "I've told you countless times. Just call me junior sister. I am the newcomer, and it is only right for me to address you as brother," she chided, her tone imbued with a mix of affection and exasperation. "What an inconsiderate little one, still calling me sister. If you were more thoughtful, you would have allowed your junior sister to address you as such long ago. Those who achieve greatness come first. Since you are already a cultivator of the second layer of qi refinement, I naturally should refer to you as sister," Li Feng replied with a bashful smile. Taking a step back, this woman was not to be underestimated. Ever since she arrived at the lower ranks, she had been clinging to him. Perhaps she was sent by the heavens to disrupt his resolve, and he ought to maintain a prudent distance. Engaging with women could be treacherous, especially those endowed with beauty. In his previous life, having perused countless martial arts and fantasy novels, he knew well that many protagonists had forged enmities and embarked on perilous journeys due to women. He must remember the lesson well. Until he achieves immortality and invincibility, he should keep a safe distance from calamities. Call her your junior sister if you must. But if you dare to be reckless, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Observing this fool's serious demeanor, Su Qianxue seized his collar with one hand and raised her other delicate fist, baring her silver teeth in a mock threat. Li Feng shrank his head back and hurriedly called out, "Understood, junior sister." Faced with such a rogue of a woman, Li Feng truly found himself at a loss. He could neither fight her nor tease her, as she would surely outmatch him in that regard. Seeing Li Feng concede, Su Qianxue let out a soft laugh. It was far too entertaining to tease this fellow. The first time she laid eyes on Li Feng, she was astonished. For such a handsome young man existed in the world. As they spent more time together, she discovered that not only was he remarkably handsome, but also quite amusing. Even when concealing his true self, the other disciples of the servant Peak continued to treat her with utmost respect. Yet, this young man, named Li Feng, seemed to regard her as a fearsome beast, ever cautious and guarded. Initially, Su Qianxue couldn't help but wonder if her identity had been exposed, but soon realized that Li Feng treated everyone in the same manner, neither close nor hostile, maintaining a faint distance from all. This, in turn, piqued Su Qianxue's interest in Li Feng even more. Could he be hiding some secret? When a woman grows curious about you, it is often a sign that affection is not far behind. As time passed, their interactions became increasingly frequent. Naturally, this sparked dissatisfaction among the other servant disciples, for there were few women at the servant Peak, and now that a fair-skinned beauty had arrived, she was being charmed away by a mere pretty boy who only knew how to farm. Who could tolerate such a situation? The nearby disciples from the spiritual field had long been displeased with the playful banter between the two. "What are you two doing? Pulling and tugging in broad daylight. What kind of decorum is this? Be careful, or I shall report to the Peak Master and have you both sent down the mountain." The one speaking was tall and slender, with a long neck resembling that of a giraffe, quite a comical sight. His name was Duan Ming. He cast a jealous glance at Li Feng, his expression darkening. Su Qianxue was the woman coveted by Meng Yijing, who had instructed Duan Ming to keep an eye on her and ensure she did not associate with others. Outer disciples could earn a spirit stone and 2 qi nurturing pills each month. If Meng Yijing were to grant him a few pills, he might well break through to the 3rd stage of qi training and become an outer disciple. This was Duan Ming's final opportunity to ascend, and he certainly could not let it slip away, especially since he held a strong disdain for Li Feng. What right did this good-for-nothing pretty boy have to win Su Qianxue's favor? One ought to have self-awareness. Some things should never be touched, lest one risk losing their life. As Li Feng and Su Qianxue turned to look at him, Duan Ming coldly sneered, as if implying something. I touched it. So what will you do about it? Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue felt displeased and directly hooked her arm around Li Feng's neck, standing on her tiptoes to steal a kiss. Li Feng was momentarily stunned. He had been unexpectedly kissed. This audacious woman. Duan Ming was equally taken aback. I instructed Li Feng to refrain from rash actions, not you. Even if it were directed at you, your rebellious nature is too pronounced. I told you not to act indiscriminately, yet you still dared to kiss? Very well. I shall report this incident in its entirety to senior brother Meng Yijing. Tomorrow marks Li Feng's 16th birthday, and he is set to partake in the entrance assessment. I shall relish the sight of how you confront senior brother Meng Yijing. Duan Ming's face shifted in hues of green and white with anger. He huffed coldly and turned to leave. He feared that remaining any longer would drive him to madness. Overwhelmed by the antics of these 2 scoundrels, this matter not only required reporting to Meng Yijing, but also warranted embellishment, ensuring Li Feng would face repercussions. If Li Feng were to fail the entrance assessment tomorrow, he would undoubtedly be expelled from the mountain, sealing his fate. Duan Ming was well aware of the deep-seated enmity between Meng Yijing and Li Feng, compounded by the incident involving Su Qianxue. It would be nearly impossible for Li Feng to escape unscathed. After Meng Yijing departed, the enchanting Su Qianxue playfully teased Li Feng for a while before leaving with a satisfied smile, her skirt lifted in delight. Li Feng could only shake his head in resignation. Such was the reality of the cultivation world, rife with enchantresses and scoundrels. He felt a measure of trepidation towards Su Qianxue, yet he regarded Meng Yijing and Duan Ming with indifference. With the longevity of heaven and earth at his disposal, he was certain he would become a disciple of the Qingyun sect. It was merely unfortunate that he had to wait until he turned 16 to unlock his system functions. Otherwise, Li Feng would have already immersed himself in the pursuit of immortality. Name: Li Feng. Lifespan: 1578. Race: mortal. Cultivation: none. Can begin lifespan deduction cultivation upon turning 16. Technique: none. Can begin lifespan deduction cultivation upon turning 16. Spells: none. Can begin lifespan deduction cultivation upon turning 16. Divine abilities: none. Can begin lifespan deduction cultivation upon turning 16. Magical artifacts: none. Can enhance lifespan upon turning 16. Heavenly luck: supreme luck. Descendant of chaotic deities. Current purity 1 in 10 million. Can purify bloodline upon turning 16. Spiritual root talent. Growth type 5 elements. Spiritual root, medium quality. Spiritual root grows over time. 3 years for superior. 30 years for exceptional. 300 years for immortal. 3,000 years for chaotic. Can begin lifespan deduction cultivation upon turning 16. Heaven and earth lifespan framework. Can harvest remaining lifespans from spiritual plants and upon defeating demonic cultivators, acquire their remaining lifespans. Lifespans can be used to deduce techniques, divine abilities, and even enhance spiritual roots and cultivation. I hope for fortune tomorrow to gather several tens of thousands of lifespans. At that point, no entrance assessment will pose a challenge. Thus begins the path to eternal life and cultivation. On the following day, Li Feng finally turned 16. The game commenced. Having achieved his desired beginning, Li Feng immediately clicked Start on the panel, embarking on his journey of cultivation and immortality. Ding! The game narration prompt has been activated. Ding! The friend message has been opened. With the sound of 2 mechanical notifications, Li Feng's system panel transformed. Name: Li Feng. Lifespan: 1678. Race: mortal. Cultivation: none. Can invest lifespan for training. Techniques: none. Can invest lifespan for training. Spells: none. Can invest lifespan for training. Divine abilities: none. Can invest lifespan for training. Magical artifacts: none. Can invest lifespan to enhance strength. Innate fortune. Supreme fortune. Descendant of chaotic divine demons. Current purity 1 in a billion. Can invest lifespan to purify bloodline. Spiritual root talent. Growth type 5-element spiritual root, medium quality. The spiritual root grows over time. 3 years for high quality. 30 years for top quality. 300 years for celestial quality. 3,000 years for chaotic quality. Can invest lifespan for training. Heaven and earth lifespan framework. Can collect the remaining lifespan of spiritual plants, and upon defeating demonic cultivators, can also acquire their remaining lifespan. Lifespan can be used to deduce techniques, divine abilities, and even spiritual roots, thus enhancing cultivation. Aside from the fate framework, which cannot be enhanced through lifespan investment, it seems that all other attributes can be improved. Now, everything is in place, except for techniques and lifespan. Moreover, Li Feng discovered that his vision had changed. He could now perceive the lifespans of living beings with his naked eye. Gazing at the vast field of spiritual rice before him, he noticed peculiar numbers above each stalk. Spiritual rice, first grade 111 years, age lifespan limit. This spiritual rice yields once a year, and it is harvest time now. However, their lifespans are already exhausted, and it seems that harvesting them will not grant him any additional lifespan. Li Feng contemplated the golden rice field thoughtfully. He attempted to uproot a stalk of rice, but as he anticipated, he could not extract any lifespan from the rice that had reached its lifespan limit. Aside from spiritual plants, ordinary flowers and grasses did not yield any harvestable lifespan. It appears that to acquire lifespan, he must venture into the medicinal gardens, as only spiritual herbs can be harvested before reaching their lifespan limits, especially those that bear flowers and fruits, allowing for repeated collection of lifespan. Li Feng pondered. Once he enters the outer sect, he must make some adjustments to his living arrangements, preferably finding a position in the medicinal gardens. Yes, outer sect disciples also have to work. The senior brother who had guided Li Feng up the mountain had long since joined the outer sect, from whom Li Feng learned much about the outer sect's affairs. Outer sect disciples receive a monthly allowance, but it is not given freely. They must complete tasks for the sect to earn contribution points in exchange. With sufficient contribution points, some outer sect disciples can even earn several times the allowance of others in a month. Outer sect tasks are divided into regular and contribution tasks. Completing regular tasks grants the sect's monthly allowance. Contribution tasks vary in size and depend on luck. Sometimes, simply assisting a prodigy from the inner sect in finding a spiritual pet can yield substantial contribution points for the sect. Generally, newly initiated disciples of the outer sect have 4 primary avenues to undertake routine tasks within the sect. The first is to cultivate spiritual herbs in the spiritual herb fields. Serving as spiritual farmers. Do not underestimate the act of growing spiritual herbs. Without the mastery of specific cultivation techniques and spells, one cannot adequately tend to these delicate plants. Spiritual herbs are far more precious than ordinary grains, each variety possessing distinct growth requirements. Some herbs demand watering at the witching hour, necessitating several hours of hydration to flourish properly. Others prefer arid conditions, basking in sunlight, and must not be touched by a drop of rain. The higher the tier of the spiritual herb, the more stringent its cultivation conditions, which is why spiritual farmers are regarded as a vital profession nurtured by every sect. The second option is to work as a miner in the spiritual veins, extracting spiritual stones. To mine these stones, one must possess a certain level of cultivation. Only practitioners are fit for this task. Ordinary warriors are incapable of even striking the spiritual stones, let alone extracting them. If spiritual stones were so fragile, they could not store spiritual energy, which serves as the currency for practitioners' transactions. The third path leads to becoming an apprentice to a weaponsmith, assisting in the crafting of spiritual tools by performing menial tasks such as gathering fuel and hammering the raw materials. The fourth option is to work as an apprentice to an alchemist, assisting in the selection of medicinal herbs and managing the fire for the alchemical furnace. In the realm of cultivation, having connections is beneficial. Thus, with guidance from his outer sect seniors, Li Feng swiftly mapped out his path of cultivation. He decided to start as a spiritual farmer, with the aspiration of becoming the master of the spiritual herb peak. However, as a spiritual farmer, he is prohibited from harvesting the herbs of others. Yet, should he ascend to the position of peak master, he would have access to all the herbs within the spiritual herb peak. Such an opportunity could greatly extend one's lifespan. After harvesting all the spiritual grains from his field and completing the final task at the menial tasks peak, Li Feng shouldered his hoe and returned to his residence. While passing by a brook, he noticed a thorn-laden spider venom grass sprouting tender shoots along the bank. Spider venom grass, Tier 3 1, 149. 150 years, lifespan limit, Fortune truly smiled upon him. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, suspecting that his exceptional luck had come into play. And he hurriedly dug up the spider venom grass with his hoe. This noxious plant is highly toxic. Even a practitioner at the third level of qi refinement would perish upon ingestion, and it cannot be used for medicinal purposes, which is why few dare to gather it. Disciples of the Qin Yun sect typically uproot it and let it wither in the sun to prevent accidental consumption by others or their spirit pets. You have successfully claimed the spider venom grass, Tier 3, which adds 149 years to your lifespan. The moment Li Feng unearthed the grass, a line of text materialized before his eyes, accompanied by a refreshing sensation coursing through his body, bringing him immense comfort. How delightful! Just one plant has nearly added 150 years to his life. As long as he remains prudent, he is assured of longevity. Just then, a peculiar voice echoed in Li Feng's ear. In the stillness of the night, the malevolent laughter reminiscent of a sinister elder echoed. As thoughts of vengeance against Duan Ming consumed me. Tonight, Duan Ming would return to his abode at midnight. I could stealthily introduce the venomous spider grass into his teacup, thereby extinguishing his life. He would unwittingly serve as the stepping stone to my ascendance as the sovereign of the demonic path. From this moment forth, I would unleash a torrent of bloodshed, ensuring that my enemies met their demise, oblivious to the magnitude of the adversary they had offended. This diabolical laughter jolted Li Feng, momentarily unsettling his composure and casting a chilling glare upon his visage. Yet, he swiftly regained his poise, donning an expression of bewilderment. What is this? Why would I aspire to become the sovereign of the demonic path? Surely, there is a malfunction with the game's narrative. Upon inspecting the system interface, Li Feng discerned that such words had emerged from the game's narrative options, leading him to realize it was merely a prompt. However, this narrative was distinctly unsettling, inciting him towards murder, an endeavor to disrupt his mental fortitude. Despite the erratic nature of the narrative, it appeared to offer some assistance, as it accurately predicted Duan Ming's return time. Moreover, this insufferable prompt could not be dismissed. What a torment! After several futile attempts to silence the game's narrative, Li Feng found himself at a loss. Time passed swiftly, leading into the next day. Last night, he had resisted the insidious suggestions of the game, refraining from poisoning Duan Ming. Such a trivial figure as Duan Ming was not worth the risk of Li Feng's involvement in his demise. After all, he was an immortal, and trading his life for that of a mere mortal with a lifespan barely exceeding a century would be sheer folly. How did Li Feng ascertain Duan Ming's lifespan? This morning, he had encountered Duan Ming, who, perhaps seeking to witness Li Feng's downfall, had taken an entire day off to await him outside his residence. His intent was to accompany Li Feng to the outer sect, keen to observe his entrance examination. Duan Ming, Qi Refining Level 2186, 7120, Age, Lifespan Limit. It was evident that Duan Ming had resorted to some means of shortening his lifespan in pursuit of enhancing his cultivation. With a maximum lifespan of 120 years, yet destined to perish at the age of 67. Observing Duan Ming's lifespan, Li Feng could not suppress his disdain. Though his exterior remained impassive, henceforth, he would no longer feel obliged to offer this individual any semblance of respect, nor would he need to feign a smile. Seemingly detecting the shift in Li Feng's demeanor, Duan Ming scoffed. Let us see how you meet your end today. This scoff was laden with resentment. Should Li Feng falter in the examination and be expelled from the mountain, Duan Ming would undoubtedly be waiting below to vent his fury. A mere ant at Qi Refining Level 2 dares to exhibit murderous intent towards me. This child is courting death. Once I succeed in the entrance examination, I shall return to the servant peak this afternoon to eliminate this injured ant. With clarity of thought, I shall inevitably become a formidable demon lord. The game's narrative once again meddled, inciting Li Feng to slay Duan Ming. Instantly, Li Feng's gaze turned icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, causing Duan Ming to feel a tremor of fear. Duan Ming felt a twinge of trepidation. What was with that boy's gaze? Did he, an ordinary mortal, dare to confront me? What audacity bestowed him such courage? Yet, in an instant, L.F.'s expression transformed into one of harmlessness, leaving Duan Ming in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, L.F.'ing exuded an aura that sent shivers down his spine, as if he had become a different person entirely. L.F.ing shook his head, equally astonished. Why had Duan Ming sustained such grave injuries by afternoon? He could hardly question the game's narration. While it may have its quirks, its indications were undeniably accurate. The previous night, LFing had visited Du In Ing's residence and discovered that this fellow had returned under the cover of darkness, sneaking about as if to commit theft. This confirmed the game's earlier hints. At that moment, Chin Su arrived. Upon spotting LFing, her enchanting eyes sparkled mischievously as she seductively addressed him. Junior brother L, you must put forth your utmost effort today. I shall also be entering the outer sect, and soon we can once again dwell together, becoming the envy of all as a celestial couple. Let those inept onlookers stew in their jealousy. Our lives together shall surpass all else. She placed a hand upon LFing's shoulder, casting a sidelong glance at Du In. The disdainful look she bore was akin to that of a giant surveying an ant, leaving Du In feeling utterly out of place, as though he were an unwelcome presence. Damn that LFing. I will ensure he pays for this. If I cannot contend with Chin Su, surely I can with you. Du In clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. LFing could only smile helplessly, allowing Chin Su to drape herself over him. He was not in a position to provoke this enchanting sorceress. Thank you for your kind wishes, senior sister. I reciprocate with hopes for your prosperous journey and success in becoming an outer sect disciple. Chin Su, Chi Refinement Stage 91890014000, age, lifespan limit, truly a remarkable enchantress. With a lifespan of 900 and a maximum of 1400 during the Chi Refinement stage, she surpassed many Golden Core cultivators in longevity. Such prowess and beauty are indeed formidable. A higher lifespan signifies stronger potential. What could possess such a gifted individual to conceal her capabilities and serve as a mere menial? LFing dared not speculate, preferring to remain blissfully ignorant of the reasons, resolved to maintain a distance from this captivating sorceress. However, the game's narration insisted on revealing more. What a fine vessel for a spirit, daring to provoke this demon king. Since you have presented yourself, do not fault me for my rudeness. After all, we are both cultivators of the dark arts, though you are a disciple of the illusionary music pavilion. I shall surely become a legendary demon immortal. To become my vessel is indeed your fortune. The erratic game narration buzzed in LFing's ears, adding theatrics to its own narrative. In mere moments, it elevated from Demon King to Demon Immortal, leaving LFing utterly speechless. Yet, the game's influence ignited a momentary blaze in his gaze as he glanced over Chin Su's alluring figure. Feeling a surge of emotion, Chin Su glanced back at Li Feng, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she playfully remarked, "Why are you stealing glances at me, junior brotherly? You may come to my residence tonight, and I shall allow you to admire me to your heart's content." How shameless! Duan Ming could no longer bear it. Jealousy twisted his features, prompting him to turn away. He could not endure another moment in such a place and decided to wait outside, eager to witness the humiliation of the pretty boy and seize the opportunity to strike. As the fragrant scent wafted from Chin Su, Li Feng felt an uncontainable fire ignite within him, stirred by the enchantress's words. He quickly recited a mantra to quell the flames of desire. With a heart as clear as ice, unperturbed by the collapse of the heavens, steadfast amidst the chaos, tranquil in spirit, he sought to forget himself in focused meditation. After regaining his composure, Li Feng took a step back and addressed Chin Su, "Senior sister, I must meet with the Peak Master. Perhaps you should head to the outer gate first." Upon noticing his serious demeanor, Chin Su ceased her teasing, raising her delicate hand to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, radiating an aura of purity. "Very well, junior brother, do come early. I shall await you at the outer gate." With that, she turned and walked away, the sunlight casting a glimmering silhouette upon her figure, shaping the light itself into a form. At that moment, light took on a new dimension. Li Feng shook his head, bewildered by the juxtaposition of Chin Su's ethereal, almost otherworldly presence and her beguiling allure. He could not discern which aspect was her true self. Dismissing his thoughts, he proceeded towards the small cottage atop the mountain where the Peak Master resided. Though referred to as the Peak Master, Zhang Qidwan was merely an outer sect disciple. Yet, he had diligently served at this miscellaneous peak for over 4 decades, demonstrating a commendable devotion to the sect. "Li Feng, you've arrived. Come in and sit." Zhang Qidwan's aged voice greeted him as the door swung open upon his arrival. "Thank you, Peak Master," Li Feng replied with a respectful bow as he stepped inside. The interior was sparsely furnished, dominated by a large bookshelf filled with ancient tomes. Beside the shelf sat an elderly man with white hair and beard, his face marked with age spots, meditating upon a wooden bench. This was Zhang Qidwan. Upon seeing the years of Zhang Qidwan's lifespan reflected in his aura, Li Feng felt a pang of sorrow, He was not surprised but could not help but feel a deep sense of melancholy. After Brother Zhou had rescued him, he soon left for the outer gate, but it was this peak master who had raised him, and Li Feng had long regarded him as a beloved grandfather. Now, witnessing the dwindling years of Zhang Qidhuan, Li Feng's heart ached with bittersweet nostalgia. Foundation establishment marks the first hurdle on the path of cultivation, a barrier that halts the progress of 7 or 8 out of 10 cultivators. The world of cultivation resembles a pyramid, with fewer individuals ascending towards the pinnacle. Ah, how swiftly time flies. In the blink of an eye, that little child in swaddling clothes has grown into a fine young man, Zhang Qidhuan remarked. His eyes filled with reminiscence and admiration as he observed Li Feng's youthful vigor. As one ages, the heart becomes more susceptible to the melancholic whispers of autumn. Gazing upon you evokes memories of my own youthful visage, marked by a striking charm and lofty ambitions. Do you not see the resemblance between us and our youth? Zhang Qidhuan pointed to the portrait behind him, a confident smile gracing his lips. Li Feng cast a glance at the image, which indeed depicted Zhang Qidhuan in his prime. Clutching a treasured sword, he stood atop a mountain, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, a blade of grass between his teeth, an embodiment of youthful vigor. Albeit with an unremarkable appearance. In your youth, you hardly appeared aged at all, Li Feng managed to praise after a moment's hesitation. Zhang Qidhuan erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. You truly cannot utter a falsehood. Such honesty will serve you poorly in the outer sect. Amidst their jovial exchange, he rummaged through a nearby storage pouch and produced 20 low-grade spirit stones, placing them before Li Feng. Take these spirit stones to participate in the outer sect assessment. Should you succeed, they shall expedite your breakthrough to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, sparing you from being bullied. Even righteous sects cannot entirely filter out the scoundrels. If you fail, use these stones to cultivate connections with the servants, then return to me. I shall offer you protection for 3 more years. As Li Feng beheld the spirit stones, warmth surged within him, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears upon hearing Zhang Qidhuan's grandfatherly admonition. It seems that the path of cultivation is not solely fraught with battles and schemes. There exists a warmth that can touch the heart. In a modest little abode, a few remnants of candles cast a dim glow. A gentle breeze fluttered in from outside, making the flickering flames sway perilously, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Under the flickering light, Zhang Qidhuan's face appeared increasingly aged. Thank you, sect master. I shall surely pass the assessment and become a disciple of the Qingyan sect. Li Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely, storing the spirit stones away. No amount of words could match the value of tangible assistance to Zhang Qidhuan. A small kindness should be repaid with a great deed. With a few years of lifespan remaining, he was determined to devise a means to aid Zhang Qidhuan in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, or to find other ways to extend his life. Go quickly. Do not waste time, Zhang Qidhuan urged with a gentle smile before resuming his meditative state, yet the heaviness of impending twilight weighed increasingly upon him. Time was scarce, and without a breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm, he would succumb in 3 or 4 years. Once life slips away, all possessions become mere trinkets of no worth. No one desires death. Even a glimmer of hope warrants a fight to the end. Such is the monotonous existence of most cultivators, who, like ordinary mortals, merely aspire to survive as long as possible. Li Feng quietly exited the small dwelling, closing the door behind him, taking a deep breath. His gaze resolute as he made his way toward the outer sect. The outer sect boasted a dedicated entrance examination body, with participants arriving almost daily. Among them were the older candidates who had previously failed the assessment, finally reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement, eager to try again, as well as newcomers just 16 years of age, yet to embark on their cultivation journey. Although both require assessment, the content of the evaluations is entirely distinct. New disciples must first test their spiritual roots, after which the staff will distribute foundational techniques based on the attributes of these roots. If they can perceive the flow of qi within the designated time, they may enter the sect as outer disciples. Naturally, this process eliminates those with significantly poor spiritual roots. Even with the techniques in hand, those with inferior roots would find it impossible to sense the qi. The speed at which one can sense the qi ultimately determines whether they become inner or outer disciples. As Li Feng contemplated the entrance examination knowledge shared by his senior brother Zhou Tiu, he suddenly twisted his ankle and instinctively glanced down. To his surprise, a quaint black ring had rolled to his feet. He had inadvertently stepped on a hard object, only to discover it was a wild ring. Though ancient and imbued with a sense of age, it bore the formidable image of 2 black dragons coiling upon it, suggesting it was no ordinary item. The moment Li Feng grasped the ring, an ancient voice resonated within his mind. Destined One, do you wish to grow stronger? Should you heed my words? I shall aid you in achieving the Foundation Establishment realm in 50 years, and in 300 years, you shall become a golden core immortal. The voice was venerable and grand, echoing within Li Feng's consciousness, imbued with an inexplicable allure that made him feel drowsy, compelling him to subconsciously acquiesce. 50 years to Foundation Establishment could be deemed the mark of a prodigy. After this, one's lifespan would extend to 400 years, rendering them akin to a celestial being in the eyes of mortals. The temptation was immense. Suddenly, an ominous laughter from the game's narrator pierced Li Feng's ears, dispelling the strange, beguiling voice and restoring his clarity. Hehehe, a mere end of the transformation realm dares to speak to me in such a manner? You seek to manipulate me into stealing the celestial cloud liquid from the Qing insect to restore your corporeal form? Though the celestial cloud liquid is trivial, I shall not heed the commands of an insignificant creature. With the blood of a spiritual hound upon this ring, I can weaken your soul and absorb your remnant spirit, thereby augmenting my own. How delightful. The game narrator remained as malevolent and arrogant as ever, causing Li Feng's eyelids to twitch. It turned out that a remnant soul of the transformation realm resided within the ring. Initially, Li Feng had thought he encountered an ancient immortal and was thus fortunate. Those who frequently traverse realms understand that such rings are standard for protagonists. Yet, he did not expect this so-called grandfather to harbor malicious intent. And Li Feng dared not believe his deceptive words. If he were to steal the celestial cloud liquid, it would undoubtedly attract relentless pursuit from the Qing insect. Senior, my talent is far too weak. I am unworthy to be your disciple. Farewell. Li Feng meekly uttered, promptly discarding the ring and with all his strength. He kicked it away. Only when he saw the ring diminish to a mere speck on the horizon did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had yet to commence his cultivation, the nourishment from the spiritual rice endowed him with physical prowess that rivaled that of ordinary martial artists. With a powerful kick, he sent the ring flying, unaware of its whereabouts. After the ring was launched, he could vaguely hear the old man's furious and fervent greetings directed at Li Feng's relatives. He was a revered figure of the transformation god realm, renowned several centuries ago, with countless individuals beseeching him for guidance. Now, he sought to take on a disciple, willing to teach this seemingly talentless youth the art of cultivation. Little did he expect that this young man would audaciously kick him away, displaying utter ignorance and foolishness. Yet, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that the entity could not leave the confines of the ring. He had been apprehensive that the old man might emerge from the ring to exact revenge upon him, but it appeared he had been overthinking. Indeed, if this ancient being from the transformation god realm could exit the ring, there would be no need to resort to such underhanded tactics to find a successor. Li Feng dismissed the incident from his mind as he noticed the time nearing noon. He hastened his pace towards the outer sect assessment venue. At 12 o'clock, the disciples responsible for the evaluations would conclude their shifts, and if he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait until 3 in the afternoon for the next session. The disciples conducting the assessments were compensated based on contribution points, and such tasks were considered routine. No one would willingly work overtime without compensation. Upon arriving at the assessment site, Li Feng found himself in a vast hall, which not only handled entrance evaluations but also various other administrative tasks. The hall was subdivided into numerous small rooms. The location of the assessment was easy to identify, as one room bore a large sign reading Outer Sect Disciple Assessment Center. Fortune favored the prepared. There were only 3 or 4 individuals queued ahead of him. Moreover, up to 5 candidates could participate in the spiritual root testing at once, suggesting that Li Feng would soon have his turn without much delay. Suddenly, as he stood in line, a slender and graceful figure darted out from behind him, gently tapping his shoulder. Instinctively, he turned around to find Su Qianxue, her captivating eyes curving into a smile. "Junior sister, have you already passed the entrance assessment?" Li Feng inquired with a chuckle. He noticed that Su Qianxue had donned a pristine white Outer Sect disciple uniform, which accentuated her graceful figure, complemented by a jade token inscribed with her name hanging at her waist. This token was a rarity, quite valuable, and not everyone in the cultivation world could possess one. Only disciples from prestigious sects like the Qing sect were afforded such tokens, symbolizing their status as formal disciples. There was no need to worry about misplacing the token, as it would automatically detonate if separated from its owner by more than 10 meters, preventing impersonation. This token could bind to a cultivator's soul, and an individual was permitted only one. Through this token, one could communicate with others who also possessed a token, albeit only after adding them as friends. Additionally, one could view live broadcasts of enchanting demonic sect maidens dancing, righteous cultivators shattering stones upon their chests, challenge duels, and even shop directly through the token. Overall, this brand resembles the mobile phone from Li Feng's previous life, boasting a multitude of functions that greatly facilitate the lives of cultivators. When Li Feng first encountered this marvel, it completely overturned his preconceived notions of the world of cultivation. It appears that not all practitioners of this realm are mindlessly engrossed in meditation and combat. They too savor the pleasures of life. The ancients were wise, not foolish, especially those capable of cultivation, who undoubtedly leveraged their advantages to create convenient tools tailored for their kind. As for Su Qianxue's seamless ascension to becoming an outer disciple of the Qingyan sect, Li Feng found it unsurprising, given her astonishing talent. Moreover, she had concealed her cultivation level. If she could not pass the assessment, then no one could. Having passed, my prowess far exceeds your imagination, Su Qianxue declared proudly, casting a playful glance at Li Feng. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was no mere flattery. She truly was a paragon of excellence. Li Feng's expression of approval greatly satisfied Su Qianxue's vanity, prompting her to encourage him with a pat on the shoulder. You must strive to become an outer disciple. Tonight, I shall present you with a delightful surprise. Is it black stockings? Li Feng instinctively lowered his gaze to catch a glimpse of her alabaster calves, contemplating how such exquisite legs would be wasted without adornment. Ha ha ha. Woman, you are playing with fire. Becoming an outer disciple is a trivial pursuit for this demon lord. You shall not escape my grasp tonight. By absorbing this ethereal body, I shall surely establish my foundation in a single night. The whimsical game narrator continued to intrude with its irreverent commentary, casting a mischievous glint in Li Feng's eyes. Su Qianxue followed his gaze and her cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully stepped on his foot. Brother, you've learned mischief. Peeking at my long legs. How rude. If you wish to see, why not simply wait for our romantic evening beneath the moonlight instead of sneaking glances? Her teasing tone drew astonished looks from numerous male onlookers. By the time they turned to glimpse Su Qianxue's long legs, she had already covered them completely, leaving the onlookers lamenting their misfortune. Upon noticing Li Feng's ethereal demeanor and handsome features, they immediately concocted a narrative of a rogue exploiting his looks to flirt with female disciples, casting disdainful glances in his direction. Scoundrel! Degenerate! Beast! They muttered. Where are those exquisite legs? Li Feng, bemused by Su Qianxue's playful antics, sighed in resignation. Junior sister, please stop teasing me. Do you want them to tear me to shreds? Su Qianxue playfully lifted Li Feng's chin, teasingly remarking, Who is teasing you? I speak only the truth. If you wish to see, then let us date tonight. I will let you gaze to your heart's content. She was well aware of Li Feng's timid nature, and as expected, he blushed at her words. Stop it, let go of that boy. Suddenly, an unwelcome voice pierced the air. This voice was somewhat familiar. As Li Feng turned his gaze, he indeed beheld the gaunt figure of Duan Ming, who was casting a dark look upon them. Beside Duan Ming stood the corpulent Meng Yijing, who had only recently broken through to the third level of Qi training and joined the outer sect. The two, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, appeared together as comical as a sage and a sweet potato. At this moment, Meng Yijing's eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on the hand that Su Qianxue had placed under Li Feng's chin. This wretched woman had audaciously spurned his affections for the sake of a hopeless waste of space. How despicable. Today, I shall unveil the true nature of this pretty boy. Once he is cast down the mountain, I shall see what excuse you have left to reject me. Meng Yijing attributed the reason for Su Qianxue's refusal entirely to Li Feng. He believed that by banishing Li Feng, his desires would be fulfilled, and he could embrace the beauty. He had encountered numerous charming women, yet those capable of embarking on the path of cultivation were few and far between. Most female disciples were beyond his reach. Should two cultivators unite, their offspring would undoubtedly possess spiritual roots. For the sake of his family's lineage, Meng Yijing was determined to win Su Qianxue's heart. In his eyes, Su Qianxue's talent was comparable to his own. They had both failed the initial entry assessment and gradually ascended to the third level of Qi training to become outer disciples. Pursuing Su Qianxue should not be overly challenging. However, he had not anticipated her blatant refusal, time and again rejecting his advances. Let him go? Do you perhaps harbor feelings for Li Feng? Su Qianxue's gaze flitted between Duan Ming and Li Feng, a playful smile gracing her lips. Duan Ming's face instantly flushed crimson, and he hastily retorted, You speak nonsense. How could I possibly harbor affection for a man? Then why are you blushing? Su Qianxue, true to her enchanting nature, skillfully rendered Duan Ming utterly embarrassed with just a few words, igniting a fiery heat upon his cheeks. He felt the scrutinizing gazes of all present in the grand hall shift uncomfortably upon him. Brother Ming. Duan Ming could only seek assistance from Meng Yijing. Meng Yijing leaped up, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to Duan Ming's face, scolding, "Fool! I entrusted you with watching over Sister Su. Is this how you fulfill your duty?" Duan Ming, feeling wronged yet unable to muster an excuse, could only retreat, clutching his swollen face in shame. Sister Su, the realms of immortals and mortals are distinct. Why burden your heart with a mere mortal? Meng Yijing feigned a smile as he counseled Su Qianxue. In a century, Li Feng will merely be a pile of dust, while you and I shall continue to seek the path of immortality. Even should we transcend to the foundation establishment stage, we will preserve our youthful appearances. Do you wish to attend to the end of an aging man? One primary reason cultivators shun marrying mortals is indeed this. Cultivators possess extended lifespans, while mortals are granted only a fleeting century. To personally lay one's beloved to rest would usher in profound solitude along the arduous path of cultivation. Furthermore, coupling with a mortal risks the emergence of inner demons, hindering one's progress, rendering such unions inappropriate both emotionally and rationally. Thus, the adage the celestial and the mundane are distinct rings true, albeit harshly. In response to Meng Yijing's admonition, Su Qianxue scoffed derisively. If a fool like you can become an outer sect disciple, what need is there for us to worry about Li Feng? Restrain your sordid thoughts, or I shall eventually bring you to your demise. Su Qianxue, with no regard for men other than Li Feng, harbored such sentiments genuinely. With her capabilities, eliminating a Meng Yijing without a trace would be a mere trifling matter. Even if he fails the entrance examination, I can still accompany him down the mountain to bear children. What business is it of yours? She declared, proudly linking her arm with Li Feng's. Meng Yijing clenched his fists, deeming Su Qianxue insane for contemplating forsaking the path of cultivation for a mere mortal. Why? Simply because he possesses a handsome visage? He inquired darkly. Indeed, Su Qianxue replied, her gaze enraptured by Li Feng's striking features. Isn't it obvious? Looks may fade, but beauty is a lifelong affair. Very well. I shall witness whether this pretty boy can indeed become a disciple of the Qingyan sect. Meng Yijing suddenly laughed, exchanging knowing glances with a disciple responsible for testing spiritual roots, then stood by, arms crossed, awaiting Li Feng's inevitable failure and expulsion from the mountain. You fat fool. Do you truly believe you can prevent this demon lord from entering the Qingyan sect and transforming it into the mightiest demonic cult? To speak to me in such a manner is to court your own demise. Do not think that bribing the testing disciple will ensure you select the most challenging cultivation method for me. You are utterly unaware of my unparalleled talent. The game's narration, with its sinister tone, provided Li Feng with some insights. It became clear to him why Meng Yijing appeared so self-assured. He had evidently bribed the testing disciple. Numerous methods correspond to spiritual roots of the same attribute, varying in difficulty. The decision regarding which method to test lies entirely with the testing disciple. Some candidates, seeking an advantage, would indeed resort to bribery to obtain the easiest cultivation techniques. A tacit understanding among them. Meng Yijing's scheming was profound but misplaced. He was destined to suffer both losses and defeat. Li Feng held no doubt that investing a century of his lifespan would allow him to unravel the method of cultivation. Even the most formidable technique should yield success within a century, especially since he merely needed to discern the aura. 8. The 5 elements righteous qi method. Those in line, please step forward for the spiritual root test. At that moment, the disciple in charge of testing spiritual roots called out. Su Qianxue encouraged Li Feng, pushing him forward. Senior brother, go on. Do your best. Indeed, Li Feng nodded, stepping up to the jade plate for the spiritual root test. He gazed curiously at the white jade plate, which bore the 5 characters for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Zhou Tuoyu had informed Li Feng that the outer sect's spiritual root testing was rather rudimentary, only assessing the 5 elemental roots, incapable of detecting any anomalous roots. To conduct a thorough examination, one must contribute their own resources. Hence the request for assistance from the Elder of Transmission. However, this does not impede the entrance assessment. Even a mutated spiritual root is fundamentally linked to the primary 5 elemental roots, and the strength of a mutated root shall not exceed that of the basic 5. Once the 5 candidates for assessment have taken their positions, the disciple in charge of the testing speaks. Simply place your hands upon the jade plate, which will sense the spiritual roots within you, illuminating a beam of light. The taller the beam, the greater the quality of your spiritual root. The other 4, upon hearing these words, anxiously place their hands on the jade plate. Li Feng feigns excitement, though he is already well aware of his own spiritual root's quality. Su Qinxue, Meng Yijing, and Duan Ming all fixate on the jade plate before Li Feng, appearing even more anxious than he. In a mere 3 seconds after placing their hands on the plate, beams of light begin to illuminate before them. Ruan Linglong possesses dual attributes of fire and gold, with a beam exceeding 3 inches, indicating superior quality in her gold fire spiritual roots. Lu Gang, with his 5 elemental root, boasts a beam surpassing 2 inches, qualifying as a mid-grade 5 elemental root. Huang Yu, with water, wood, and earth roots, also has a beam exceeding 2 inches, categorizing him as a mid-grade water, wood, and earth root. Yi Guajian, with a 5 elemental root, displays a beam less than 2 inches, marking him as a mixed 5 elemental root. Li Feng, with a 5 elemental root, shines with a beam exceeding 2 inches, qualifying as a mid-grade 5 elemental root. The qualities of their spiritual roots are swiftly determined, and as the testing disciple concludes, a flicker of astonishment crosses their eyes. A genius with superior dual attributes has emerged. Zhou Tuyu had previously expounded upon the qualities of spiritual roots to Li Feng, indicating that the fewer the attributes, the stronger the root's quality. Spiritual roots can be likened to buckets. Single attribute roots fill easily, facilitating quicker breakthroughs to the next realm. Conversely, the more attributes a root possesses, the longer the time required for advancement. The grade of a spiritual root signifies the speed at which one can absorb spiritual energy and the pace of cultivation. For roots of the same 5 elemental quality, the cultivation speed of a superior root is over 10 times that of a mid-grade root, and a mid-grade root surpasses a low-grade root by more than 10-fold. While the disparity between mixed roots and superior roots can reach a staggering 1,000-fold. This underscores the significance of cultivation potential. A mixed root implies a lifetime of difficulty in breaking through to foundational establishment, possibly remaining perpetually stuck in the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Now, comparing the differences in the number of roots within the same grade, taking Li Feng as an example, the cultivation speed between a mid-grade 5 elemental root and a mid-grade 4 elemental root showcases a 10-fold difference. Similarly, the disparity between 4 attributes and 3 attributes is also 10-fold. And this pattern continues, resulting in a cultivation speed difference of 10,000 times between single roots and 5 elemental roots of the same quality. Yet, possessing multiple roots is not without its advantages. The spiritual energy of a 5 elemental root is 5 times more robust in battles of the same realm. This can provide a significant advantage. However, trading a 10,000-fold cultivation speed for a 5-fold disparity in spiritual energy is a choice that even the unwise can comprehend. The 5 elemental root is the most prevalent in the realm of cultivation, commonly referred to as the root of the masses. Thus, Li Feng, possessing a mediocre 5-element spiritual root, could only be deemed as having an average talent, barely meeting the threshold for entry into the outer sect of the Qingyan sect. From this, one can discern the exceptional aptitude of the young woman named Ruan Linglong. Despite her cherubic, baby-faced appearance, she captivated the attention of numerous passing disciples, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Yet, beneath her rosy facade, she harbored immense joy, her smile betraying her delight. Seizing the moment, Li Feng took a glance at her lifespan and was astounded. Ruan Linglong, uncultivated 1620300, age lifespan limit. The prospect of living for 200 years without any cultivation was remarkable, should she embark on the path of cultivation. Her lifespan would undoubtedly extend. Fortune smiles upon this demon lord. This woman with a dual high-grade spiritual root is a prime furnace. Should this demon lord refine her essence, it would surely enhance my spiritual root, elevating me to the pinnacle of 5-element spiritual roots, paving a smooth path ahead in my demonic cultivation. The game's narrative intruded upon Li Feng's thoughts, leaving him in silent astonishment. It was indeed astonishing that demonic cultivators could refine their spiritual roots through such means. No wonder so many choose the path of darkness. This was a true defiance of fate. Sister Ruan need not undergo the sensation test. Elder Yu from the inner sect has already made arrangements. Someone will be dispatched to escort you shortly. You may rest here for the time being. A disciple responsible for testing spiritual roots remarked, his demeanor replete with sycophancy. The instant he discerned Wan Linglong's spiritual root quality, his communication jade tablet illuminated, signaling directives from a figure of considerable stature regarding her arrangements. Hence, his obsequiousness was warranted. The chasm between inner and outer sect disciples was profound. And the next time he encountered Wan Linglong, she might very well have ascended to the status of a golden core master. Naturally, he dared not exhibit any hint of negligence. Entering the sect as an inner disciple was akin to averting a century's worth of detours. Many disciples observed with envy. Had it not been for the concern of displeasing Wan Linglong, numerous outer sect disciples might have been unable to restrain themselves from bestowing gifts to curry favor. While it was unnecessary to ingratiate oneself with inner disciples, it was imperative not to offend them, as the repercussions could be dire. Inner disciples were the true inheritors nurtured by the Qingyan sect, while outer disciples, in stark contrast, were merely tools sustaining the sect's operations. In light of Wan Linglong's brilliance, the talents of the remaining spiritual root testers appeared rather pedestrian. However, when contrasted with the average individual, their ability to directly ascend to outer disciple status was indeed a stroke of fortune. Among the 5, excluding Wan Linglong, 3 were granted the opportunity to cultivate a technique, while 1 was mercilessly dismissed from the mountain. Yi Gujian, you possess a mixed 5-element spiritual root. The likelihood of breaking through to the later stages of qi refinement in this lifetime is exceedingly slim, rendering you unfit for recruitment into the Qingyan sect. Depart from the mountain. The testing disciple stated with indifference, a single pronouncement sealing Yi Gujian's fate as a cultivator. Yi Gujian gazed at the faint glow of the spiritual root upon the jade plate, his fists clenched tightly, his youthful visage etched with a profound sense of unwillingness. The melancholy in his eyes deepening into shadows. He harbors a deep-seated vengeance, yet his adversaries are lofty figures beyond his reach. If he cannot cultivate his skills, he will forever remain deprived of the opportunity for retribution. And how could he willingly relinquish that ambition? Descend the mountain, do not delay our endeavors. The disciple responsible for testing spiritual roots spoke again, his tone markedly colder. Soon, other disciples intervened, forcibly escorting the dazed Yi Gujian down the mountain. The atmosphere quickly settled into calm. Such scenes unfold here daily, and everyone has long since grown accustomed to them. The path of cultivation is inherently cruel. The disciple in charge of assessing spiritual roots distributed 3 manuals of cultivation techniques, handing one to each of Li Feng and his companions, and stated solemnly, you each possess a manual suited to your spiritual roots. You may now sit cross-legged on the nearby cushions and begin your cultivation. If you can sense qi within 3 hours, you shall pass the entrance assessment and become outer disciples of the Qingyan sect. During the assessment, the use of spirit stones or elixirs to aid in cultivation is strictly prohibited. Any infraction will result in immediate expulsion from the mountain. Li Feng's gaze inadvertently swept across Lu Gang's manual, discovering that his technique was titled 5 Elements Qi Cultivation Method. In contrast, Li Feng's technique was called 5 Elements Righteous Qi Method. A mere word's difference separated them. The Qi cultivation method was of inferior quality, while the Righteous Qi method was of moderate quality, with a disparity in difficulty of 4 or 5 times. Both possessed the same mid-grade 5-element spiritual roots. Yet their techniques diverged, likely a result of Meng Yijing's bribery. Fortunately, Li Feng currently enjoyed a lifespan of 227 years, which he could utilize to deduce his cultivation method. Absent this fortunate advantage, passing the entrance assessment today would have proven exceedingly difficult. For the first time, he would employ his lifespan to deduce a cultivation technique. Upon realizing Li Feng's spiritual root quality was mid-grade 5 elements, a flicker of disappointment crossed Meng Yijing's eyes. In his view, Li Feng, a mere commoner, would ideally possess nothing better than a mixed-grade spiritual root and would be summarily dismissed from the mountain. To his surprise, this individual possessed mid-grade 5 elements, just qualifying for the entry requirements of the Qingyan sect's outer disciples. Nevertheless, achieving a sense of qi within 3 hours with such spiritual root quality would be a formidable challenge. Meng Yijing, endowed with mid-grade 4 elements, had also failed during his first assessment. After 3 arduous years, spending hundreds of spirit stones and numerous precious elixirs, he barely managed to reach the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. How could someone like Li Feng, who only knew the ways of farming, possibly sense qi? Furthermore, Li Feng was attempting to cultivate a moderately difficult technique, making his failure all but inevitable. Li Feng lacked the spirit stones to bribe the steward of the minor tasks. Failure would lead to his expulsion from the mountain. At that point, Meng Yijing thought to himself, if Li Feng had any sense of self-awareness, he would abandon the technique and descend the mountain directly, sparing himself the futility of time spent on a fruitless endeavor. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Meng Yijing crossed his arms and scoffed derisively, saying, "The sun is not yet scorching. Now is the perfect time to descend. Once the sun rises fully, you shall be scorched and left with a sunburned visage, rendering you incapable of deceiving women in the future. Indeed, one is utterly reliant on that visage. Should it become sun-kissed, one is rendered inconsequential." Duan Ming sneered alongside. Possessing a mid-grade spiritual root, Duan Ming had diligently cultivated for nearly 3 years, barely achieving the second level of qi refinement. Without a significant stroke of fortune, his hopes of entry were bleak. Thus, he sought to ingratiate himself with Meng Yijing. During the entrance assessment, he had failed to sense even a hint of qi in the span of 3 hours, naturally dismissing any notion that Li Feng could surpass him. Silence. Li Feng is undoubtedly capable of passing the entrance examination. Su Qianxue's frigid gaze swept over the two, her murderous intent sending chills down their spines. "Do you think Li Feng is as dull-witted as you two fools? He will surely succeed in the assessment. Even if he does not, I shall provide spirit stones, allowing him to continue as a servant at Lingtian Peak. Within 3 years, with ample resources, he shall attain the 3rd level of qi refinement." Su Qianxue's declarations drew envious glances from many outer disciples towards Li Feng. It seems that possessing handsome features has its advantages. Who wouldn't desire such delectable benefits? Witnessing Su Qianxue's staunch defense of Li Feng, Meng Yijing's animosity towards him intensified, and he secretly regretted not eliminating Li Feng sooner. Li Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Though uncertain of Su Qianxue's intentions at Qingyan Gate, her concern for him was genuine. "Thank you, senior sister Su. I shall certainly cultivate my qi perception," Li Feng replied with a respectful smile. Su Qianxue blinked her large eyes. "I believe in you, and upon your success, I shall gift you a grand treasure." The disciple responsible for the assessment glared with envy, huffing in displeasure. "Enough of this nonsense. Sit down and cultivate, for time will not pause for you." He then turned to the onlookers, sternly instructing, "Irrelevant parties, please stand back and do not disrupt the entrance assessment." Li Feng settled cross-legged, unfurling the 5 elements righteous qi method, attempting to comprehend the cultivation without the aid of the system. However, he found the technique exceedingly obscure, yielding no insight even after an hour of contemplation. Meanwhile, another had successfully cultivated qi perception within that time frame, becoming an outer disciple, none other than Huang Yu, a prodigy with a mid-grade 3 spiritual roots. Effort seemed futile in the face of talent. Nevertheless, that was merely a matter of the same duration. Given 100-fold or 1,000-fold more time, such a gap could indeed be bridged. Overwhelmed, Li Feng opted to cease his futile observations. He resolved to wait until the time was ripe to utilize the system for guidance, so as to avoid drawing attention. Lu Gang, also possessing a mid-grade spiritual root, was grappling with the 5 elements qi refinement method, which was significantly simpler than Li Feng's, yet wore a similarly troubled expression, scratching his head in frustration. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed, and sensing the moment was right, Li Feng opened the system panel, preparing to activate his extraordinary abilities. Name, Li Feng, lifespan, 16. 227, race, mortal. Cultivation, none, can invest lifespan for cultivation. Technique, 5 elements righteous qi formula, not cultivated, can invest lifespan for cultivation. Spells, none, can invest lifespan for cultivation. Mystical abilities, none, can invest lifespan for cultivation. Magical artifacts, none, can invest lifespan to enhance potency. Innate fortune, supreme fortune. Descendant of chaotic divine demons, current purity 1 in 10 million, can invest lifespan to purify bloodline. Spiritual root talent, growth type 5 elements spiritual root, medium quality. Spiritual root grows over time. 3 years for high quality, 30 years for exceptional quality, 300 years for celestial quality, 3,000 years for chaotic quality. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Lifespan synchronization, able to harvest residual lifespan from spiritual plants upon defeating demon practitioners. Can also acquire their residual lifespan. This lifespan can be utilized to deduce techniques, mystical abilities, and even enhance spiritual roots, thus elevating cultivation. Li Feng attempted to use his thoughts to click on the technique section, and immediately, text appeared. Please enter the number of lifespan years to invest in deduction. Note, deduction using lifespan does not benefit from external resources. The lifespan consumed will be greater than that required for actual cultivation. This prompt was understandable. In actual cultivation, one could consume elixirs and utilize spirit stones for assistance, naturally requiring less time. However, deducing through lifespan was a stark, arduous endeavor, thus necessitating considerably more time. With only 15 minutes left until the assessment concluded, the disciple in charge of the evaluation offered a reminder. Li Feng felt a surge of anxiety, reminiscent of the pressure from his previous life's college entrance examination, where time was of the essence. He glanced at Lu Gang, discovering him drenched in sweat, eyes wide as saucers, bloodshot with strain, his hand gripping the technique so tightly that veins bulged. It appeared that this individual would not pass the assessment. If he struggled with a technique 5 times simpler than 5 elements righteous chi formula, what hope did Li Feng have in his current predicament? Unless he were to rely on extraordinary luck? After all, he was merely an ordinary person. He decided to test the waters by investing 1 year of lifespan. Li Feng focused his thoughts and channeled 1 year of lifespan into deducing 5 elements righteous chi formula. You have spent 1 year studying 5 elements righteous chi formula, yet have not grasped its essence. However, you have managed to read the entirety of the 36,000 character text, and you are not far from generating a feeling of chi. The insights from the year flooded his mind. As Li Feng examined 5 elements righteous chi formula once more, his head no longer spun, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. Experiencing a moment of extraordinary luck was delightful, and he yearned for more. He decided to invest another year. Li Feng remained calm and collected, for he possessed over 200 years of lifespan. He was confident he could master this technique. After dedicating a year to the study of the 5 elements chi method, the clarity of this technique blossomed in Li Feng's mind. He had committed to memory a third of its incantations, drawing ever closer to achieving a sense of chi. A year's worth of insights flooded his thoughts, leaving him profoundly moved as the once obscure characters fell into orderly arrangement within his mind. The nearly 10,000 words of the technique had been memorized with remarkable ease. However, as Li Feng expended his lifespan in pursuit of this knowledge, Lu Gang could no longer endure the torment and rose despondently. I cannot grasp the sense of chi. Lu Gang lamented, returning the technique to the outer disciples with a sigh. He cast a bewildered glance at Li Feng, surprised that this fellow remained undeterred, feigning resilience as the time drew near. What purpose does this serve? Please, senior brother, lend me your assistance. I wish to remain at the servant's peak for my cultivation. A modest token of my sincerity, Lu Gang implored, his gaze averted from Li Feng. He retrieved 3 spirit stones from his storage bag, presenting them to the disciple overseeing the assessment with a sycophantic smile. Such arrangements were an open secret, a commonplace occurrence that even the elders would not question. A portion of the benefits would eventually find its way into the sect's treasury, a gesture of goodwill from the Qingyan sect, allowing those with slightly inferior talents an opportunity to tread the path of cultivation. Of course, this benevolence did not come without cost. The disciple responsible for testing the spiritual roots graciously accepted the spirit stones, perusing his communication jade talisman before addressing Lu Gang. Very well, the servant's peak no. 1092 is in need of personnel. You may proceed directly. I shall inform the overseer. Thank you, senior brother, Lu Gang replied with a respectful bow before departing. Observing Lu Gang's exit, Li Feng continued to feign his practice of the 5 elements chi method, prompting Meng Yijing to scoff. One truly does not shed tears until faced with misfortune. What can you accomplish in less than a quarter hour? Duan Ming sneered, Brother Meng. You are unaware that these pretty boys often feign diligence to ensnare women. Based on his experiences over the years, he deduced that Li Feng's allure to Su Qianxue must stem from his pretense of hard work. He mused that the adage held true. Diligent and focused men are the most captivating, and Su Qianxue had likely fallen for Li Feng's fade. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Su Qianxue struck Duan Ming, leaving him incredulous. How dare she strike him before so many witnesses? With a matching slap to each cheek, the second blow was more forceful, shattering his teeth and rendering him speechless. Fear and astonishment filled his gaze as he stared at Su Qianxue, realizing that beneath her fair exterior lay a formidable ferocity. One must consider the master when chastising the dog. Su Qianxue, you dare to be so brazen? Meng Yijing narrowed his eyes, glaring at Su Qianxue with palpable fury. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ming could not muster any joy. It became evident that Meng Yijing regarded him merely as a dog. This stark distinction between outer sect disciples and servant disciples lay bare the lack of recognition and respect accorded to those who could not attain the status of outer sect disciples. Do you find this unacceptable? Su Qianxue scoffed dismissively, stating that if one is dissatisfied, they may apply for a duel in the arena, with no responsibility for any fatal outcomes. Such are the cumbersome rules of righteous sects. Conflicts cannot be resolved immediately, but require a formal request for a duel. Had they been in the illusory Melody Pavilion, Su Qianxue would have already snapped Meng Yijing's neck. Very well, since you have been rude first. Do not blame me for taking action against Li Feng later. Meng Yijing uttered through clenched teeth, a chilling resolve in his voice. Li Feng must not pass the assessment. Once he was expelled from the mountain, Meng Yijing could slay him without fear of repercussions. Su Qianxue was not one to be trifled with, but was Li Feng a mere mortal, any less formidable? You dare. Su Qianxue's gaze turned even colder. Should Meng Yijing truly attempt to harm Li Feng, she would forsake her own mission to eliminate him and take Li Feng away with her. They could return to her domain, living together in harmony. Su Qianxue's affections for Li Feng were genuine, not a mere dalliance. In the midst of their escalating tension, Li Feng remained absorbed in the study of the 5 elements righteous qi formula, utilizing his lifespan to enhance his practice. As expected of a medium-grade technique, it had taken him 2 years to memorize merely 10,000 characters. Perhaps dedicating 5 years would yield more fruitful results. Contemplating this, Li Feng selected the technique option and input the number 5. You have spent a year learning the 5 elements righteous qi formula. Your recollection of this technique becomes increasingly vivid, having memorized 2/3 of its incantations, and you are not far from generating a sense of qi. You have spent a year learning the 5 elements righteous qi formula. Your recollection of this technique becomes increasingly vivid, having memorized all its incantations, and you are not far from generating a sense of qi. You have spent a year learning the 5 elements righteous qi formula. During a morning meditation, you sense the earth's rhythm, cultivating an earth attribute qi, and are not far from generating a sense of the 5 elements qi. You have spent a year learning the 5 elements righteous qi formula. While swimming in a stream, you sense the flow's cadence, cultivating a water attribute qi, and are not far from generating a sense of the 5 elements qi. You have spent a year learning the 5 elements righteous qi formula. While weeding one day with a hoe, you feel the sharpness of metal, cultivating a gold attribute qi, and are not far from generating a sense of the 5 elements qi. Goodness, 5 years of lifespan, and I still cannot generate a sense of qi? Is this intermediate technique truly meant for humans? Li Feng was at a loss for words. However, having already cultivated 3 attributes of qi, it would logically require merely another 2 years of lifespan to fully develop. Yet, to be on the safe side, Li Feng decided to invest another 5 years for good measure, after dedicating a year to the study of the 5 elements qi technique. On a particular day, while tending to the flames, you sense the fervor of the fire, cultivating the fire attribute qi perception, drawing near to the attainment of the 5 elements qi perception. Similarly, after another year immersed in the same technique, while overseeing the spiritual rice in the fields, you felt the resilient vitality of the plants, thereby developing the wood attribute qi perception, inching closer to the realization of the 5 elements qi perception. Following another year of practice, during a day filled with various chores, gathering vegetables, chopping wood, lighting fires, cooking, and dining, you experienced a harmonious fusion of the 5 elements qi perception and ultimately succeeded in sensing it. Upon achieving this qi perception, a trace of spiritual power emerged from your dantian, gradually advancing towards the initiation of the technique. Ding! As Li Feng successfully cultivated the 5 elements qi perception, the cushion upon which he sat immediately radiated a verdant light. This cushion could sense the spiritual energy absorbed by the individual seated upon it, and the green glow signified success. This indicated that Li Feng had passed the assessment and could become an outer disciple. How could this be possible? With a medium-grade spiritual root, he should not have been able to cultivate qi perception in such a short time. Witnessing this scene, Meng Yijing's expression transformed dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face as if he had seen a ghost. That was a medium-grade technique. Someone with a spiritual root like his would typically take a decade to even find qi perception. What right did Li Feng have to succeed in 3 short hours? The cushion must be faulty. Yes, it had to be a problem with the cushion. He could not possibly have developed qi perception. Meng Yijing believed he had pinpointed the issue and began to shout loudly at the cushion. Silence! The cushion cannot be at fault, commanded the elder presiding over the assessment hall, casting a stern glance towards Meng Yijing. Like a beast caught in its gaze, Meng Yijing quickly lowered his head, intimidated. The outer elder was at least a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. A glance at this elder revealed his cultivation level. Qijing, foundation establishment, second layer. It appeared that Elder Qijing's potential was limited to the foundation establishment stage. However, living for 300 to 400 years, he would be considered a celestial being in the eyes of mortals. To cultivate qi perception from the 5 elements qi technique in merely 3 hours. What remarkable comprehension. Suddenly, a melodious female voice resonated through the hall, accompanied by a tremor in the floor. Bang! The attention of all present was drawn towards the source of the sound. There stood a robust young woman, towering at 2 meters with pronounced muscles, yet possessing a cherubic face, resembling a small mountain as she descended before Li Feng. Her eyes curiously scrutinized Li Feng, specifically the 5 elements qi technique in his hands. This was a medium-grade technique, and even with her innate talent, it would be improbable for her to cultivate qi perception in such a brief span. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Li Feng with astonishment. They never expected this young man to be not only remarkably handsome but also exceptionally perceptive. Who would not wish to cultivate advanced techniques, if given the chance? Unfortunately, such high-level practices are notoriously difficult to master. Even the initial stages of energy perception can take many years, often causing one to miss the optimal time for training, leading to more losses than gains. With this revelation, few among the gathered dared to underestimate Li Feng. His formidable comprehension might indeed compensate for any shortcomings in innate talent. Certain techniques and spells require peak understanding for mastery. As Li Feng successfully sensed the energy, Qian Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even more so than when she became an outer sect disciple. This was the man she had set her sights on. His talent was surely on par with the best. Conversely, Meng Yijing and Duan Ming felt as though they had swallowed a bitter fly, tormented by the question of why this fellow succeeded in energy perception. Was it merely because of his handsome appearance that the techniques favored him? It was infuriating. Ignoring the crowd's reactions, Qi Zheng, who had previously exuded authority, became respectful upon seeing the peculiar woman, bowing in greeting. I pay my respects to senior sister, Zhao Xianlu. The other outer disciples followed suit, acknowledging her. Disciple greets you, Uncle Master Zhao. Outer disciples naturally held a lower status when in the presence of inner disciples. Earlier, the outer disciple responsible for testing spiritual roots had addressed Wan Linglong as senior sister due to uncertainty about her admission into the inner sect, as she still needed to pass the elder's assessment. Should Wan Linglong become an inner disciple, they would have to address her as Uncle Master. Li Feng was secretly astonished. This peculiar woman possessed truly extraordinary talent. Zhao Xianlu, Foundation Establishment Level 5975327700, age, nearing a century. He was taken aback to discover that beneath her youthful visage lay a woman nearing 100 years of age. However, achieving Foundation Establishment Level 5 at such an age indicated that she likely broke through the Foundation Establishment realm before reaching 50, marking her as a prodigy. What a muscular female Tyrannosaurus. Such a contrast is delightful. Once I, the demon sovereign, unify the Qingyan sect, I shall include her in my harem, indulging in nightly revelries. And our offspring shall undoubtedly be robust. The game's narration chimed in unexpectedly, causing Zhao Xianlu to cast a few puzzled glances at Li Feng. What was going on? With my physique, how could this young one even dare approach? Truly bizarre. Internally cursing the game's narration for its lack of decorum, Li Feng promptly donned a modest and humble expression, clasping his hands in greeting. Disciple pays respects to Uncle Master Zhao. Upon seeing Li Feng's strikingly handsome face, Zhao Xianlu's eyes brightened, and she laughed. Young man, I see your comprehension is commendable. Why not come work at our refining peak? Good looks often easily elicit affection from the opposite sex. As she spoke, she patted Li Feng's shoulder, praising, You seem quite sturdy. You would make excellent material for forging. Li Feng chuckled awkwardly. Disciple is merely fortunate and lacks strength. I would prefer to tend to the spiritual herbs and become a spiritual farmer. What a pity. Since you are unwilling, I shall not force you, Zhao Xianlu replied, shaking her head and turning to smile at Wan Linglong. You must be Sister Wan. As per Master's command, I am here to escort you. Let us depart, he said, handing a communication jade token to Wan Linglong, thus acknowledging her as its master. However, upon receiving the token, Wan Linglong hesitated, her shyness propelling her to step closer to Li Feng. Gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she shyly inquired, Might I add your communication jade token? At this utterance, the crowd's expressions varied. Some male disciples envied Li Feng's handsome visage and his fortuitous selection by an inner sect master. Others cast disapproving glances, perceiving Li Feng as too ostentatious. A certain piercing gaze made Li Feng uneasy. He knew all too well that it belonged to Su Qianxue. Unlike others, he was acutely aware of this enchanting woman's formidable reputation. Offending her could lead to dire consequences. A sorceress from the demon sect, who could predictably act upon jealousy, might even seek his demise under the cover of night. The more he pondered, the more fearful he became, prompting him to hastily decline Ruan Linglong's request. I possess but mediocre talents and ought to devote myself to diligent cultivation. I prefer not to add friends at this time, as it may distract me. His tone made it clear he was unwilling to accept, leaving Ruan Linglong feeling somewhat embarrassed. She quickly masked her discomfort, saying, "Very well. I wasn't that eager to add you anyway." The outer sect disciples regarded Li Feng with a mix of disbelief and disdain. How could he reject the friendship of such a promising inner sect junior? Li Feng was truly unaware of his fortune. Refusing the friendship of an inner sect master could lead to unforeseen repercussions. They felt that he could have at least pretended to accept her overture to avoid causing her embarrassment. Meng Yijing's expression shifted with concern. If Li Feng were to form ties with the inner sect disciples, he would have to remain vigilant against potential retaliation. Thankfully, Li Feng, a mere commoner, displayed prudence by not provoking Ruan Linglong. After all, how could a mere mountain chicken aspire to mate with a phoenix? A disciple of Ruan Linglong's caliber would not lack admirers. Should the inner sect masters discover any association between Li Feng and Ruan Linglong, it would spell trouble for him. Hearing the murmurs around her, Ruan Linglong's face flushed crimson as she quickly interjected, "In truth, I already have someone in mind." Li Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Clasping his hands in salute, he responded, "I wish you, senior sister, a swift union with your beloved." The expression on Ruan Linglong's face soured, feeling a pang of irritation. "Do you truly believe yourself to be exceptionally handsome? Surely not. What business is it of yours when I marry?" "How amusing," she exclaimed, before huffily taking Zhao Xianlu's hand and striding away, just when everyone thought the matter was settled. Ruan Linglong turned back, fixing her gaze on Li Feng, and asked, "So, you truly will not add me?" Ruan Linglong had never encountered a man as strikingly ethereal as Li Feng, making all previous suitors seem rather ordinary. She was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight. Most instances of such infatuation are merely driven by physical attraction, a sentiment not lost on women. Observing Ruan Linglong's unwavering dedication, Zhao Xianlu's gaze towards Li Feng revealed a hint of discontent. Ruan Linglong is a prodigy endowed with a rare dual spiritual root, while Li Feng, a mere insignificant figure, though possessing a somewhat extraordinary comprehension, is utterly unworthy of her. If this young man were to hinder Ruan Linglong's path to immortality, it would indeed spell trouble, representing a grave loss for the Qingyun sect. Muscular woman, what kind of gaze is that? Who do you look down upon? Keep staring. And I swear that I shall venture to the refining peak and sprinkle a bit of azure stone powder into your refining furnace, rendering your crafted items utterly worthless. Should your endeavor fail, prepare to endure the agony of 1,000 swords piercing your heart in the sword abyss." Seemingly displeased by Zhao Xianlu's look, the game narration devised a rather mischievous plan to unsettle her. Pondering this, Li Feng realized that the art of weapon forging is not achieved in a single attempt. It requires numerous components to be refined separately before assembly into a whole. The penalties for failure are severe, underscoring the significance of the crafted items. With such thoughts in mind, Li Feng quickly lowered his head, avoiding direct eye contact with Zhao Xianlu. As a mere novice disciple, he could not afford to offend a senior master at the foundation establishment level. "Sister, let us leave quickly, lest our master grows impatient." Zhao Xianlu retracted her gaze and reached out to take Ruan Linglong by the hand, intending to lead her away. Yet, Ruan Linglong remained steadfast, her doe-like eyes fixed on Li Feng, as if attempting to evoke sympathy to sway him. Zhao Xianlu's heart softened momentarily, and she turned back, looking down at Li Feng and declaring, "Since my junior sister wishes to add you to her communication jade tablet, consider it a favor bestowed upon you. Do not be ungrateful. Hasten to produce your jade tablet for her to add." Her tone was unequivocally that of an authority commanding a subordinate. This was entirely customary. Within the Qingyun sect, hierarchy is strictly maintained, allowing inner disciples to command outer disciples in such a manner. Should an inner disciple kill an outer disciple, they would face a mere few years of punishment in the sword abyss. Zhao Xinlu harbored such thoughts. Viewing Li Feng as a hopeless outer disciple with mid-grade 5-element spiritual roots, who would likely never reach the threshold of foundation establishment. Why should she extend any courtesy to a worthless individual destined to perish before reaching 100 years? Her actions were merely intended to guide Wan Linglong towards enlightenment, encouraging her not to linger over Li Feng. Young girls, after all, are often drawn to novelty once she encounters the exceptional talents of the inner sect. She would naturally forget Li Feng. But I do not possess a communication jade tablet, Li Feng replied, understanding he could not evade the situation as Zhao Xinlu spoke directly. Nearby, an elder from the outer sect hastily gestured for the examination disciples to present a communication jade tablet to Li Feng. Once the tablet was in hand, Li Feng followed their instructions to bind it with his soul. Before he could even explore its functionalities, Zhao Xinlu forcefully seized it, binding Wan Linglong's communication jade tablet to Li Feng's. Then she tossed the communication jade tablet to Li Feng, grasped Wan Linglong's hand, and in the blink of an eye departed from the grand hall. Her hefty figure, weighing several hundred pounds, appeared remarkably agile, moving with an unexpected swiftness. Humph, Li Feng. Consider yourself fortunate. 3 years hence, during the outer sect competition, I shall make you acutely aware of the consequences of crossing me. Meng Yijing, with a sullen expression, snorted disdainfully, leaving behind a threatening remark before turning away. Duan Ming, not daring to meet Li Feng's gaze, lowered his head and followed closely behind Meng Yijing, resembling a servile hound. The moment Li Feng passed the assessment to become an outer sect disciple, Duan Ming relinquished any thoughts of revenge. He would be grateful if Li Feng didn't seek him out for trouble. Given his lack of talent, it was unlikely he would ever become a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and even if Li Feng were to kill him, there would be no repercussions. Although Li Feng currently lacked the capability, once he became a disciple, it was certain he would break through to the 3rd level of qi refinement within a few years. By that time, taking Duan Ming's life would be as simple as slaying a chicken. Senior brother Li, I told you that you could do it. You must have a bit of confidence. After all, you are my Dao partner. After the troublesome individuals had departed, Su Qianxue joyfully bounced over to Li Feng, naturally linking her arm with his. This display of intimacy promptly caused many female disciples who had intended to approach Li Feng to walk away, their faces marked by disappointment. Su Qianxue desired precisely this effect, publicly asserting her claim over Li Feng and discouraging other women. Previously, as a servant disciple, many outer sect female disciples might have hesitated to lower their status to approach him. However, the situation had changed, now that Li Feng was also an outer sect disciple. Few could resist the allure of his celestial-like countenance, and it was unlikely that many outer sect female disciples would refrain from befriending him. Thank you, junior sister, for always being here to cheer me on. Li Feng, pleased to have Su Qianxue as a shield, did not pull away from her grasp and smiled at her. Su Qianxue's heart leaped with joy at Li Feng's transformation. It seemed she was on the verge of capturing his heart. In due time, she would attempt to gradually reveal her true identity, confident that Li Feng's adaptability would lead him to accept her for who she truly was. You are my senior brother, destined to be my Dao partner. Who else could I accompany if not you? Su Qianxue teased playfully before releasing Li Feng's hand and making her way towards the outer sect. I have just joined the Alchemy Peak. Since you're heading to the Spirit Herb Peak, you should hurry along. She waved her hand in farewell to Li Feng. I have matters to attend to as well. Let us reconvene tonight at the Servant Peak, where I shall present you with a splendid treasure. All right, junior sister, farewell. Li Feng nodded slightly. After Su Qianxue departed, Elder Qi Zheng of the outer sect addressed Li Feng. Li Feng, having successfully passed the entrance examination, you are now an outer sect disciple. Shortly, someone will provide you with your outer sect disciple uniform. There are several important matters regarding outer sect disciples that I must explain to you. Each outer sect disciple is required to complete the routine tasks of the sect to earn their monthly stipend, while contribution tasks may be undertaken at one's discretion. Upon fulfilling these contribution tasks, disciples are rewarded with contribution points, which can be exchanged in the sect's contribution pavilion for various treasures such as cultivation techniques and spiritual artifacts. The monthly stipend for an outer sect disciple consists of a low-grade spirit stone and 2 qi-nourishing pills. Newly initiated disciples have 4 locations available for routine tasks: as an alchemy apprentice at the Alchemy Peak, as a forging apprentice at the Forging Peak, as a miner at the Spirit Mine, or as a herbalist at the Herbal Peak. Which place do you wish to choose? Qi Zheng inquired with a smile directed at Li Feng. In his view, since Li Feng had garnered the favor of Ruan Linglong, the alchemy peak would be the most advantageous choice. There is no shame in relying on the support of others. In the realm of cultivation, one must consider wealth, partners, techniques, and resources, where the term partners refers to companions and allies. Many aspire to benefit from others' support, yet lack such opportunities. With Ruan Linglong's guidance, it is conceivable that Li Feng could advance to the foundation establishment stage with his mid-tier spiritual route. An increase in lifespan by 400 years is significant. Many ordinary dynasties rise and fall within such a time frame. I choose to become a herbalist at the herbal peak. After feigning contemplation, Li Feng responded. This answer took Qi Zheng and the others by surprise. The disciple responsible for testing spiritual roots speculated that Li Feng had opted against the forging peak out of concern for potential persecution from the inner sect elder pursuing Ruan Linglong, secretly admiring Li Feng's caution. Although working at the herbal peak may be arduous, it does not pose a life-threatening danger should the harvest be bountiful. One could even retain some herbs for personal use, making it a commendable choice. However, Qi Zheng shook his head, believing that Li Feng lacked ambition. The warmth in his gaze had dissipated. Are you certain you wish to become a herbalist at the herbal peak? Once chosen, you cannot change your decision unless you break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, Qi Zheng inquired in a businesslike manner. The 7th layer of qi refinement represents the latter stage of this phase, distinguishing the more skilled outer sect disciples. Despite the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples, fewer than half reach this advanced stage of qi refinement. The path of cultivation is arduous, demanding ever greater talent and resources as one progresses. Li Feng clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, master. I am certain I will proceed to the herbal peak. Qi Zheng, expressionless, nodded and replied. Since you are resolute, report to the herbal peak 102. I shall inform the peak master to receive you through the communication jade talisman. Provide him with an outer sect disciple-s uniform, along with this month's stipend. Allow him to depart. Qi Zheng then instructed the disciples beside him. Upon completion of his words, he closed his eyes to rest, no longer engaging with Li Feng. By choosing the herbal peak, Li Feng forfeited the opportunity to curry favor with Qi Zheng. The disciples promptly complied with the order, presenting Li Feng with the outer sect disciple-s uniform, along with a low-grade spirit stone and 2 qi-nourishing pills. After expressing his gratitude, Li Feng donned the outer sect disciple-s attire and set off towards the miscellaneous peak. The process of wearing the outer sect disciple's uniform was uncomplicated. It merely required reciting a mantra to don it. This uniform is woven from silkworm silk and imbued with numerous formations, enabling it to keep one warm in winter and cool in summer, as delicate as a cicada's wing. Furthermore, it possesses a certain degree of defense, capable of withstanding spells and attacks from those at the 3rd layer of qi training and below. Adorned in this attire, Li Feng felt an undeniable sense of being immersed in the realm of immortality. His already strikingly handsome visage was further enhanced by an ethereal aura. Upon returning to the familiar servant's peak, he observed many laborers seated along the ridge, seeking respite after their toil in the fields. Witnessing Li Feng clad in the uniform of an outer sect disciple was akin to the arrival of a celestial being among mortals, eliciting a complex array of expressions from them. Previously, they had all toiled together in the muddy fields, but now, Li Feng had silently ascended to the status of an outer sect disciple, creating an unbridgeable chasm between their worlds. Some recalled the days when, emboldened by their age and cultivation, they had ordered Li Feng around. A blush of shame crept upon their faces as they hurriedly lowered their heads, wary of incurring his wrath. Yet, as the adage goes, fear often manifests itself in unexpected ways. Li Feng approached them with a smile. Brother Luo's son, he called gently, startling everyone into an immediate standing position, clasping their hands in greeting. Greetings, senior brother. Their eyes, filled with trepidation, prompted a sigh from Li Feng, who felt a disheartening tremor within. In just one afternoon, a sad barrier had formed between them, despite having shared the same peak for several years. Senior brother Li Feng, I was in the wrong earlier. Please do not hold it against me. I bow in apology and plead for your mercy. The one named Luo's son blushed deeply, fear evident in his eyes as he hastily knelt, repeatedly bowing in supplication. The relationship between outer sect disciples and servants had already shifted to one of master and servant. Li Feng could easily assert his dominance over him. The reason Meng Yijing refrained from retaliating against Li Feng was due to Zhang Qiduan's secret intervention. He had assured that he would protect Li Feng for 3 years, which was indeed the intent behind his words. Unlike others, Luo's son had no backing. He was merely a rogue who fortuitously stumbled upon the relics of a late-stage Qi practitioner from the Qingyan sect and found himself within its ranks. Seeing Li Feng's plight as even more dire than his own, he mistakenly believed himself superior within the peak, emboldening him to command Li Feng for trivial tasks. Many who have endured oppression tend to exert even greater oppression upon those beneath them once they attain power, such is the nature of humanity. Although Li Feng harbored some resentment, contemplating retribution once his cultivation matured, witnessing Luo Sen's current state dissuaded him from acting out. Moreover, Li Feng had already discerned Luo Sen's lifespan. Even without his intervention, Luo Sen had but a few years left. Luo Sen, Qi Training First Layer 273070, Age, Lifespan Limit, Luo Sen, possessing a mixed elemental root, had fortuitously broken through to the first layer of Qi training using a handful of spirit stones from that late-stage disciple. After years of practicing the 5 elements Qi cultivation technique, he had yet to find any sensation of Qi. As if he were forcibly flooding spiritual energy into his body to open his dantian. His meridians and internal organs had become severely damaged, leaving him with little time to live. Without cultivation, he might live to 70, but with it, his life expectancy dwindled to merely 30. The nature of fate is indeed perplexing. Yet, knowing that he could only live for 30 years, after witnessing the resplendent scenery of the cultivation world, it is likely that Rosen would follow without hesitation. Li Feng smiled indifferently, saying, "I mean no harm. I am merely thirsty and would like you to pour me a bowl of water. Please rise." Despite his words, Rosen dared not stand, instead crawling to the water jug. He meticulously wiped a previously unused bowl several times before filling it with water. With trembling hands, he knelt before Li Feng and offered it to him. "Senior brother, please drink." Rosen was drenched in sweat, his hands shaking, causing the water in the bowl to sway as if heralding an impending downpour. Li Feng shook his head. Previously, Rosen had only served him by pouring water, carrying rice, and weeding, yet now he was so fearful. He accepted the water, drank it in one gulp, and then placed the bowl back in Rosen's hands as he stepped forward. "From now on, our grievances are set aside. You need not dwell on them. We can still be friends, and if fate allows, I shall await you on the path to immortality." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Rosen could no longer contain himself. He collapsed onto the ridge, weeping heart-wrenchingly into the bowl. As the onlookers observed Li Feng's silhouette ascending the mountain, growing ever more distant, it was as if they were witnessing a mortal ascending to the heavens, ultimately vanishing amidst the clouds, never to be seen again. In that moment, a sense of desolation lingered in their gazes. The mountaintop remained familiar, as did the little wooden house. Li Feng pushed the door open, and Zhang Qidhuan, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes. He increasingly sensed that his time was limited, so engrossed in his cultivation that he had not even noticed someone approaching. Zhang Qidhuan, possessing a higher quality of 4 spiritual roots than Li Feng, would have been the visage of Li Feng decades hence had it not been for the system. "You have succeeded." At the moment Zhang Qidhuan saw Li Feng clad in the outer sect disciple's uniform, his pupils trembled, as if rekindling certain youthful memories. Li Feng clasped his hands and smiled. "It is all thanks to the Master's guidance. I was fortunate enough to pass the outer sect disciple assessment." Zhang Qidhuan rose and personally poured a cup of tea for Li Feng, shaking his head. "There is no need for modesty, junior brother. Your achievements are your destiny. I merely acted without intent." Li Feng's expression grew solemn as he knelt on one knee. "The kindness you have shown me is a debt I can never repay. I vow to find a way to help the master extend his life." Now that he had entered the sect, he felt entitled to express his gratitude. Intentions must be voiced to be understood. Harboring them silently may lead to misunderstandings. Chapter 14. The death of Duan Ming. Seeing that Li Feng remained humble and loyal despite becoming an outer disciple, Zhang Qidhuan's eyes brimmed with appreciation. He helped Li Feng to his feet and remarked, "Your kind heart brings me great joy. However, I am but a decayed old tree, no longer deserving of your time and resources. Should you ascend beyond the foundation establishment stage in the future, I would be grateful if you could visit my grave and share with me the wonders of that realm." Li Feng smiled in response. "The beauty of the foundation establishment stage is something you must witness for yourself. I hope I am fortunate enough to experience it. What task have you chosen in the outer sect?" Zhang Qidhuan resumed his seat, gazing at Li Feng with curiosity. "I wish to become a spirit farmer at the Medicine Peak," Li Feng replied, not wishing to conceal his intentions. Spirit farmer? Zhang Qiduan chuckled softly. It appears you have a fondness for tilling the soil. Li Feng nodded. I have grown accustomed to it. Dealing with spiritual herbs is far simpler than engaging with people. He then placed 20 inferior spirit stones and 2 qi nourishing pills on the table. Since I am heading to the spirit herb peak, these spirit stones will serve you better than they would me. From now on, I will provide you with my monthly qi nourishing pills. Perhaps they will aid in your pursuit of the foundation establishment stage. Li Feng's words warmed Zhang Qiduan's heart, yet he shook his head. I have already reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Spirit stones and qi nourishing pills hold little value for me now, unless I manage to acquire foundation establishment pills. However, these require an immense amount of contribution points. Even after years of accumulation, I have only managed to exchange for 1. With my innate talent, I would need at least 3 foundation establishment pills to have a 50% chance of breaking through. Zhang Qiduan's words startled Li Feng. He had not anticipated the difficulty of advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Despite Zhang Qiduan's mid-grade 4 spirit root aptitude and the assistance of 3 foundation establishment pills, he faced only a 50% success rate. How many years of life would be required for a breakthrough without the pills? I will find a way to procure 2 more foundation establishment pills for the sect leader, Li Feng declared solemnly. Zhang Qiduan stroked his beard and smiled. Since you possess such determination, remember that in 3 years, the outer sect competition will reward the top 10 in the early, middle, and late stages of qi refinement with 1 superior foundation establishment pill each. 1 superior foundation establishment pill is equivalent to 3 ordinary ones. Work diligently. Aim to reach the 3rd layer of qi refinement by then, and secure a commendable position in the competition. In the future, my qi nourishing pills will be yours for cultivation. Li Feng understood that this was Zhang Qiduan's encouragement, intended to inspire him to strive for improvement. As for achieving a top 10 finish, Zhang Qiduan likely did not harbor high hopes, considering that with 50 to 60,000 outer disciples, there were nearly 10,000 in the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Attaining such a feat would not be easy. I will certainly do my utmost, Li Feng replied, his gaze resolute. Now that he understood how to obtain foundation establishment pills, the path ahead seemed clearer. In 3 years, he could not predict how strong he would become. Winning a foundation establishment pill should not pose much difficulty, although survival was his initial motivation, as long as he did not stand out excessively. He believed he could avoid trouble. The disciples who, like him, may not possess exceptional talent yet manage to secure a position among the top 10 in the outer sect competition are not a rarity. Such occurrences happen frequently. The path of cultivation hinges on diligence and perseverance. I remain confident in your commitment to the way of enlightenment. As for that girl named Su Qianxue, I find her somewhat inscrutable, so you must exercise caution around her. Zhang Qiduan, resembling a benevolent elder, offered his counsel to Li Feng and subsequently handed him a small red cloth pouch. Your senior brother, Zhou Tuayu, is currently occupied with tasks at the spirit mine and cannot return to congratulate you. He has sent 3 spirit stones and 3 qi nourishing pills as a token of his congratulations on your becoming an outer sect disciple. Please convey my gratitude to senior brother Zhou on my behalf, requested Li Feng as he accepted the offerings with both hands. Zhou Tuayu had brought him back to the mountain from the outer sect, and within a few years, he had become an outer sect disciple. Zhou Tuayu was engaged in mining tasks, often absent from the sect, returning only during festive seasons, each time bringing Li Feng numerous gifts. He was akin to parents working away in distant lands. During his childhood, Li Feng eagerly awaited Zhou Tuayu's return for the new year, often standing by the little path outside the peak. The storage bag he possessed was a gift from Zhou Tuayu when he turned 15. It was only later that he realized its worth was equivalent to 2 inferior spirit stones, a sum that represented 2 months' wages for Zhou Tuayu. With the new year approaching in a few months, Zhou Tuayu would return, and you can express your gratitude to him in person. Zhang Qiduan smiled gently and issued a polite dismissal. If there is nothing else, you should proceed to report to the medicine peak. Life in the outer sect is not to be taken lightly. You must tread carefully in your interactions. Exercise patience where possible and yield when necessary. Cultivating immortality is not about momentary glory. Many who once bore grudges against me have long since turned to dust, yet I remain, sustained by the virtue of forbearance. Indeed, I shall certainly bear your teachings in mind, replied Li Feng, as he collected the spirit stones from the table and departed the small room, closing the door behind him. Upon descending the mountain, Li Feng suddenly recalled the game's narration indicating that Duan Ming would suffer severe injuries. Thus, he made his way to Duan Ming's thatched cottage, curious to ascertain the accuracy of the game's prediction. Before he could approach, he heard Duan Ming's pained exclamations from within. Knocking gently on the door, he called out, "Duan Shidi, how are you? Do you need assistance?" Upon entering the outer sect, one's identity changed. Even the most capable of the miscellaneous disciples must address the outer sect disciples as seniors. Duan Ming recognized Li Feng's voice, and a surge of resentment welled up within him. Had it not been for Li Feng, he would not have faced punishment from senior brother Meng Yijing, resulting in his grievous injuries. "We are both of mediocre talent. Why should you ascend to the rank of outer sect disciple while I am relegated to servitude under Meng Yijing?" The more he pondered, the more discontent he felt, his already contorted visage becoming even more grotesque. Li Feng's arrival at this moment could only be to revel in his misfortune. After all, his days were numbered. If that were to be the case, let him accompany me to the depths of despair. Fueled by bitterness, Duan Ming, despite his severe injuries, pushed himself up with great effort, drenched in sweat, and poured a small packet of medicinal powder into the teapot on the table. Stirring the mixture, he poured 2 cups of tea, then returned to his bed. Duan Ming finally responded to Li Feng, "Senior brother, the door is not closed. Please come in. Forgive your junior for being gravely injured and unable to rise to open it for you." Li Feng promptly pushed the door open and was met with the sight of Duan Ming, his complexion pale and drenched in sweat, leaning against the headboard, gazing at him with an expression of profound complexity. As Duan Ming observed Li Feng, the latter also scrutinized him, realizing that in just half a day, Duan Ming's lifespan had inexplicably diminished to a mere 18 years. Duan Ming, Qi Training Level 2181-8120, age, lifespan. Maximum lifespan. This signified that Duan Ming would not survive the year, or rather, he had only a few days left. Li Feng was taken aback by Meng Yijing's ruthlessness. Having effectively delivered Duan Ming to the brink of death, a chill of fear coursed through him. Had it not been for the protection of the sect leader, he would likely have met the same fate at Meng Yijing's hands. "What has happened to you, Junior? Are you unwell?" Li Feng inquired with a calm demeanor, his concern evident. "Senior brother, please sit and have some tea." Duan Ming managed a grim smile and said, "All of this is the consequence of my own actions. Meng Yijing possesses a heart as cold as a serpent's. He has rendered my heart and Dantian useless, and I am not far from death. The enmity I have accumulated with you over the years was instigated by him. Now, as I face my demise, I hope you can forgive the wrongs I have committed." Observing Duan Ming's tragic state, Li Feng sighed. "I understand, Junior. You are not entirely to blame. I have already forgiven you." Duan Ming looked at Li Feng with sincerity, as if acutely aware of the weight of his sins. "Since you have forgiven me, please drink that cup of tea. Otherwise, I shall depart in unrest," he urged. Li Feng glanced at the cup of tea, but refrained from picking it up. He did not believe in the adage that a person facing death speaks kindly. He held firm to the belief that one's nature is hard to change, and Duan Ming could not harbor good intentions. A mere insect on the verge of expiring wishes to plot against the demon lord. "Do you think you can fool me by poisoning the tea? Once you perish, I shall claim the Qingmu protective technique sewn into your back, retrieve the 3 spirit stones hidden beneath the grinding stone outside, and then chop you into pieces with a firewood knife to feed the pigs." At that moment, the game's narration incited Li Feng to exact vengeance. 15. Disciple of the Spirit Herb Peak, Chen Haifeng. The game's words resonated with Li Feng's thoughts. Indeed, Duan Ming harbored ill intentions. The realization that this individual would attempt to harm him even in death provoked a laugh of exasperation from Li Feng. This child had chosen his own path to demise. "You are gravely injured and should drink some water. You should have the first sip of tea," Li Feng said, lifting a cup of tea to Duan Ming's lips with a visage full of concern. Duan Ming's expression stiffened for a moment, astonished that Li Feng would repay malice with kindness and show such concern for him. Yet, he knew that the tea was laced with the deadly poison of spider venom. Even a Qi Training Level 3 cultivator would perish from it. No, Li Feng could not possibly have good intentions. He must be wary of my potential to poison the tea and is testing me. Humph. Regardless, I cannot escape death. So what does it matter if I drink the poisoned tea? As long as I can deceive you into accompanying me in death, it will all be worth it. A myriad of thoughts surged through Duan Ming's mind as he expressed heartfelt gratitude to Li Feng, saying, "Brother, it is only now that I realize how foolish I was in the past. You are the only one who has truly cared for me here on the Servant Peak. I will drink now." With that, he opened his mouth and gulped down a cup of tea, only to be choked and break into a fit of coughs. Cough, cough. Cough. A peculiar flush colored his face as he urged Li Feng, "Brother, you should drink too. Thank you for coming to see me." He gazed at Li Feng, hoping that by consuming the poisoned tea, he could alleviate Li Feng's concerns and wishing that Li Feng would swiftly drink from the other cup as well. Unexpectedly, Li Feng's expression shifted abruptly, and he rose with an air of cold indifference. "Brother," Duan Ming looked at him in confusion. Li Feng, with a stoic face, threw the teacup to the ground. "Stop your act, you wretched creature. Do you think I am unaware of the poison you put in the tea?" Although Li Feng remained strikingly handsome and seemingly harmless, Duan Ming felt an unsettling chill emanating from him. Could this be Li Feng's true face? He had never heard Li Feng utter a single curse before. His fade was so convincing. Such a person was indeed truly ruthless. The cold light emanating from Li Feng's eyes reminded Duan Ming of the large dog raised by his neighbor. Others passed by the dog's gate without a bark, leading him to believe it was mute. It wasn't until one day, when he dashed past the dog and was knocked down, losing a substantial piece of flesh, that he learned the truth. A biting dog does not bark. Li Feng now bore a striking resemblance to that formidable dog. Li Feng regarded Duan Ming with an icy stare, observing his complexion pale progressively, blood oozing from his mouth, and his pupils gradually dilating. "You are not deserving of death in my presence. I intended merely to take a glance and leave. Yet, you insisted on theatrics, hastening your demise. Thus I shall accommodate you." Duan Ming could no longer articulate coherent words, only producing strange sounds from his throat as blood stained his chest. The hatred in his eyes widened, and he raised a hand to touch Li Feng's garment, only to let it fall limply, his head tilting to one side as he breathed his last. He was surely dead. Observing Duan Ming's state, Li Feng noted it bore a striking resemblance to the villagers slain by mountain bandits, concluding that he had indeed departed this world. "Ha ha ha. I have finally taken a life. This marks a small step on my path to becoming a demon sovereign, yet a significant stride towards unifying the demonic realm. I shall dismember Duan Ming to quell my inner rage. Soon, I will abandon the Qingyan sect and join the Demon Cloud Tower. A bright future awaits." Li Feng was not swayed by the game's narrative. Such trivial matters were insufficient to provoke him into fleeing. Duan Ming had been killed by Meng Yijing. He bore no responsibility. Moreover, this was the servant peak. Li Feng tore the sewn protective talisman from Duan Ming's garment and retrieved 3 low-grade spirit stones from the grinding stone outside. After closing the door to Duan Ming's abode, he exited the servant peak as he typically would. Not long after he departed, Duan Ming's humble abode was suddenly engulfed in flames, reduced to a heap of black ash within a mere half-hour. Zhang Qiduan, in a rare display of seriousness, summoned everyone and sternly warned Luosen and the others to exercise utmost caution with fire, lest they, like Duan Ming, become so inebriated that they fail to notice the flames and meet a fiery demise. Subsequently, disciples from the outer gate's law enforcement hall arrived to investigate. Zhang Qiduan discreetly slipped them 5 spirit stones, and they merely jotted down a few notes before departing. The death of a mere servant would not attract any attention. Li Feng was oblivious to these events, nor did he need to be informed. Even without his urging for Duan Ming's premature demise, the procedures following the death would have remained unchanged. Zhang Qiduan would never harbor enmity towards Meng Yijing due to Duan Ming's passing. Naturally, the 5 spirit stones would be returned to Meng Yijing in double, further solidifying his reluctance to provoke Zhang Qiduan. Following the route indicated by the communication talisman, Li Feng traversed for 8 or 9 hours before arriving at the foot of the 102nd Spirit Herb Peak. Along the way, he passed through several teleportation arrays, spanning thousands of miles, highlighting the vastness of the Qingyan sect, where even the outer gate occupies a greater area than 2 or 3 provinces from his previous life. Upon reaching the Spirit Herb Peak, dawn had already arrived. As the first rays of morning light pierced through the night, the peak gradually awakened from its slumber. The sky transitioned from deep blue to soft purple, eventually adorned with a delicate golden hue, as the sun began its ascent on the eastern horizon, casting warm light upon the earth. At the summit, purple spiritual energy swirled like gossamer, gently swaying in the morning breeze. The vegetation of the Spirit Herb Peak shimmered in the dawn's glow, each leaf adorned with glistening dew, sparkling brilliantly. The concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the Servant's Peak. Even without the aid of spirit stones for cultivation, Li Feng estimated he could break through to the 3rd level of qi refinement within 3 years. His eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the spiritual herbs in the fields. Purple frost fruit, first rank 1,100 to 130 years, age and lifespan limit. Jade Purple Orchid, first rank 1,150 to 170 years, age and lifespan limit. Treasure Leaf. These herbs represent the very essence of longevity. This mountain is vastly larger than the Servant's Peak, and the ascent took several hours. Fortunately, Li Feng encountered a senior brother flying on a sword, who graciously offered him a ride. Thank you, Brother Chun, for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have been utterly exhausted by the time I climbed the mountain. Li Feng smiled gratefully at the towering figure of Chen Haifeng, who sported a handlebar mustache and possessed a bright gaze. After clarifying Li Feng's purpose at the foot of the mountain, they exchanged identities. Chen Haifeng was also a disciple of this herb peak, having been in the sect for 2 to 3 decades. On the flying sword, Li Feng discreetly glimpsed his lifespan. Chen Haifeng, Qi Refinement 7th level 4716 to 0210, age and lifespan limit. Achieving the 7th level of Qi Refinement in 30 years is quite an impressive feat barring any unforeseen circumstances. Chen Haifeng is expected to live for over a century, and perhaps he may even have the opportunity to approach the threshold of foundational cultivation. There exists an ancient adage within the realm of immortality, a century to establish the foundation. This implies that even those with the most meager talents require 100 years to achieve foundational cultivation. As for those with even lesser abilities, they perish before reaching this stage. The lowest tier of talent capable of attaining foundational cultivation is akin to someone like Li Feng, who possesses a medium-grade spiritual root among the 5 elements. Furthermore, this century-long endeavor necessitates the aid of external resources such as spiritual stones and medicinal pills. At 16, drawing wisdom from the teachings of his laid-back master, he recognizes that henceforth they shall be like brothers, obligated to support one another. Chen Haifeng chuckled heartily, his demeanor robust and welcoming, reminiscent of an amiable elder brother. I am heading to see our master, the lord of this peak. I might as well take you along, he declared, leading the way for Li Feng. Thank you, senior brother, Li Feng responded with gratitude. As they traversed the summit of the spiritual herb peak, the surrounding mountains undulated gracefully, basking in the golden embrace of the morning light, rendering them exceptionally magnificent. The air atop the peak was fresh and invigorating, tinged with a slight chill that rejuvenated the spirit. The sky above was a profound azure, occasionally adorned with a few fluffy white clouds drifting lazily by, their forms shifting in an enchanting dance, evoking whimsical thoughts of celestial beings journeying upon dragons and cranes. Atop the spiritual herb peak, the land was adorned with 3rd and 4th tier spiritual herbs, exuding a delicate fragrance. Under the sun's radiant glow, the leaves of these plants shimmered with a vibrant green hue, appearing irresistibly alluring. Li Feng marveled inwardly, realizing that the lifespan of these herbs spanned 4 to 5 centuries. Should he manage to harvest the longevity of these spiritual herbs, his own lifespan could swell to an astonishing figure. As they passed through the lower slopes, they glimpsed a few early rising disciples tending to the herb fields. Yet, on the summit, not a soul was in sight. This was not due to a lack of diligence among the disciples of the herb peak, but rather because these precious herbs could only be overseen by the peak's master. These herbs were invaluable materials for concocting elixirs of the golden core realm, treasured beyond measure. At this moment, Li Feng's aspiration to become the master of the herb peak crystallized with clarity. Only by ascending to this position could he freely harvest the longevity of these herbs. As Li Feng envisioned a future where he leisurely gathered herbs in the East Garden, basking in the azure sky, Chen Haifeng turned to him with a smile, saying, "Junior brother, we have arrived. Our master resides within this hall. I shall notify him. Please wait here for a moment." "Thank you, senior brother." Li Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Haifeng emerged, beckoning Li Feng to enter alongside him. In contrast to the simplicity of the Servant Peak, where Zhang Qiduan resided in a humble thatched cottage, the master of the herb peak lived in extravagant splendor, occupying an opulent palace adorned with intricately carved railings and gilded walls, attended by a bevy of beautiful maidens for his sustenance. Most of these maidens were mere mortals, their faces adorned with gentle smiles, devoid of any hint of sorrow. Serving an immortal was a matter of great honor, a privilege that most could only dream of. Moreover, they need only serve at the apothecary peak until the age of 20 to acquire a substantial fortune capable of transforming the latter half of their lives. Whether descending the mountain to marry or to invite suitors, they need not concern themselves with the whims of men. "Good morning, Immortal Chun," they greeted. Along the way, The beautiful attendants engaged in light conversation with Chun Haifeng, who responded with a smile that deepened, as if lost in the reverberations of their celestial titles. Li Feng began to comprehend, to some extent, the reason behind the apothecary Peak Master's indulgence in such a retinue of maidens. Perhaps he wished to revel in the fantasy of immortality. Although the Peak Master held merely foundational cultivation within the Qingyan sect, such practitioners were regarded as celestial beings among the mundane world. With a lifespan exceeding 4 centuries, he commanded the reverence of mortals. The maidens cast curious glances at Li Feng, primarily due to his striking handsomeness, yet none inquired about his background. Their duty was to serve the Peak Master, and they adhered to the decorum of silence regarding matters not their own. After navigating several winding corridors within the hall for a few minutes, Chen Haifeng finally led Li Feng to the entrance of a grand hall adorned with steps of white jade and railings of gold. At that moment, Li Feng understood why Chen Haifeng had kept him waiting for so long. The palace was simply vast, revealing the Peak Master's apparent penchant for indulgence. Disciple Chen Haifeng, accompanied by newly registered disciple Li Feng, seeks an audience with the master, he proclaimed from the jade steps, gesturing for Li Feng to bow in reverence. Li Feng promptly complied. In the next moment, a robust and resonant voice emanated from within the golden doors that stood ajar. You too may enter. As the voice echoed, the doors gradually swung open, and Chen Haifeng and Li Feng stepped inside. The interior was suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood, casting an ethereal ambience that instinctively relaxed the mind and spirit. Then, melodies filled the air, revealing several women clad in flowing green silk skirts, playing string instruments and ringing bells, while other striking beauties danced gracefully in tune with the music. It resembled a live performance of exquisite dance. Li Feng couldn't help but internally critique the old man's taste for amusement. In the center of the hall, an elderly Taoist donned in blue robes, with hair and beard as white as snow, sat bare-chested upon a jade couch, luxuriating in the ministrations of the maidens. Behind him, attendants not only fanned him, but also peeled a fruit resembling an orange, feeding its succulent flesh to him. This was indeed a life of unparalleled luxury, akin to that of an emperor. Haifeng, now that you have returned, you must continue to tend to the several plots of medicinal herbs in the A-class section. The Dong Shuoyan within those fields is about to bloom. It is an exceedingly rare second-tier spirit herb and must not be neglected. Once it blossoms, be sure to harvest it promptly. The Peak Master spoke slowly after savoring a piece of fruit. Chen Haifeng nodded respectfully. The Dong Shuoyan is indeed rare. I shall take good care of it. Your name is Li Feng, is it not? At this moment, the master turned his murky little eyes toward Li Feng. After scrutinizing him up and down, he shook his head, remarking, You possess a pleasing appearance, yet alas, in the realm of cultivation, it is one's aptitude that holds significance, not mere looks. I am called Li Fuwei, and I have already perused the information regarding you that Qizheng submitted. Your 5-element spiritual root, though mediocre, still affords you the opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage if you are willing to exert yourself. Since you are under my tutelage, do not indulge in pleasures and neglect your cultivation, otherwise, I shall have no choice but to expel you from the mountain. Li Feng bowed deeply, responding, I shall certainly heed my master's teachings and will not dare to be negligent in my cultivation. However, inwardly, Li Feng harbored a measure of disdain. This old fellow, surrounded by beautiful women and living in luxury, had the audacity to lecture him on the perils of seeking pleasure. Yet, upon casting a careful glance at Li Fuwei's lifespan, Li Feng suddenly grasped the reason behind his indulgences. Li Fuwei, Foundation Establishment Level 63794104450, Age Lifespan Limit. In an optimal scenario, Li Fuwei had approximately 30 years remaining. Achieving the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment within that time seemed nearly impossible, and transcending to the Golden Core stage was akin to scaling a mountain. Perhaps Li Fuwei was acutely aware of his predicament, prompting his pursuit of enjoyment. I understand you may perceive me, your master, as one who has lost respect with age. Yet your circumstances differ from mine. As if sensing Li Feng's thoughts, Li Fuwei smiled wryly, continuing, until I reached the age of 370. I labored tirelessly in my cultivation without a single day of idleness. Yet, constrained by my innate talent, no amount of effort could allow me to surpass the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, with a maximum of 30 years left to live. The Golden Core stage is beyond my reach. Thus I must seize the joys of life while I can. Though I have crossed the formidable chasm of Foundation Establishment and may live for several centuries, you are merely a fledgling. If you do not strive, You shall wither away into dust within a mere century. Are you content with that? 17. Let the music and dance continue, Li Feng silently vowed. Master, your words hold great wisdom. After your passing, I shall certainly pay my respects annually with incense and offerings. Rest assured, Master, as long as I endure. Even if you were to reincarnate 100 times, I shall remain in my prime. I shall forever cherish your earnest teachings. Li Feng immediately knelt and bowed his head to Li Fuwei. Observing Li Feng's display of respect, Li Fuwei stroked his beard with a slight smile of approval. This child is indeed teachable. Come, pour him a cup of tea. After this tea ceremony, he shall be a disciple of the 102 spiritual medicine peak. With a wave of his hand, someone promptly presented a fragrant cup of green tea to Li Feng. Cradling the teacup, Li Feng knelt before Li Fuwei, solemnly presenting the cup. Disciple Li Feng, offering tea to my master. This was the custom of the Qingyun sect. Disciples at any peak would revere the peak's master as their own, and such allegiance could not be altered unless the master passed away, barring special circumstances. For instance, if a disciple's cultivation surpassed that of their master, the mentor-student relationship would be rendered void. However, such instances were rare, as those exceptional prodigies seldom resided in the outer sect. Good disciple, rise and shine, Li Fuwei said, standing up to accept the tea, savoring a sip. He felt a certain fondness for Li Feng, whose strikingly handsome and youthful appearance reminded Li Fuwei of his own 16-year-old self, brimming with vitality and charm. Of course, this was merely a figment of Li Fuwei's imagination. Men remain youthful at heart until their last breath. Every young soul envisions themselves adorned with an extraordinarily handsome visage. Thank you, Master, Li Feng said gratefully. After expressing his thanks, he slowly rose, maintaining a steady gaze ahead, exhibiting neither servility nor arrogance. The more Li Fuwei observed Li Feng, the more he appreciated him. You possess the 5 elements spiritual root. As for your cultivation method, the 5 elements righteous qi technique suits you perfectly. There is no need for a change. It is rare for someone to cultivate a medium-grade technique to such an impressive level of energy perception. As for spells, what attributes do you wish to cultivate? Li Fuwei inquired, allowing Li Feng to make his own choice. However, Li Feng was unsure of what was best and humbly replied, I leave it entirely to Master's discretion. I will learn whatever you choose to teach, Master. Li Fuwei nodded in approval. Recognizing the wisdom of his disciple, he was neither reckless nor presumptuous. New disciples often lack the discernment to understand what is advantageous, to speak candidly. Many have likely never encountered any spells before. In the past, some of Li Fuwei's disciples would immediately demand powerful combat spells, a mindset that was ill-suited for the medicine peak, leading to their expulsion on the same day. Li Feng's demeanor pleased Li Fuwei immensely. The master would never harm his disciples, and he would certainly guide Li Feng towards the most suitable spells for his cultivation. The most appropriate spells would pertain to the nurturing of spiritual herbs. Certain herbs thrive on water and require overnight irrigation, necessitating the mastery of water attribute spells. Conversely, some herbs prefer arid conditions, demanding the study of fire attribute spells. The external wealth of the medicine peak disciples derives from these spiritual herbs. A portion of the herbs tended by outer disciples is submitted, while some remain with the disciple, which can then be exchanged for cultivation resources to enhance oneself. Even among herbs of the same grade, there exists a distinction in value. Given Li Feng's courteous demeanor, Li Fuwei was inclined to care for him well, entrusting him with the finest first-grade spiritual herb fields to cultivate and thus accumulate more resources. Cultivating immortality also necessitates an understanding of human relationships and social nuances. Therefore, the spells Li Fuwei intended to teach Li Feng would have to be the most suitable for tending to those first-grade spiritual herb fields. On the Ding class, you will oversee 3 spiritual fields, which are now ripe for harvest. I will leave the specifics of the harvesting to your senior brother, Chen Haifeng, to instruct you. From now on, these 3 fields will be your responsibility. Although they each contain different spiritual herbs, they all prefer water, so for your convenience, I will teach you a water attribute spell. Before imparting the spell, Li Fuwei had already assigned the task to Li Feng. Upon hearing that it was the Ding class, Chen Haifeng cast a look of envy towards Li Feng. It seems that this young disciple has garnered the favor of our esteemed master. Upon entering the sect, he has been entrusted with a field of the 4th rank, which could yield an additional 10 low-grade spirit stones annually. In contrast, when I first joined, I was only granted a plot of the 3rd rank, and after fulfilling my regular duties, I barely earned 7 or 8 low-grade spirit stones through a year of hard work. Truly, I cannot compare to Li Feng. Hai Feng, please wait outside the hall. Should anything arise, I shall communicate with you through the jade tablet. Just as Chun Hai Feng fell into contemplation, Li Fu Wei suddenly gestured for him to leave. Chun Hai Feng nodded in compliance and promptly exited the grand hall. Once he departed, Li Fu Wei dismissed all the maidservants. Turning to Li Feng with a smile, the law is not to be transmitted to 6 ears. Here, I possess 2 water element spells. One is a defensive technique known as Water Barrier, while the other is an offensive spell called Water Arrow. The former is of medium grade, while the latter is of low grade. Which would you prefer to learn? Old man, who do you look down upon? You know nothing of this demon lord's innate talent. Only a child would make a choice. This demon lord desires both. As Li Fu Wei's words faded, an ominous chuckle echoed in Li Feng's ears, revealing a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Li Fu Wei, having caught the look in Li Feng's gaze, did not take offense, after all. Who has not been young and impetuous? Assuming Li Feng wished to learn both spells, he chuckled and said, "My dear disciple, I recognize your aptitude. Yet spells differ from martial arts. The former necessitates continuous practice, and you cannot afford the time to master both simultaneously. However, youthful enthusiasm is always commendable. So I shall not dampen your spirits. Here is the plan. Focus diligently on Water Arrow. If you manage to grasp it within a year, I will impart Water Barrier to you as well." "Thank you, esteemed master." Li Feng, relieved that the game's ominous narration had not thwarted him, hastily expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. "Very well, sit cross-legged. And I shall impart Water Arrow to you," Li Fu Wei said with newfound seriousness. Li Feng, not daring to be negligent, promptly complied and seated himself. As he settled, he heard Li Fu Wei reciting incantations, each word resonating deeply, as if symbols were descending into his consciousness. Soon, the spell Water Arrow appeared in the spells section of Li Feng's system panel, marked as "Not Learned." "Have you memorized it, my disciple?" After repeating the incantation numerous times, Li Fu Wei sipped his tea and inquired of Li Feng. Li Feng nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed master. I have committed it to memory." To forget after such repetition would indeed be a mark of ineptitude. Moreover, given the shared resonance of our souls in the transmission, even with lesser talent, one should not falter to such an extent. Li Fu Wei nodded slightly. "It is good that you have learned it. Now, with the jade tablet for communication, you may return. Should any questions arise, consult Chun Hai Feng. He is a sincere and honest elder brother, and you share a certain affinity which may deepen your bond." "I understand, and I shall remember this." Li Feng rose and bowed before exiting the grand hall. As soon as he departed, Li Fu Wei summoned the maidens, exclaiming with a carefree smile, "Let the music play on, let the dance continue." 18. I eagerly await the gift from my junior sister. Upon exiting the palace, Chun Hai Feng greeted him with a beaming smile and clasped his fists in congratulations. "Junior brotherly, congratulations." Li Feng chuckled, shaking his head in modesty. "Brother, you jest. There is nothing to congratulate me about." Chun Hai Feng, with eyes full of envy, replied, "How could it not be worthy of congratulations when our master holds such affection for you? I have never seen anyone ascend the mountain and cultivate a field of spiritual herbs so swiftly. You are the first. Is that so?" Li Feng expressed mild surprise and turned to Chun Hai Feng with gratitude. "It is all thanks to Brother Chen's influence that master has been so kind to me. I owe you my appreciation for bringing me to the Medicine Peak." As he spoke, Li Feng produced a low-grade spirit stone and offered it to Chun Hai Feng. "A mere token of my esteem. I hope you will continue to guide me in the future." Chun Hai Feng's expression shifted upon seeing the spirit stone, and he frowned. "Junior brother, you underestimate my character. Do I appear to be someone who exploits my juniors for personal gain? We are fellow disciples, and it is only natural that we assist one another. If you continue this way, I shall take offense." Observing his sincerity and recalling Li Fu Wei's assessment of Chun Hai Feng as honest and straightforward, Li Feng decided to pocket the spirit stone, momentarily accepting this brother's goodwill. "That is the spirit. If you encounter any difficulties or have questions in the future, do not hesitate to ask me." Chun Hai Feng patted Li Feng on the shoulder. "Come, let me show you your herb field." "Thank you, brother," Li Feng replied quietly as he followed behind. The herb field designated for cultivating Tier 1 spiritual herbs was situated near the foot of the mountain. Li Feng's plot was closest to the Tier 2 fields, encompassing an area of approximately 3 to 4 acres. Surrounding the herb field stood a modest wooden cabin, clean and well-equipped with all necessary living facilities. Chun Haifeng explained that each disciple resides adjacent to their respective herb fields for ease of management. The 3 plots cultivated blue silvergrass, celestial bone vine, and 100-spirit ginseng. After showing Li Feng the cabin, Chun Haifeng led him to the outer section of the spiritual fields, introducing the herbs available for harvesting. The blue silvergrass in this plot was known for its exclusivity. No other herbs could thrive in its soil, as they would be ensnared and exterminated by the entangling blue silvers. As they entered a field of blue-hued spiritual herbs, even at night, they emitted a faint blue luminescence akin to fireflies. Be particularly cautious when harvesting. Avoid touching its leaves, as the barbed edges can injure even a foundation establishment cultivator. Chun Haifeng imparted with a serious demeanor. The leaves of the blue silvergrass were slender, sprouting numerous tendrils from the stem, all densely covered with thorns. At this juncture, the flowers had already withered, yielding fruits resembling purple conical strawberries. Each blue silvergrass plant bears approximately 7 or 8 fruits. These fruits embody both the medicinal value of the blue silvergrass and its significance. You need merely to harvest them, dry them under the sun, and then inform the senior brother. He will come to collect the medicinal materials and acknowledge your contribution. Chun Haifeng smiled meaningfully and added, of course, at that time. The senior brother will inform you of the weight of the blue silvergrass fruits to be submitted. Should the quantity you possess exceed the standard, you may retain the surplus as personal gain. Everyone does so do not feel burdened by it. Suddenly lowering his voice, Chun Haifeng cautioned Li Feng. Just remember that the senior brother has a slight penchant for greed, so do not forget to offer him something. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Chun. I understand. Li Feng noted inwardly, realizing that the medicinal peak was not entirely composed of honest individuals like Chun Haifeng. Recognizing that Li Feng had absorbed his words, Chun Haifeng refrained from further elaboration and proceeded to discuss the care of blue silvergrass. Blue silvergrass thrives in moist, shaded environments. Each day at noon, when the sun is at its zenith, you must water them for at least an hour, during which they will retain moisture. And no further watering will be necessary at other times. Li Feng remarked, that doesn't seem too troublesome. Is fertilization required? Not at all, Chun Haifeng replied, shaking his head. You should have noticed that the spiritual energy in the spiritual medicine peak is far denser than in many areas of the outer sect. These herbs absorb spiritual energy to grow robustly, requiring no additional fertilization. Just ensure they do not perish from thirst. Understood, Li Feng nodded, casting a glance at the lifespan of the blue silvergrass. Blue silvergrass, first stage 40, 138, 150 years, age limit. Let us proceed. I will show you the methods for caring for the other 2 medicinal fields. Chun Haifeng guided Li Feng, imparting the care techniques for the remaining fields. The celestial bone vine is a type of climbing plant that grows directly in the rice paddies, with its white stems climbing on trellises, resembling bone segments. No wonder it is named celestial bone vine. The medicinal value of the celestial bone vine lies in its flower buds, which resemble trumpets and are as large as a palm. Simply harvest the flower buds, dry them, and grind them into powder for submission. The care for the celestial bone vine is straightforward, as the water level in the rice paddy must not fall below the roots of the vine. Celestial bone vine, first stage 70, 130, 170 years, age limit. As for the 100-spirit ginseng, it bears some resemblance to ginseng, but grows as individual plants. Its roots resemble potatoes, producing many thick and large roots each year. The medicinal value lies in these potato-like roots, which must be carefully unearthed without damaging them. The care for this plant, however, is somewhat laborious, as it does not retain water on its own. It requires watering morning, noon, and night, each time for an hour. Additionally, we must tend to weeding and pest control, making it rather delicate and demanding. However, the medicinal value of this herb surpasses all others within the realm, as it is said that the nourishing Qi Dan requires this particular ingredient. Baling ginseng, first tier 90, 270. 302 years, age lifespan limit. Although tending to this herb is no simple task, its longevity is remarkable, and Li Feng believed that he could derive significant benefits from it. After conveying all necessary information to Li Feng, Chun Haifeng added him as a friend on the communication jade token, and with a glance of envy from Li Feng, they ascended the mountain on their swords. I too shall master this sword-riding technique, soaring through the winds, indulging in the freedom of the heavens. This is the essence of cultivating immortality, Li Feng mused silently. Just as he prepared to return to his small abode, he suddenly noticed several unread messages on his communication jade. Su Qianxua, Senior brother, I am currently at the miscellaneous peak, but I cannot find you. Are you not at the miscellaneous peak? Where are you now? Pouts Su Qianxue. Senior brother, did you hear that the detestable Duan Ming has met his demise? That fellow drank too much and was burned alive when his house caught fire. He truly deserved it. Smiles Su Qianxue. Senior brother, are you at the medicine peak? It's too far. Perhaps I shall come to find you in a few days. Tears Su Qianxue. Senior brother, I have sent you a precious gift via mail. Please let me know when you receive it. You will surely adore this present. Laughs, seeing the flurry of messages from her. Li Feng smiled faintly and responded with a smiley face. Li Feng, smiles I am at the medicine peak, eagerly anticipating your gift. 19. Third layer of Qi refinement. This revelation prompted an immediate response from Su Qianxue as she inundated Li Feng with a series of messages. They mostly consisted of her playful complaints about him not waiting for her, along with a request for him to accompany her down the mountain to the town in a month. After a moment of consideration, Li Feng agreed in writing. The two continued their conversation until the stroke of midnight, revealing a side of Su Qianxue that contrasted sharply with her usual aloof demeanor. She chattered incessantly, sharing her experiences at Qingyun sect, primarily expressing grievances about the people and events there. Li Feng listened attentively, occasionally offering his agreement. Seemingly aware that Li Feng would be busy the next day, Su Qianxue finally ceased her messages. Li Feng rubbed his temples, placing the communication jade aside, finally comprehending the exhaustion that accompanies conversing with a girl. Sometimes, just as he pondered how to respond to one question, she would toss several more his way. It was difficult to fathom how couples in his past life could sustain endless conversations. Having arrived at the medicine peak, it was imperative to prioritize cultivation and elevate his own prowess. He opened his interface, determined to enhance his abilities using 100 years of lifespan. He had never entertained the notion of merely sitting in meditation. That would indeed be a waste of precious time. Name, Li Feng, lifespan, 16,215. Race, mortal, cultivation, none. Can invest lifespan for training, technique. 5 elements true Qi formula, Qi perception. Can invest lifespan for training, spell, water arrow. Not yet cultivated. Can invest lifespan for training, divine ability. None. Can invest lifespan for training, magical artifact. None. Can enhance lifespan intensity, innate fortune, supreme fortune. Descendant of chaos divine demon's bloodline, current purity 1 in a billion. Can invest lifespan to purify bloodline. Spiritual root talent. Growth type 5 elements spiritual root, medium grade. Spiritual root grows over time. 3 years for high grade. 30 years for top grade. 300 years for celestial grade. 3,000 years for chaotic grade. Can invest lifespan for training. Heaven and earth lifespan framework. Can collect remaining lifespan from spiritual plants after defeating demon cultivators. Can also obtain their remaining lifespan, which can be used to deduce techniques, divine abilities, and even spiritual roots, thereby enhancing cultivation. Previously, 12 years of lifespan were expended to discover the 5 elements true Qi formula Qi perception. I shall first cultivate this technique to see how much strength I can enhance. Li Feng attempted to mentally click on the technique column, and words immediately appeared. Please enter the lifespan you wish to invest in deduction. Note, lifespan deduction does not have external resource support, and the lifespan consumed will exceed that required for actual cultivation. I will first invest 50 years to see how it goes. Li Feng mentally entered the number 50, and in the next second, he found himself immersed in a profound state of cultivation. You have spent 1 year learning 5 elements true Qi formula. After developing Qi perception, a trace of spiritual energy emerges in your dantian, slowly advancing towards the threshold of the technique. You have spent 5 years learning 5 elements true Qi formula. After developing Qi perception, your dantian is filled with spiritual energy, and you have broken through to the first layer of Qi trainings, slowly progressing towards the threshold of the technique. You have spent 10 years learning 5 elements true Qi formula. After developing Qi perception, your dantian is filled with spiritual energy, and you have broken through to the second layer of Qi training, slowly progressing towards the threshold of the technique. You have spent 34 years learning 5 elements true Qi formula. After developing Qi perception, your dantian is filled with spiritual energy, and you have broken through to the third layer of Qi training. Your diligent cultivation of 5 elements true Qi formula has finally brought the technique to the threshold, allowing for faster absorption of spiritual energy, and you are slowly advancing towards minor accomplishment in the technique. With 50 years of cultivation insights, a powerful suction force emerged in Li Feng's dantian, wildly drawing in nearby spiritual energy. A small vortex of spiritual energy even formed above his modest dwelling, creating a phenomenon of energy backflow. Fortunately, the spiritual energy atop the medicinal peak was abundant, and such occurrences were not unusual. Coupled with the fact that most disciples resided far away, no one noticed the anomaly in Li Feng's residence. After an hour, the phenomenon of energy backflow subsided, and Li Feng's cultivation stabilized at the initial stage of the third layer of qi training. With a deep breath, Li Feng exhaled a cloud of murky air, realizing that not only had his cultivation progressed, but his comprehension of the 5 elements righteous qi technique had also deepened significantly. Following the enhancement of his technique, his training speed had notably accelerated. After circulating his energy, he felt a marked improvement in his cultivation pace, prompting a moment of contemplation. He believed it prudent to further refine his technique until it reached perfection, although the cultivation process was inherently linked to his lifespan. A perfected technique would undoubtedly yield a swifter training pace compared to an introductory level, thereby conserving his precious vitality. 50 years spent in the third layer of qi refinement was a staggering duration, especially considering that the breakthrough to this layer had consumed 34 years. Li Feng sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of regret. If it took 34 years for the third layer, what would the fourth layer require? And what of the foundation establishment stage? The more he pondered, the greater his anxiety grew. Yet, upon reflection, he realized his worries were unfounded. Even his peer, Wan Linglong, who possessed superior dual spiritual roots, had yet to breach the third layer of qi refinement. With his talent, achieving a breakthrough to the third layer in a single day was indeed a remarkable feat, warranting no despair. The lifespan consumed was merely an illusion. His cultivation was the true foundation of his existence, and he should embrace this realization with joy. With this newfound clarity, Li Feng felt enlightened. Furthermore, his spiritual root was of the growth type. After 3 years, it would transform into a high-quality 5-element root. And in 30 years, it would evolve into an exquisite root. Upon reaching the exquisite root level, his cultivation speed would be comparable to that of a low-quality dual spiritual root. 30 years was but a fleeting moment in his boundless lifespan, hardly worthy of concern. First, he resolved to dedicate 10 years to see if he could master the water arrow technique. He glanced at the spell section and input the number 10. This water arrow technique was essential for his survival and must be mastered. Otherwise, should he be expelled from the medicinal peak, his lifespan would be irrevocably compromised. You have spent 1 year learning water arrow. You are gradually becoming familiar with this spell and can now launch 3 water arrows at once, progressing slowly towards the entry level of the spell. You have spent 2 years learning water arrow. Your familiarity with the spell has increased, allowing you to launch 10 water arrows at once. You have successfully entered the spell and are progressing towards proficiency. You have spent 3 years learning water arrow. You are becoming adept, capable of launching 20 water arrows at once. The spell has reached the proficient level and is slowly advancing towards minor mastery. You have spent 4 years learning water arrow. You can now effortlessly launch 50 water arrows at once. The spell has achieved minor mastery and is gradually moving towards major mastery. In 10 years. To elevate water arrow to minor mastery suggested that his aptitude was superior to that of most disciples of the Qingyan sect. Li Fuwei's request for me to reach the entry level within a year was likely intended to motivate me. In truth, achieving entry within 3 years would already be considered exceptional. Yet, having attained it in just 2 years, my aptitude was undoubtedly remarkable. Li Feng contemplated quietly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Whether it was true or not, he would ascertain by inquiring with Qin Haifeng the following day. At 20 years of age, having reached the 5th level of qi cultivation, his lifespan had surpassed 1,500 years. Having already expended 60 years, he thought it prudent to aim for an additional 40, to round it off nicely. He understood, while that surplus lifespan only proved valuable once transformed into strength. Otherwise, without the ability to protect oneself, even a lifespan of 10,000 years could be extinguished by others. It was imperative that he exceeded Su Qianxue's prowess, for that woman belonged to the demon sect. And who could fathom her intentions for coming to Qingyan sect? Should she set her sights on him? Could he truly rely on his appearance to evoke her mercy? It was not that Li Feng was overly suspicious. Rather, he recognized that the depths of the human heart are inscrutable, and thus he trusted only himself. Turning his gaze to the cultivation section of the system panel, he mentally input the number 40. You have dedicated 10 years to learning the 5 elements righteous qi technique. After mastering the basics, your rate of absorbing spiritual energy has significantly increased. One day, you suddenly achieve enlightenment and break through to the fourth level of qi cultivation. Your persistent practice of the 5 elements righteous qi technique is steadily advancing towards a minor completion of the technique. You have devoted 30 years to mastering the 5 elements righteous qi technique. Following your foundational understanding, your capacity to absorb spiritual energy has surged. You effortlessly break through to the 5th level of qi cultivation. Your continued dedication has led you to refine this technique to a minor completion, accelerating your absorption of spiritual energy and gradually progressing towards a major completion of the technique. Li Feng spent 2 hours assimilating the insights from decades of lifespan he had just projected, transforming them into his own cultivation. He then summoned a vortex of spiritual energy above the spiritual field, the magnitude of which startled even him, prompting a frown. If such a commotion accompanied a breakthrough in qi cultivation, what would happen during the foundation establishment or golden core stages? At this rate, even if he wished to remain hidden on the medicine peak, he could not escape detection. At that moment, the voice of the game narrator echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to the first level of qi cultivation. A new function in the game of life has been unlocked. Please choose your desired function. Function 1. Conceal breakthrough anomalies, depending on the strength of the breakthrough. A corresponding amount of lifespan will be consumed each hour to eliminate the anomalies caused by the breakthrough. Function 2. Exposure of cultivation rewards. The more individuals shocked by the revelation of your cultivation, the greater the reward. If up to 100,000 are astonished, you will be rewarded with a high-quality flying sword. The narrator's announcement brought a lightness to Li Feng's expression. This was indeed an unexpected delight. In the game of life, each significant breakthrough unlocked a new function, and he had not anticipated that the new function for the qi cultivation stage would assist in concealing breakthrough anomalies. However, this function required the consumption of lifespan, a rather steep price to pay. Yet, it was better than having no life at all. He could hardly hope to benefit from the high-quality flying sword offered by the second function. After a moment of grumbling, Li Feng resolutely selected the first function, attempting to activate the concealment of breakthrough anomalies. The breakthrough phenomenon of the 5th level of qi cultivation consumes 5 years of lifespan every hour. Would you like to activate it? The fee appears quite reasonable. The commotion caused by breaking through to the 5th level of qi cultivation lasts merely an hour. Saving 5 years of lifespan can indeed spare one from unnecessary troubles, which is rather commendable. Li Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to activate the feature. His system panel had already undergone a transformation, and his prowess was now unparalleled. Name: Li Feng. Lifespan: 16,115. Race: Mortal. Cultivation level: 5th level of qi. Lifespan can be invested to simulate cultivation. Cultivation technique: 5 elements righteous qi formula. Minor accomplishment: lifespan can be invested to simulate cultivation. Spell: Water arrow. Minor accomplishment: lifespan can be invested to simulate cultivation. Divine ability: none. Lifespan can be invested to simulate cultivation. Magical artifact: none. Lifespan can be invested to enhance potency. Innate fortune: top tier fortune. Descendant of the Chaos Divine Demon bloodline. Current purity: 1 in 10 million. Lifespan can be invested to purify bloodline. Spiritual root talent: growth type 5 elements. Spiritual root, medium quality. The spiritual root grows over time. 3 years for high quality, 30 years for supreme quality, 300 years for celestial quality, 3,000 years for chaotic quality. Lifespan can be invested to simulate cultivation. Heaven and Earth lifespan framework can collect remaining lifespan from spiritual plants upon defeating demons or cultivators. Their remaining lifespan can also be acquired. Lifespan can be used to simulate techniques, divine abilities, and even spiritual roots, thereby enhancing cultivation. With a remaining lifespan of 100 years, he decided against any immediate enhancements. Tomorrow, he would begin harvesting spiritual herbs. These few days in a year were the opportune moments to extend lifespan, and he hoped for a bountiful yield. Li Feng felt quite content with his current accomplishments. Achieving the 5th level of qi cultivation within 90 years, without the aid of elixirs or spiritual stones, was a significant feat given his innate talent. It was undoubtedly a profitable endeavor. Had it not been for the 5 elements righteous qi formula reaching minor accomplishment, he likely would not have attained the 5th level of qi cultivation. After all, he was now in the mid-stage of qi cultivation. And with the minor accomplishment level of water arrow, Li Feng stood shoulder to shoulder with his peers at the 5th level. The advantage of having a 5-element spiritual root is the quintuple capacity for storing spiritual energy in the dantian compared to a singular spiritual root. Spiritual energy is akin to ammunition. The more one possesses, the longer one can sustain spells. Currently, what he lacked were defensive techniques and methods to conceal his cultivation level. He still had a manual, greenwood protective technique that he had yet to study. As for the techniques to obscure his cultivation, he would need to find a way to exchange for them at the contribution pavilion. As a few more hours passed, dawn broke. The spiritual herb field at the foot of the mountain emerged in the morning light, revealing a tranquil yet mysterious scene. With the first ray of sunlight piercing through the night's veil, the mountain mist gradually dissipated, unveiling the true visage of the herb field. The field was adorned with ripened blue-silver grass, vibrant and full of life under the nourishment of morning dew, the droplets shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. The enchanting fragrance of the fresh immortal bone vine blossoms mingled with rich spiritual energy, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Li Feng stretched lazily as he stepped out of his small dwelling, gazing at the patches of medicinal herbs before him, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. This was the joy of harvest, and he had chosen the perfect moment to come to Yaofeng. Taking advantage of the early hour, before the sun could touch the Bailing grass, he hurried to gather the fruits of the blue-silver grass. As he entered the herb field, his legs brushed against the leaves of the blue-silver grass, causing the crystalline dew to roll down the leaf's central groove and fall upon him, bestowing a refreshing coolness. Clad in the uniform of an outer sect disciple, he was unconcerned about dampening his clothes. As Li Feng plucked the fruits of the blue-silver grass one by one, a continuous stream of melodious notification sounds echoed in his ears. You have successfully harvested 1 year of lifespan from blue-silver grass. First order. You have successfully harvested 1 year of lifespan from blue-silver grass. First order. It turned out that each fruit only granted a year of lifespan. Li Feng contemplated the fruit in his hand, realizing he had mistakenly believed that plucking the fruit would yield the entirety of its lifespan. It seemed his thoughts had been overly optimistic. The fruit could only be considered a fraction of the blue-silver grass's lifespan, and upon harvesting, he could only obtain a portion of it. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that a single blue-silver grass plant could bear 7 or 8 fruits, translating to 7 or 8 years of lifespan. Indeed, upon checking the lifespan of the blue-silver grass again, he discovered that its lifespan had diminished by 7 or 8 years. Yesterday, the lifespan of the blue-silver grass was blue-silver grass, first order 40, 138, 150 years, age lifespan limit. Today, the lifespan stood at blue-silver grass, first order 40, 130, 142 years, age lifespan limit. It appeared that the blue-silver grass was a medicinal herb that required replanting every 10 years or so. The increase in lifespan invigorated Li Feng, filling him with a sense of exhilaration. He quickened his harvesting pace, laboring in the fields throughout the morning until he finally gathered all the fruits from this plot of land. The replenishment of his lifespan allowed Li Feng's lifespan to surpass the remarkable threshold of 1,500 years. How astonishing! He had thought 500 years would suffice. Yet he had unexpectedly reaped over 1,500 years. Li Feng marveled at the mountain-like pile of blue-silver fruits in his storage bag, unable to contain his astonishment. With 21 fruits, he could exchange for the breath containment technique. The spacing of blue-silver grass plants was quite generous, with around 60 to 70 plants per acre, making this calculation reasonable. The sudden surge in lifespan left Li Feng feeling restless, yearning to elevate his strength immediately. He was exceedingly eager to progress. A mysterious and unsettling enchantress had been persistently harassing him, instilling a profound sense of crisis within Li Feng. He was constantly on guard, fearing that someone might seek to harm him. Now that I possess a millennium of lifespan, the Demon Lord's breakthrough to Foundation establishment is within reach. Once I reveal a hint of my cultivation, the mere Qingyun sect would be compelled to revere me. At that time, I shall transform all female disciples of Qingyun sect into my cauldrons and turn all male disciples into puppets. The sinister laughter echoed ominously in his ears, ringing alarm bells within Li Feng. It is unwise for me to hastily enhance my abilities. Otherwise, my rapid advancement may draw unwanted attention. Li Feng harbors a propensity for suspecting others with the most sinister intentions. However, should his secret be unveiled, he might not receive the nurturing of the Qingyun sect, but instead become a subject of dissection for research. The worst-case scenario could involve some ancient beings directly seizing his essence for their own purposes. Currently, at the 5th level of Qi training, he remains inconspicuous. Yet he must swiftly acquire a technique that conceals his cultivation. The more he contemplated, the more apprehensive he became. He hastily retrieved his communication jade token and navigated to the sect's contribution exchange section. Selecting the technique category, he ordered a manual titled Breath Concealment Technique. With the convenience of a communication jade token, who would personally visit the contribution hall? Online shopping has become the norm. Traditional cultivation practices are outdated. Modernity emphasizes convenience. As long as one places an order within the sect, delivery is guaranteed within a matter of hours. This breath concealment technique is a low-grade spell requiring a contribution value of 100, precisely equivalent to the value of 10 low-grade spirit stones. However, due to the need for delivery, a service fee of 1 spirit stone is required. Converting spirit stones into contribution value incurs another service fee, totaling 11 spirit stones for 100 contribution points. Thus, Li Feng would ultimately expend 12 low-grade spirit stones for this breath concealment technique. What a cunning merchant! Li Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. It was no wonder the delivery was so prompt. The courier industry in the cultivation realm is exceedingly lucrative. It is likely that the delivery personnel are formidable foundation practitioners. Despite his grievances, he recognized that for the sake of his life, such expenses were unavoidable. After placing his order, Li Feng resumed his tasks, spreading the harvested blue-silver fruits under the sun to dry. As the sun ascended, he preferred not to toil under its glare, opting instead to water these precious spiritual herbs. Water Arrow Technique. Channeling his spiritual energy, he executed the minor mastery of the Water Arrow Technique, conjuring 50 water arrows that materialized in midair. Each arrow was approximately 10 feet long and as thick as an arm, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, if struck by one. It would possess the force of a cannonball. However, Li Feng intended to use them solely for irrigating the herbs. With meticulous control, the water arrows circled the spiritual herbs before gently descending to their roots, transforming into a pool of clear water. This was indeed a delicate endeavor. Without having mastered this technique to a minor level, it would have been exhausting. After irrigating the majority of the herb field, Li Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. Reflecting on the experience, his body was not weary, but his mind was fatigued. Failing to regulate the speed and power of the water arrows to achieve a seamless effect could easily damage the herbs. Of course, Li Fei, who had imparted the water arrow technique to Li Feng, did not anticipate that he would be so bold as to utilize the spell for watering herbs on his very first day. Previously, new disciples at the Medicine Peak would dutifully fetch water for irrigation, laboring physically. It would take 5 or 6 years for one to reach the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi training and master the water arrow technique to the entry level before daring to engage in such practices as Li Feng did. A slight fatigue is but a trifling matter. However, damaging the precious elixir would spell considerable trouble. Li Feng had just emerged from the spirit field, ready to quench his thirst and take a brief respite, when he suddenly noticed a man soaring towards him on a flying sword. Clad in the uniform of an inner sect disciple, which was azure in hue, he bore a crimson postal armband on his sleeve. "Who is Peng Yuyan? Your parcel has arrived," the man called out as he hovered above, meticulously checking the positioning of the communication jade token. Li Feng promptly raised his own token. Waving his hand, "Senior, that parcel is mine." The man nodded, alighting gracefully beside Li Feng without dismounting from his sword. After verifying the information on the communication jade token, he retrieved the package and tossed it to Li Feng. "Behold, the manual for the concealment technique is within. After you peruse it, it will self-destruct. You require spirit stones to exchange for contribution points, do you not? Quickly, present me with the stones." He appeared somewhat anxious, urging Li Feng onward. Li Feng produced the spirit stones and, in passing, glanced at the man's identity. Zhu Jianzhan, Foundation Establishment 5th Layer 141760980, age, lifespan limit. To his surprise, this individual bore a round face, somewhat unremarkable in appearance, yet he was an inner sect genius. Having achieved the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment at just over a century old, truly impressive, Li Feng silently mused, speculating that this man might have broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage in his 40s, surely gaining some renown within the inner sect. In the brief moment of distraction, the spirit stones were already taken by Zhu Jianzhan. "Your proficiency in water arrow technique is commendable, and your demeanor is quite extraordinary. Keep up the good work. I hope to see you in the inner sect in the future." After counting the spirit stones, Zhu Jianzhan smiled at Li Feng, his eyes appearing even smaller with the gesture. He then elegantly turned on his sword and vanished into the clouds. Do remember to leave a good review, little junior brother. Echoed Zhu Jianzhen's voice from within the clouds, prompting a smile and a shake of the head from Li Feng. Such flattering words, extolling one as a peerless genius, were merely a means to garner favorable reviews. Naturally, Li Feng did not dare to withhold his praise. Indeed, Zhu Jianzhen must have repeated such phrases countless times in a single day, likely forgetting to whom he had directed them. Yet, he had never encountered anyone as handsome as Li Feng before. Peng Yuyan, what a peculiarly whimsical name. Did he perhaps have a fondness for fish? A fleeting thought crossed Zhu Jianzhen's mind as his flying sword ascended to the ninth heaven. Upon receiving the concealment technique, Li Feng immediately retreated indoors to study it, committing its contents to memory in preparation for immediate cultivation. Name: Li Feng. Lifespan: 161. 615. Race: Mortal. Cultivation: Qi Refinement Level 5, can invest lifespan for progression. Technique: 5 elements true Qi formula, minor accomplishment, can invest lifespan for progression. Spell: Water Arrow. Minor accomplishment, can invest lifespan for progression. Spell: Breath Concealment Technique, not cultivated, can invest lifespan for progression. Divine Ability: None, can invest lifespan for progression. Magical Artifact: None, can invest lifespan to enhance. Potency: Innate Fortune, Supreme Fortune. Bloodline of Chaos Divine Demons, current purity: 1 in 10 million, can invest lifespan to refine bloodline. Spiritual Root Talent: Growth Type 5 Elements. Spiritual Root, medium quality. Spiritual Root grows over time. 3 years for high quality, 30 years for superior quality, 300 years for immortal quality, 3,000 years for chaotic quality, can invest lifespan for progression. Heaven and Earth Lifespan Framework, can harvest residual lifespans from spiritual plants upon defeating demon cultivators. Can also acquire their remaining lifespans. Lifespan can be utilized to progress in techniques, divine abilities, or even spiritual roots, enhancing cultivation. At the age of 22, he created the Conceal Breath Technique, with a lifespan of 3,000 years. Li Feng resolved to invest 10 years of lifespan into cultivating the Breath Concealment Technique. You spent 1 year mastering the Breath Concealment Technique, achieving entry-level proficiency. Within the Qi refinement realm, none can discern your cultivation, and you are slowly advancing towards minor accomplishment. You spent 2 years furthering your study of the Breath Concealment Technique, attaining minor accomplishment. Within the Foundation Establishment Mid-Stage, none can perceive your cultivation, and you are gradually progressing towards major accomplishment. You spent 3 years honing the Breath Concealment Technique, reaching major accomplishment. Within the Foundation Establishment Late Stage, none can unveil your cultivation, and you are slowly moving towards perfection. You spent 4 years perfecting the Breath Concealment Technique, achieving completion. Within the Golden Core Mid-Stage, none can detect your cultivation, and you have gained new insights into this technique, which is now undergoing transformation. Completing it in merely 10 years is indeed a testament to my exceptional talent. Li Feng felt a sense of satisfaction with his comprehension, yet he remained dissatisfied with the technique's effectiveness. In the Qingyun sect, where formidable figures abound, merely concealing his cultivation at the Golden Core Mid-Stage was insufficient. However, lacking sufficient contribution points to exchange for higher-level spells, he was fortunate to have the option of utilizing lifespan for progression, allowing him to advance the Breath Concealment Technique towards a more advanced spell. He was uncertain how much lifespan would be required for this progression, so he decided to invest another 10 years to assess the results. Li Feng endeavored to invest 10 years of lifespan to gauge the outcome. You spent 10 years mastering the Breath Concealment Technique. This spell is now perfected. Within the Golden Core Mid-Stage, none can discern your cultivation, and you have gained new insights, leading to a transformation of this technique. Is that all? Li Feng found himself at a loss for words. 10 years of lifespan seemingly yielded no significant results. Is the creation of a spell truly so arduous? He resolved to invest another 10 years. Li Feng resolved to persevere relentlessly, for he had no shortage of lifespan. After dedicating a decade to mastering the Breath Concealment Technique, he achieved perfection in the art. Within the mid-stages of the Golden Core realm, none could discern his cultivation. His comprehension of this technique deepened, and it began to undergo a transformation. He then committed an additional 80 years to his studies. After 2 decades of effort yielded no results, Li Feng decided to devote a full century to this pursuit. Having spent another 10 years on the Breath Concealment Technique, he once again reached perfection. Yet, due to his diligent inquiry, the technique underwent a metamorphosis. allowing him to conceal his cultivation even in the later stages of the Golden Core realm. His insights into this art expanded further, and it continued to evolve. After 50 years of relentless study, the breath concealment technique reached its pinnacle. Through his unwavering dedication, he attained a profound understanding, eventually creating a mid-tier technique, the hidden breath technique. As long as he chose, none could penetrate his cultivation within the mid-stages of the nascent soul realm. His proficiency in this technique advanced toward a notable level. Creating a technique proved to be a formidable challenge, even with his innate talent. It took him a century to develop a mid-tier skill. This outcome prompted a moment of reflection for Li Feng. How many individuals possess a century to spare? In that instant, he grasped the essence of cultivation, extending one's lifespan. Given that it was a mid-tier technique, could he achieve perfection in a mere decade? Li Feng, fueled by determination, dedicated another 10 years of his lifespan to mastering the hidden breath technique. After 2 years of study, he advanced to a minor completion of the technique, allowing him to remain undetected within the later stages of the nascent soul realm. His understanding deepened further, and the technique progressed toward greater mastery. After 3 years, he perfected the hidden breath technique, enabling him to conceal his cultivation within the early stages of the transformation god realm. 5 years later, he fully mastered the technique, allowing him to remain undetected within the mid-stages of the incarnation realm. His understanding of the technique expanded, and it began to evolve in new directions. Li Feng's aptitude was indeed remarkable. He achieved perfection in this technique within a mere decade. Now, unless confronted by a true monarch in the later stages of the transformation god realm, his cultivation could remain undiscovered. However, within the entire Qingyan sect, true monarchs were rare and represented the foundation of the sect. They would not easily reveal themselves. Thus, Li Feng found himself in a state of temporary security. He glanced at his lifespan panel, and after deducting 110 years, he still had over 1,400 years remaining. Name: Li Feng. Lifespan: 161,495. Race: mortal. Cultivation: Qi refinement level 5. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Technique: 5 elements righteous Qi technique. Medium grade. Minor achievement. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Spell: water arrow. Low grade. Minor achievement. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Spell: concealment technique. Medium grade. Perfected. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Divine ability: none. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Magical artifact: none. Can enhance lifespan. Innate fortune: top tier fortune. Descendant of chaos deities and demons bloodline. Current purity: 1 in a billion. Can invest lifespan to purify bloodline. Spiritual root talent: growth type 5 elements. Spiritual root, medium grade. Spiritual root grows over time. 3 years for high grade, 30 years for top grade, 300 years for immortal grade, 3,000 years for chaotic grade. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Heaven and earth lifespan framework. Can harvest remaining lifespan from spiritual plants, and upon defeating demons or cultivators, can acquire their remaining lifespan, which can be utilized to deduce techniques, divine abilities, or even spiritual roots, thereby enhancing cultivation. With these assurances, Li Feng cast concealment technique upon himself and confidently left his abode. As the sun began to set, it was an opportune moment for harvesting. He rolled up his sleeves and stepped into the field of Bailing ginseng. This spiritual herb required the roots to be unearthed, akin to digging for potatoes, while ensuring the main root remained unscathed. Although laborious, the bounty of lifespan was substantial, bringing Li Feng both toil and joy. You have successfully harvested 10 years of lifespan from Bailing ginseng level 1. Each Bailing ginseng yielded only 1 root. Yet each root bestowed a decade of lifespan, surpassing blue-silver grass by 2 or 3 years. As Li Feng continued his diligent excavations, the lifespan of the Bailing ginseng diminished. Yesterday's lifespan of Bailing ginseng, level 190,270,302 years, age lifespan limit. Today's lifespan of Bailing ginseng, level 190,260,292 years, age lifespan limit, with utmost care. Li Feng toiled until the midnight hour, finally harvesting all the Bailing ginseng in this medicinal field. Lifespan: 3569. Li Feng's lifespan surpassed the 3,000 mark, with the spiritual fields Bailing ginseng augmenting his lifespan by over 2,000 years. 23. Fellow Disciples Trials. Lifespan exceeding 10,000 years. Having come this far, Li Feng resolved to harvest the immortal bone vine as well, after which he would only need to water the spiritual herbs starting tomorrow. Time always seemed to fly when engaged in work. Before he knew it, dawn broke again. After a night of fervent labor, Li Feng had cleared all the spiritual herbs, and his lifespan surged past 5,000 years. Lifespan, 5,746, 3 plots of land, yielding such an abundance of lifespan in a year. If he were to become the leader of the spiritual herb peak, it would be akin to achieving immortality. Li Feng laid out the medicinal herbs that required drying outside his dwelling, stretching lazily as he prepared to return indoors. Suddenly, he caught sight of a young disciple, who was accompanied by 2 beautiful maidens, strolling past his spiritual field. The individual had a delicate appearance, a frail figure, and noticeably puffy eyelids and dark circles beneath his eyes, exuding an air of frailty. By Zaiji, Qi Refinement Level 422190250, Age Lifespan Limit. Upon observing this person's lifespan, Li Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this individual was a prodigy. At merely 22 years of age, and already at the 4th level of Qi Refinement, possessing a lifespan of 190 years, it seemed that, barring unforeseen circumstances, a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage should pose no challenge. However, the sinister glint in this person's eyes suggested he was not particularly amiable. Bai Zaiji, with a maiden on each arm, was engaging in playful antics that caused the 2 maidens to blush. When he noticed their glances inadvertently drifting towards Li Feng, his slender eyes narrowed slightly, and he began to appraise Li Feng. Unable to discern any evident cultivation, he surmised that Li Feng was merely a novice who had recently ascended the mountain, audaciously attempting to entice his women, a detestable pretty boy indeed. After a thorough assessment, Bai Zaiji concluded that this pretty boy was someone he could bully. Yet, to ensure his safety, he feigned politeness and smiled at Li Feng, inquiring, "Are you a new arrival to the mountain, junior brother? What is your name? Where do you hail from?" Li Feng, unaware of the ulterior motives behind the inquiry, replied candidly, "Greetings, senior brother. I am Li Feng, having resided on the Servant's Peak since childhood. I just passed the entrance examination the day before yesterday and have come to the Medicine Peak." Bai Zaiji, puzzled, asked, "Having lived on the Servant's Peak since childhood, could it be that you are the offspring of a certain senior brother from there?" Typically, only the progeny of the Peak Master of the Servant's Peak were permitted to reside there. Should Li Feng possess such a background, he would be difficult to manipulate. Li Feng smiled sincerely. "No, it is not so. My village suffered from banditry during my childhood, and a senior brother from the Qingyun sect rescued me and brought me to the Servant's Peak. The Peak Master, seeing my plight, allowed me to stay." "Ah, I see." The wariness in Bai Zaiji's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a more frivolous demeanor. The words of an orphan bore no weight. He surmised that the Peak Master of the Servant's Peak would not trouble himself over a mere orphan. "Junior brotherly, my name is Bai Zaiji. You may call me Brother Bai." Bai Zaiji, with an air of pride, introduced himself. "I have already attained the 4th level of Qi Refinement. If you encounter any troubles or have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. I am more than willing to guide you." Young disciples who have just arrived and have yet to embark on your cultivation journey. As Bai Zaiji spoke loudly of his cultivation level, he intentionally emphasized Li Feng's lack of experience, aiming to impress upon the 2 maidens who should rightfully be their celestial benefactor. Indeed, upon hearing Bai Zaiji's words, the 2 lovely maidens withdrew their gazes from Li Feng and leaned closer to Bai Zaiji, eager to curry favor with the more powerful cultivator in pursuit of their own paths to immortality. Although Li Feng possessed striking handsomeness, he was too preoccupied with his own affairs to guide them in their cultivation. Ever since they learned that the practice of immortality could extend one's lifespan and preserve eternal youth, many maidens on Yaofeng had developed a desire to cultivate, even resorting to entanglements with the disciples of Yaofeng. While Li Fue enjoyed their company, he refrained from engaging with them physically, as his remaining lifespan was limited, and he dared not squander his essence on women. This circumstance inadvertently favored many Yaofeng disciples, who found mutual benefit with the maidens. "Thank you, senior brother Bai," Li Feng exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. Observing how easily Li Feng could be manipulated, Bai Zaiji privately scoffed. "What good is good looks if one can be so easily swayed by a few words? With such naivety, do you truly aspire to cultivate?" He mused. "Once I ascend as the Peak Master of Yaofeng, you will be the first to be sent down the mountain, stealing my limelight." Li Feng demonstrated an understanding that pleased Bai Zaiji, who relished teaching sensible juniors. With a suddenly enigmatic smile, Bai Zhaiji proposed. How about this? My medicinal field lies above yours, as I am currently preoccupied with breaking through to the 5th level of qi trainings. Would you assist me by harvesting the spiritual herbs from my field? Once I attain that breakthrough, I can impart guidance on your cultivation, potentially enabling you to reach the 2nd level of qi training in just a year. Bai Zhaiji fixed his gaze on Li Feng, eagerly anticipating his response. Should Li Feng acquiesce, it would signify his gullibility, paving the way for more tasks to be assigned to him, a free servant, indeed. Should Li Feng dare to refuse, he would soon learn the meaning of respecting his seniors, providing a perfect opportunity to showcase his authority before the 2 beautiful maidens. Li Feng, regarding Bai Zhaiji as yet another Meng Yijing, had grown weary of such empty promises. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to undertake the laborious task of harvesting spiritual herbs. Is that true? Thank you for the guidance, senior brother. Li Feng's face radiated joy, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Bai Zhaiji. Internally, Bai Zhaiji sneered at Li Feng's foolishness, yet maintained a facade of seniority, nodding with a measured demeanor. Do well. As fellow disciples, mutual aid is expected. Rest assured, senior brother will not treat you poorly in the future. With that, Bai Zhaiji guided Li Feng to familiarize himself with his spiritual field. Ultimately, as Li Feng bid him a fervent farewell, Bai Zhaiji floated away, embracing the lovely maidens. Once out of earshot, one of the maidens curiously inquired, Master Bai, are you not concerned that the one named Li Feng might pilfer some of the spiritual herbs? Bai Zhaiji smiled confidently, absolutely not. He is as timid as a mouse and would never dare to do so. I would even welcome him to abscond with my herbs, as it would provide me an opportunity to extort him, making him repay me with interest. Alas, this fool is too spineless to attempt such a thing. Master Bai is truly remarkable. You will undoubtedly become the peak master of Yaofeng. The maiden cooed, showering him with praise. Another maid exclaimed, nonsense. Master Bai Xian is destined to become the leader of the Qingyan sect. Hearing such flattery from the fair maiden, Bai Zhaiji smiled with even greater pride. Meanwhile, before him lay the promise of countless years of lifespan, and in an instant, Li Feng felt no fatigue in his legs or back. He rolled up his sleeves and began to work diligently. After a day of arduous labor, he finally assisted Bai Zhaiji in collecting all the spiritual herbs. Exhausted, Li Feng returned to his modest abode. Occasionally, there were a few second-grade spiritual herbs in Bai Zhaiji's medicinal fields, which resulted in a more substantial harvest of lifespan. Across 3 plots of spiritual land, he amassed over 6,000 years of lifespan. With his original lifespan, he successfully surpassed the 10,000-year mark. Lifespan, 12,784. With such an abundance of lifespan, Li Feng had no intention of saving it. He planned to make a significant advancement that very night. He eagerly anticipated which realm he might attain. 24. He broke through to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Li Feng first retrieved the Qingmu protective art, a technique he obtained from Duanming. This spell could not be classified solely as a defensive spell, for it not only formed a protective shield before him but also fortified his physical body, with an enhancement of his physicality, his strength, speed, and defense would all be augmented. As a low-grade spell, it should not be too difficult to practice, but given his ample lifespan, he decided to invest 200 years into cultivating the Qingmu protective art, perhaps even elevating it to a mid-grade spell. With this thought, he opened the Qingmu protective art and displayed it on the system panel. He then clicked on it and invested 200 years of lifespan into its progression. You spent 1 year learning the Qingmu protective art, achieving a foundational level in the spell, resulting in a significant enhancement of your physical attributes, slowly advancing towards a minor mastery of the spell. You spent 2 years learning the Qingmu protective art, attaining a minor mastery in the spell, resulting in a substantial enhancement of your physical attributes, gradually progressing towards a major mastery of the spell. You spent 3 years learning the Qingmu protective art, achieving a major mastery in the spell, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of your physical attributes, slowly advancing towards a perfected state of the spell. You spent 4 years learning the Qingmu protective art, achieving perfection in the spell, enhancing your physical attributes to 10 times their previous strength, slowly advancing towards a special direction. After diligently studying the Qingmu protective art for 90 years, you finally experienced an epiphany. And this spell transformed into the mid-grade spell Qingmu longevity art, foundational level, gradually progressing towards a minor mastery of the spell. You spent 100 years studying the Qingmu longevity art, achieving perfection in this spell while comprehending its unique characteristics, gradually advancing towards a special direction. Acquired attribute endless vitality. When fighting in areas with vegetation, the recovery speed of spiritual energy is tripled, and the spell's potency is also tripled. Acquired attribute regeneration of severed limbs. As long as one does not perish, they can slowly recover to their optimal physical state, with the recovery time depending on the severity of the injuries. 200 years have yielded such formidable spells and two remarkable traits. I truly am a genius. Upon witnessing these two spell characteristics, Li Feng could not help but chuckle. With the ability for severed limbs to regenerate, his life was considerably more secure. If 200 years of lifespan could produce such prowess, then mastering a technique over a millennium would surely catapult him to new heights. A sudden surge of intense motivation coursed through Li Feng's mind. Perhaps employing a millennium of lifespan to delve deeper into this spell could yield even more astonishing transformations. With ample lifespan at his disposal, what was there to fear? Thus, he resolved to proceed. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, and without hesitation, he clicked on the spell section, entering 1,000 years into the Qingmu longevity technique. In the next moment, an enigmatic sensation washed over Li Feng. You have spent 100 years studying Qingmu longevity technique. As this spell has reached perfection, the effects of the two traits you comprehend have doubled, and the spell is gradually advancing in a unique direction. You have spent 200 years studying Qingmu longevity technique. As this spell has reached perfection, the effects of the two traits you comprehend have tripled, and the spell is gradually advancing in a unique direction. You have spent 300 years studying Qingmu longevity technique. Finally, enlightenment has dawned upon you, and this spell has metamorphosed into a superior spell, Qingdi longevity technique, minor accomplishment, with physical attributes comparable to a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. And the spell is gradually advancing in a unique direction. You have spent 400 years studying Qingdi longevity technique. Having perfected this technique, you have obtained two traits, and the spell is gradually advancing in a unique direction. Acquired trait, Qingdi Dao Field. You may designate a spiritually rich mountain or river as your Dao Field. As long as the Dao Field endures, you will gain an additional year of lifespan daily. When engaging in battle within the Dao Field, your spell's power is amplified tenfold, and your spiritual energy recovery rate is likewise enhanced tenfold. Additionally, once a month, regardless of distance, you can instantaneously return to your Dao Field. Acquired trait, from death to life. In a critical moment, you can consume lifespan to temporarily bolster your strength, with the degree and duration of enhancement corresponding to the lifespan expended. Truly, as a superior spell, the effects of a millennium of lifespan are immensely valuable. Li Feng was overjoyed upon observing the characteristics of Qingdi longevity technique. No wonder superior spells are so precious. It takes a millennium of lifespan to deduce one. Even within the Qingyan sect, superior spells are closely guarded secrets, accessible only to elders and true disciples, with merely 2 or 3 superior spells available for exchange. They're worth immeasurable. To illustrate, it would likely require thousands of perfect foundation establishment pills to exchange for a single superior spell. In the outside world, no one would be willing to trade. Possessing a superior spell as a legacy is sufficient to establish a sect, and its value far exceeds imagination. As for Water Arrow, I shall delay its advancement. Instead, I will await the acquisition of the mid-grade spell Water Screen in a few years before utilizing lifespan for its evolution, thus conserving considerable lifespan. Elevating my cultivation is the priority. Li Feng glanced at the interface, rubbed his hands together, and began to joyfully enhance his cultivation. Let us commence with a millennium of longevity as an initial endeavor. Li Feng entered the realm of the 5 elements vitality technique, inputting 1,000 years of lifespan. And in the next instant, he found himself ensnared in an enigmatic state of cultivation. You have expended 100 years of lifespan practicing the 5 elements vitality technique, achieving a state of perfection where the absorption of spiritual energy accelerates rapidly, allowing you to transcend to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. With the technique gradually advancing in a unique direction, you have consumed 200 years of lifespan to cultivate the perfected technique, with the absorption of spiritual energy proceeding swiftly, leading you to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. As the technique continues its slow progression into a distinctive realm, you have expended 300 years of lifespan in the practice of the perfected technique, witnessing a swift absorption of spiritual energy that culminates in your ascendance to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. With the technique persistently evolving toward a special direction, you have sacrificed 400 years of lifespan to refine the perfected technique, achieving rapid absorption of spiritual energy. Within a century, you failed 10 tribulations but ultimately completed the foundation of the heavenly path, successfully advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Over the subsequent 3 centuries, you progress to the second layer of foundation establishment. After 1,000 years of unwavering cultivation, enlightenment finally dawned upon you, transforming the technique into the superior 5 elements reincarnation technique, beginner level, significantly enhancing the absorption of spiritual energy and continuing its gradual evolution in a unique direction. The path of cultivation is indeed arduous. While others establish their foundation in a century, I find myself requiring a millennium, and to add insult to injury, I have failed tribulations 10 times. Such misfortune. This outcome elicited a wry smile from Li Feng. Yet, contemplating his cultivation based on lifespan without the aid of spirit stones or elixirs, consuming tenfold the time seems quite reasonable. Furthermore, he was undertaking the Heavenly Path Foundation establishment, a feat that is tenfold more challenging than the ordinary foundation establishment. The Heavenly Path Foundation establishment is deemed invincible among its peers within the entire Qinyan sect. It is estimated that no more than a handful of disciples can achieve this. A single low-grade spirit stone equates to the effect of meditative cultivation for a year or even several years, not to mention elixirs. A single qi-nourishing pill in the cultivation world sells for 2 low-grade spirit stones. This highlights the significance of spirit stones and elucidates why they are monopolized by sects and esteemed cultivation families. 25. The Immaculate Golden Core. The foundation establishment stage is categorized into varying strengths and quality. Foundation establishment fundamentally signifies the solidification of one's cultivation foundation. The firmer the foundation, the smoother the subsequent path of cultivation will be, increasing the probability of breaking through to the golden core stage. Moreover, the level of foundation establishment pertains directly to future longevity. Foundation establishment can be categorized into mortal path, earth vein, and heavenly path. Mortal path foundation establishment extends lifespan by 400 years, earth vein foundation establishment by 600 years, and heavenly path foundation establishment by 1,000 years. Exchanging 1,000 years of lifespan for a heavenly path foundation establishment is not a loss. Regrettably, the longevity accrued through the breakthrough via lifespan cannot be claimed. Otherwise, I would have benefited without cost from the Heavenly Path Foundation establishment. Li Feng felt a tinge of regret for not having discovered a loophole in the system. Although he did not acquire the 1,000 years of longevity from the Heavenly Path Foundation establishment, possessing the formidable enhancement that comes with it is still invaluable. The Heavenly Path Foundation establishment, coupled with the 5 elements spiritual root, places Li Feng's foundation far beyond that of all other foundation establishment cultivators. It is estimated that in this world, no one has ever achieved the Tao of foundation establishment with the 5 elements spirit root. Breaking through to foundation establishment with the 5 elements spirit root is already a formidable challenge, let alone the 100-fold or 1,000-fold difficulty of transcending to the Tao of foundation establishment. At this moment, Li Feng has begun to grasp the ingenious applications of the system. He merely needs to utilize his lifespan for deduction. Although each realm consumes a greater amount of lifespan, it enables him to reach the most consummate state and pinnacle of strength at each level. He decides to proceed, directly investing 5,000 years of lifespan to see if he can break through to the Golden Core realm. Unsure if 5,000 years will suffice, Li Feng contemplates the challenge ahead. The Golden Core realm is divided into 4 tiers: lower-grade Golden Core, middle-grade Golden Core, upper-grade Golden Core, an Immaculate Golden Core, perfect Golden Core. To achieve the Golden Core, one must condense the spiritual energy within their Dantian's sea of Qi into a core. The quality of spiritual energy in the sea varies from person to person. Those with inferior talents often possess mottled energy, while those with exceptional talents have exceedingly pure energy. This disparity results in some individuals having a golden core that is uneven and flawed, while others achieve a flawless core. The completeness of the golden core serves as a hallmark of its quality. A cultivator with a perfect golden core retains their spiritual energy without leakage, maintaining a harmonious balance and thus exhibiting formidable strength. Conversely, those with mottled cores experience constant leakage of their energy, albeit to varying degrees. Some cultivators who barely manage to break through to the golden core realm find that their own cultivated energy dissipates faster than that of the golden core, making it challenging to progress in their cultivation. Li Feng is determined to forge an immaculate golden core, which naturally requires a more extended period. You have consumed 1,000 years of lifespan practicing 5 elements reincarnation technique. Achieving perfection in the technique within 300 years resulting in an accelerated absorption of spiritual energy. And you have broken through to the fifth layer of foundation establishment, with the technique advancing in a unique direction. You have consumed 1,000 years of lifespan practicing 5 elements reincarnation technique, experiencing rapid absorption of spiritual energy. And you have broken through to the seventh layer of foundation establishment, with the technique progressing in a unique direction. You have consumed 1,000 years of lifespan practicing 5 elements reincarnation technique, experiencing rapid absorption of spiritual energy. And you have broken through to the 8th layer of foundation establishment, with the technique advancing in a unique direction. You have consumed 1,000 years of lifespan practicing 5 elements reincarnation technique, experiencing rapid absorption of spiritual energy. And you have broken through to the 9th layer of foundation establishment, achieving perfection, with the technique progressing in a unique direction. You have consumed 1,000 years of lifespan practicing 5 elements reincarnation technique, experiencing rapid absorption of spiritual energy. Within 1,000 years, you have failed the tribulation 20 times, each time taking 50 years to replenish your foundation, and finally, in the last year, you have broken through to the golden core realm, forging an immaculate golden core. After 5,000 years of persistent cultivation of 5 elements reincarnation technique, you have finally attained an epiphany, transforming 5 elements reincarnation technique into the supreme technique reincarnation of eternal life, beginner level, with this technique advancing in a unique direction. At last, he has reached the golden core realm. Upon seeing the words heralding his breakthrough, Li Feng was immediately filled with exhilaration. The saying goes, "A single golden core consumed ensures that my fate is dictated by myself, not by heaven." Attaining this realm signifies true cultivation, regardless of the faction. One is honored with the title of true person. The longevity of a golden core cultivator is increased by a millennium for the majority of ordinary individuals. This bears little distinction from eternal life. A lower grade golden core extends life by 1,000 years, a middle grade by 1,500, an upper grade by 2,000, and an immaculate golden core by 3,000 years. A millennium is sufficient to establish a considerable cultivation family. Every cultivation family must have at least one golden core cultivator to anchor them. Otherwise, despite calling themselves a family, they can only rely on sects and noble clans. From the information gleaned by Li Feng from illustrated tales and communication jade tablets, he learned that in the entire Great Chu Kingdom's cultivation realm, there were but a handful of upper-grade golden cores, and not a single immaculate golden core. The resources and time required to achieve an immaculate golden core are immense, as the Sea of Qi must be devoid of any blemish in spiritual energy. To reach this stage, one must repetitively refine their Sea of Qi, consuming time that is exponentially greater than that required to break through the ordinary golden core realm. Li Feng spent 5,000 years of his lifespan achieving the immaculate golden core stage, much of which was consumed in this arduous process. Of course, he also faced the misfortune of repeatedly failing during his tribulations, suffering 20 consecutive failures, a daunting feat indeed. This was a result of his foundation in the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, the failure count would have been tenfold. Nevertheless, all of it was worth it, as the immaculate golden core rendered Li Feng invincible within the golden core realm. To have just broken through into the golden core realm and already be deemed invincible is a terrifying proclamation. Remaining lifespan, 5,584. Glancing at his remaining lifespan of over 5,000 years, Li Feng realized it was insufficient for a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm and thus decided to pause his efforts. He resolved to keep these 5,000 years as a trump card. The trade-off towards death and life necessitates the reservation of some lifespan, and it would also facilitate learning new spells in the future. Li Feng contemplated that perhaps he should learn the art of alchemy. Given his location at the medicine peak, procuring medicinal materials would be convenient, and refining the materials into pills for sale would yield greater profits. He considered crafting foundation establishment pills to gift to Zhang Qi, whose lifespan was limited, making it uncertain whether he could wait for the outer sect competition in 3 years. Since Li Feng himself had faced several failures while attempting to break through to the foundation establishment realm, he thought it prudent to prepare additional foundation establishment pills for Zhang Qi, ensuring a fail-safe approach. Thus, he resolved to proceed as such, planning to check tomorrow for any idle senior brothers willing to let him assist in harvesting spiritual herbs, amassing another 10 to 20,000 years of lifespan before continuing to enhance his strength. With his decision made, Li Feng smiled softly, silently expressing gratitude to Bai Zaiji. Without that individual's assistance, he would not have achieved his breakthrough to the golden core realm today. Li Feng set aside his distractions and activated the system's anomaly concealment feature, only to be taken aback. Concealing the anomaly of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm consumes 100 years of lifespan per hour. Upon reading this notification, the corner of Li Feng's mouth twitched. To conceal the anomaly of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm requires an astounding consumption of 100 years of lifespan each hour. The anomaly of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is too immense. The system further elucidated. All right, your few centuries of lifespan are not missed. I shall begin. Li Feng settled in a cross-legged position and activated the anomaly shielding feature, immediately feeling a torrent of spiritual energy surge into his body. Akin to the endless flow of rivers and seas, he became a mere skiff upon this ocean of spiritual essence, with hair billowing and garments fluttering. 3 hours later, Li Feng had fully replenished his foundational spiritual energy, expending a total of 300 years of lifespan. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. A new feature has been unlocked. Please select one from the following 2 options. Virtual Arena consumes lifespan, allowing you to initiate a virtual combat arena where the abilities of your chosen opponent are perfectly replicated, enabling you to battle and discern the disparity in strength between you. Execution. When your adversary's vitality falls below 10%, you may utilize this function to directly eliminate them. If possible, I would certainly desire both. Li Feng's eyes glimmered at the sight of the 2 new features. The first function needs no elaboration. It is an essential skill for any survivor in this realm. It emphasizes the principle of knowing both oneself and the enemy, ensuring victory in every battle. The second function, however, is decidedly more ruthless. With the threshold for execution set at a mere 10% vitality, a formidable tool for seizing the opportunity to eliminate a powerful foe. Alas, only one can be chosen. Of course, I shall select the second feature. Currently, the elder of the Qinyan sect is gravely injured, hiding atop the Qitian peak to recuperate. If I, the demon sovereign, can slay him, who in the demonic realm of the Great Chu could contest my claim to the throne of the foremost demon? A splendid opportunity for renown lies before me. At that moment, the game's narrator whispered temptingly into Li Feng's ear with its sinister tone. Li Feng felt a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the seemingly tranquil Qinyan sect harbored such peril, with its elder in a precarious state. This realization made his choice of feature all the more apparent. Without a thorough understanding of oneself and the enemy, ignorance could very well lead to his demise. I choose the first feature, the virtual arena. Li Feng made his decision forthwith and resumed his meditation, integrating the insights provided by the system into his being. He remained in this state for another 5 or 6 hours, and the lifespan consumed to mask the breakthrough manifestation to the golden core stage was astonishingly high, reaching 300 years per hour. In just these few hours, Li Feng expended a staggering 1,800 years of lifespan. Upon breaking through to the golden core stage, Li Feng felt utterly rejuvenated. The golden core within his dantian seemed to function like a perpetual motion machine, continuously generating an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, making it feel as though he could pluck the stars from the sky. This sensation stemmed from the rapid escalation of his power, creating an illusion of boundlessness. Fortunately, the insights gained from thousands of years of cultivation were still with him, preventing any instability in his state of mind. Otherwise, he would have had to worry about the emergence of inner demons. From the Qi refinement stage yesterday to becoming a golden core true person today. Such a pace of cultivation is truly unprecedented in the annals of the Great Chu's cultivation realm. Li Feng felt a sense of self-satisfaction. Yet upon reflecting that even the esteemed elder of the Qinyan sect could be brought to the brink of collapse, he promptly adjusted his mindset. He had yet to achieve invincibility and must not succumb to arrogance. His ultimate aspiration was to attain eternal life and unrivaled strength. Suppressing the pride within, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears. Beep. Congratulations on breaking through to the golden core stage. A new feature in the game of life has been unlocked. Please select one of the 2 options below. Feature 1. Curse Tome of Misfortune. Inscribe the name of an individual you wish to curse in the tome, allowing you to perpetually bring misfortune upon them. For foes whose cultivation exceeds yours, the stronger they are, the more potent the curse. At the golden core stage, you may curse up to 3 individuals simultaneously. With each advancement in cultivation, the number of cursed individuals increases by 1. Feature 2. Ignite Fury. When your words or actions provoke another, inciting feelings of resentment and anger, you can impose a negative effect upon them. Once their anger reaches its zenith, it can be detonated, having their strength. Two distinct options presented themselves, and Li Feng comprehended the essence of the choices before him. These were the two paths of cultivation within the game of life system. One favored a covert and cunning approach, while the other embraced a confrontational style. Inviting enmity from all, Li Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Should he choose the second feature, he would inevitably become a source of amusement, provoking his adversaries with reckless taunts. The mere thought of himself as a jester before his enemies made him shake his head in disapproval, for it contradicted his character. Conversely, the first feature would allow him to discreetly ensnare his foes without revealing his hand. This was the ability he truly desired. Ideally, he could curse his enemies to their demise, simplifying matters for everyone involved. I choose the first feature, the Cursed Tome of Misfortune. After making his selection, Li Feng glanced at the system panel. Following a night of cultivation, he realized that his lifespan had dwindled to 484 years. Name: Li Feng. Lifespan: 163,484. Race: Mortal. Cultivation: Golden Core Stage 1, Pristine. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Technique: Reincarnation Longevity Scripture, Supreme. Entry level. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Spell: Water Arrow, Inferior, Minor Accomplishment. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Spell: Green Emperor Longevity Art, Superior, Perfection. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Spell: Concealment Technique, Medium, Perfection. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Divine Ability: None. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Magical Artifact: None. Can enhance lifespan. Innate Fortune, Top Tier Fortune. Bloodline of Chaos Divine Demons. Current Purity: 1 in 100 million. Can invest lifespan to purify bloodline. Spiritual Root Talent. Growth Type 5 Elements. Spiritual Root, Medium. Spiritual Root grows over time. 3 years for Superior, 30 years for Supreme, 300 years for Celestial. 3,000 years for Chaotic. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Heaven and Earth Lifespan Framework. Can collect residual lifespan from spiritual plants upon defeating demon cultivators. One can also acquire their residual lifespan, which can be used to cultivate techniques, divine abilities, and even enhance spiritual roots, thereby advancing cultivation. As Li Feng raised his gaze, he noticed the sunlight streaming through the window, signaling the arrival of dawn. Despite having spent the entire night awake, he felt not a hint of fatigue. At the Golden Core stage, he could abstain from food and drink without consequence, and sleep was of no concern. As long as the spiritual energy within the Golden Core circulated continuously, he could thrive on the essence of nature. After completing his tasks in the field, Li Feng resolved to designate the spiritual herb peak as a sanctuary. Thus, each day he spent here would add a year to his lifespan. As long as he remained on this mountain, his lifespan would be boundless, a unique form of immortality. With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Feng wandered leisurely around the herb peak, hoping to assist any fellow disciples in gathering herbs. Not far along, in the designated spiritual field area, he spotted an elderly man with graying hair, hunched over as he weeded the field. Sun Xiaotian, Qi Refinement Stage 58889120, Age Lifespan Limit. Upon glancing at this man's lifespan, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. The elder before him was clearly nearing the end of his life, approaching 90 years old and at Qi Refinement Stage 5. Even with the aid of medicinal pills and spiritual stones for cultivation, he was nowhere close to the threshold of foundation establishment. Perhaps this epitomized the true reality of mortals practicing cultivation. Esteemed senior, do you require assistance? My spiritual herbs have all been harvested, and I can help you gather yours if needed, Li Feng said with a courteous smile as he approached Sun Xiaotian. Sun Xiaotian lifted his head, scrutinizing Li Feng for a moment before leaning on his hoe. I don't recall seeing you before. Are you a new disciple of the Herb Peak? Indeed, you possess keen insight, senior. I am Li Feng, having arrived at the Herb Peak just a few days ago. Li Feng replied with a nod. Sun Xiaotian believed that Li Feng was sympathetic towards him, chuckling softly as he spoke. Junior brother, do not underestimate me. Although I may appear aged, I am indeed a practitioner of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. If I so wished, I could easily employ spells to weed the fields. However, I prefer to do it myself, as I have been accustomed to farming since childhood. It is only when I toil in the fields that my heart finds tranquility. Do you have any troubles weighing on your mind? Li Feng crouched down, assisting in weeding while gazing thoughtfully at Sun Xiaotian. What could trouble a practitioner of Qi refinement? Sun Xiaotian's expression was devoid of sorrow or joy as he replied calmly, I feel that my end is near. I can sense in the depths of my being that my life is drawing to a close. It is likely that I shall not survive this year. I do not fear death. Rather, I am concerned for my little great-grandson. As he spoke of his great-grandson, an inexpressible sorrow welled up in Sun Xiaotian's eyes. At 27, my lifespan approaches a mere 10,000 years. Li Feng remained silent, patiently awaiting Sun Xiaotian's continuation. Their relationship was not one of kinship. Why would Sun Xiaotian share such thoughts with him? He must have a request, and Li Feng was keen to hear what this elder had to say. I am Sun Xiaotian, a humble rural boy from Huzhou in the Great Chu Kingdom. In my youth, 2 practitioners fought near our village, both perishing in the encounter. By sheer fortune, I discovered their relics. Possessing a mid-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements, I embarked upon the path of cultivation at a young age. Sitting on the edge of the field, Sun Xiaotian gazed at the distant blue sky and white clouds, resembling a village elder as he recounted his tale to Li Feng in a hoarse voice. I began my cultivation at 7, aided by the spiritual stones and elixirs left by those 2 practitioners. By 16, I had broken through to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. And after 3 years at the Qinyan sect, I advanced to the 3rd layer, successfully becoming an outer disciple of the sect and working as a spiritual farmer at the medicine peak. Alas, my innate talent is quite lacking, despite diligently cultivating for decades. I have been unable to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. As my lifespan approaches its limit, it seems I shall never achieve that milestone in this life. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. I began my cultivation journey early due to serendipity. But it was also this early start that caused my spiritual root and body to remain underdeveloped, preventing me from advancing beyond the 6th layer of Qi refinement throughout my life. Aware of my limitations, I returned home at 30, spending 5 years to marry and have children. Regrettably, each generation has been singularly passed down. I wonder if it is a curse from those 2 practitioners that my sons and grandsons did not live beyond 30. Now, my great-grandson is merely 7 or 8 years old and is, unfortunately, mentally challenged. If I were to perish, he would likely not live long either. And the Sun family would face extinction. How shall I confront my ancestors in the afterlife? As he concluded, Sun Xiaotian let out a long sigh. Young junior brother, do not think that your youth grants you the luxury to squander time. It is imperative that you strive diligently in your cultivation. Otherwise, you may find your fate mirroring mine. We, the practitioners with humble talents, must work tirelessly to avoid regrets in our later years. Sun Xiaotian, filled with a sense of nostalgia, cautioned Li Feng. In my youth, I feared the injuries that could arise from battles, which led me to choose to cultivate on the spirit herb peak. I seldom accepted contribution tasks and avoided participating in sect activities whenever possible, ultimately missing numerous opportunities. You must learn from my mistakes. Li Feng shook his head in response, saying, I have never had a penchant for fighting. If I can live a peaceful life, I would be content. Sighing, Sun Xiaotian seemed to see his younger self reflected in Li Feng and let out another sigh. Little junior brother, I shall be direct. I wish to ask for your assistance. Suddenly, Sun Xiaotian's demeanor turned serious as he gazed intently at Li Feng. Li Feng smiled and replied, Please speak freely, senior brother. If I can assist, I will not hesitate. With earnestness, Sun Xiaotian implored, After my passing, I would like you to look after my great-grandson. Once he marries and has children, you will no longer need to concern yourself with him. Of course, I shall not ask for your help without recompense. Over the years, I have saved 50 spirit stones and a vial of Qi nurturing pills. Additionally, I will give you the medium-grade spells left behind by those 2 cultivators. Medium-grade spells? Li Feng was slightly taken aback. It seemed that the 2 cultivators who perished in Sun Xiaotian's village were of no ordinary status. In major sects, only those at the foundation establishment stage and above could exchange for medium-grade spells. Within small cultivation families, such spells were treasures that could not be carried casually. Thus, it was likely that those 2 cultivators hailed from a significant sect. Noticing the contemplation on Li Feng's face, Sun Xiaotian whispered an explanation. Little junior brother, I want to hide the truth from you. Both of those cultivators were practitioners of the demonic path, and their techniques were likewise demonic spells. I dared not cultivate them, so I have hidden them in the ancestral hall of our clan. Whether you choose to cultivate them or not is entirely up to you. As Li Feng pondered, his gaze swept over the vast expanse of spirit herb fields. A child without cultivation should not pose much trouble. Furthermore, the spirit herb fields before him could extend his lifespan by 5,000 to 6,000 years, making this deal entirely worthwhile.
Senior brother, I can only agree to protect your great-grandson within the limits of my abilities. Should my life be endangered, I will not take such risks. If you accept this, we can proceed with the transaction, Li Feng declared, his expression growing serious as he met Sun Shoutian's gaze. No matter the circumstances, Li Feng would never risk his life for another. Upon hearing this, Sun Shoutian's face brightened, and he nodded eagerly. Very well. If I encounter troubles even you cannot handle, then it is simply fate for the Sun family, and I shall not hold it against you. Li Feng added. I have one more condition. I would like half of the harvest from your spirit herb fields after the portion due to the sect is submitted, and I wish to personally collect the herbs. Thinking Li Feng's insistence on personally harvesting the herbs stemmed from a fear of him hoarding them. Sun Shoutian chuckled. I am a man on the brink of death. What need have I for spirit herbs? As long as little junior brother does not mind the trouble, you may collect them. I must thank you for your assistance. With that, Sun Shoutian promptly handed over the spirit stones and herbs from his storage bag to Li Feng. Li Feng, with a beaming smile reminiscent of a money-driven individual, accepted the proposal eagerly, exclaiming, Senior brother, you are indeed a man of your word. I shall not be stingy. When your great-grandson turns 16, I will bring him back to Qingyun's sect for an aptitude test. Perhaps he may inherit your legacy and become a disciple of our esteemed sect. Suddenly, Sun Shoutian knelt before Li Feng, bowing 3 times in gratitude. On behalf of my great-grandson and the ancestors of the Sun family, I express my profound gratitude for your immense kindness. Young junior brother. Li Feng hastily assisted him to his feet, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment. Sun Shoutian remained unaware of the significance of the spiritual herbs maturing in his fields for Li Feng. In truth, this transaction was far more beneficial to Li Feng. Trading a few thousand years of lifespan for the protection of a child until he reaches the age of 16 was indeed a tremendous gain for Li Feng. Yet, he could not voice this sentiment, instead seeking other means to compensate Sun Shoutian. Even if Sun Shoutian's great-grandson possessed no aptitude for cultivation, Li Feng was determined to ensure he lived a life of luxury. Senior brother, your words are too weighty. This is merely a mutually beneficial transaction. There is no need for such gratitude, Li Feng reassured Sun Shoutian, urging him not to feel awkward. Let us formalize our contract now. Upon hearing this, Sun Shoutian retrieved his communication jade tablet and tapped it against Li Feng's, signing the agreement together. This communication jade tablet was bound to the cultivator's soul, making the contract a matter of spirit. Any betrayal of the agreement would result in severe repercussions to the soul, with the most grievous cases leading to complete annihilation. Excellent. The contract is established. Please rest for now, Senior Brother Sunday. Once I have harvested the spiritual herbs, we shall converse further, Li Feng said, stowing away the communication jade tablet before eagerly entering the herb field, ready to showcase his skills and reap the lifespan. Sun Shoutian, apprehensive that Li Feng might damage the spiritual herbs, hurried to catch up, meticulously detailing the nuances of harvesting the herbs. Having spent a lifetime as a spiritual farmer, he regarded the care of the herbs with the same affection as one would a child. He could not afford to be careless. Li Feng attentively followed his instructions and soon immersed himself in the harvest. To avoid revealing his true prowess, he limited himself to the first level of qi cultivation. And after several hours of diligent work, he successfully completed the harvest of Sun Shoutian's spiritual herbs. Years of lifespan, 9764, seeing his lifespan nearing 10,000 years. Li Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction swell within him. Perhaps this is what the elderly often refer to when one's household is abundant. One's heart remains untroubled. Later that evening, upon returning to his residence, the communication jade tablet buzzed incessantly. Li Feng knew without looking that it was Su Qianxue. Among all in Qingyun's sect, only this infatuated soul would persist in her admiration for his charm. The lady, who had unabashedly added him to her communication list in public, had not sent him a single message since that day, and she had unilaterally severed their communication link, just as Zhao Xianlu had surmised. Having encountered more exceptional talents and comprehended the chasm between inner and outer disciples, Ruanling Long had completely lost interest in Li Feng. She might even feel regretful for having openly sought Li Feng's contact information, a move detrimental to her image as an inner sect disciple. After all, she is a paragon of the inner sect, while Li Feng is merely an outer sect disciple with a bleak future. Was he truly worth such proactive engagement? Li Feng, however, empathized with Ruanling Long's actions, recognizing that friendships in the realm of cultivation necessitate a semblance of equality and status. He, too, was still in the evaluation phase concerning Su Qianxue, curious to see how long her affection for him could endure. if she could maintain her feelings for a few centuries. He might consider a union. Ever since his strength had surpassed the Golden Core stage, Li Feng no longer viewed Su Qianxue as a primary threat. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and intrigues are rendered farcical. For cultivators, beauty is readily attainable. The indulgence in carnal desires is undoubtedly a misplacement of priorities. It is akin to sitting at a royal banquet yet only knowing how to drink the complimentary mineral water. Indeed, Su Qianxue possesses commendable talent, being at least a prodigy with dual spiritual roots. However, to accompany Li Feng through eternity as his partner, she still lacks much. In the presence of Li Feng's boundless lifespan, being a genius is merely the threshold to his world. Thus far, he had never heard of anyone like him, capable of reaching the pure Golden Core stage in a single day. Su Qianxue, senior brother, today I learned the formula for refining qi-nourishing pills. Although I was only responsible for heating the alchemical furnace, I can consider myself half an alchemist now. Su Qianxue, to celebrate this significant breakthrough, how about rewarding me with a kiss? At times, Li Feng found Su Qianxue quite childish. After all, she was a formidable demoness of the 9th layer of qi refinement, yet she frequently demanded kisses from him. Shaking his head, he pondered for a moment before typing a response. Li Feng, junior sister, you are truly impressive. If you manage to refine qi-nourishing pills in the future, could you perhaps offer me a discount? Sitting cross-legged on her bed, Su Qianxue beamed at the message from Li Feng. For reasons unknown, his praise brought her more joy than 100 compliments from others. This feeling captivated her, igniting a fervent desire to accomplish even greater feats to earn Li Feng's admiration. Su Qianxue, you are my destined partner, and I will surely break through to the foundation establishment stage. You must not lag behind. Even if I have to expend countless resources, I will elevate you to the foundation establishment stage as well. We are meant to love and accompany each other for 5 centuries. Li Feng pondered where Su Qianxue's confidence stemmed from, assuring herself of her imminent breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Given her talent, such an achievement was a foregone conclusion. Yet, the fact that she was willing to assist him, a burden, sacrificing tenfold or 100-fold resources to elevate a mere ways to the threshold of foundation establishment, was a rare display of selfless dedication. Li Feng questioned whether he could ever go to such lengths for a woman. Momentarily, he found himself in a daze. Could it be that Su Qianxue genuinely loved him? Unbeknownst to Su Qianxue, who was unaware of Li Feng's inner journey, she took the initiative to message him again when he did not respond. Su Qianxue, senior brother, did you receive the item I sent? Do you like it? Li Feng, I haven't received anything yet. What did you send me? Su Qianxue, a surprise cannot be revealed in advance. In any case, it is something that will alleviate your troubles. I just checked the shipping information, and it should arrive by noon at the latest tomorrow. You can look forward to it. Li Feng, thank you for your gift, junior sister. Once I sell the elixir, I will also prepare a gift for you. Su Qianxue, just keeping me company and chatting with me is the best gift you could give. If you really want to reciprocate, when we go to the town, could you help me buy something I fancy? Li Feng, you truly are a wonderful girl, junior sister. Upon reading this, Su Qianxue's delicate face flushed warmly, and her eyes narrowed with happiness. Alone and undercover in a rival sect, she felt a profound loneliness. Ultimately, she was merely an 18-year-old girl. However, the presence of Li Feng alleviated her solitude and gradually led her to develop a fondness for their interactions. Unlike others who might covet her body or seek personal gain, his gaze was pure and untainted. He appeared to be an unworldly sage, free from the fetters of ambition, allowing her to be utterly open with him without fear of ulterior motives. Moreover, Li Feng was an exceptionally rare confidant, providing immense emotional support. If you were to know my true identity, would you still consider me a good person? Yet, the thought of her identity being exposed filled Su Qianxue with trepidation. Although she hailed from a demonic sect, she had never committed a wrongdoing. However, the biases between the righteous and the demonic were challenging to clarify. Despite Li Feng being gentle and kind-hearted, having lived for so many years within the Qingyan sect, would he not harbor animosity towards the demonic sect? If he were to take a stance against her, how would she react? The more she pondered, the more helpless she felt. An impulse surged within her to whisk Li Feng away from the Qingyan sect, seeking a secluded place where they could reside together, free from the prying eyes of the world. Yet, recalling the years of nurturing her master had provided, she felt a tumult of emotions. Li Feng, oblivious to Su Qianxue's internal turmoil, wished her good night and prepared to lie down for sleep. He had not closed his eyes in several days. Although a golden core cultivator did not require sleep, the sensation of emptying his mind and body was indeed quite pleasurable, rising with the sun and resting at sunset. Such habits cultivated over many years were not easily altered. Just past midnight, the sound of the system echoed in Li Feng's ears. Ding! Your friend S messages have been updated. Yesterday, your friend Su Qianxue successfully mastered the art of refining Qi Dan, which incited jealousy among her fellow disciples, prompting them to secretly sabotage the furnace she was responsible for. Yesterday, your rival Meng Yijing broke through to the 4th level of Qi training, spending a spirit stone to inquire about you from the disciples testing spirit roots, discovering your location at the Medicine Peak. And it is likely he will soon devise a scheme to undermine you. Yesterday, your friend Sun Xiaotian relayed your agreement with him to his great-grandson, who awakened ancestral wisdom, leading him to poison and kill the malicious wet nurse. Yesterday, your friend Zhang Qidhuan, while cultivating, experienced a moment of instability, resulting in bloodshed and a reduction of 3 months from his lifespan. Yesterday, your friend Zhou Tuyu, while excavating a spirit mine, stumbled upon a fire spirit stone but was severely injured by the outer sect disciple Wang Haishou, who seized it. And the elder of the spirit mine has since sent him to the miscellaneous peak. Yesterday, your friend Wan Linglong broke through to the 2nd level of Qi training, mastered the steel refining technique, officially became a disciple of Yu Shuawei, and garnered the admiration of her senior brother Song Yuan, spending the evening on a date with him in the apricot blossom grove. 29. The gift from the junior sister. This must be the system's friend messages. I did not expect such detailed information. Li Feng was not surprised by the system's notifications, having activated the friend message function on the very first day of the game. However, the system occasionally falters, and it took an unusually long time to reveal this feature's usefulness. Brother Zhou Tuayu has been injured. I must visit him tomorrow. Among these friend messages, what astonishes Li Feng the most is Zhou Tuayu's unforeseen calamity. Indeed, fortune often lies hidden within misfortune. Discovering a fire spirit stone should have been a blessing, yet it turned into a disaster resulting in severe injury. Spirit stones possess various attributes, and cultivators benefit immensely when refining with stones of the same attribute, yielding enhancements that far exceed those from ordinary stones. The worth of a low-grade spirit stone is comparable to that of a high-grade stone, equivalent to 1,000 ordinary low-grade spirit stones, underscoring its rarity and value. An innocent man suffers for possessing a treasure. This encapsulates Zhou Tuayu's plight. Li Feng is once again reminded that strength is the foundation of existence. One must not be blinded by profit or become complacent. Brother Zhou Tuayu has saved my life. I cannot neglect to repay that debt, for his enemies are my enemies. While I cannot strike at them directly for now, I shall not allow them peace. I will inscribe the name of Wang Haishou in the Book of Misfortune, ensuring he experiences a spell of bad luck, and I will seek an opportunity to eliminate him later. Li Feng contemplated this and wrote Wang Haishou's name in the Book of Misfortune. Wang Haishou is designated by the system as Li Feng's enemy, and he already possesses information about this individual. Wang Haishou, Qi Training Level 769207260, Age and Lifespan Limit, in the Friends list. Wang Haishou is described as a middle-aged man with slanted eyes, a broad face, and a mouth adorned with 2 tufts of mustache, his gaze betraying a hidden malice. Meng Yijing remains a persistent threat. The resentment of such petty individuals is insatiable. Thus, he too shall be inscribed in the Book of Misfortune. Li Feng glanced once more at the rotund figure's avatar and inscribed Meng Yijing's name onto the Tome of Misfortune. Once this task was accomplished, he finally retired to rest. The current Tome of Misfortune had the capacity to curse only 3 individuals. Unless the one who cast the curse met their demise, the affliction would persist indefinitely. At the break of dawn the following day, Li Feng rose to tend to the spiritual herbs in the ethereal fields. As the old adage suggests, nurturing a person for a day results in a year's worth of favor from the earth. Although these spiritual herbs did not yield an annual harvest, neglecting their care would lead to a diminished yield come harvest time. Such an outcome would mean a significant loss of invaluable lifespan. Initially, Li Feng believed these herbs to mature annually, and he anticipated breaking through to the nascent soul stage in 3 years. However, he was disheartened to discover that some of these herbs took 3 years to mature, with others requiring 10 or even 100 years. Given this revelation, Li Feng realized that his only recourse was to assist others in harvesting spiritual herbs to gain lifespan. Yet, apart from cooperative arrangements like those with Sun Xiaotian, many disciples were reluctant to allow anyone to intervene in their harvesting endeavors. After searching for an entire morning, he found few willing to accept his assistance. This hesitance stemmed from concerns over potential deceit or the fear of someone secretly pocketing the harvest. Such incidents had indeed occurred before, and thus everyone had become wary. The adage that nothing free is truly valuable resonated deeply with many who had learned this lesson the hard way. Moreover, not all spiritual herbs were in their harvesting season. The majority remained unripe, which dashed Li Feng's hopes of effortlessly acquiring lifespan. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to post a contribution task on the communication jade tablet. I relish the satisfaction of harvesting spiritual herbs and am willing to offer 1 spirit stone per acre to assist disciples in harvesting mature herbs. The owner of the spiritual field may observe the process in its entirety. I assure no misappropriation will occur. Only 50 spirit stones are available, so act swiftly. Such contribution tasks were not uncommon. Peculiarities among cultivators were as plentiful as the stars. Some individuals had even gone so far as to post tasks to acquire worn stockings or undergarments from female disciples, often at exorbitant prices. Even stranger tasks had surfaced in the past. Naturally, Li Feng's contribution task bore an eccentric air, and as soon as it was published, a throng of onlookers was drawn to it. This character, Ping Yuyan, was indeed an oddity, seemingly delighted at the prospect of paying others to assist in harvesting spiritual herbs. Had he become addicted to tilling the soil? He must surely be a disciple from some esteemed herbal peak. Such a boon was unprecedented in Li Feng's experience. He decided to accept a trial task for 3 acres. Comments flooded in beneath Li Feng's task, urging others to alert their companions should this not be a scam, allowing everyone to partake in the bounty. Before long, Li Feng noticed the first acceptance of his task, conveniently located at the nearby 103 herbal peak. As Li Feng secured the door and prepared to head towards the 103rd medicine peak, a disciple from the inner sect suddenly approached him, soaring through the air on a sword. "Are you Li Feng?" the disciple inquired, glancing back and forth between the name on the communication jade tablet and Li Feng himself. "Indeed, I am Li Feng," he replied, bowing respectfully. The disciple continued, "Do you know the female disciple with the codename Love Snow?" Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Su Qianxue had chosen such a bold alias. Noticing the disciple's ambiguous expression, he awkwardly nodded. "Yes, she is my junior sister." The inner disciple regarded Li Feng with a hint of envy, reflecting on how having such an audaciously affectionate junior sister had once been his own aspiration. "You truly have a remarkable fortune, my friend. This box contains a gift she has sent you. Please sign for it." With a teasing tone, the disciple tossed the item to Li Feng and added a playful remark. Li Feng quickly signed for it on the communication tablet, subsequently giving it a 5-star review in the presence of the disciple. "How considerate. I wish you an early entrance into the inner sect," the courier praised, giving Li Feng a friendly pat on the shoulder before soaring away into the clouds. As he watched the disciple glide effortlessly through the air, a flicker of envy crossed Li Feng's eyes. Just a few days prior, he too had yearned for a flying sword to traverse the heavens. Yet, in a mere few days, he had ascended to the golden core realm, rendering the sword unnecessary for his celestial endeavors. The flying sword had swiftly become a superfluous trinket. Many dreams, once fervently pursued, had quickly transformed into items of little significance, much like the toys he had longed for as a child, which had lost their allure upon his maturation. Upon receiving a gift from a female, Li Feng was filled with curiosity about what Su Qianxue might have sent. He hastily unwrapped the package, revealing 2 items, a silver flying sword, a jade green pill, and a note. The note bore Su Qianxue's delicate handwriting. "Senior brother, as I passed by a shop selling flying swords, I saw a sign that said if you love someone, you must gift them a flying sword. I love you most dearly, and I must ensure you possess what other male disciples have. Thus, I present you with a flying sword named Flying Snow, hoping that every time you see it, you will remember my affection. The jade pill is a youth-preserving pill. How could someone as handsome as you, senior brother, ever grow old? That would surely be the greatest loss to this world. If you consume this youth-preserving pill, you shall remain eternally youthful. Together, we shall be the envy of all as a pair of celestial lovers. Senior brother, do you like the gift I have sent you? If not, please do not be upset. This is my first time giving a gift to a boy. I promise to send you even more delightful gifts in the future." Through the words pinned in the note, Li Feng could almost envision Su Qianxue, hands on her hips, blushing with a charmingly proud demeanor, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. His little junior sister, truly, why gift such seemingly useless items? Wouldn't it be better to convert them into spirit stones? Li Feng quietly expressed his dissatisfaction, yet the smile on his face grew ever brighter. Well, considering it was your first time presenting a gift, I shall forgive you. However, being pampered by a wealthy young lady certainly has its perks. This fellow possesses a touch of prideful charm. Beauty elixir. Mid-grade flying sword. Just as Li Feng was grinning foolishly while holding the note, a voice of surprise suddenly rang out. Bai Zaiji, having dismissed two maidservants, rushed towards Li Feng with an expression of sheer delight. It seemed he was even more exhilarated than Li Feng himself. Li Feng's gaze remained tranquil as he regarded the ecstatic Bai Zaiji. He wished to ascertain whether this individual had truly exhausted his time on Earth. My dear junior brother, we are as close as siblings. Why resort to such superficial niceties? Bai Zaiji feigned a smile, reaching out to grasp the spiritual sword and the beauty elixir from Li Feng's hands. To bestow such a grand gift upon your elder brother. I am truly unworthy. Thank you. Observing Bai Zaiji's shameless demeanor, Li Feng instantly understood. This man had already embraced the path to his own demise. Li Feng subtly stepped back, evading Bai Zaiji's grasp, and fixed him with an indifferent gaze. He. A mere ant in the Qi refinement realm dares to provoke the great demon lord, truly unaware of his impending doom, with but a slight gesture. I could render him lifeless, his soul forever shrouded in my shadow. The voice of the game's narration momentarily disrupted Li Feng's composure, nearly inciting him to strike Bai Zaiji down on the spot. For reasons unknown, Bai Zaiji felt an intense chill under Li Feng's scrutiny, as if the Grim Reaper himself had set his sights upon him, a sensation he had only ever experienced in the presence of a formidable third-tier demon. Yet, Bai Zaiji quickly shook his head, dismissing such an implausible notion. This soft-hearted individual before him was merely a waste of talent at the first layer of Qi refinement. What could he possibly fear? Regardless, he was determined to obtain that mid-grade flying sword and beauty elixir. The combined worth of these treasures easily surpassed 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If he could seize them and exchange them for resources, he would undoubtedly break through to the Foundation establishment realm within 30 years, even if he chose not to use them himself. Gifting these two treasures to an inner sect disciple could curry favor with a powerful ally, allowing him to navigate the medicine peak with ease. This Li Feng truly was his great fortune. Not only did he assist in labor, but he also delivered immense wealth. Junior brother, what do you mean by this? Are you unwilling to show respect to your elder brother? Li Feng's subtle retreat caused Bai Zaiji's expression to darken. How dare he refuse the items Bai Zaiji desired? Did he not fear the wrath of Master Bixian? Over the past few days, buoyed by the flattery of his two maidservants, Bai Zaiji had become rather arrogant, practically considering himself the future leader of Medicine Peak. In his eyes, Li Feng's actions were akin to courting death. Elder brother, these two items were gifted to me by a friend. I cannot part with them. Li Feng offered a shy smile as he retrieved the spiritual herbs he had gathered for Bai Zaiji, along with two inferior spirit stones, presenting them before him. Senior brother, these herbs are from your medicinal field, and the spirit stones are but a small token of my appreciation. Please accept them. With a sharp glare, Bai Zaiji suddenly slapped the items from Li Feng's hands. You think to placate me with just two spirit stones? Do you take me for a beggar? He regarded Li Feng with disdain, scoffing. These herbs amount to only a tenth of what my field produces. You dare to hoard my herbs? Do you wish for your own demise? Leaning closer, a chilling smile graced Bai Zaiji's lips as he whispered into Li Feng's ear. Do not presume that being an outer disciple guarantees your safety. Each year, someone from the peaks mysteriously disappears. I trust you do not wish to become one of them? Li Feng's face turned pale, his eyes wide with terror. Surely, the sect will intervene? Bai Zaiji chuckled darkly, looking at Li Feng as if he were a fool. Intervene? With what means? There are 50 to 60,000 outer disciples, many of whom cannot even reach the Foundation establishment stage. They are merely resources for the sect to exploit. As long as the Qingyun sect remains, there will be a steady stream of cattle and horses delivered to our doors. And you, with your inferior 5-element spiritual root, who would care for your life or death? Bai Zaiji's pride was palpable as he spoke of spiritual roots. His own was a mid-grade 3 root, gifted far beyond Li Feng's capabilities. He was destined to become a Foundation establishment immortal, even if it were discovered that he had killed Li Feng. The worst he would face would be a few years confined in the Sword Abyss. Is there truly no room for negotiation, senior brother? Li Feng asked with a bitter smile. Before Bai Zaiji could respond, the two beautiful maidservants he had brought began to chime in. Why waste words? Master Bai demands your tribute as a sign of respect. Do not be foolish. Hand over the items before you provoke Master Bai's ire. Their words dripped with condescension, as if failing to appease Bai Zaiji was a grievous sin. Li Feng cast a discreet glance at them, their haughty expressions making him feel nauseous. One might think they were the exalted cultivators themselves. This reminded Li Feng of the high-strung saleswomen in jewelry stores from his previous life, who, while feigning smiles to sell jewelry, looked down upon customers clad in simple attire, believing that being surrounded by gold made them the rightful owners of it. Since you insist on binding yourselves to Bai Zaiji, I shall be magnanimous and send you down with me, he thought. Must you truly be so ruthless, senior brother? Li Feng pressed, his teeth clenched in determination. Bai Zaiji relished the sight of Li Feng's feeble desperation, reveling in his ability to dictate another's fate while Li Feng remained utterly powerless. Even before reaching the Qingyan sect, countless common folk had succumbed to his bullying and torment. Accept your fate, boy. The path of cultivation is one of the strong preying upon the weak. My strength surpasses yours, granting me control over your destiny. Unless you possess a more formidable backing than I. With a mocking smile, Bai Zaiji remarked, perhaps your strength surpasses mine, allowing you to command my orders in return. However, with your talent, that will remain an impossibility throughout your lifetime. A flicker of struggle crossed Li Feng's eyes, as if he were moved by Bai Zaiji's words. Gritting his teeth, he presented the flying sword and the beauty-enhancing elixir with both hands. In that case, senior brother, I bestow these upon you, hoping you can be my pillar of support and guide me in the future. Well said, well said. You are a clever individual. And I have a fondness for nurturing intelligent junior brothers, Bai Zaiji replied with a smile, graciously accepting the treasures. Then, feigning generosity, he added, this year's harvest of spiritual herbs shall be entirely yours. Feel free to collect them. Thank you, senior brother. Li Feng expressed his gratitude with a sincere countenance. No need for thanks. In the future, take care of my spiritual fields alongside yours, and I shall take the time to teach you a low-grade spell. Bai Zaiji's disdain was unmasked in his gaze as he cast a teasing glance at Li Feng before striding away, arm in arm with two maidens, exuding an air of confidence. At this rate, he would soon tame Li Feng into a compliant dog. Li Feng observed Bai Zaiji's departing figure with indifference, his formidable divine sense extending silently in pursuit. Typically, the divine sense of someone in the golden core realm could reach 10 miles, but with his pristine golden core, Li Feng's perception extended a remarkable 300 miles. It was as though he had opened the heavenly eye, watching Bai Zaiji, a mere insect on the ground, crawl slowly into a charming courtyard over 10 miles away. My dear maidens, today I am in high spirits and shall lavish you with affection. Do cleanse yourselves and await my arrival, he declared. Master, we sisters will ensure your pleasure is unparalleled. Do hurry back. They chimed in unison. Upon returning to his residence, Bai Zaiji sent the two maidens off to bathe, eagerly retrieving a communication jade. He intended to contact external buyers and swiftly dispose of the flying sword and beauty-enhancing elixir. These items, obtained from Li Feng, could not be sold within the sect, but selling them externally would yield over 1,000 spirit stones. Just as Bai Zaiji listed the items on the Idle Treasures platform, they were immediately snapped up at a staggering price of 15,000 spirit stones. 11,000 low-grade spirit stones? You boldly placed a direct bid. What a decisive friend you are. Bai Zaiji's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands trembling as he messaged the buyer. Just a trivial sum of 11,000 low-grade spirit stones. Where are you? Let us meet for an offline transaction. I urgently require the beauty-enhancing elixir, the buyer replied promptly. Urgency evident in their words. With a glint in his eye, Bai Zaiji seized the opportunity to raise the price. If we are to trade immediately, the price must increase by another 1,000 spirit stones. After a brief silence, the buyer finally responded. Agreed. Were it not for my urgent need for the beauty-enhancing elixir for my family, I would never consent to such an exorbitant price hike. The revered youth elixir is exceedingly difficult to concoct, classified as a third-tier pill, and is immensely sought after among female cultivators, often in short supply. Hence, Bai Zaiji did not question the veracity of the other party's words. Even within the Qingyan sect, the revered youth elixir is a coveted commodity, frequently sold out within a day of its production. It is commonly out of stock at the contribution pavilion, with an additional 500 low-grade spirit stones. I can meet you for a transaction tonight. Bai Zaiji exemplified insatiable greed, raising his price even further. Very well, that's agreeable. Please choose a location. Upon reading this, Bai Zaiji felt he had underestimated the other party's financial capacity, realizing he might have undersold himself. However, the prospect of acquiring such a significant amount of spirit stones exceeded his expectations. If necessary, he could negotiate a higher price upon meeting. The transaction would take place in Juyin City, which is under the jurisdiction of the Qingyan sect. Having carefully considered the matter, Bai Zaiji decided on Juyin City as the meeting place. As a disciple of the Qingyun sect, he was confident that he could assert dominance on his home turf, ensuring his safety. All right, it's settled. You should set off now. I will arrive shortly. After their agreement, Li Feng stepped away to respond to Su Qinshue's message. Su Qinshu, senior brother, why do you need to borrow so many spirit stones all at once? Is something amiss? Li Feng, just a minor matter. There is no need for concern. I will return the spirit stones to you tomorrow. Su Qinshu, there is no need for formality between us, senior brother. My spirit stones are yours to use. Feel free to take more if needed. Li Feng's lips twitched. It was clear that she was oblivious to her own wealth. Li Feng, thank you for your kindness. Su Qinshu, no need to thank me. It's from the heart. Li Feng found Su Qinshue's enthusiasm somewhat overwhelming and sought a reason to conclude their conversation. Oh, the proud senior brother. I know you harbor feelings for me as well. You cannot escape my grasp. Not receiving a reply from Li Feng, Su Qinshu imagined his bashful expression, her enchanting eyes curving into a smile. The spirit stones Li Feng borrowed were intended to secure a deposit with Bai Zaiji. Otherwise, if that fellow engaged in transactions with others, Li Feng's plans would be thwarted. The communication jade talismans served numerous functions, even allowing for direct transfers of spirit stones. As soon as he spoke, Su Qinshu promptly transferred 15,000 low-grade spirit stones to him. This foolish girl truly lacked the art of concealment. She had presented herself as merely a descendant of a foundation establishment cultivator in the Qingyun sect. How could she casually produce such a sum? After gathering the herbs scattered on the floor and locking the door, Li Feng immediately set off towards the servant peak. Before embarking on a path of violence, he wished to ascertain the condition of Zhou Tiyun. The servant peak remained as it always had, with its thin spiritual energy and lush fields resembling spirals of jade ribbons encircling the mountainside. Upon seeing Li Feng ascend the mountain path, the disciples of the miscellaneous peak hastily set aside their tasks, greeting him with clasped hands. Brotherly, you've returned. We warmly welcome your esteemed presence. Brotherly, at last, you are back. How does it feel to be an outer disciple? Is your cultivation progressing at an astonishing pace? As he beheld their perspiring, yet joyful faces, Li Feng couldn't help but recall a saying from a star in his past life. When you achieve fame, good people surround you, each face radiating happiness. This sentiment remains timeless. When one is vulnerable and easily trampled upon, many are eager to take advantage. Yet, when one becomes formidable, the derision and disdain reflected in their expressions transform into radiant smiles, even deluding themselves. Life as an outer disciple is not significantly different from that on the miscellaneous peak. Perhaps it is even less favorable. Li Feng spoke candidly, but disbelief painted the faces of those around him. In their imagination, becoming an outer disciple meant ascending to a higher echelon among cultivators, enjoying greater freedom and a brighter future. What about Rosen? Li Feng inquired. Noticing the absence of Rosen in the crowd, a female miscellaneous disciple responded willingly. Rosen left the mountain the day after Duan Ming's demise. He said he would rather not live like a beast on the miscellaneous peak, but seek to become a respected immortal master. It was a reasonable perspective, Li Feng mused, recalling the image of Rosen despairingly clutching a bowl and weeping helplessly. He felt a sudden sense of relief that Rosen could reconcile with his own ambitions. As if sensing Li Feng's unpretentious demeanor, the once cautious miscellaneous disciples drew closer, their voices intertwining in a lively exchange. After bidding farewell to the increasingly enthusiastic group, Li Feng made his way to Zhou Tuoyu's residence. It was situated not far from Zhang Qiduan's quarters. Upon entering, he discovered not only Zhou Tuoyu reclining on the bed, but also two other individuals, Zhang Qiduan and a female cultivator he had never encountered before. She possessed an oval face, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Lu Yu, 6th layer of Qi Refinement 6814016, age 70. Upon catching a glimpse of her longevity, Li Feng couldn't help but marvel at the merits of cultivating immortality. At 70 years of age, she remained as radiant as a blooming flower. The gazes of those in the room converged upon Li Feng, and Lu Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. Having lived for so many years, she had yet to encounter a man of such transcendent aura, striking beauty. Junior brotherly, you've arrived, she remarked. At the sound of Zhang Qiduan's voice, Zhou Tuoyu, who had been lying with his eyes closed, opened them. Is it really you, Li Feng? He managed to turn his head with difficulty, peering at Li Feng. Upon recognizing him, Zhou Tuoyu forced a faint smile. In Li Feng's memory, Zhou Tuoyu had always embodied the image of a rugged man with bronze skin and chiseled features. However, the current Zhou Tuoyu appeared pallid, with sunken eyes resembling one on the brink of death. Upon seeing Zhou Tuoyu in this state, Li Feng's heart tightened instantly. Zhou Tuoyu, Qi Refinement Level 7717-2230, Age Lifespan Limit. A glance at his lifespan revealed merely 1 year remaining, but in truth, it was certainly far less than that. Perhaps just a few months, or even days. The uncertainty loomed. 32. It is I, Uncle Zhou, who has brought you to rest. Li Feng's voice quivered with emotion. Were it not for Zhou Tuoyu rescuing him from the brink of death, even with the system, he would have long perished. This kindness outweighed the heavens. Zhou Tuoyu jested. I have never seen you cry as a child. Now that you have grown into a man, why do you behave so effeminately? I am fine. Just a moment of rest will suffice. You are now an outer disciple. It is inappropriate to call me uncle. From now on, refer to me as Brother Zhou. One must not misuse titles. Li Feng had always been the most obedient to Zhou Tuoyu, yet he could not acquiesce to this request. With a grave expression, Li Feng insisted, You are my Uncle Zhou, and I shall be here to care for you in your old age. Hearing Li Feng's resolute tone filled Zhou Tuoyu with both comfort and a twinge of guilt. He had brought Li Feng to the mountain but had not provided him with much assistance. Yet, this child revered him so deeply, leaving Zhou Tuoyu feeling remorseful. He had believed that through diligent cultivation in the outer sect, should he break through to the foundation establishment stage, he could offer Li Feng more support. However, with this unfortunate turn of events, he could no longer guide Li Feng in his future endeavors. Zhou Tuoyu chuckled and scolded. What do you mean by care for me? If you do not devote yourself to cultivation, who knows which one of us shall depart first? At that moment, Liu suddenly pointed at Li Feng and inquired of Zhou Tuoyu, Brother Zhou, who is this? His name is Li Feng. He has just become a disciple of Qingyun's sect. Zhou Tuoyu replied languidly, and Li Feng could discern the disdain Zhou Tuoyu felt towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu, upon realization, remarked, So he is the orphan you brought back from the outer sect. He has grown quite a bit. Li Feng's gaze turned cold. He had not anticipated this woman to possess not only a frigid appearance but also such a biting tongue. While her words held truth, they left Li Feng feeling quite uncomfortable. Orphan? We are all his family. Zhou Tuoyu's anger flared as he pointed towards the door, coldly stating, Leave. I will not acquiesce to your demands. Li Feng remained silent, observing quietly. He wished to hear the story between the two, for he had previously known too little about Zhou Tuoyu. Lu Yu, with a resigned smile, said, Brother Zhou, in your current state, we are no longer possible. You cannot expect me to live as a widow for you, can you? Moreover, our families arranged the betrothal. Although you have treated me well over the years, it does not obligate me to honor the engagement. We are both cultivators. How can we let romantic entanglements hinder our paths? After your demise, should the engagement be revealed by others, how will I find a partner? Elder Qiao has hinted at me multiple times recently. If you truly love me, grant me the freedom to choose. Get out. Zhou Tuoyu, upon hearing such heartless and callous words from the woman, finally succumbed to his fury. His eyes widened like bronze bells, bloodshot and inflamed, as he summoned his remaining strength to roar. Even Li Feng, despite his usual dullness, began to discern the underlying truth. You despicable woman, you have sealed your own fate. While you reap the benefits from Zhou Tuoyu, you shamelessly consort with Elder Qiao. You are nothing but a wretched cur. Had it not been for your treachery in informing Elder Qiao and revealing the secret of the Fire Spirit Stone, Zhou Tuoyu would not have suffered such grievous injuries. Such despicable conduct is beneath even me. The voice of the game's narrator echoed in his ears, causing Li Feng's gaze to sharpen momentarily. A fleeting aura of danger passing through him. He struggled to suppress his murderous intent towards Lu Yu. This woman dared to come here, indicating that she had powerful backing. If she were to die inexplicably at the outer disciple peak, it would only bring trouble to Zhou Tuoyu and Zhang Qidhuan. Junior brother, why do you glare at me? Am I not speaking the truth? Lu Yu seemed to sense Li Feng's scrutiny and turned to regard him with a mocking gaze. A wise bird selects its tree to perch upon. Should I remain loyal to a dying man? You ought to comprehend the struggles faced by this woman. Female cultivators are inherently a marginalized group. Everyone desires their descendants to possess spiritual roots. In the eyes of some potent beings, we are merely resources for cultivation. If you are dissatisfied with my actions and believe I am in the wrong, you are welcome to persuade Elder Qiao to relinquish his claim over me. However, I suspect you will find him unyielding. He is a foundation establishment expert and hardly concerned with the opinions of mere ants. Zhou Shixiao. Should you fail to surrender the marriage certificate, it will be Elder Qiao who comes knocking at your door once more. A faint smirk graced Lu Yu's face as she portrayed herself as an emotionless pawn, manipulated by Elder Qiao and Zhou Taoyu, blaming them for her own ignoble actions while threatening Zhou Taoyu with Elder Qiao. The sight of this woman filled Li Feng with revulsion. Oh, Zhou Shixiao. Since you are near death, why not leave your storage bag to me as a memento? Li Yu suddenly produced a storage bag, waving it in front of him as if intent on driving Zhou Taoyu to madness. Zhou Taoyu, furious to the brink, his voice gravelly like a wailing ghost, exclaimed, "You vile creature! I have been blind all along, failing to see your true nature. That storage bag contains all my savings accumulated over the years. Should you dare to take it, I will report you to the punishment hall, and I will not allow you to have an easy time of it, even in death." Upon hearing the mention of the punishment hall, Lu Yu's expression shifted, only to be replaced by a feigned, pitiable smile. She pouted, "Shixiang, how heartless you are. After so many years of affection, can it truly be eclipsed by a mere storage bag? If you desire the storage bag, it is simple. Return the marriage certificate, and I shall return it to you. Otherwise, upon your demise, the storage bag will still belong to me, for it once contained illicit goods. And Elder Qiao has the right to retain it. Reporting to the punishment hall will avail you nothing." Driven to a corner, Zhou Taoyu remained silent, his jaw clenched, revealing green veins upon his forehead. "Leave the storage bag. We can give you the marriage certificate." Li Feng, fearing that Zhou Taoyu might suffer some misfortune, quickly spoke up. Lu Yu looked at Li Feng with a beaming smile, remarking that her junior brother was indeed clever, as this arrangement benefited everyone. Zhou Taoyu could hardly swallow his pride. But thinking about how close he was to death, he realized there was no need to cling to trivial dignity. Retrieving the storage bag would allow him to leave a few resources for Li Feng. "The marriage certificate is against my chest, Li Feng. You shall take it out and return it to her." Zhou Taoyu insisted, unwilling to let Li Yu touch him, speaking to Li Feng with his eyes shut. "All right," Li Feng responded, moving to the bedside. He extracted the marriage certificate, warmed by Zhou Taoyu's body, and Lu Yu's eyes sparkled as she reached out to snatch it. However, Li Feng stepped back, extending his other hand toward her. "First, hand over the storage bag. You little rascal, do you think I would go back on my word? I have no interest in Zhou Taoyu's wealth." Lu Yu taunted with a cold smirk. Satisfied, she even called Zhou Taoyu by name. Such is the cruelty of human nature. With that, Li Yu carelessly tossed the storage bag to Li Feng. He caught it steadily and opened it for Zhou Taoyu to see. "Uncle Zhou, is everything inside intact?" "Yes." Zhou Taoyu nodded. Lu Yu impatiently called out, "Hurry up and bring me the marriage certificate. I don't wish to linger in this wretched place for a moment longer." "Here you go." However, Li Feng did not directly hand over the certificate to Lu Yu. Instead, he ripped it in front of her, coldly stating, "Remember, this is not a dissolution of the engagement. It is my Uncle Zhou who has divorced you. You may leave now." As the torn marriage certificate fluttered down like snowflakes, Lu Yu's expression shifted from pale to dark, and then to a deep shade of green, her countenance darkening dangerously. Always admired by the outer disciples of the spirit mind for her aloof beauty, she had never encountered such humiliation. She trembled with fury, her gaze cold and venomous as she glared at Li Feng, hissing, "You little wretch! How dare you insult me like this?" In her rage, the violent spiritual energy within Lu Yu erupted, wreaking havoc in the room, shattering many objects. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming pressure that could crush someone at the third level of qi refinement, Li Feng remained unfazed, retorting, "In terms of being a wretch, I must still learn from you, senior sister. I wouldn't dare to claim such a title. You are courting death." Lu Yu narrowed her eyes, the murderous intent palpable. "You little brat, dare to move, and I shall crush you like a mere insect. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill?" The game's narrative roared in Li Feng's ears. A sudden chill ran down Lu Yu's spine as she cast a wary glance at Zhang Qidwan, who sat composedly beside her. Ultimately, she restrained herself from delivering a lethal blow to Li Feng. Li Yu instinctively thought that the terrifying aura threatening her life emanated from Zhang Qidwan. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement, should he act here, she would certainly find herself in dire straits. "Li Feng, I shall remember you. This matter is far from over." Li Yu fixed a cold, mirthless gaze upon Li Feng before abruptly delivering a harsh remark and turning to leave. Whether it be a broken engagement or a divorce, as long as she remained silent, no one need know what transpired. Once the marriage contract is annulled, she shall have no further ties with Zhou Taoyu, and can peacefully become Elder Qiao's concubine, relishing in the abundant resources for cultivation that she has not labored for. Perhaps some labor is still required, but it would merely be a change from the toil of the mines to the tribulations of another realm. Li Feng, why did you tear up the marriage contract? That wretched Lu Yu is at the 6th level of qi cultivation. Zhou Tuyu gazed at Li Feng with a complex expression and sighed. Alas. You will face significant troubles ahead. It's not worth it for someone as useless as me. I will not permit her to trample upon Uncle Zhou's dignity. And I am unafraid of complications, Li Feng declared with determination. He then offered a reassuring smile. I am a disciple of Yao Feng, as long as I remain within. She will find no opportunity to trouble me. It's all my fault. I have brought you suffering, Zhou Tuyu lamented, shaking his head in self-reproach. Li Feng tucked him in with the blanket and comforted him. Without your rescue, I would not be where I am today. Uncle Zhou, focus on your recovery. I will find a way to heal you. A bittersweet smile graced Zhou Tuyu's lips, his expression forlorn. My Dantian and Qi Si have been shattered. Even if my injuries heal, I will remain a useless invalid. Do not waste your energy on me. Li Feng responded earnestly. I am but an orphan from a small mountain village. Am I not even more useless? Yet you have never given up on me, so how could I abandon you? As long as one is alive, there is hope. The Qi Si can indeed be restored. Zhang Qi sighed in agreement. To repair the Qi Si, one would need to cultivate a superior grade technique. Such techniques are accessible only to true disciples at Qinyan sect. Even with spirit stones and contribution points, they cannot be exchanged. Superior grade? What about supreme grade? Li Feng's spirits were lifted. He recalled that the technique he practiced, the reincarnation longevity scripture, was of supreme quality. If a superior grade technique can mend the Qi Si, then surely a supreme grade technique can achieve the same. The uncertainty lay in whether Zhou Tuyu could cultivate it, particularly regarding the necessity of possessing the 5-element spiritual roots. What type of spiritual root does Uncle Zhou possess? Li Feng inquired of Zhang Qi. Given Zhou Tuyu's severe condition, Li Feng endeavored to minimize disturbances, allowing him to rest while directing inquiries towards Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi shook his head with a sigh. He possesses inferior-grade gold, earth, and water spiritual roots, placing him above average among outer disciples, with a better chance of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, if not for this unfortunate incident. Suddenly, Zhou Tuyu spoke. Junior brother, I entrust my storage bag to you. Utilize the resources within as you see fit. Strive to break through to the 3rd level of qi cultivation and learn sword control, so you may possess some means of escape. Thank you, senior brother, Li Feng replied without hesitation. His interest lay not in the resources contained within the storage bag, but rather in discerning the techniques Zhou Tuyu practiced. Li Feng vaguely recalled that Zhou Tuyu had mentioned his cultivation technique was a family heirloom, rather than one belonging to the Qinyan sect. He pondered that if all else failed, he could deduce a mid-tier technique from Zhou Tuyu's method for him to practice. The reason he refrained from providing a top-tier technique was his concern that Zhou Tuyu might lack the innate talent to master it within his dwindling lifespan. As long as Zhou Tuyu could cultivate a mid-tier technique to its foundational level, his lifespan would extend to its utmost limit. At that point, the speed of progression through the mid-tier technique might even facilitate a rapid breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Li Feng, do you have any matters to attend to? If not, let us step outside and allow your senior brother Zhou to recuperate properly, Zhang Qi signaled to Li Feng, urging him to accompany him out. Li Feng nodded and reassured Zhou uncle, do not overthink it. Take it easy. Everything will turn out well. Just rest well. After departing the modest room with Zhang Qi and walking a distance away, Zhang Qi, with a grave expression, quietly informed Li Feng, Zhou Tuyu's Qi Si has not only been shattered, but his meridians have also been completely severed. If he does not receive prompt treatment, he will only have 2 months to live at most. How can we save him? Li Feng's brow furrowed tightly, his fists clenched. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire for vengeance. He could not fathom that even a good man like Zhou Tuyu could be so ruthlessly harmed. He had come to regard Elder Qiao and Lu Yuang Haishou as nothing more than beasts. Killing such beasts would not weigh on his conscience in the least. We need a heart recovery and meridians restoration pill to stabilize the heart meridian, followed by nurturing with the spirit refining pill, Zhang Qi pondered aloud. The spirit refining pill is a 2nd-tier elixir that I can manage to exchange for, but the heart recovery and meridians restoration pill is a 4th-tier elixir. Not only is it exceedingly valuable, but it is also difficult to preserve, requiring consumption within 3 days of its refinement. To enlist a fourth-tier alchemist for its creation cannot be accomplished with mere spirit stones. As Zhang Qiduan spoke, he activated a communication jade plate, presenting the descriptions of the two elixirs to Li Feng. The contribution value for one spirit refining pill was 100, which meant that at the rate of 1 per month, he would require 110 low-grade spirit stones annually. The Heart Recovery and Meridian's Restoration pill, being among the rarest fourth-tier elixirs, had an exceptionally low success rate in crafting. Coupled with its preservation difficulties, it was not even available in the contribution pavilion of the Qinyan sect. Even if it were available, its price of 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones would deter many. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Given Li Feng's current annual income of around 20 low-grade spirit stones, he would need to work for 250,000 years. Forget it. I shall refine it myself. After eliminating Bai Zaiji tonight, I will delve into alchemy, Li Feng secretly resolved, promptly transferring 500 spirit stones to Zhang Qiduan. Your transfer of 500 low-grade spirit stones has been received. Zhang Qiduan was taken aback by the notification on the communication jade plate, his expression turning one of astonishment. Seeing that the cinder was Li Feng only deepened his surprise, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. Where did this fellow acquire so many spirit stones? On the dark, windswept night of murder, Li Feng, how did you manage to gather such an abundance of spirit stones? Zhang Qiduan gazed at Li Feng in disbelief. Li Feng replied with a smile. Peak Master, I borrowed these spirit stones from others. You need not concern yourself with their origins. Our priority now is to treat Uncle Zhou. Zhang Qiduan's expression turned grave as he cautioned Li Feng. It must be Su Qianque. That woman is exceedingly enigmatic. I suspect she may be an undercover agent sent by another sect. You must exercise caution and not fall for her tricks. Having lived for so many years, Zhang Qiduan had witnessed an array of events. Such a keen sense of suspicion was entirely reasonable. Each major sect harbors its share of infiltrators, an unspoken truth. Even if discovered, the most that could happen would be expulsion. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Do not worry. She is unlikely to cause me harm. Li Feng smiled faintly, adding inwardly, she lacks the capability to harm me. With his cultivation at the pure gold core stage, Li Feng possessed the strength to contend even against those in the nascent soul stage. In the face of absolute power, no scheme could prevail. Very well, just be cautious. Zhang Qiduan acknowledged that Li Feng had matured and formed his own opinions, thus refraining from further advice. He could not be Li Feng's guardian forever. Once one embarks on the path of cultivation, all must rely on oneself. After bidding farewell to Zhang Qiduan, Li Feng departed from the miscellaneous peaks and headed toward the agreed-upon location at the 103rd Herbal Peak. You are the Pingyu Banquet. The disciple assigned to Li Feng's task displayed a look of astonishment upon seeing him. Despite his handsome appearance, why had he chosen such a peculiar name? Because this name is quite charming as well, Li Feng jested. Haha, you are truly eccentric, chuckled the outer sect disciple. People are strange, and so are their endeavors. In my many years, I have never encountered anyone addicted to harvesting spirit herbs. That is because harvesting spirit herbs does not extend one's lifespan. Otherwise, you would be even more fervent than I, Li Feng mused silently. Ren Shuyuan, Level 8, Qi Refining 87150160, Age. Lifespan Limit. Li Feng took a glance at this person's lifespan, confirming he indeed spoke the truth and had lived for many years. His cultivation at the 8th level of Qi Refining perhaps provided Ren Shuyuan with the audacity to be the first to accept a contribution task. Today, you shall witness that cultivating land can indeed be addictive, Li Feng remarked, spreading his hands. This peculiar inclination was nothing to be embarrassed about, compared to many other eccentricities. He could certainly be considered a normal individual. As long as you are pleased, let us proceed. I will show you the fields where herbs can be harvested. Ren Shuyuan smiled nonchalantly, turning to lead the way. The two arrived at a Class B spirit herb field, where it was astonishing to find that nearly half of the herbs were of the second rank. Although it spanned only an acre, Li Feng estimated that the lifespan harvested would certainly rival that of a 3-acre Class D field. After explaining the precautions for harvesting spirit herbs, Ren Shuyuan stood by, observing Li Feng as he gathered the herbs. With a bold demeanor, he took out the communication jade talisman, recording a video of Li Feng at work and posting it in the comments section of the task he had published. This instantly attracted a multitude of onlookers. Lo and behold, this fellow possesses quite the handsome visage, yet his peculiar tastes are unexpected. The sight of the junior disciple laboring with such focus is indeed captivating. Just as my spiritual herbs have matured, I must take on this task. What a surprise, it was merely assisting in the harvest of spiritual herbs. What an absurdity. You are the one with the absurdity. They are merely embracing the joy of labor. Do you not understand? A throng of infatuated admirers. And I can hardly be bothered with you. Due to his striking appearance, Li Feng's task, which offered a contribution value of 50 spirit stones, was swiftly completed by his senior and junior sisters. Some even went so far as to increase the price, purchasing the task from others. It wasn't until nightfall that Li Feng managed to extricate himself from the throng of senior and junior sisters. He had not anticipated such an outcome. Initially, everything seemed normal, with no one interrupting his herb gathering. Yet gradually, wherever he went, a crowd of starry-eyed sisters awaited him. Dozens of them watched intently as he harvested the herbs, cheering him on and offering water and towels, displaying exceptional care. Had he not firmly declined, these ethereal beings in the eyes of mere mortals might have even taken it upon themselves to wipe his brow. This was hardly work. It was clearly a celebrity experiencing life, surrounded by a gaggle of adoring fans cheering him on. His body was not fatigued. Yet the fervor of these sisters left him drenched in sweat. Ultimately, the video of Li Feng harvesting herbs spread wildly throughout the Qingyan sect, gaining immense popularity. He earned the moniker of herb-picking immortal. Even Su Qianxue felt a pang of jealousy, specifically arranging a video call with Li Feng to inquire about his intentions. Li Feng could only deflect, claiming he sought something to occupy his time out of boredom. His herb-gathering endeavors persisted until midnight, by which time he had harvested a full 10 acres. However, his lifespan had already surpassed 30,000 years. Lifespan 30712. Li Feng delivered the harvested spiritual herbs to the landowner and, before the reluctant gazes of dozens of sisters, made his departure. Now, there was undeniable evidence of his absence, ensuring that no suspicion would fall upon him for the demise of Bai Zaishi. Take your time, junior disciple. The journey is long. If you wish, you may stay. My room is quite spacious, one sister called out. Sister, perhaps you should wipe your mouth. You might frighten the junior disciple. What if he decides not to return for herb gathering tomorrow? Another chimed in. Do not be afraid, junior disciple. We truly do not bite. You must come back tomorrow. Hearing the playful laughter behind him, Li Feng could only smile wryly. It seemed that being a star was not as glamorous as it appeared. The pressure was overwhelming. Once he left the outer gate and entered the solitary valley, he employed the concealment technique to mask his presence and soared into the sky with his hands behind his back. He transformed into a streak of light, traversing the night sky. In a mere quarter of an hour, he covered thousands of miles and arrived at Jueyun City. Jueyun City, standing tall against the backdrop of Qingyun Gate, resembles a vast kingdom, thriving with millions of mortals and cultivators. Various large flying treasures transport passengers to and fro. While on the ground, numerous cultivators riding spirit beasts enter and exit the city, creating a magnificent spectacle. I have already arrived within the city. Where are you? After altering his appearance, Li Feng sent a message to Bai Zaishi using a communication jade tablet. At this moment, Li Feng donned a black robe that concealed his cheeks, employing a concealment technique to transform into a burly man with a twisted beard. In this guise, even if Su Qianxue stood before him, she would not recognize him. I have arrived as well. Head directly to Junwei Tower, room Rinzi Jiahao, to find me. Bai Zaishi, currently at Junwei Tower, was engaged in merriment with a courtesan when he heard the notification from the communication jade tablet. He swiftly kicked the woman aside and hurriedly replied, Good. Li Feng responded with a succinct word, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. This Bai Zaishi truly embodies the phrase to die under a peony is to be a spirit of romance, choosing a transaction location amidst the revelry. Upon reaching Junwei Tower, Li Feng sensed an unfamiliar aura beside Bai Zaishi. This presence bore the strength of a seventh-layer foundation establishment cultivator, indicating that Bai Zaishi was not entirely without vigilance. However, he underestimated Li Feng's prowess. For assured safety, one would at least need to invite a nascent soul cultivator to stand guard. Li Feng adhered to the principle of cautious cultivation, continuing to survey his surroundings. He discovered that within 300 miles of Junwei Tower, only a mid-stage golden core cultivator was stationed. Such strength would not impede him. After eliminating his target, he could leave without a trace. 35. Mirance at the Foundation Establishment stage. Dare to engage me? Within the Rinzi Jiahao room of Junwei Tower, Bai Zaishi sat across from a cold-faced middle-aged man. He toyed with the Feishue sword in his hand, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Seventh uncle, we shall see your prowess shortly. If that individual possesses low cultivation, we can easily outsmart him and keep him here. The middle-aged man, known as Qi Shu, bore the name Bai Yongde. He was a second-generation figure from the Bai family, ranked 7th, and also Bai Ziji's uncle. Let us observe for now. Someone who can afford beauty-restoring pills and mid-grade flying swords may well belong to a foundation establishment family. With your grandfather in seclusion to break through to the Golden Core stage, it is best for the family to avoid trouble. Bai Yongde's voice was rough yet calm, advising Bai Ziji to consider the bigger picture. Bai Ziji chuckled. Very well, we shall see, after all. It is all profit for me. Bai Yongde frowned at his nephew's carefree demeanor. You have yet to tell me where these items came from. Could they attract trouble? There will be no trouble. That fellow dares not even utter a sound in my presence. He might even be grateful to be associated with me. Bai Ziji recalled the expression of Li Feng, who was filled with indignation yet dared not voice it, and sneered dismissively. Such a worthless individual. Even if I do not take his longevity elixir, there will be others who will. A lack of strength is his original sin. Observing his confidence, Bai Yongde nodded in uncertainty. Although Bai Ziji had always acted with arrogance since childhood, he was not a fool. He knew well who could provoke him and who could not. While the two were engaged in conversation, the door swung open and a maid entered, leading a transformed Li Feng into the room. Esteemed gentleman, this individual claims to be your friend and has requested to meet you, the maid said with a charming smile as she introduced Li Feng. It was against protocol for a maid to casually open a guest's door. But after Li Feng presented her with 5 spirit stones, those rules became inconsequential. Even if she faced punishment, the 5 spirit stones would more than compensate for any loss. Very well, you may leave now, but in the future, do not enter without explicit instructions. Bai Ziji was about to erupt in anger when Bai Yongde halted him with a glance, then waved his hand to dismiss the maid. She quickly exited, closing the door behind her. So, you are the esteemed Taoist Li? To come alone to this meeting shows commendable courage. Bai Ziji, unaware that Li Feng was not alone, displayed a hint of amusement. He stood, adopting the demeanor of an elder, and greeted Li Feng with a respectful gesture. In this transaction, Li Feng had assumed the alias Li Feiyu. Li Feng, his voice resonating from beneath his dark robe, stated, "Let us dispense with idle chatter. Hand over the items, and I shall confirm the transaction. Then we shall be square." He noticed Bai Ziji clutching the Fei Shui sword, itching to sever his hand on the spot. Ah, Li Taoist, your forthrightness is refreshing. To celebrate our successful collaboration, shall we share a drink? Bai Ziji offered, placing a cup of wine before Li Feng, his face beaming with joy. Hehehe, 2 mere insects dare to engage in a black market scheme against me, attempting to poison my drink. Such audacity. I, the Demon Lord, possess the Qing Di longevity technique. Do they truly believe I fear mere second-grade poison? I shall send you both to your demise. The mocking voice of the game's narrator echoed in his ears, causing Li Feng's eyes to narrow. Once again, the same old trick. How is it that these cultivators only resort to such despicable methods? I shall forego the drink. I have a gift for Brother Bai. Li Feng's tone suddenly shifted, transforming from a deep rumble to a clear and bright sound. Bai Ziji's expression changed instantly, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze on Li Feng. The voice felt eerily familiar. Yet he could not recall when he had a junior brother with the surname Li. He could not fathom that such an insignificant creature would dare to approach him alone. Might I ask who you are? Bai Ziji queried, astonished, as both he and Bai Yongde's eyes fixated on Li Feng, eager to discern his identity. Bai Yongde discreetly gripped his magical hammer, his right hand clutching a talisman. Should the situation take a turn, he would not hesitate to eliminate Li Feng without a second thought. Under the perceptive gaze of Bai Yongde, Li Feng was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. His every tactic would surely lead him to an effortless victory. Bai Yongde possessed a profound understanding of Bai Ziji, recognizing that his nephew was not adept at forging friendships. Thus no one would come forth to present gifts. Moreover, as a junior disciple, how could the imposing figure before him have reached the foundation establishment realm? Ziji, exercise caution. This individual may harbor ill intentions. Bai Yongde conveyed a warning telepathically. Without his prompting, Bai Ziji was already on high alert, casually positioning himself behind Bai Yongde. It had only been a day since their last encounter. Had he already forgotten? A faint, derisive smile played at the corners of Li Feng's mouth as he slowly removed the hood of his dark robe. His form swiftly diminished before the eyes of the two, and the disguise adorning his face dissipated rapidly. In an instant, a slender, strikingly handsome young man stood before the duo, hands clasped behind his back. Li Feng, it is you. At the sight of Li Feng, Bai Ziji's pupils constricted suddenly, exclaiming in shock. Ziji, who is he? Bai Yongda positioned his large hammer across his chest, gazing at Li Feng with palpable wariness. Seventh uncle, he is the owner of these two treasures. I never anticipated he would conceal himself so deeply, kill him at once. Bai Ziji's eyes gleamed with malice, urging Bai Yongda to act swiftly. Even he, not the brightest, recognized he had been outmaneuvered by Li Feng. This man, seemingly submissive before him, was in truth a formidable Foundation establishment cultivator. A 16-year-old at the Foundation establishment realm. What an extraordinary prodigy. Even within the inner sect, one would be hard-pressed to find another. Yet, such a powerful being had lurked in the shadows, masquerading as a fool before him. This realization filled Bai Ziji with humiliation. To Li Feng, his every word and action were likely perceived as those of a mere clown. With Li Feng's talent, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Bai family in the future. As long as this person lived, Bai Ziji would find no peace. Boom. Before Bai Ziji's words could fully escape his lips, Bai Yongda had already acted decisively. The low-grade magical hammer in his hand erupted with the brilliance of thunder, aimed squarely at Li Feng's head. The violent spiritual energy of Foundation establishment clung to the hammer, capable of instantaneously collapsing the very building. Unlike Bai Ziji, who had merely dabbled in the path of cultivation, Bai Yongda had battled through the years. Well aware that combat was a matter of life and death, there was no room for leniency towards Li Feng. Even when facing a rabbit, a lion employs its full strength. Thus, even if Li Feng appeared to possess only the initial stage of Foundation establishment, Bai Yongda would not hold back. At the moment the hammer descended, 5 spirit-binding talismans were swiftly cast from Bai Yongda's left hand, compressing Li Feng's space for movement and rendering him unable to evade. Die, Li Feng, regardless of your secrets. Once you are gone, everything will belong to me. As Li Feng fell into a seemingly inescapable predicament, Bai Ziji's face twisted into a cold, sinister smile. To him, Li Feng's tranquility appeared merely as the stunned reaction of one gripped by fear. A 16-year-old at the Foundation establishment realm surely harbored unimaginable fortunes. Once Li Feng was dead, those fortunes would rightfully belong to Bai Ziji. At the moment when both the uncle and nephew believed that Li Feng was doomed, he instead smiled. Within that smile lay an indifference that looked down upon all. How could mere ants of the Foundation establishment realm dare to challenge me? In the incredulous gaze of the two, Li Feng's aura of the Golden Core realm finally ceased to be concealed, revealing itself. A Golden Core at the age of 16. The uncle and nephew wished to shout, yet found their throats constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering them utterly voiceless. Sancher Lu, retrieve the spirit herb. The domain of the Azure Emperor from the Azure Emperor's longevity art unfurled, and the room fell entirely under Li Feng's dominion. The axe and spirit talisman that fell before Li Feng, like snowflakes meeting water, instantly dissolved. Like weathered sand, they dissipated into the air. Bai Yongda, unable to withstand the backlash, felt his arm, which wielded the axe, explode in a mist of blood, splattering his face. With a flicker of his mind, Li Feng shattered the communication jade plates of the Bai family, rendering them incapable of transmitting any messages. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bai Zitai's expression changed drastically. His face contorted in disbelief as he screamed. Under Li Feng's oppressive aura, he felt his entire spiritual power suppressed, as if trapped in a quagmire. Even his voice was stifled. All that could be seen was his gaping mouth and trembling eyes, overwhelmed by shock. This was certainly not the strength of the Foundation establishment realm. This was the domain of a true Golden Core master. Bang! With a gentle flick of his finger, the already disabled Bai Yongda evaporated in terror. The crushing disparity of realms made him feel like a drowning man with no lifeline, facing inevitable death amidst endless fear. After Bai Yongda perished, a wisp of barely perceptible azure smoke escaped his body, attempting to flee the room. Li Feng recognized this as Yongda's soul, with a soft breath. He dispersed the wisp of smoke. Thus, amid Foundation establishment Immortal's spirit was utterly annihilated. You have successfully plundered Bai Yongda Foundation establishment level 5 of 123 years of lifespan. The game's notification echoed in his ears, confirming that Bai Yongda had indeed met his end. Killing one is the same as killing 100 or 1,000. Since the slaughter has begun today, this demon lord shall descend into the path of darkness, starting with the destruction of Junhua Tower. To achieve the supreme path of the demon lord, The laws of heaven and earth share a lifespan, and not only can one harvest the lifespan of plants, but killing also extends one's own life. The game's narration took the opportunity to entice Li Feng, urging him to annihilate Junwei Tower as well. The murderous intent in Li Feng's eyes surged dramatically. Terrified, Bai Zaitai lost control of his bowels, kneeling before Li Feng, begging for mercy. Li Shidi, no Li Jinren. Li Xianbei, I beg you, spare my life. It was all Bai Yongda's scheme to blackmail. I had no part in it. I shall return the foundational elixir and the mid-grade flying sword, merely pleading for the preservation of my life. In return, I am willing to serve you loyally. Akin to a beast of burden, and can even transform the entire Bai family into your slaves. My grandfather is on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. A creature of such stature is worth my life. Li Feng remained silent, casually tossing the spirit herbs of Bai Zhaiji onto the ground, sternly commanding, pick up the herbs. I insist you collect them. I will. Bai Zhaiji pleaded, prostrating himself, like a dog, on the ground, gathering the scattered herbs piece by piece before kneeling before Li Feng. The arrogance he exhibited yesterday while discarding the herbs stood in stark contrast to his current abject humility. Observing Bai Zhaiji's pitiful demeanor, Li Feng chuckled, Brother Bai, I must admit, I preferred your former arrogance. Do try to regain that spirit. Daring not to display true arrogance, Bai Zhaiji suddenly had an idea. His face lighting up with hope, he enticed Li Feng. Senior, I will comply with whatever you desire. My sister, Bai Chenxi, is an inner disciple of the Changhe sword sect, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and possesses the spirit phoenix physique, making her an exceptional candidate for your alchemical furnace. Release me, and I shall ensure she becomes your maid. Fear not, brother, I have already forgiven you, Li Feng said with a benevolent smile. Bai Zhaji's joy soared, and he incredulously asked, Senior, you aren't deceiving me, are you? What nonsense. Am I the sort to go back on my word? Li Feng replied with a calm smile. Such trivial matters are inconsequential. Merely be more cautious in your next life. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Bai Zhaiji realized he had been played. His expression contorted in rage as he screamed, Li Feng, you wretched beast. If you kill me, you too shall meet your end. My grandfather will avenge me. With this, Bai Zhaiji lunged at Li Feng like a rabid dog, attempting to sink his teeth into Li Feng's neck. Li Feng retaliated with a punch that crushed Bai Zhaiji's nose into his skull, blood streaming down his face. Yet, with a cultivation level at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, Bai Zhaiji did not succumb immediately. The humiliation and agony plunged him into a hellish state. Wiping his bloodied hands on Bai Zhaiji's garments, Li Feng remarked indifferently, While I too wish to show mercy, I must concede you are correct. The strong must humiliate the weak, and weakness is the original sin. Thus, do not blame me. Blame yourself for seeking death. I did offer you a chance. Yet you chose the path to demise. As your junior, I shall fulfill your wish. Since you mentioned your grandfather, I assume you wish for your entire family to accompany you on this journey. Rest assured, I shall grant you that desire. Li Feng's voice bore no trace of emotion. While Bai Zhaiji emitted pitiful whimpers, he had not anticipated Li Feng's ruthlessness, intent on eradicating the entire Bai clan. Had he known this fiend's true nature, he would have never dared to provoke him in the first place. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for remorse in this world. Now, Bai Zhaiji is left solely with the dread of death. As he gazed into Bai Zhaiji's eyes, where despair and resentment intertwined, Li Feng, with a serene expression, snapped his fingers. A terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted, twisting Bai Zhaiji into a grotesque form before pulverizing him to dust, obliterating even his soul. To eradicate the grass without removing the roots is to allow it to grow anew with the spring breeze. Li Feng was acutely aware of this truth, thus, he spared not even the enemy's soul. You have successfully plundered 168 years of lifespan from Bai Zhaiji, 5th layer of Qi cultivation. After laying waste to everything within the room, Li Feng transformed into the imposing figure of the burly black-robed man, Li Feiyu, and confidently stepped outside. The two guests inside were engaged in serious discussion, declaring their disinterest in food and wine, insisting that no one disturb them for 10 days. A stipulation covered by their payment. Li Feng offered a slight smile to the maid standing at the door, tossing her 100 spirit stones. Upon seeing such a fortune, the maid's eyes sparkled with delight, her countenance radiating allure as she teased Li Feng. What a generous guest. She yearned for a brief encounter with him. At your service, I shall relay your message to the matron. She curtsied gracefully, then with a charming smile added, Are you weary, esteemed sir? My massage skills are renowned at Junwei Tower. Would you like me to assist you? No need. Just refrain from disturbing the esteemed ones inside. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, striding away with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Watching his retreating figure, the maid lamented internally, such a robust immortal. Even without the spirit stones, would surely provide an unforgettable night of passion. Upon departing from Junwei Tower, Li Feng made his way directly to the Bai family, which was located within the city of Juyun, nearly 1,000 miles away. At his current speed, he could arrive in half an hour. Following the deaths of Bai Zaiji and Bai Yangda, Li Feng's list of adversaries had grown notably, now featuring several prominent foes, all relatives of Bai Zaiji. Among them was the most formidable, his grandfather, Bai Zhaoxi, a cultivator at the first layer of the Golden Core realm. As he flew, Li Feng closed his eyes, utilizing the virtual arena function to engage in combat, emerging in the blink of an eye. With a single punch, he dispatched his opponent. A disgrace to the Golden Core realm. The outcome of the battle left Li Feng speechless. 37. Executing the will of heaven, Li Feiyu. Upon arriving outside the Bai residence, Li Feng was taken aback to find the house ablaze with lights and festooned with decorations, as though in celebration of a momentous occasion. Numerous cultivators arrived bearing gifts. Ascending the grand entrance of the Bai family, Li Feng extended his spiritual awareness, gathering a wealth of information. Fortune favors the prepared. Today marked the auspicious celebration of Bai Zhaoxi's breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. With a Golden Core cultivator at the helm, the Bai family's status soared significantly. The Golden Core lineage was sure to attract the favor and congratulations of many powers and rogue cultivators alike. The atmosphere within the Bai family was one of unrestrained joy. From the family members to the servants, all wearing smiles that could scarcely conceal their pride. As long as the Bai Chao temple endures, the Bai family can maintain a place of prominence in Jiyun City, preserving their glory for centuries. The tides of fortune can shift in an instant. I hope the members of the Bai family can adapt to the fluctuations of their emotions. Gazing upon the opulent gates of the Bai family, Li Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Are you here to offer your congratulations to the Baizhenren? He inquired. Gifts valued below 5 spirit stones must remain outside the Bai residence. Just as Li Feng was about to step through the gates, he was intercepted by a servant at the second level of Qi refinement, whose tone was laced with arrogance. Pointing disdainfully towards the banquet set up outside, he sneered at Li Feng. Although Li Feng currently exhibited the cultivation level of the 5th layer of foundation establishment, he was looked down upon by this insignificant servant. This perfectly illustrated the adage of the powerful using their influence to intimidate the weak. You call me brother? Li Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, deciding it was time to teach this servant a lesson about respect and hierarchy. Within the Qingyan sect, I would not take offense at being called junior disciple. However, outside the sect, failing to address an elder properly is indeed a mistake. The weak should at least maintain a modicum of respect in the presence of the strong. Is that not so? No matter how formidable you may be, today you are merely here to present a gift, seeking the protection of the Bai family. The servant cast a sidelong glance at Li Feng, dismissively stating, "This is the attitude of the Bai family. If you're displeased, you can leave immediately and not obstruct those behind you." Li Feng suddenly smiled. Very well, since you can represent the Bai family, let us start with you. The servant regarded Li Feng as if he were a fool, sneering, "Madness. You dare to cause a ruckus in the Bai family? What a preposterous display." Ever since Bai Chao Temple ascended to the Golden Core realm, even guests at the peak of foundation establishment would treat him with utmost courtesy. The servant could not fathom that Li Feng would dare to act against him on such a momentous occasion for the Bai family. Standing at the gate, he symbolized the family's honor. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? At that moment, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a strong scent of alcohol approached Li Feng and quietly advised, "My friend, today is a joyous occasion for Baizhenren. Do not let your emotions dictate your actions. Come, stand beside me and enter together." Li Feng glanced back at him and instantly recognized the man's name. Tang Xiangyin, 9th layer of Foundation Establishment 478498573, age limit of lifespan. Humph. A mere Foundation Establishment insect dares to instruct the great demon lord? You tread a perilous path. Were it not for your granddaughter possessing the poisoned immortal body, which, if cured with the heart-rescuing revival pill, could potentially grow into a being of terrifying power, I would have crushed you without a second thought. The mocking voice of the game's narration cast a shadow over Li Feng's gaze, filled with murderous intent, as it swept over Tang Xiangyin. Tang Xiangyin instinctively took a half step back, his alcohol-induced stupor dissipating, his face a mask of astonishment as he regarded Li Feng. The intensity of his murderous aura was palpable. Did he harbor a deep-seated grudge against the Bai family? Yet, he was merely at the Foundation establishment realm. What emboldened him to come here alone? Tang Xiangyin's mind was awash with confusion. Fortunately, Li Feng's murderous intent was swift, as was its departure, and he did not continue to target him. Interestingly, just as he was troubled by a lack of funds to purchase the recipe for the heart resuscitation pill, the Tang Xiang seal presented itself at his doorstep, proving once again that exceptional fortune is indeed beneficial. Li Feng inwardly scoffed, attributing his encounter with the Tang Xiang seal to his own fortuitous luck. It seemed that as long as he engaged in a transaction with the Tang Xiang seal, he could secure the recipe for a fourth-tier elixir. The recipe for a fourth-tier elixir is hardly less valuable than the elixir itself, and it would have been quite challenging for Li Feng to acquire it on his own. Out of respect for the senior Tang, he decided to spare the young servant this time. However, while he might escape severe punishment, he would not evade a lesser penalty. This would serve as a lesson for him, so that he might understand how he came to his demise in the future. Li Feng turned to the young servant before him and smiled coldly. Before the servant could fully process Li Feng's words, a resounding slap struck his face, sending him sprawling. With his sharp teeth embedded in his stomach and half his body buried in the ground, Li Feng had shown restraint, choosing not to kill the servant. Instead, he had crippled his cultivation, ensuring that he could only live as a mere mortal henceforth. Boom. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Bai family. Several imposing Foundation establishment cultivators soared through the air, surrounding Li Feng. Who dares to act so recklessly within a Golden Core family? Declare your name at once, or today shall mark your end. One of the Foundation establishment cultivators, wielding a crude blade, pointed it at Li Feng and bellowed. These scattered cultivators were generally impoverished. Even if they were fortunate enough to reach the Foundation establishment stage, they could only afford subpar magical artifacts. The resources required for their daily cultivation already left them in dire straits, leaving little room for the purchase of additional spiritual stones for magical artifacts. Please, do not act hastily. Allow this old man to speak a word of fairness. Suddenly, Tang Xiang stepped forward to Li Feng's side, clasping his hands and smiling at the surrounding cultivators. And you are? The blade-wielding cultivator, discerning Tang Xiang's considerable cultivation, furrowed his brow and inquired. Without a word from Tang Xiang, his young servant stepped forward and announced loudly, "Our master is the head of the Golden Core family, the Tang family, and has been a long-time friend of your Bai family as patriarch." Upon hearing this, the cultivators immediately straightened with respect, sheathing their weapons and greeting him with cupped hands. "It is an honor to meet the head of the Tang family. We have wronged you." With Tang Xiang's identity revealed, he spoke with newfound confidence. "Not at all. Not at all. It is merely that there has been a misunderstanding between you and this esteemed friend. I sincerely hope that everyone values harmony and grants me this favor." The cultivators exchanged glances, hesitating, yet they were inclined to grant Tang Xiang some leeway. After all, they were merely drawing a fixed salary, who relished the idea of risking their lives. However, they feared displeasing the Bai family and suffering a reduction in their wages. Just then, a resounding voice approached from afar. "Brother Tang, what brings you here personally?" A middle-aged man, adorned in a brocade robe of black and gold, with a rotund figure, strode forward. Li Feng immediately recognized the man before him as Bai Yuntao, the contemporary patriarch of the Bai family and the father of Bai Zaiji. This individual had already secured a place on Li Feng's list of adversaries, akin to a specter marked on the King of Hell's ledger of life and death. "Brother Yutao." Tang Xiangyin greeted Bai Yutao with a respectful clasp of his fists, adding, "You are indeed a rare guest. Do indulge in a few more drinks later." Bai Yutao exchanged pleasantries before his gaze turned icy as he directed his attention towards several attendants. "What has transpired? On such a joyous occasion, what is this ruckus?" One of the armed attendants, mustering his courage, reported, "Patriarch, this guest has injured our welcoming servant, and the Tang Patriarch has prevented us from taking action." His words were shrewd, successfully absolving himself of any blame. It was not that they were unwilling to act, but rather that Tang Xiangyin had intervened. He was a distinguished guest, and thus, they found themselves powerless. "Brother Tang, do you know this Taoist?" Bai Yutao inquired, his demeanor calm as he regarded Tang Xiangyin. Should these two share a connection, he would find it difficult to deal with Li Feng. As a Golden Core family, their foundations were vastly different. The Tang family boasted a lineage extending thousands of years, with multiple Golden Core true practitioners, far surpassing the Bai family standing. This is our first meeting, but I happened to witness the entire incident. This Taoist acted only out of necessity, as your servant displayed utter rudeness towards a senior in the foundation establishment stage. Tang Xiangyin explained, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. This Taoist's actions were but a minor reprimand. Such servants tarnish the dignity of the Bai family, and this lesson may ultimately serve them well. Upon realizing the relationship between Li Feng and Tang Xiangyin, Bai Yuntao's expression shifted dramatically. He glared coldly at Li Feng and scoffed. Humph. A mere foundation establishment rogue dares to correct the conduct of the Bai family? Is our family's reputation so easily tarnished? Li Feng responded with a disdainful smirk. You are indeed correct. Your Bai family is as wretched as you claim. Today, I shall act as heaven's enforcer and cleanse the Bai family's disgrace. Hearing such audacious words from Li Feng, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. A profound silence enveloped the room, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Many lower-level cultivators hastily distanced themselves, fearing the impending storm. The Bai family had just ascended to the ranks of golden core families and was eager to establish their authority, relishing the opportunity presented by an unwitting challenger. They would undoubtedly strike back with ferocity. It was entirely possible that the arrogance of the servants stemmed from their master's instructions, intended to provoke anger and thereby provide a pretext for suppression, enhancing the Bai family's reputation. Witnessing Li Feng's brazen defiance in the presence of the Bai family patriarch, even Tang Xiangyin fell silent. While he sought to forge an alliance with Li Feng, he deemed it unwise to offend the Bai family on his behalf. Ultimately, Tang Xiangyin had yet to witness Li Feng demonstrate any remarkable worth. A foundation establishment cultivator had no grounds to speak so boldly to the patriarch of the Bai family, a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. Utterly unaware of its own limitations. Arrogance. The head of the family wishes to see just how capable you are, and how you intend to bring ruin upon the Bai family. Bai Yutian, amused yet coldly furious, had not heard anyone dare to speak so arrogantly before him in many years. Especially not on the auspicious day when the Bai family celebrated the ascension of a golden core master, marking their rise as a golden core lineage. Seize this wretch. The head of the family intends to flay him alive, extract his tendons, refine his bones, and incinerate his soul. Naturally, Bai Yuntao would not sully his hands. He merely instructed a few of his retainers before turning to lead Tang Xiangyin back to the mansion. My brother Tang, I apologize for the scene. My father is awaiting our presence. Let us proceed to meet him. Bai Yutao smiled warmly at Tang Xiangyin, his expression shifting with remarkable unpredictability. He showed no concern for Li Feng whatsoever. Among the retainers, 2 were already in the midst of foundation establishment. Surely, they could handle Li Feng. Very well. Tang Xiangyin smiled back, dismissing Li Feng from his thoughts. To these heads of families, only profit mattered. A man like Li Feng, on the brink of death, was not worthy of further consideration. Just as the 2 turned away, several foundation establishment retainers of the Bai family simultaneously struck. Their magical artifacts and talismans shimmered with vibrant hues, illuminating the entrance of the Bai family mansion. The air crackled with explosive sounds as 2 retainers wielding thunder and fire talismans completely sealed off Li Feng's escape, causing the temperature to soar dramatically. The observing cultivators couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Li Feng. Ensnared in such a siege, he would not merely perish but be utterly devastated. This figure in black robes was truly courting death, daring to cause trouble on the Bai family's celebratory day. The feasting cultivators set down their chopsticks, reveling in Li Feng's impending doom. This mid-foundation establishment rogue couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had chosen to endure earlier. Had he not restrained himself while suffering humiliation at the hands of the Bai family servants, he would have met the same fate as Li Feng now faced. The servant who had been injured by Li Feng sneered repeatedly, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he witnessed the unfolding scene. Humph, you've reduced me to a mortal. Yet your fate is to be even less than that, doomed to wander as a lost soul. Such is the consequence of offending the Bai family. Almost everyone believed Li Feng was doomed, with no chance of survival against the assault of so many foundation establishment retainers. Boy, now that we have the Bai family's retainers, we must carry out our duty. Do not blame us. A mid-foundation establishment retainer wielding a blade spoke coldly to Li Feng. The inferior artifact in his hand glowed a fiery red as his spiritual energy surged. It was as if he wielded a flaming knife, cleaving through the air toward Li Feng like a fire deity. Boom. The strike unleashed a torrent of fire serpents that surged toward Li Feng with gaping jaws, intent on devouring him. Li Feng's expression remained unchanged as he calmly unleashed a punch. roar. His fist, enveloped in azure spiritual energy, surged forth like a blue dragon leaping from an abyss, roaring with the might of a dragon and tiger. The azure fist shattered the fire serpents in an instant, showing no signs of weakening as it continued to advance with fierce determination. Quickly, used the thunder explosive talisman. The knife-wielding acolyte, upon witnessing the scene, was filled with horror. He swiftly retreated using his agile techniques while shouting to his companions. In an instant, the two acolytes, responding without hesitation, hurled their thunderstorm and fireball talismans at Li Feng. Their familiarity in combat was evident from their coordinated efforts. The knife-wielding acolyte, having retreated to a safe distance, quickly consumed a chi condensation pill to replenish his depleted spiritual energy. The chi condensation pill, a superior version of the nourishing chi pill, serves as a fundamental elixir for foundation establishment cultivators, valued at 10 times that of its predecessor. The cost of a single chi condensation pill was 20 low-grade spirit stones, and its consumption certainly pained him. The thunderstorm talisman detonated against Li Feng's azure dragon fist. The fierce clash uprooting chunks of earth outside the Bai residence and creating a pit 3 zhang deep. Meanwhile, the fireball talisman circumvented the fist's aura, aimed at Li Feng with the intention of striking him during the brief moment of vulnerability following his spellcasting. The exertion of magical energy demands immense spiritual power. Even Foundation establishment cultivators are not exempt from this. To onlookers, it appeared that Li Feng, having unleashed such a formidable spell, must have exhausted his internal reservoir of spiritual energy. Unlike the knife-wielding acolyte, who had protective measures and elixirs to replenish his energy, Li Feng would only grow weaker and more fatigued with each encounter. Such trifling techniques, daring to flaunt them before me, Li Feng scoffed. Observing the fireball, a blazing sphere the size of a basketball, hurtling toward him like a meteor. With a wave of his hand, enveloped in azure spiritual energy, he effortlessly halted the fiery projectile as if catching it mid-flight. As he tightened his grip, the fireball rapidly compressed, swiftly transforming into a mere spark, dissipating into the air before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Impossible! The acolytes gaped in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. This was a second-tier talisman, potent enough to easily vanquish early Foundation establishment cultivators, yet Li Feng toyed with it at his leisure. He must surely be concealing his true cultivation level. It was inconceivable for someone at the early Foundation establishment stage to possess such strength. One acolyte, panting heavily, kept a wary eye on Li Feng. Even casting the thunderstorm talisman required a drain of spiritual energy. It could not be dispatched as carelessly as tossing a bomb. Talisman cultivators are a subset of practitioners. To unleash a talisman, they must channel their internal spiritual energy through specific incantations and hand gestures to invoke the runes embedded within the talisman, thus unleashing its power. We must act. If we cannot subdue him, the Bai family will not spare us. Let us not hold back. Reveal your trump cards. The knife-wielding acolyte's face flushed with renewed vigor as he grasped his weapon tightly, regarding Li Feng with a grave expression. Li Feng's form gradually manifested a verdant spiritual armor, exuding an aura of grandeur akin to a celestial warrior. Calmly, he addressed them. I offer you a chance. Depart from the Bai family at once, and I shall spare your lives. Li Feng, disliking the senseless slaughter of innocents, extended them an opportunity for survival. However, if these individuals insist on accompanying the Bai family to their demise, he would not hesitate to joyfully see them off. The cultivator who had just cast the thunder talisman hesitated, stating, at the very least, it is a mid-tier spell of considerable mastery. We stand no chance whatsoever, and there is no need to perish for the Bai family. He turned to persuade his two companions, only to realize their figures had vanished, leaving him alone in confrontation with Li Feng. You scoundrels! You have betrayed me. Initially, he had no hope of winning, and now that he stood alone, he dared not confront Li Feng. He quickly clasped his fists to Li Feng with a smile, tossing a wind talisman beneath his feet, transforming into a gust and vanishing at the Bai family's doorstep. In the opulent reception hall of the Bai family, Bai Chaosi, who had just broken through to the Golden Core realm, sat grandly in a sandalwood armchair, receiving congratulations from Tang Xiangyin and other Golden Core family representatives. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to the esteemed Bai Zhenren on his breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. May your Dao fortune flourish and your blessings endure for generations. 7 or 8 representatives from various Golden Core families stood below, collectively bowing in congratulation to Bai Chaosi. He stroked his bushy white beard with a sense of self-satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Just a few years prior, He had shared the same realm with many present below. However, since his breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, he had become a being of an entirely different world. As a Golden Core cultivator, his lifespan extended to at least 1,000 years, rendering him nearly immortal in the eyes of mortals. Moreover, he could traverse the skies without spells or flying swords, showcasing true celestial prowess. In terms of combat strength, he could effortlessly crush those in the Foundation Establishment realm. Even a 9th-layer Foundation Establishment cultivator would merely be a target for a single fatal poke. Although Bai Chaosi was merely a low-grade golden core with a fragmented core, he felt content, knowing he would not face the imminent threat of death from depleted lifespan in the coming years and could continue to relish the splendid life of the elite. Thank you all for visiting the Bai family. Please, take your seats, Bai Chaosi said, raising his hand and offering a benevolent smile. Thank you, Bai Shinran. Many present felt a complex mixture of emotions. Merely a year prior, they had mingled with Bai Chaosi as peers, and now they were compelled to address him as a senior. Just as they were enjoying the festivities and exchanging drinks, a butler rushed into the room, his face a mask of urgency, and whispered to Bai Yutao, Master, dire news. That black-robed man has driven off the 3 offerings. He is on his way here. The assembly, comprised of late Foundation Establishment powerhouses, displayed varied expressions upon hearing this. Most were knowing smiles, seemingly eager for the Bai family to encounter some mischief on such a grand occasion. Others were intrigued by the black-robed figure, recognizing that anyone bold enough to stir trouble at the Bai family today must possess considerable influence. Bai Chaosi frowned slightly, and upon sensing that Li Feng was only at the mid-Foundation Establishment level, he cast an irritated glance at Bai Yutao. What is happening? Father, he is merely a buffoon. We can handle him. Bai Yutao spoke calmly, urging everyone to continue enjoying their drinks while he excused himself for a moment. With a subtle glance, he signaled several second-generation members of the Bai family to follow him out of the hall. Bai Chaosi regarded Li Feng with indifference and smiled at the guests, encouraging them to drink without concern for the matter at hand. By the time the second-generation members of the Bai family reached the courtyard, Li Feng had already trampled their family's gate into ruins. Those who attempted to confront him along the way were met with severe consequences. While he had no intention of indiscriminately killing the innocent, he would not allow others to take advantage of him. If the weak do not maintain a sense of reverence for the strong, their demise is ultimately futile. Who are you? And what deep-seated enmity do you have with our Bai family that compels you to seek revenge on this joyous occasion? Bai Yutao's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Li Feng. By now, even he should have realized that Li Feng had come prepared. Cloaked in the formidable armor of the Azure Emperor, Li Feng advanced like a war god, each step amplifying his already potent aura. When he stood before Bai Yutao, his presence had escalated from the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment to the pinnacle of it. The ground beneath him began to crack, as if burdened by a foreboding storm cloud looming overhead, an oppressive force bearing down upon them. He suddenly smirked mockingly at the members of the Bai family. Bai Zaiji and Bai Yangda are indeed your kin, are they not? The terrifying aura emanating from Li Feng shattered Bai Yutao's composure. This individual had hidden his true strength so well. Who would have suspected him to be a peak Foundation Establishment cultivator? Moreover, he had mastered a mid-tier spell of considerable proficiency. Within the same realm, the skill and mastery of spells could decisively determine one's prowess. Presently, the Bai family lacked even a single practitioner of a minor mid-tier spell, let alone a peak chi practitioner like the man in black. In a direct confrontation, the members of the Bai family were no match for Li Feng. To overcome him, they would need to summon Bai Chaosi. However, to have Bai Chaosi intervene on such a day would humiliate the Bai family before the other Golden Core families. If there has been a misunderstanding between us, we can certainly sit down and discuss it. I can even have them personally apologize to you. Bai Yutao sought to defuse the situation, willing to postpone any reckoning with the man in black until after the festivities. You cannot sit down to negotiate. You can only lie down to discuss. Li Feng chuckled. Bai Zaiji and Bai Yangda are eagerly awaiting you below. Allow me to escort you to reunite with them. What do you mean? Bai Yutao's expression shifted dramatically as he coldly demanded, What have you done to Jir and Yangda? Li Feng slowly extended a hand towards Bai Yutao, a playful smile gracing his lips that could not bear the despair and took their own lives. I was merely compassionate enough to send your family down below for a reunion. Upon hearing this, Bai Yutao was consumed by rage, bellowing, You wretched scoundrel! How dare you lay hands on my family? No one can save you today. He commanded, Form a formation, let us eliminate this scoundrel together. With a single command from Bai Yutao, The remaining 6 brothers of the Bai family sprang into action, encircling Li Feng. Each wielding a low-grade flying sword and stepping in a celestial formation, they formed the Big Dipper sword array. This formation, a mid-grade magical array, linked the brothers through their bloodline. United in purpose, they could achieve a remarkable synergy, enhancing the power of their spells to the extent that they could even contend with those at the Golden Core stage. However, with the death of Bai Yangda, the might of the Big Dipper sword array was significantly diminished. While it could not stand against a Golden Core cultivator, it still posed a formidable threat to ordinary Peak Foundation establishment practitioners. Yet, facing someone of Li Feng's caliber, a Peak Foundation establishment with a connection to the Tao, the situation was markedly different. The array, radiating a purple luminescence, coiled around the feet of the Bai brothers, enveloping the courtyard in an ominous aura of slaughter, causing leaves from the towering trees to fall in a cascade, creating a suffocating pressure upon Li Feng. 6 flying swords, imbued with terrifying sword energy, pierced toward him from all directions. Observers from various Golden Core families, secretly watching the confrontation, shook their heads in dismay. What a pity for such a formidable Peak Foundation establishment expert to be ensnared within this sword array. Escape was utterly impossible. Tang Xiangyin silently lamented, questioning whether even his own abilities could prevail within such a formation, concluding that death was the only outcome for this cloaked figure. Other Golden Core families echoed similar sentiments, marveling at the prowess of the Bai family's Big Dipper sword array, recognizing its formidable nature, even in the absence of a Golden Core true immortal. Bai Zhaoxi, with his consciousness fixed on the external conflict, couldn't help but smile upon witnessing his sons form the Big Dipper sword array. With this formation in play, the outcome was all but sealed. Deep, furrowed sword marks, as if plowing 3 yards into the earth, tore toward Li Feng, the flying swords emitting a resonant hum as their blades gleamed ominously. Each possessed the lethal force capable of vanquishing late Foundation establishment cultivators, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. How courteous of the Bai family to present me with such magnificent swords. Yet, Li Feng remained unfazed. As the Azure Emperor armor enveloped him, rising to form a 30-foot-tall phantom of the Azure Emperor, exuding an unparalleled pressure. With a single hand, the Azure Emperor pressed downward, causing the Bai family's flying swords to feel as though burdened with an immense weight, their speed reduced to that of a tortoise. Helplessly descending before Li Feng, who effortlessly gathered them all with a single hand, stowing them away. The manifestation of the Azure Emperor drew the attention of many cultivators, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of spell is this, and why is it so terrifying? Could this be a clash of Golden Core experts? Only spells at the perfected level could hold a fragment of true magical intent. This was overwhelmingly powerful. Could it be that Bai Zhenren has intervened? The methods of a Golden Core true immortal are indeed fearsome. Outside the Bai residence, gasps and whispers of astonishment echoed. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, Li Feng, alongside the Azure Emperor's phantom, unleashed a series of punches, shattering a second-generation member of the Bai family. Without mercy, he rained down 6 consecutive blows, annihilating everyone present in the courtyard in the blink of an eye, extinguishing their very souls. 40. Declaring the slaughter of an entire family. You have plundered the lifespan of Bai Yutao, a 9th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator, for 124 years. You have seized the lifespan of Bai Yao, a 7th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator, for 107 years. After extinguishing the lives of 6 members of the second generation of the Bai family, 6 system notifications resonated in Li Feng's ears. This act granted him an astonishing increase of 700 years to his lifespan. He couldn't help but marvel at the swiftness of this method, far superior to that of gathering medicinal herbs for longevity. This is the correct application of the lifespan sharing principle between heaven and earth. There are still so many cultivators outside. As long as they succumb to the demonic path and engage in indiscriminate slaughter, who could possibly stand in my way? The game's narration seized the moment to tempt Li Feng. However, he remained unperturbed, realizing that becoming a demonic cultivator would expose him to the scrutiny of the world, and he would inevitably be hunted down by righteous powers. His purpose in entering the Bai family was merely to eliminate potential threats to himself, to thoroughly eradicate future troubles. The Bai family must be annihilated. Once the entire second generation of the Bai family met their demise, Bai Chao Temple finally could no longer remain composed. Wretched spawn, who gave you the audacity to rampage within my Bai family? His eyes bulged with fury, white hair dancing wildly, as a powerful aura of the Golden Core realm surged forth, enveloping everyone in the Bai family within his domain. This demonstrated the might of a Golden Core true master. Without reaching this realm, One would find it exceedingly difficult to act under such overwhelming pressure, unable to even resist. This should be the end, murmured Tang Xiangyin. With the Golden Core Master intervening, how will this black-robed figure respond? The black-robed figure indeed possessed formidable strength, yet it did not seem to reach the Golden Core realm. Otherwise, he would have readily revealed his true power rather than waste so much time. You are undeniably strong. But the chasm between the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment realms is one you cannot cross. Bai Chao Temple, unbeknownst to others, executed some form of magic that transformed him into a towering giant, standing 3 zhang high, his skin gleaming like ancient bronze, resembling a colossal demon. Gazing down upon Li Feng with disdain, Li Feng smirked contemptuously. You are merely a low-grade Golden Core. What is there to boast about? Even with my Foundation Establishment cultivation, I can still vanquish you. Bai Chao Temple pounded his chest with his fists, producing sounds akin to a hammer striking a bell. Impudent rogue. You have no idea of the true strength of the Golden Core realm. A feeble ant must maintain a sense of reverence for the true masters of the Golden Core. With that, the ancient bronze domain beneath Bai Chao Temple extended outward, enveloping Li Feng within. Typically, a Foundation Establishment cultivator trapped within such a domain would find it utterly impossible to move. In the next moment, a sinister smile twisted Bai Chao Temple's face, as his enormous fists, akin to millstones, descended upon Li Feng. He was certain Li Feng had no means to evade his strike. Within the Golden Core domain, Li Feng was destined to meet the same fate as his sons, crushed to death by a single blow. Yet, a hint of derision curled at the corners of Li Feng's mouth. He had sensed the arrival of a Golden Core true master, accompanied by Bai Chenxi, approaching the Bai residence. This was Li Feng's true objective. He sought to eliminate the greatest threat posed by the Bai family, Bai Chenxi, once and for all. Bai Chenxi possesses an extraordinary talent. Were it not for his impending demise, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure within the Chang'e Sword sect. Consequently, the adversary that Li Feng must confront will be none other than one of the 4 major sects of the righteous path, namely the Chang'e Sword sect. The game has reached its conclusion. Li Feng's expression remained impassive as he slowly extended a hand. The ethereal visage of the Qing Emperor, standing behind him, mirrored this gesture, firmly grasping Bai Zhao's fist, rendering him incapable of advancing even a single step. You wretched spawn, what do you intend to use to withstand my might? Even if you manage to delay for a while, once the Golden Core Masters of the Chang'e Sword sect arrive, your demise is inevitable. Feeling the overwhelming force of Li Feng's grip, Bai Zhao's heart quaked in fear. Yet, the imminent arrival of the Chang'e Sword sect's formidable warriors bolstered his confidence. With a single punch, Li Feng sent Bai Zhao flying. Standing with his hands behind his back, he remarked with a dispassionate smile, "It is quite simple. I merely need to attain the Golden Core." No sooner had he spoken than the immaculate Golden Core within him unleashed a terrifying aura. The essence of the Golden Core realm was unabashedly revealed, cascading forth. There exists a distinction even among Golden Cores. Li Feng's domain effortlessly crushed Bai Zhao, forcing him to the ground in utter submission. Meanwhile, Li Feng ascended slowly, resembling a deity as he hovered above the Bai residence, issuing a divine edict. Those unrelated. You have but a moment to depart. After that moment, the Bai family shall cease to exist. Tang Xiangyin, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Li Feng was, in fact, a Golden Core Master, and a distinguished one at that. Bai Zhao, the newly ascended Golden Core Master, appeared feeble before him, akin to an infant. Had he known this, he would have spared no expense to forge an alliance with such a figure. The friendship of one who is at least a mid-tier Golden Core Master is of immeasurable worth. In sheer panic, the onlookers hastily fled the Bai residence. So this is your reliance? What grievance has my Bai family caused you? Bai Zhao, feeling the rapid depletion of his inner spiritual power, experienced an overwhelming sense of dread. With great difficulty, he raised his gaze to the divine figure in the sky and bitterly inquired. Although the descendants of the Bai family were known for their arrogance, it was primarily directed towards ordinary cultivators and common folk. Bai Zhao had repeatedly instructed his kin to avoid provoking those who were beyond their reach. Thus, for centuries, the Bai family had enjoyed a period of tranquility. He could not fathom who had offended a powerhouse like Li Feng, bringing about such catastrophic consequences for the Bai family. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously disclose the truth, so that you may perish with clarity, Li Feng replied. Sensing the rapid approach of a Golden Core Master from afar, he leisurely smiled at Bai Zhao, saying, "If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards your esteemed grandson, Bai Ziji. He dared to use you and the Bai family to threaten me, and I, for one, detest being coerced. Upon learning the reason behind the impending annihilation of his clan, Bai Zhao could only exhale a despondent sigh. Alas, what a tragic fate. He understood that no words could alter their current predicament. Cultivators emphasized the clarity of thought. Having reached this point, Li Feng would not relent. The sole hope for the Bai family's survival rested upon the assistance of the Changhe sword sect. You still have time to depart. Let us erase our grievances henceforth. I swear by the heavens that if the golden core master of the Changhe sword sect arrives, you shall find it impossible to leave. In fear of Li Feng's wrath, Bai Chaoxi chose to overlook Li Feng and sought reconciliation. Although many of his kin had perished, as long as he remained alive, he could continue to bear offspring. And in a few hundred years, the Bai family would once again flourish. It was the temple of Bai Chao that fundamentally enabled the Bai family to become a golden core clan. I have awaited the arrival of the Changhe sword sect. Li Feng, however, smiled with intrigue. The pupils of Bai Chaoxi suddenly widened, an ominous feeling swelling within his heart. He realized, with disbelief, that this was indeed Li Feng's intention, to eliminate Bai Chenxi and utterly sever the hopes of the Bai family. Clenching his fists, Bai Chaoxi cursed Li Feng with fervor. You are a demon. Who are you truly? All the members of the Bai family who have perished will haunt you as ghosts, and they shall not rest until you are punished. Li Feng found his threats amusing. You should not utter such words to a cultivator, for only a cultivator possesses the power to kill you twice. Bai Chaoxi was momentarily stunned, recalling that so-called specters were merely fodder for cultivators, particularly the recently deceased spirits. What could they possibly do against a cultivator? They might not even approach Li Feng before being obliterated by his spiritual energy. 41. The ruthless old demon who destroys blooming flowers. The audience is ready. It is time for you to depart. Sensing the overwhelming aura of dominance descending upon the Bai estate, Li Feng smiled faintly at Bai Chaoxi. To Bai Chaoxi, his innocent smile appeared as that of a devil. You demon, you shall meet a most dreadful end. Bai Chaoxi unleashed his final, furious roar as his 3-meter-tall bronze form was twisted by Li Feng's domain. Subsequently, under the fist of the illusory Green Emperor, he was obliterated in a single strike, his very soul shattered. No, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air from a distance. Li Feng turned to see a delicate-featured, slender girl in a green dress soaring toward him on a flying sword. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed upon the place of Bai Chaoxi's demise. This young woman bore a striking resemblance to Bai Zhaiji. She was, in fact, Bai Zhaiji's half-sister, Bai Chenxi. This prodigy, possessing dual elemental spiritual roots, had early on secured her place as an inner disciple of the Changhe sword sect. At merely 30 years of age, she had already attained the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Her life had been smooth sailing, devoid of any hardships. Yet, the scene before her now shattered her world in an instant. She had just become engaged to a true disciple of the Changhe sword sect, and her grandfather had ascended to the realm of Golden Core, a time of double joy. Everything was progressing toward a brighter future, yet calamity struck so suddenly. Joy and sorrow collided in the blink of an eye. Her grandfather, now a Golden Core master, lay lifeless before her. And the once magnificent Bai family crumbled and was destroyed beneath the overwhelming domain of the figure in the black robe. Who are you? I perceive that you are not a practitioner of the demonic arts. Why then do you commit such heinous acts? The elder of the Golden Core realm, who stood beside Bai Chenxi, regarded Li Feng with a grave expression. He was an elder of the Changhe sword sect and also Bai Chenxi's master. Huang Huifeng, having cultivated for over 7 centuries, had encountered numerous Golden Core adepts, yet Li Feng's aura was entirely unfamiliar to him. This figure in the black robe appeared to be a newly ascended Golden Core cultivator, but his presence was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering Huang Huifeng, despite his own 2nd-tier Golden Core cultivation, breathless under the immense pressure. While they assessed Li Feng, he too scrutinized them. Bai Chenxi, Foundation Establishment Tier 33090312242. Age limit. Huang Huifeng, Golden Core Tier 2743135711863. Age limit. There was no mistaking her identity. This woman was indeed Bai Chenxi, and eliminating her would prevent future troubles. Li Feng's gaze turned icy. If one must act, then one must act decisively. He did not respond to Huang Huifeng's inquiries, but launched his assault. The domain of the Green Emperor unfurled in an instant, transforming a 30-mile radius into verdant splendor. where towering trees and vine-like tendrils of colossal proportions erupted from the ground, ensnaring Bai Chenxi and her master within. Changhe's sword qi. Huang Huifeng was unwilling to succumb passively. He activated his own domain, only to have it shattered instantaneously. Forced to resort to the mid-grade spell, Changhe's sword qi, at its perfected level. He sought to tear apart the massive trees and vines. The sword energy surged like a great river, piercing through the serpentine tendrils, shattering them. Yet, in the next moment, an endless wave of vines and trees surged forth, overwhelming Huang Huifeng, leaving him unable to protect even Bai Chenxi. Although Bai Chenxi possessed a protective artifact, it could only withstand a few strikes. Once her defensive shield was breached, Li Feng seized her alabaster neck with one hand, lifting her effortlessly. His gaze was cold and menacing, akin to one surveying livestock meant for slaughter. Bai Chenxi attempted to threaten and insult Li Feng, but with a chilling crack. Her neck was snapped. Then, with a single fist, he obliterated her delicate body, shattering her very soul. This flawless goddess-like form, the dream of countless talented disciples of the Changhe sword sect, lay dead amidst the ruins of the Bai family. Should word of this calamity reach the Changhe sword sect, many hearts would surely break, and they would harbor deep resentment towards Li Feng. You have successfully plundered 870 years of lifespan from Bai Chenxi, Foundation Establishment Tier 3. Some individuals' lifespans cannot be fully seized. A portion dissipates back into the cosmos. Thus, Li Feng acquired only 870 years of lifespan. Yet it was still a considerable and unexpected fortune. Witnessing this scene, the Golden Core adept Huang Huifeng's eyes turned bloodshot. Bai Chenxi was not merely his disciple. She was also his daughter-in-law, pregnant with his grandchild. Now, having been reduced to a corpse along with her unborn child, his hatred for Li Feng surged to its zenith. Villain, scoundrel, today, I shall surely slay you. Huang Huifeng roared towards the heavens. The spiritual energy from his low-grade golden Dan surged forth as if it were free, transforming into the power necessary to wield the long river sword qi. In an instant, a colossal sword qi, 30 zhang in length, coalesced before his chest and surged toward Li Feng. The ominous clouds overhead were rent asunder beneath the might of this strike, as if the heavens themselves were being cleaved apart. The game has come to an end. Do you still wish to delay, awaiting reinforcements? Li Feng scoffed. Having long seen through Huang Huifeng's ruse, with his goal accomplished, there was no need to continue enmity with the Long River Sword sect. The animosity incurred from slaying a disciple was fundamentally different from that of vanquishing a Golden Dan elder. Li Feng was not yet inclined to confront the four major sections. He smiled with a hint of mockery. With a sweeping gesture, countless vines emerged to extinguish Huang Huifeng's sword qi. I harbor a grudge only against the Bai family and do not wish to become adversaries with the Long River Sword sect. Today, I spare your life. Should you persist in your pursuit, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Li Feng's resonant voice echoed through the air. But by the time Huang Huifeng pursued him, Li Feng's presence had vanished, leaving Huang Huifeng standing amidst the ruins of the Bai family, sword drawn in bewilderment. This incident stirred a considerable uproar within Juyin City. Yet, within the vast realm of the Great Chu's cultivation world, it was hardly noteworthy. The cultivation world frequently witnessed the fall of Golden Dan families, only to see new ones rise. However, due to the involvement of the Long River Sword sect, this particular event garnered slightly more attention. Even the Golden Dan masters of the Long River Sword sect could not halt that mysterious figure in black robes, whose strength was not to be underestimated. His ruthless methods of extermination were chilling, indicative of his relentless pursuit of vengeance. Whispers of rumor suggested that this individual was named Li Feiyu. Many loose cultivators referred to the figure in black as the Old Demon Li. The Old Demon Li's notoriety surged, prompting many to inquire about his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Li Feng had already transformed his appearance, assuming the guise of a white-haired, wrinkled Golden Dan master, following Tang Xiangyin to the Tang family. Li Feng had seen the Tang family's announcement on the communication jade tablet, indicating their desire to procure a heart-reviving pill. Seizing the moment, Li Feng resolved to concoct the elixir that very day, although it was already the dead of night. The Tang family remained brightly lit, welcoming and bidding farewell to numerous alchemists and physicians. Shortly after Tang Xiangyin entered the Tang residence, Li Feng appeared at their doorstep. He first extended his spiritual sense to probe the area, and upon detecting no presence of a nascent soul-level aura within the Tang estate, he strode confidently toward the main entrance. Addressing the young servant at the door with a smile, he inquired, "Is this the Golden Dan family? The Tang family? As Li Feng allowed a hint of his golden Dan aura to seep through, the servant's demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. He clasped his hands and replied, "Esteemed Immortal, this is indeed the Tang family. How may I assist you?" Li Feng grasped the longevity cane, stroking his beard with a smile as he remarked, "I have seen the purchasing announcement from the Tang family, and coincidentally, I intend to refine a batch of heart-saving revival pills. Therefore, I wish to engage in this transaction with the Tang family." The young servant, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment. "Aren't you a master alchemist? Why else would I be here? Summon someone capable of making decisions for your Tang family." Li Feng replied with a slight nod, gazing towards the inner residence. Another young servant hurried inside to report. In recent days, the Tang family had seen a multitude of visitors. Yet those capable of crafting heart-saving revival pills were few and far between, and their prices were exorbitant, making it nearly impossible for the Tang family to afford. The value of a fourth-grade elixir equated to that of a breaking infant pill, which was essential for advancing from the golden core stage to the nascent soul realm. The worth of a single breaking infant pill was sufficient to bankrupt the golden core family. Before long, Tang Xiangyin arrived, flanked by a robust elder, hastily approaching Li Feng. "I am Tang Wanren of the Tang family. May I inquire your esteemed title? Can you truly refine the breaking infant pill?" The burly elder introduced himself, clasping his hands in greeting. Li Feng, holding his longevity cane, appraised him briefly and responded, "I am Han Li. Having seen the Tang family's request for medicine on the communication jade tablet, I have come to offer my assistance. Brother Han is truly a savior in times of distress. On behalf of the Tang family, I express my gratitude." Tang Wanren quickly praised, stepping aside to invite Li Feng into the Tang residence. "Brother Han, please. Let us proceed inside and discuss further." Tang Xiangyin stood behind, wearing a smile but refraining from interjecting. Even as the head of the family, he felt unqualified to engage in discussions between Golden Core masters. As Li Feng followed Tang Wanren into the Tang family hall, he noticed several guests present. Among them was an elderly man with a long, mouse-like mustache, who appeared to be the one in charge. Casting a casual glance, Li Feng discerned the elder's cultivation level. The remaining individuals were likely disciples or servants of this elder, and he chose not to scrutinize them further. "Brother Tang, I hope you will give serious consideration to my proposal. It would be mutually beneficial for your esteemed daughter to become the disciple spouse of my alchemical master." The elder, known as Hua Tong, stood up from his tea, wearing a broad smile as he addressed Tang Wanren the moment Li Feng and the others entered the hall. "To be candid, my lifespan is limited, and I intend to pass on my alchemical skills and wealth to my beloved disciple. With my resources, your esteemed daughter's potential is boundless." Tang Wanren maintained his composure, yet Tang Xiangyin could hardly contain himself, stating, "We appreciate the goodwill of Master Danding, but the Tang family will never marry off our daughter. Furthermore, we have already secured a solution for the heart-saving revival pill, so there is no need for concern from the esteemed elder." Upon hearing this, Hua Tong frowned and retorted, "That is impossible. There are only a handful of fourth-grade alchemists in the great Chu cultivation realm. Your Tang family will certainly not be able to engage one. In truth, Hua Tong cannot concoct fourth-grade elixirs. However, he can leverage personal connections to solicit the assistance of a fourth-grade alchemist." Thus, upon hearing Tang Xiangyin's words, he was profoundly astonished. Hua Tong would not squander the goodwill of a fourth-grade alchemist frivolously. His intention was to secure the hand of the Tang family's young lady with inferior single spiritual roots, to wed her to his disciple. As for his ulterior motives, only he was privy to them. Hua Tong's remarks offended the astute Tang Wanren, who retorted with displeasure, "The esteemed alchemist stands before us. If you have no pressing matters, Hua Xiang, please depart. My Tang family is Tang Yin and shall never marry outside the clan." Tang Yin is indeed the Tang family's poison immortal body. Yet, those possessing such a constitution are often envied by the heavens, doomed to a short life. With shattered heart meridians that hinder cultivation, only by utilizing the heart-saving revitalization pill can one mend the heart meridians, allowing for rapid progress in cultivation thereafter. Li Feng listened quietly, deducing Hua Tong's intentions. Hua Tong's disciple possessed commendable talent, achieving the third layer of foundation establishment by the age of 40, likely endowed with medium-grade spiritual roots. However, compared to the inferior single spiritual roots, it paled in comparison. Hua Tong must have aspired to graft Tang Yinran's spiritual root talent onto his disciple. For possessing single spiritual roots offers the prospect of attaining the realm of nascent soul in the future. Which fourth-grade alchemist may I have the honor of meeting? Huading inquired, eyeing Tang Wanren with suspicion, clearly doubting his assertion. Huading evidently did not suspect Li Feng, for he was acquainted with all fourth-grade alchemists, none of whom bore the name Li Feng. It is this esteemed Taoist Han. Tang Wanren turned to Li Feng with a smile. Taoist Han, allow me to introduce you. This is the esteemed alchemist Hua Dao, a third-grade alchemist and elder of the Danyun sect. Li Feng had heard of the Danyun sect, a renowned institution dedicated to nurturing alchemists, whose grand elder was indeed a fourth-grade alchemist, although his power was only at the nascent soul stage. Even those of the transformation god stage showed him respect, as one could never predict when they might require the services of these alchemists. Taoist Han? Huading scrutinized Li Feng from head to toe before suddenly scoffing. Tang, you have been deceived. To my knowledge, there is no fourth-grade alchemist surnamed Han in the Great Chu cultivation realm. Huading's words caused Tang Wanren's expression to shift, for Huading, hailing from a prestigious alchemical lineage, should not have misled him on this matter. Yet, Li Feng remained composed, offering a serene smile. The world is vast, yet you only recognize the Great Chu. How pitiable. Tang Wanren's eyes brightened once more. Indeed, who decreed that only the Great Chu could possess fourth-grade alchemists? Huading cast a long, thoughtful glance at Li Feng before turning back to Tang Wanren, stating, even if this esteemed friend is truly a fourth-grade alchemist, I fear his terms may not be within your Tang family's means. Tang Wanren furrowed his brow slightly, realizing he had yet to inquire about Li Feng's alchemical requirements. Taoist Han, what price in spirit stones would you ask for a heart-saving revitalization pill? Tang Wanren asked with a wry smile. Although she was well aware of the exorbitant nature of the elixir, Tang Yinran still felt compelled to inquire. As the most gifted individual in the Tang family, if she could be healed, perhaps under her leadership, the Tang family could ascend to the ranks of a distinguished cultivation clan. The ascetic does not require a single spirit stone from the Tang family. Li Feng shook his head. At this proclamation, astonishment swept across the faces of all present. Who ever heard of selling elixirs without demanding spirit stones? Then what do you seek? Tang Wanren's expression darkened. Foregoing spirit stones likely meant that the alternative was far more costly. Li Feng replied with a smile. The ascetic merely requires the Tang family to provide the materials and formula for the heart-reviving and pulse-rejuvenating pill. Once I have successfully concocted it, I shall generously offer 2 pills to the Tang family at no charge. Tang Wanren wore a peculiar expression, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Li Feng. He had not anticipated such simple terms. If Li Feng's words held true, the value of 2 heart-reviving and pulse-rejuvenating pills far exceeded the worth of any elixir and formula by 100-fold. It was akin to the Tang family profiting from an empty-handed transaction, and furthermore, they would gain a pill of such caliber that it could purchase the entire Tang family. Could such fortune truly exist? What a charlatan! While Tang Wanren was still processing the shock, Huading began to berate him. Li Feng's displeasure was evident. Might I ask you to speak respectfully? Who have I deceived? Huading sneered. Have you not deceived anyone? Your demand for others to provide the formula indicates you have never concocted the heart-reviving and pulse-rejuvenating pill. How dare you boast of producing 2 pills in a single batch? Even a 5th-grade alchemist would not dare to make such claims. Are you not a deceiver? 43. What of it? How do you intend to prove your status as a 4th-grade alchemist? Tang Wanren too began to harbor doubts about Li Feng's identity. Li Feng offered no response and turned to leave. Trust in the ascetic. I shall promptly concoct the heart-reviving and pulse-rejuvenating pills for the Tang family. Should you distrust me, I shall take my leave without further ado. I am certain there are others who require the pills more than the Tang family. Witnessing Li Feng's decisive departure, Tang Wanren's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily stepped forward to obstruct him. Friend Han, please hold. Daring not to gamble on whether Li Feng was merely feigning, Tang Wanren forced a smile. I apologize. It was my mistake. Recently, many con artists have visited, and I have become quite confused. Please do not take offense. The Tang family is willing to provide 3 sets of materials for the heart-reviving and pulse-rejuvenating pill as an apology. Upon reflection, Tang Wanren realized that Han Li had no need to deceive him. If he truly intended to trick him, he would not have proposed such simple conditions. With the alchemical process taking place right before his eyes, what was there to fear? However, Huading believed Tang Wanren was losing his senses, staring incredulously at him. Brother Tang, do you truly intend to trust this fraud? Please, Brother Hua, temper your words. Tang Wanren's demeanor shifted to one of sternness. Friend Han is a respected guest of the Tang family. Placing your faith in such a dubious individual will surely lead to regret. Huateng's face darkened, his frustration mounting. He had been on the cusp of persuading the Tang family to claim this rare spirit root for himself, only to have a con artist disrupt his plans. Had it not been for Li Feng also being in the Golden Core realm, Hua Teng would have been unable to restrain himself from taking action. No need for your concern, Xiang Yin, see our guest out. Tang Wanren could somewhat discern Hua Teng's ulterior motives, and thus chose to forego pleasantries. Were it not for the influence of the Danyun sect behind Hua Teng, Tang Wanren would never have tolerated his arrogance. Hua Teng waved dismissively at Tang Xiangyi, fixing his gaze on Li Feng, and said, "Hold on, since this is alchemy, might I observe? Perhaps I could offer some insights. Who do you think you are to watch me refine alchemy?" Li Feng scoffed, disdain evident on his face as he ridiculed Hua Teng. He was not intimidated by the Danyun sect. After all, this fellow had been prancing about as if Li Feng had no temper at all. Hua Teng narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace in his tone. "Sir, this is the Great Chu. And so what? Is the Great Chu invincible? Or is your Danyun sect the epitome of supremacy?" Li Feng mocked in return. "A mere third-grade alchemist wishing to observe my alchemy can do so for the modest fee of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. How dare you?" Hua Teng's face flushed, his anger palpable. The identity of a third-grade alchemist had always been a source of pride for Hua Teng, but now it was turned into a mockery. "How will you respond to this insult?" Li Feng's gaze turned icy, the terrifying aura of his Golden Core realm enveloping the surrounding area in an instant. This time, the Golden Core aura was of the water attribute, plunging all cultivators within its vicinity into a fathomless abyss, their hearts filled with dread. 100-mile domain, high-grade Golden Core. Tang Wanren, a discerning individual, was instantly struck with astonishment. In the realm of cultivation within the Great Chu, only true prodigies and the leaders of major sects possessed high-grade Golden Cores, underscoring their rarity. This individual was likely a member of a top sect from another great cultivation nation. One must not be negligent. Even offending Hua Teng was worth the risk. Tang Wanren marveled internally, resolving to cultivate a favorable relationship with Li Feng. No wonder Han Si dared to disregard Hua Teng. His background was undoubtedly more formidable, with backing at least on par with the major sects of the Great Chu. Hua Teng's expression changed drastically upon sensing Li Feng's 100-mile domain, his face reflecting sheer terror. He could no longer afford to underestimate Li Feng, and his demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness. "To think my fellow cultivator has achieved a high-grade Golden Core. No wonder you have risen to become a fourth-grade alchemist within the Golden Core realm. I was indeed short-sighted. I am willing to offer 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Merely seeking the opportunity to observe your alchemy." Hua Teng hastily presented a storage pouch, which contained precisely 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Li Feng couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. It seemed that those who could cultivate to the Golden Core realm were far from foolish. Adapting to circumstances was a skill these old fellows had mastered to perfection. Receiving the spirit stones, Li Feng's expression softened. It was all a misunderstanding, as a newcomer. "It is only natural for there to be some suspicion. Since you wish to observe, then let us refine alchemy together." One hand lifts another. He was not one to relish an indiscriminate slaughter. Offering each other an avenue for retreat was not a disgrace. "Thank you, Taoist Han." Hua Teng sighed in relief and promptly expressed his gratitude with a bow. Several individuals settled down to enjoy tea and engaged in casual conversation. After a while, Tang Xiangyin arrived to inform them that the medicinal materials and the formula were ready, and the alchemy room had also been prepared, prompting them to proceed together to the alchemy chamber. Inside, several elderly men bowed respectfully to the side while several beautiful maidens presented the medicinal ingredients. These elders were all alchemists of the Tang family, the most skilled among them being merely a second-tier alchemist. Tang Wanren had arranged for their presence here not only to assist with temperature control and fueling the alchemical furnace, but also to allow them to observe the alchemical process, hoping they might gain insights. If the Tang family could produce another third-tier alchemist, their standing in Jueyun City would be significantly elevated. Li Feng, perceiving Tang Wanren's subtle intentions, chose not to expose them. He seated himself upon the alchemical mat and examined the formula for the heart-reviving pill in his hands. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and, under the puzzled gazes of those present, began to utilize his lifespan to simulate and practice. At that moment, Li Feng's lifespan had reached over 30,000 years, and he, disinterested in a gradual approach, directly immersed himself in 5,000 years of learning this particular formula. "You have diligently practiced the alchemical arts day after day, refining the heart-reviving pill for a millennium, and have finally attained the rank of a third-tier alchemist," achieving a success rate of 1% in creating the heart-reviving pill. You have diligently practiced the alchemical arts day after day, refining the heart-reviving pill for a millennium, and have finally attained the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist, achieving a success rate of 10% in creating the heart-reviving pill. You have diligently practiced the alchemical arts day after day, refining the heart-reviving pill for a millennium, and have achieved the status of a fourth-tier alchemical master, achieving a success rate of 50% in creating the heart-reviving pill. You have diligently practiced the alchemical arts day after day, refining the heart-reviving pill for a millennium, and have finally attained the rank of a fifth-tier alchemist, achieving a success rate of 70% in creating the heart-reviving pill. You have diligently practiced the alchemical arts day after day, refining the heart-reviving pill for a millennium, and have achieved the status of a fifth-tier alchemical master, achieving a success rate of 95% in creating the heart-reviving pill. This was indeed a triumph. A fifth-tier alchemical master, although it consumed 5,000 years of his lifespan, was undoubtedly worth the sacrifice. Once his identity as a fifth-tier alchemist was revealed, he would undoubtedly be revered and served by the various sects within the great Chu cultivation world. To the onlookers, Li Feng merely appeared to be meditating with his eyes closed for a single hour, oblivious to the birth of a fifth-tier alchemical master right beneath their noses. When Li Feng eventually opened his eyes, a flicker of wisdom shone within them. Noticing that Li Feng had finally opened his eyes, Tang Wanren smiled and said, "Friend Han, the alchemy room is rather modest. I hope you can overlook its simplicity. If you find this furnace unsatisfactory, I can arrange for a better one from the Qingyan sect." He assumed that Li Feng's delay in starting the alchemical process was due to his discontent with the furnace. "No need for that. This will suffice," Li Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then raised both hands, opening the furnace before him. A dazzling 5-colored flame suddenly ignited beneath the furnace, rapidly elevating its temperature until the base glowed a fiery red. The sight of Li Feng's 5-colored flame left the alchemist present in utter astonishment. The existence of 5-element spiritual roots capable of transcending the golden core realm and ascending to the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist left Huateng in disbelief. The hues of the alchemical flames signify the nature of the spiritual roots. Thus, the 5-colored flame embodies the 5-element spiritual roots. It is a well-established fact that a staggering 99% of such roots would never attain the golden core realm. To his astonishment, the individual before him not only succeeded in condensing a golden core, but achieved a superior quality one. 5-element spiritual roots inherently possess a greater reservoir of spiritual energy compared to ordinary roots, resulting in more potent spells. With the superior golden core, it is likely that Han Si alone could contend with a dozen golden core practitioners, marking him as a prodigy. Tang Wanren's eyes flickered with astonishment. He realized he had underestimated this person's background. The ability to cultivate a mere 5-element spiritual root to such heights indicated that Han Si's backing certainly surpassed the might of the 5 major sects of the Chu. His standing within the sect must be extraordinary as well. If Han Si's status were lowly, who would squander resources on a 5-element spiritual root? Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Li Feng waved his hand grandly, casting all the medicinal ingredients into the alchemical furnace. Upon witnessing this, Huateng and the other alchemists furrowed their brows, hesitating to voice their concerns. The conventional process of alchemy necessitates that ingredients be meticulously categorized by their properties and the essence extracted sequentially. Failing to do so could result in an explosion. A method akin to Li Feng's, unless one was extraordinarily adept, would typically only be executed by someone who had long mastered the technique. Yet, it was evident that this was Li Feng's first attempt at creating the heart resuscitation pill. He had only just reviewed the formula. What emboldened him to proceed in such a manner? Huateng's lips moved, yet he ultimately refrained from inquiring. Since Han Si dared to act thus, he must have his own reasoning. Perhaps he was employing a novel method of alchemy worthy of study. After Li Feng demonstrated his prowess, all skepticism evaporated into thin air. Even if Li Feng's actions were misguided, they would concoct justifications in their minds, attributing unique significance to his behavior. This is the influence that strength brings. As the ingredients transformed into a medicinal liquid, the furnace was covered once more. Li Feng adeptly divided his focus, regulating the furnace's heat while simultaneously guiding the liquid within to congeal into pill form. Witnessing this, Huateng could not help but feel a deep respect. A practitioner capable of such finesse is a rarity among the fourth-tier alchemists he had encountered. Multitasking in this manner demands formidable spiritual strength and an exquisite control over one's own spiritual energy. Most fourth-tier alchemists require the assistance of apprentices or attendants to manage the flame while they focus solely on the pill's formation. After 3 hours of such meticulous crafting, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, signaling success. Tang Wanren, filled with elation, could not contain his enthusiasm. However, Li Feng maintained a calm demeanor, stating flatly, "Everyone, evacuate the alchemy room at once. The furnace is about to explode." Upon hearing these words, the Tang family members felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them, their smiles freezing in an instant. If the furnace were to explode, would the pills survive? What a fruitless endeavor. Though burdened with melancholy, none dared to disregard Li Feng's words. Hastily retreating from the alchemical chamber, a thunderous explosion ensued, reducing the chamber to mere rubble. Huati gazed upon the billowing smoke of the ruins and sighed. Alas, had I foreseen this, I would have cautioned my friend Han. His dual-focus alchemical method is far too perilous. A second-grade alchemist concurred. Indeed, even a fourth-grade alchemist should not be so presumptuous. After all, how could one approach the crafting of the heart-rejuvenating revival pill with such recklessness? Tang Wanren's countenance darkened as he clenched his teeth, harboring unspoken grievances against Li Feng. Yet, daunted by the formidable influence supporting Li Feng, he could only silently curse. What a farcical alchemist! Even if he fails to concoct a potion, it should not result in an explosion. I have truly been deceived. The crowd bore varied expressions, but soon a white-bearded elder emerged from the debris of the alchemical chamber. "My dear Tang, I have not failed you. The elixir has been successfully refined." Before Li Feng could finish, Tang Wanren, feigning indifference, replied with a smile. "A single failure is inconsequential. What do you propose for the next attempt?" "I assert that the heart-rejuvenating revival pill has indeed been perfected." Li Feng chuckled, revealing 3 plump yellow pills in his palm, exuding an aromatic fragrance. Tang Wanren's face lit up with delight, any trace of resentment evaporating as he eagerly approached to examine the pills. He raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Han, you were truly remarkable. To succeed on your first attempt at crafting the heart-rejuvenating revival pill is an extraordinary feat." Hua Teng also hurried to inspect, his features suddenly contorted with astonishment. The pill patterns. These are more precious than top-tier elixirs. Hua Teng could not contain his exclamation. Although Tang Wanren was not an alchemist himself, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the craft. Observing the pills more intently, he indeed discerned 2 wing-like patterns adorning the surface, deepening his admiration for Li Feng. It is precisely due to these patterns that the furnace exploded. Its grade was ultimately insufficient, Li Feng remarked. Now a 5th-grade alchemical master, his expertise was far from novice. Elixirs are graded, classified into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, along with top tier and the even more elusive patterned elixirs. These patterned elixirs are rare treasures, difficult to encounter. Even 6th or 7th grade alchemists struggle to produce them when refining 2nd or 3rd grade potions. Once a pill bears patterns, it is imbued with a trace of ethereal essence, amplifying its efficacy exponentially, rendering its value incalculable. While a standard 4th grade heart-rejuvenating revival pill could command the wealth of an entire golden core family, a singular pattern version could exchange for the riches of 10 such families. Witnessing such a miraculous occurrence, who could remain unmoved? As we previously agreed, these 2 pills are yours. I shall require but one. Li Feng placed the 2 heart-rejuvenating revival pills into Tang Wanren's hands, grinning broadly. Tang Wanren gazed at the elixir in his hand, his heart a tumult of emotions. While a 4th grade elixir might be considered manageable, the weight of such a precious potion resting within the Tang family brought forth an uncertain fate. Li Feng, stroking his white beard, smiled and said, "Brother Tang, allow me to offer you a word of advice. It would be prudent to part with this elixir swiftly, whether in exchange for cultivation resources or as a favor to others. Delay could spell catastrophe for the Tang family." Tang Wanren clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Han. I understand your concern, but this elixir is far too valuable. Please, take back one of them. I shall keep one to aid my granddaughter." As he spoke, he placed 2 elixirs into a jade vial and offered one to Li Feng. Li Feng, resolutely shaking his head, pushed Tang Wanren's hand away. A cultivator's word is worth its weight in gold. Since I have declared that the surplus elixirs belong to the Tang family, I cannot go back on my word. Rest assured, accept it with peace of mind. With matters settled, Li Feng expressed his intention to continue his travels, declining to linger any longer. Seeing Li Feng prepare to depart, Tang Wanren quickly interjected, "Brother Han, wait. Let us exchange communication jade tokens. The Tang family owes you a debt of gratitude, and I shall not hesitate to assist you in the future. Appreciating Tang Wanren's sincerity, Li Feng nodded and accepted his friendship request. Wading, noticing the exchange, shamelessly approached to add Li Feng as a friend as well. Once these connections were made, Li Feng transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating from the Tang residence. Ah, this Taoist Han is truly remarkable, Tang Wanren marveled. Feeling as though he could not discern the direction of Li Feng's departure, overwhelmed by admiration. Afterward, Li Feng hastened to Qingyun Gate, returning silently to the servant's peak. He first subdued Zhou Tuyu with his spiritual essence, rendering him unconscious before administering the revitalizing heart and veins pill. Once the medicine took effect and Zhou Tuayu's injuries were fully healed, Li Feng departed from the servant's peak and returned to his abode at the medicine peak. The revitalizing heart and veins pill was indeed formidable, requiring no recuperation, and had completely restored Zhou Tuyu. Unfortunately, his qi remained unhealed, a condition that could only be remedied through his own cultivation. With the sensation of qi produced by superior techniques, he would need to recreate his qi. Seated upon his bed, Li Feng opened Zhou Tuyu's storage bag to inspect his cultivation techniques. Within, he found over 200 lower-grade spirit stones, a few elixirs, and a manual entitled Earthly Qi Cultivation Technique, a lower-grade method. I shall refine this technique to the middle-grade level and present it to Uncle Zhou for his training, which will restore both his cultivation and qi, Li Feng resolved, promptly dedicating a millennium of lifespan to the enhancement of the earthly qi cultivation technique. After a century of diligent practice of the Kuan Earth Qi technique, you have successfully attained the elementary level of mastery. With 2 centuries of unwavering dedication, you progress to the minor accomplishment stage. After 3 centuries, you achieve significant mastery, and after 4 centuries, your technique reaches perfection, transforming into a medium-grade skill known as the Kuan Earth Righteous Qi technique, minor accomplishment, advancing further toward complete mastery. After investing a millennium of lifespan, Zhou Tuayu's technique finally evolves into a medium-grade skill. Upon completing this transformation, Li Feng returned to Zhou Tuayu's residence, imparting the technique directly into Zhou's mind with profound clarity. Once this task was accomplished, dawn broke softly in the sky. Li Feng returned to Yaofeng, tending to the spirit field by weeding and catching pests, as if nothing had occurred. From this moment forth, he resumed his role as an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect, a humble spirit farmer at Yaofeng. Around noon, Chen Haifeng, who had not visited for several days, suddenly sought out Li Feng, accompanied by another individual, someone Li Feng recognized from a previous encounter. Junior brother Li, have you settled in well at Yaofeng? Chen Haifeng greeted Li Feng with a warm smile. After washing his hands, Li Feng prepared tea for the two of them. Quite well. What brings you here today, senior brother? Something has happened. Chen Haifeng whispered mysteriously to Li Feng. You might not be aware, but our peaks by Zaiji has been killed. His entire family was annihilated overnight. Li Feng was taken aback. My senior brother was a good person. Who could be so cruel as to take his life? With a heavy heart, Li Feng handed Bai Zaiji's spirit herbs to Chen Haifeng. Senior brother, these are the spirit herbs Bai senior brother asked me to gather. He even promised me 2 spirit stones as a reward. I never expected that in just one day he would be gone. Chen Haifeng sighed. Alas, junior brother, please accept my condolences. The perpetrator who wiped out the Bai family is rumored to be named Li Feiyu, a true immortal of the Golden Core realm. After committing the crime, even the Golden Core cultivators of the Chang'e Sword sect could not capture him. If even they have given up, how could we seek vengeance? Since he is dead, you should hand over the spirit herbs to the senior brother. Chen Haifeng, well acquainted with Bai Zaiji, believed that the latter would not have acted with good intentions, and it seemed that Li Feng had been deceived by him. Junior brother, you are too kind-hearted to have believed the words of someone like Bai Zaiji. There is no way he would have given you spirit stones. He must have sought to exploit you as free labor. However, with Bai Zaiji now deceased, I need not warn you to be cautious of him any longer. Let us allow you to harbor fond feelings for your senior brother and live well at Yaofeng. By the way, this is my newly arrived disciple at Yaofeng. He will be taking care of Bai Zaiji's spirit field. His name is Yi Gujian, and he has already reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. You may call him senior brother Yi, Chen Haifeng said, taking a sip of tea and smiling at Li Feng while gesturing toward Yi Gujian. He then introduced Li Feng to Yi Gujian. Yi Shidi, allow me to introduce Li Feng. You two share adjacent spiritual fields, so I hope you will assist each other in the future. Greetings, senior brother Li. Li Feng promptly cupped his hands in salute to Yi Gujian. This Yigujian was none other than one of the candidates who had participated in the entrance examination alongside Li Feng. At that time, Yigujian was expelled from the mountain due to his inadequate spiritual root. Yet, in just a few days, Yigujian's cultivation had skyrocketed to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, which raised numerous questions. Yigujian, 4th level of Qi refinement 169-8107, age and lifespan limit. Upon closer inspection, Li Feng realized that Yigujian had concealed his true cultivation level. To break through 4 realms in mere days undoubtedly indicated an extraordinary opportunity. What a ridiculous opportunity. It's merely that he stumbled upon a discarded ring once owned by a demon lord, and after absorbing a millennium-old Chengshui spirit milk, he managed to break through 4 minor realms in Qi refinement. His talent is utterly mediocre. The game's narration elucidated Li Feng's confusion. Instinctively, he glanced at Yigujian's hand and, indeed, spotted a black dragon ring on his right index finger. This was the very ring that Li Feng had kicked away. He had not expected it to be retrieved by Yigujian from such a distance. Could it be that this individual was the true protagonist of the ring's legacy? Yigujian smiled lightly, saying, "There is no need for formalities, junior brotherly. We participated in the entrance examination on the same day. It is indeed fate that we meet again." At that moment, an air of confidence radiated from Yigujian, a stark contrast to the bitterness he had exhibited during the entrance examination. Encountering a familiar face at Yao Feng genuinely pleased Yigujian, especially since Li Feng shared the same 5-element spiritual root, instilling in him a subtle sense of superiority. Despite sharing the same spiritual root, he had managed to surpass Li Feng's cultivation by a significant margin. Li Feng was also one of those who had witnessed his expulsion from the mountain, and now he had to address him as senior brother. What a triumph! Unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Yigujian's mind, Li Feng humbly engaged in conversation. After a brief while, Chen Haifeng and his companion took their leave. Before departing, Chen Haifeng informed Li Feng that the senior brother would likely come to collect the spiritual herbs the following day, implying that Li Feng should prepare some spirit stones as tribute. Li Feng remained apprehensive that the soul within Yigujian's ring might recognize him, but thankfully, no mishaps had occurred. According to the game's narration, it seemed that the soul within Yigujian's ring had also benefited from the Chengshui spirit milk and had fallen into a deep slumber. As for the senior brother, he hoped that he would not be too demanding. Shaking his head, Li Feng returned to his work. By noon, Zhou Tuoyu personally messaged Li Feng to share the good news of his recovery, reassuring Li Feng not to worry about him. Zhou Tuoyu refrained from mentioning the matter of the mid-grade techniques, likely intending to inform Li Feng only after regaining his cultivation. Li Feng congratulated Zhou Tuoyu and continued his herb gathering at other peaks in the afternoon. However, apart from the female disciples, no one was willing to undertake subsequent tasks. As the number of onlookers, including outer sect sisters and juniors, gathered to witness Li Feng gather herbs, he inevitably attracted widespread ire. Many would rather forfeit a few spirit stones than endure the sight of Li Feng flaunting his accomplishments with the female disciples. "We cannot even attract a single junior sister. Yet you are pursued by so many. It is simply exasperating." At 46, he broke through to the nascent soul stage. As the clock struck midnight, the weary Mr. Li sat upon his bed, perusing the daily messages from friends. "Ding, your daily friend updates have been refreshed. Yesterday, your friend Su Qianxue refined a furnace of qi-nurturing pills alone, earning her master's commendation. Seizing the opportunity, she reported the incident of her alchemical furnace being damaged, resulting in the jealous female disciple being stripped of her cultivation and banished from the mountain. Yesterday, your friend Zhou Tuoyu recovered his health and began practicing the Kundalini Earth Righteousness technique. As this is a family inheritance, he made slight progress and will be able to restore his Qi within a year. Yesterday, your friend Sun Xiaotian forcibly broke through his realm, suffering backlash. With only 10 days of lifespan remaining, he will seek you out tomorrow. Yesterday, your friend Zhang Qidwan coughed up blood during cultivation, reducing his lifespan by a year, leaving him with only a year and a half. Yesterday, your friend Wan Linglong formed a Dao partnership with senior brother Song Yulin, having lost her maidenhood. After absorbing Wan Linglong's constitution, Song Yulin has broken through to the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Yesterday, your friend Zhang Dafen's wife gave birth to a daughter endowed with a triple spirit root talent. Yesterday, your enemy Huang Zhengxian, upon hearing of your slaying of his Dao partner by Qinci, was consumed by rage, swearing an oath of heaven that he would never break through to the nascent soul stage unless he kills you. Yesterday, your enemy Liu became the concubine of Elder Qiao, who was informed by Lu Yu of Zhou Tuoyu's vow to kill him. Elder Qiao decided to secretly have Wang Haitao eliminate Zhou Tuoyu. Yesterday, your enemy Meng Yijing sent someone to place a 7-step snake into your medicinal garden, intending to poison you. That venomous serpent has now slithered into Yi Gujian's herb field. Upon reading the news of his foes, Li Feng pondered thoughtfully. He had not anticipated that Bai Qinxi had a Golden Core partner within the Chang'e Sword sect. It seems a confrontation with this sect is inevitable to resolve their grievances. Huang Zhengxian, Golden Core 4th Layer 4102-019-2057, Age and Lifespan Limit. Judging by his lifespan, Huang Zhengxian is of medium-grade Golden Core, which explains his status as a true disciple of the Chang'e Sword sect. He is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. That wretched Lu Yu dares to continue her machinations, seeking to harm Uncle Zhou. I shall not let her off easily. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Li Feng's eyes upon seeing Lu Yu's scheme. Meng Yijing remains a persistent thorn in his side. He must be dealt with. Knowing that Meng Yijing is still scheming, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh in frustration. For such an insignificant pest, he had not intended to take notice. Yet if the fool seeks his own demise, he shall oblige. After perusing the updates from his enemies, Li Feng turned his attention back to the messages from his friends. Had it not been for the notification, Li Feng might have completely forgotten about Zhang Dafa. To his surprise, that fellow had already married and started a family after descending the mountain, which could be regarded as a different kind of fulfillment in life. Given that he had already established enmity with the Chang'e Sword sect, he needed to prepare for the worst, as long as his power was sufficient. Even if his identity were to be revealed in the future, he could shatter the Chang'e Sword sect with a mere slap. Li Feng's expression turned serious as he glanced at the system panel, deciding to first elevate his strength to the nascent soul stage. After harvesting all the spiritual herbs available at the outer sect's herb peak, Li Feng's lifespan had reached an impressive 100,000 years. Ample time for him to break through to the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage is further divided into several tiers: human infant, earth infant, celestial infant, and immortal infant. The power disparity between each tier within the same realm is tenfold, underscoring the immense difficulty of condensing an immortal infant. Name: Li Feng. Lifespan: 16103729. Race: mortal. Cultivation: first layer of Golden Core, Immaculate. Can expend lifespan for cultivation. Technique: Reincarnation Longevity Sutra, Supreme. Entry level. Can expend lifespan for cultivation. Spell: Water Arrow, Inferior, Minor Success. Can expend lifespan for cultivation. Spell: Qing Emperor Longevity Technique, Superior, Complete. Can expend lifespan for cultivation. Spell: Hidden Breath Technique, Medium, Complete. Can expend lifespan for cultivation. Divine Ability: None. Can expend lifespan for cultivation. Magic Artifact: None. Can expend lifespan to increase strength. Innate Fortune, Top Tier Fortune. Descendant of chaotic divine demons, current purity, 1 in a billion. Can expend lifespan to purify bloodline. Spiritual Root Talent. Growth Type 5 Element Spiritual Root. Medium, spiritual root grows over time. 3 years for Superior, 30 years for Supreme, 300 years for Immortal. 3,000 years for Chaotic. Can expend lifespan for cultivation. Lifespan sharing with heaven and earth. Can collect remaining lifespan from spiritual plants, and after defeating demon cultivators, can also acquire their remaining lifespan. Lifespan can be used to deduce techniques, divine abilities, and even spiritual roots, thereby enhancing cultivation. He decided to directly invest 50,000 years to see if he could break through to the nascent soul stage. Li Feng understood the challenges associated with this breakthrough. Hence he opted to invest the substantial amount of time directly. You have diligently practiced the cycle of eternal life sutra for 10 millennia. Within 3,000 years, you have achieved minor mastery of the technique. After 7,000 years, you have attained significant mastery, and after a full 10,000 years, you have perfected the art, absorbing spiritual energy at a rate comparable to that of a prodigious dual spiritual root genius. Your cultivation has ascended to the 5th level of the Golden Core, and your technique is advancing in a unique direction. You have persistently cultivated the cycle of Eternal Life Sutra for 10,000 years, absorbing spiritual energy at a rate akin to that of an exceptional dual spiritual root genius. Your cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core, and your technique is progressing towards a special direction. After 10,000 years of unwavering practice of the cycle of Eternal Life Sutra, you have absorbed spiritual energy at a prodigious rate. Within a millennium, your cultivation has reached the completion of the Golden Core realm. However, in the ensuing 9,000 years. You have faced the tribulation unsuccessfully 5 times, with each failure demanding 1,000 years to restore your peak condition. As you continue to challenge the barrier of the nascent soul realm, while your technique advances in a particular direction, you have steadfastly practiced the cycle of Eternal Life Sutra for 10 millennia, absorbing spiritual energy at a rate comparable to a top-tier dual spiritual root genius. Yet again, you have failed the tribulation 5 times, each failure necessitating 1,000 years for you to regain your pinnacle state, while your technique progresses in a distinct direction. You have devoted 10,000 years to the cultivation of the cycle of Eternal Life Sutra, absorbing spiritual energy at a pace akin to that of an extraordinary dual spiritual root genius. Within this time frame, you have faced the tribulation unsuccessfully 4 times, ultimately succeeding in breaking through to the nascent soul realm, celestial infant, with your technique advancing in a special direction. After 50,000 years of unwavering practice of the cycle of Eternal Life Sutra, you finally comprehend the principles of the universe, allowing your technique to metamorphose into the cycle of Celestial Sutra, Human Immortal, entry level. This time, you have only failed the tribulation 14 times, which is considered exceptionally fortunate. Upon witnessing the 14 failures, Li Feng's face brightens with joy, as he had anticipated needing to fail over 20 times to achieve this breakthrough. After all, he had not utilized the infant breaking pill, and breaking through to the challenging celestial infant was no small feat. Ordinary cultivators attempting to ascend to the nascent soul realm without the infant breaking pill typically face a mere 10% success rate. For the celestial infant, it is estimated at only 1%. Li Feng attributes this stroke of luck to the solid foundation he has established. After all, he has a foundation laid by heaven and possesses a pure golden core, both of which have significantly increased his chances of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. As long as his foundation remains steadfast, future breakthroughs should become increasingly effortless. After achieving the nascent soul status, Li Feng prepares to absorb spiritual energy to elevate his cultivation. However, upon observing the lifespan required to conceal the anomaly of his breakthrough, he furrows his brow. Concealing the breakthrough anomaly of the nascent soul realm demands 5,000 years of lifespan for just 1 hour? This is madness. Such consumption leaves Li Feng speechless. The system, unperturbed, provides an explanation. It is not imposing arbitrary charges, but is well prepared. Li Feng did not anticipate causing such a commotion. If he were to be exposed, it would lead to trouble. After much contemplation, he resolutely decided to expend his lifespan to avert disaster. Very well. You have proven your determination. Activate the concealment breakthrough function. Once this feature was engaged, Li Feng's cultivation surged rapidly, propelling him from the first level of the golden core to the 9th. However, his advancement to the nascent soul realm slowed considerably. After enduring 6 arduous hours, he finally stabilized his cultivation at the first level of the nascent soul. This endeavor consumed an additional 30,000 years of lifespan. With his cultivation elevated, it was imperative to enhance the concealment technique as well. To his astonishment, he discovered that within the Great Chu's realm of cultivation, there existed formidable beings that surpassed the transformation stage. He must exercise even greater caution. Li Feng was resolute. Unperturbed by the depletion of his lifespan, he understood that every year of lifespan expended would yield tangible benefits. After investing another 10,000 years of lifespan, he successfully transformed the concealment technique into divine concealment. Once activated, only a being at the composite stage would be able to see through Li Feng's disguise and cultivation. Perusing the communication jade tablet, Li Feng finally grasped the hierarchy of cultivation realms beyond the transformation stage. From the lowest to the highest, they are Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, void refinement, composite, great ascension, and tribulation. Li Feng surmised that in the Great Chu's cultivation world, there should be no elders at the composite stage. Given the purity of spiritual energy in the Great Chu, it could not nurture such monstrous beings. Remain in a land of such spiritual desolation, and their cultivation would decline, while their lifespan would deplete rapidly. Now he felt reassured. After further depleting his lifespan to enhance all other techniques, a satisfied smile graced Li Feng's face. Name: Li Feng, lifespan, 167. 632, race, mortal, cultivation, nascent soul, celestial infant. Lifespan can be invested for cultivation progression. Technique: reincarnation, celestial scripture, human immortal, entry level. Lifespan can be invested for cultivation progression. Spell: Wrath of the Water God Supreme, perfected. Lifespan can be invested for cultivation progression. Spell: Domain of the Wood God Supreme, perfected. Lifespan can be invested for cultivation progression. Spell, divine concealment. Supreme, perfected. Lifespan can be invested for cultivation progression. Divine ability. None. Lifespan can be invested for cultivation progression. Magical artifact. None. Lifespan can be invested to increase strength. Innate luck. Top tier luck. Bloodline of the Chaos Divine Demon. Current purity. 1 in 100 million. Lifespan can be invested to purify bloodline. Spiritual root talent. Growth type 5 elements. Spiritual root. Medium grade. Spiritual root increases over time. 3 years yields a high-quality spiritual root. 30 years yields a supreme quality spiritual root. 300 years yields a celestial quality spiritual root. And 3,000 years yields a chaos spiritual root. Lifespan can be invested for cultivation progression. Lifespan sharing with nature can collect the remaining lifespan of spiritual plants. Upon defeating demonic cultivators, one can also acquire their remaining lifespan. Lifespan can be invested to enhance techniques, divine abilities, and even spiritual roots, thereby advancing cultivation. Though his lifespan had precipitously dropped from 100,000 years to 7,000, Li Feng felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. In the vast realm of cultivation within the Great Chu, as long as Li Feng does not engage in self-destructive behavior, there remain few who could pose a threat to his life. The current leader of the Qingyan sect is merely at the nascent soul stage. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. The game of life has unlocked new functionalities. Please select one from the options below. View fate. Within the range of your consciousness, you can observe the fate information of all living beings. Apprentice return. Each apprentice you take on will reward you with tenfold cultivation benefits upon their breakthroughs. Upon seeing these two options, Li Feng unhesitatingly chose the first. While the second option also held appeal, Li Feng was not fond of taking on disciples. The more disciples one has, the greater the entanglements. The more entanglements, the more cautious one must be in their actions, which contradicts Li Feng's principle of steady cultivation. As for the cultivation rewards, apologies. But even a tenfold reward pales in comparison to the rapid gains from harvesting spiritual herbs. The first option, however, was quite to Li Feng's taste. The ability to observe others' fate information would enable him to preemptively identify lurking dangers, thereby facilitating a more stable approach to cultivation. For instance, at this moment, Li Feng glimpsed the fate of Yi Gujian, prompting him to resolve to keep his distance from this individual. Reincarnation of an immortal, grudge bearer, family sacrifice, trouble magnet, fortunate one, survive great calamities, must have future blessings. This one individual bore 6 fates, including the reincarnation of an immortal, indicating his extraordinary nature. It was no wonder he had stumbled upon the ring I discarded. Evidently, he possessed the fate of a fortunate one. Li Feng suddenly understood. Upon inspecting the other descriptors, family sacrifice, grudge bearer, trouble magnet, it was evident that Yi Gujian was a celestial lone star, treading the path of a solitary wolf. Associating with him would undoubtedly bring forth a cascade of troubles. Li Feng resolved to avoid encounters with Yi Gujian whenever possible, lest he be affected by the latter's fate. Li Feng's current consciousness could extend over 1,000 miles. So he decided to sneak a glance at Su Qianxue's fate. He wished to ascertain whether this woman was genuinely sincere towards him or had ulterior motives. Su Qianxue's fate, husband enhancer, romantic thinker, clear distinction between love and hate, innate cultivation genius, fortunate one, celestial beauty with jade-like bones. From these descriptors, it seemed she was indeed sincere towards him. Li Feng stroked his chin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The following morning, Li Feng perused the sect news on his communication jade tablet, discovering the headline, astonishing. Last night, within 1,000 miles of the Qingyan sect's outer sect medicinal peak, spiritual energy abruptly vanished for an entire night. The nascent soul elder personally investigated, yet found nothing. The ensuing comments were quite entertaining. At the end of a mortal path, I am the peak. What a fuss. The disappearance of spiritual energy was merely due to my accidental breakthrough to the 9th level of Qi refinement, triggering a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The strength of love is undeniable. It is clear that my affection for my junior sister has moved the heavens, prompting them to withdraw spiritual energy, wishing for us to experience a mortal life together. You all speak in jest. The true reason lies in the fact that during my breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, I absorbed an excessive amount of spiritual energy. It seems the one above is still dreaming to utter such nonsense in broad daylight. If you are in the nascent soul realm, then I must be a true celestial being in this world. Li Feng chuckled helplessly, realizing that sometimes even the truth goes unrecognized. Eventually, this matter faded into obscurity. Before long, noon arrived. Li Feng had just finished his work in the fields and was preparing to leave when he suddenly spotted a stooped figure standing at the edge of the field. "Senior brother's son, you are up quite early," Li Feng exclaimed, wiping his hands and greeting Sun Shaotian with a smile. The figure was indeed Sun Shaotian, who appeared even more aged, exuding an aura of desolation. Sun Shaotian's fate, fortune and misfortune interlinked, cultivation, expert farmer, blessings for descendants. This fate was somewhat accurate. Sun Shaotian indeed bestowed blessings upon his descendants. Without his groundwork, his great-grandson would struggle to survive. "I am not as early as you. Junior brother Li is truly diligent." Sun Shaotian chuckled. "I did not wish to disturb you so early, but my health is failing. So I would like to ask you to accompany me to meet that young man." "Very well, I shall accompany you at once." Li Feng's expression grew serious as he tidied himself up. He then joined Sun Shaotian aboard a flying vessel, heading towards Sun Shaotian's ancestral home. The flying vessel was no trivial expense, costing 50 spirit stones for a single journey. However, Sun Shaotian cared little for such material matters, eager to return swiftly. Sun Shaotian's hometown was a quaint mountain village in Daju Lake State. The scenery was picturesque, with clear waters and curling smoke from kitchens, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. As a renowned celestial master within 100 miles, it was only natural for Sun Shaotian to establish a vast estate in the village, encompassing thousands of acres of land and numerous tenant farmers. As a chi refining celestial master, such privileges were standard in Daju, transitioning from a rural lad to a local landlord. Sun Shaotian's life was indeed legendary and often recounted with admiration. After a day and night of travel, the flying vessel finally set down Li Feng and his companion. "We shall leave you here. Should you require another vessel for your return, please contact me with the communication jade tablet," the helmsman of the Grand Trading Company said as he bowed in farewell before departing. Sun Shaotian stood outside the village, lost in thought, a look of nostalgia upon his face. Although he returned each year, this visit would mark his final journey back. As the leaves returned to their roots, he would no longer leave this small mountain village. As one ages, it is easy to feel sentimental and melancholic. "Forgive me for my emotional outburst," Sun Shaotian said, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye and smiling at Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head. "Brother, you are merely being true to yourself. There is nothing to laugh at. Please, junior brotherly." Sun Shaotian strode into the village alongside Li Feng, greeting numerous villagers along the way. Each villager bowed deeply to Sun Shaotian, their faces reflecting profound respect. It was well known that Sun Shaotian was a celestial master, and anyone associated with the divine was deemed to possess extraordinary fortune. Seeking blessings from Sun Shaotian was considered far more auspicious than kneeling in a temple to beseech the Buddha. After all, Sun Shaotian was genuinely capable of bestowing tangible benefits upon them. Indeed, upon recognizing familiar villagers, he would generously absolve them of their annual land tax, leaving them immensely grateful and profusely thanking him as they bowed. Soon, amidst a throng of admirers, Sun Shaotian and Li Feng returned to his estate. Spanning over 100 acres, this grand residence rivaled the opulence of the mansions belonging to high-ranking officials in the city, boasting an abundance of servants, numbering in the hundreds. "Do not be disheartened by the modesty of this little abode, my junior brother," Sun Shaotian said apologetically to Li Feng. "We shall not linger here for long. You must return soon." As he spoke, a bittersweet expression crossed his face, for he was aware that he had merely 3 days left to live, and thus, Li Feng could only stay for that brief period. Li Feng chuckled nonchalantly. "I have lived a life of hardship since childhood. Staying in such a luxurious mansion is a delightful change." Upon entering the grand door, a servant exuberantly exclaimed, "The master has returned. The master has returned." Word spread swiftly, and soon all the servants and attendants of the Sun residence gathered at the entrance to pay their respects to Sun Shaotian, accompanied by 2 young maidens. A richly dressed young lad rushed out from within, his face beaming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Grandfather, you have finally returned. I have missed you so much." This boy, around 7 or 8 years old, had a round face, but his eyes betrayed a certain simplistic innocence, characterized by a pair of cross eyes that suggested a lack of intellect. "Slow down, Chonger, be careful not to fall." Upon seeing his grandson, Sun Shaotian's expression softened, his wrinkles smoothing out as he crouched down to catch the boy. Embracing him warmly, Sun Xiong playfully pinched his grandfather's beard and whined, "Grandfather, can you please not leave this time? Don't leave me all alone at home." Everyone else is afraid of me and nobody plays with me. Sun Xiaotian paused for a moment, then nodded. This time, grandfather shall not depart. But you must go away to school, so that one day you can be like your grandfather, a master of celestial arts. Wonderful. I want to be a celestial master. Sun Chang's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. You will follow this esteemed elder, Sun Xiaotian gestured towards Li Feng with a smile, and when you grow up, he will teach you the arts of the celestial realm. Quickly, call him elderly. Sun Xiaotian added, uncertain of how to address the relationship due to their close connection. Not wanting to offend Li Feng, he opted for his grandson to refer to him as elder. Greetings, esteemed elderly. I shall obediently heed your guidance. Aspiring to become a master of exorcism and demon slaying in the future. As I gazed upon Li Feng, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Sun Chang's eyes. Indeed, he is the renowned Li Feng of the Qinyan sect. Although his innate talents may be modest, the company he keeps consists of future paragons of strength. By aligning myself with him, my path to cultivation will undoubtedly be smoother. Li Feng affectionately ruffled his round little head, praising, what a well-behaved child you are. Sun Chong, no cultivation 843-0510, age, lifespan limit. Sun Chong's fate. Reborn, fortunate, cultivation prodigy, vengeful, clear distinction of grudges and gratitude, as Sun Chong appraised Li Feng. Li Feng was equally scrutinizing Sun Chong. Judging by his lifespan and fate, Sun Chong's aptitude for cultivation was decidedly extraordinary. Not only is he a reborn individual, but he also possesses the traits of vengeful and clear distinction of grudges and gratitude. It is best to cultivate a good relationship with him rather than provoke him. He remains as unassuming as in his past life, and if it were not for his striking appearance, he might struggle to reach the foundational stage. Given his kindness towards me, I shall give him a heads up should danger arise in the future. Sun Chong smiled foolishly, yet numerous thoughts raced through his mind. Several days prior, he had awakened his past wisdom and put an end to the life of the nurse who had poisoned his intellect in his previous existence. He continued to feign ignorance solely to survive. After burying his grandfather in a few days, he would accompany Li Feng and no longer need to act the fool. Thank you, junior brotherly, he thought. Observing that Li Feng had taken a liking to his grandson, Sun Xiaotian quietly sighed in relief. He promptly instructed others to prepare a meal, warmly hosting Li Feng. During the meal, Sun Chong suddenly expressed sorrow to Sun Xiaotian, saying, Grandfather, the nurse, unknowingly consumed something unwholesome and succumbed to illness. Please inform mother not to grieve. Sun Xiaotian nodded, saying, if she is passed, then so be it. Your mother has remarried. She wronged you, so do not dwell on her. Seeing the astonishment on Li Feng's face, Sun Xiaotian elaborated. To bear a child with spiritual roots, the optimal method is for both parents to be cultivators. Some female cultivators, in pursuit of resources, do not limit themselves to one partner. Thus, they often neglect their children. Consequently, my son, grandson, and great-grandson have grown up without a mother. Ultimately, it is my incapacity that has prevented me from providing them with more cultivation resources. Sun Xiaotian lamented with a wry smile. Li Feng nodded thoughtfully, recalling those women in his past life who demanded exorbitant bridal prices for remarriage. It is not that men lack capability, but rather that their insatiable greed is perpetually unquenchable. To set such a high price is to presume the other party's desire for progeny. The concept of a bridal price is, in essence, a blatant transaction. Sun Chong's mother's actions, viewed through the lens of the cultivation world, resemble an alternative form of transactional conception. Yet, this is a mutually acknowledged exchange, and thus, quite reasonable. After Sun Chong fell into a slumber, Sun Xiaotian began to recount the story of Sun Chong's mother to Li Feng in meticulous detail. For the sake of transparency in their collaboration, it was essential for Li Feng to understand the intricate circumstances surrounding Sun Chong. Sun Chong's mother, a wandering cultivator by the name of Wu Chunlan, agreed to marry my grandson for the sum of 20 spirit stones, ensuring the continuation of the Sun lineage. Nearly a month after giving birth to Sun Chong, she departed from the Sun family. It was later revealed that she had taken up with a foundational cultivator, becoming his dual cultivation furnace. Though this choice would diminish her lifespan, it promised an abundance of cultivation resources. This woman harbored great ambition. She secretly conceived a child with the foundational cultivator and eventually bore him a son, thereby elevating her status to that of a favored concubine. Sun Xiaotian spoke to Li Feng with a complex expression, while Li Feng listened in silence. In due course, that woman managed to usurp the rightful wife of the foundational cultivator, securing her position as the principal spouse. Her cultivation advanced remarkably, and it was said that she had recently broken through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, with hopes of reaching foundation establishment in this lifetime. All this information came from the wet nurse Wu Chunlan had sent to care for Sun Chong. I have resolved to sever any ties between Sun Chong and that woman, for her intentions are too perilous. Tomorrow, I shall take you to retrieve those 2 volumes of demonic spells. Upon our return, I would trouble you, dear Li Feng, to escort my grandson away. I have already procured a residence and servants in Jueyun City, and all that remains is to ensure their settlement there. Sun Shaotian was not a fool. He sensed Wu Chunlan's ill intentions and had long prepared an escape route for Sun Chong. In Jueyun City, personal duels and killings were strictly prohibited, and the purchased servants bore slave seals, rendering them incapable of betraying Sun Chong even in death, provided that no unforeseen events occur. Sun Chong is certain to live safely until the age of 16. The love of a grandparent for their grandchild is often profound and far-reaching. From Sun Shaotian's words, Li Feng felt a weight of emotion akin to that which Uncle Zhou Zhangqiduan had for him. Li Feng smiled and said, "Brother, your considerations are so thorough. It certainly alleviates my burden. It is my duty, and I can only do so much. I merely hope for his safe growth, and that shall suffice for me." Sun Shaotian sighed. Unbeknownst to them, Sun Chong lay on the windowsill, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. Though he was indeed a reincarnator, he had witnessed Sun Shaotian's demise before his very eyes in his previous life. Anything could be feigned, but love is an emotion that cannot be fabricated. Rest assured, grandfather, I will inherit your aspirations. I shall become a foundational cultivator, a true immortal of golden core, and even a formidable being of nascent soul. Wiping away his tears, Sun Chong climbed onto his bed, tucked himself under the covers, and closed his eyes, though the tears continued to flow silently. This was a crucial period for his growth and nurturing of his spiritual roots. He needed restful sleep more than ever. If he was to embark on the path of cultivation, every step of his development was of paramount importance. Given the proximity, there was no way Sun Chong could escape the awareness of Li Feng and Sun Shaotian. Yet, both feigned ignorance, understanding that the path ahead must be traversed by Sun Chong alone. The following morning, Sun Shaotian took Li Feng to the ancestral hall of the Sun family to retrieve the spells left behind by the 2 cultivators who had perished in the village. In the ancestral hall, a dedicated guardian was present, but Sun Shaotian sent him away and approached the center of the hall, clasping his hands in prayer before the ancestral tablets. Fate has treated me kindly. I should not ask for more. I have never acted with a guilty conscience in my life. I merely hope that my ancestors bless my family, especially for Chong'er to grow up safely and healthily. He murmured softly. Li Feng scrutinized the tablets, noting several names connected to Sun Shaotian. Spirit Tablet of Sun Shaotian's ancestors, Spirit Tablet of Sun Shaotian's grandson. Sun Chansho, after paying homage to the ancestral tablets, Sun Shaotian removed these 2 tablets and opened them in front of Li Feng. Li Feng's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Sun Shaotian would conceal items within the tablets of his son and grandson. Fortunately, after extracting 2 blue-covered spellbooks, the tablets could still be closed. Otherwise, Li Feng would have felt a deep sense of transgression. Junior brotherly. These 2 tomes contain dark arts. Regardless of whether you choose to learn or sell them, I hope you utilize them wisely. Sun Shaotian solemnly advised as he handed the books to Li Feng. Li Feng nodded. Rest assured, senior brother. I abide by the principle of not offending others unless I am first wronged. There was an unspoken phrase lingering in his mind. If one offends me, I will eradicate the root of the problem. As Li Feng perused the 2 tomes of dark spells, he discovered they were both of superior quality. Demonic Cloud Golden Body, Evil Moon Sword, Qi 2 high-tier dark arts, their value immeasurable. Li Feng, filled with confusion, inquired of Sun Shaotian, senior brother, these are high-tier spells. Why do you not study them or sell them? Sun Shaotian smiled calmly, because I fear death. With this explanation, further inquiry was rendered unnecessary. These 2 spells were indeed not suitable for a qi-refining practitioner to attempt. To wield them openly would certainly lead to death. As for cultivation, given Sun Shaotian's innate talent, he would likely find himself unable to even enter the threshold before meeting his demise. Do not worry, senior brother. From this moment on, these spells are entirely your concern. Even if there are consequences, I shall bear them alone, and they shall not involve you or Sun Chong. Li Feng solemnly declared as he stored the spells away, clasping his fists in respect to Sun Shaotian. Sun Shaotian expressed his gratitude. Thank you, junior brother. You have alleviated 2 of my lingering concerns. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Sun Shaotian, this aged man nearing the end of his days, found himself at the brink of life. He lay on his bed, emaciated, his complexion pallid and sallow, feeling an inexplicable force draining his vitality. From a celestial master who once soared on a sword, he had deteriorated into a frail old man who could scarcely lift a finger. "Grandfather, please do not die. I cannot bear to lose you." Although he had anticipated this moment, when it finally arrived, Sun Chong cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face. He cradled Sun Shoutian's increasingly cold hand, pleading desperately. Sun Shoutian's eyes glistened with moisture. He had once personally buried his son and grandson. One might have presumed that death would bring liberation, yet now, faced with its inevitability, a sense of trepidation arises within, an unwillingness to depart from this world. Alas, the king of hell has already called upon him. Whether he lives or dies is no longer his decision to make. "My dear child, grandfather is merely taking a slumber. When you attain the golden core stage, you shall awaken me from my eternal rest. You must strive diligently and heed the words of elderly Sun Shaotian." Wishing to shield Sun Chong from the harsh realities of mortality, uttered a benevolent falsehood. However, his body grew increasingly cold, robbing him of even the strength to speak. In his final moments, had it not been for Sun Chong pressing his ear to Sun Shoutian's lips, he would scarcely have understood his words. As death approached, Sun Shoutian grasped Li Feng's hand with his last breath, his eyes wide, pupils rapidly dilating. Li Feng, standing solemnly at Sun Shoutian's bedside, declared gravely, "Brother, Sun Chong is a good boy. Rest assured, I shall honor my promise and care for him." Upon hearing these words, Sun Shoutian's hand fell limp, and he slowly closed his eyes. "Grandfather." With Sun Chong's anguished cry, the entire Sun residence echoed with the sounds of weeping. A white sail unfurled. A significant event was underway. After attending to Sun Shoutian's affairs, Li Feng took Sun Chong back to Juyun City. As a novice at the first layer of qi refinement, Li Feng naturally refrained from spending money on a flying vessel. Instead, he procured a horse-drawn carriage, making their way back to Qingyun sect at a leisurely pace. Throughout the journey, Sun Chong remained deeply troubled, as if beset by worries. In his previous life, they had encountered 3 cultivators at the 7th layer of qi refinement who attempted to ambush them. Fortunately, they were rescued by a passing Foundation establishment cultivator. Otherwise, both he and Li Feng would have perished along the way. Uncertain how events would unfold in this life, he hoped for no unforeseen calamities. Sun Chong sighed as he gazed at Li Feng, who was driving the carriage. With Li Feng being only at the 1st layer of qi refinement, should danger arise, he would be unable to safeguard him. In the dead of night, the carriage entered a narrow gorge. Peering out from the gorge, the vast expanse of the sky was shrouded in inky clouds, rolling and obscuring the stars, as if even the last vestiges of light were devoured by darkness. Suddenly, Li Feng turned to Sun Chong with a smile. "Stay here and do not wander. I shall relieve myself and return shortly." With that, he vanished from the carriage without waiting for Sun Chong's acknowledgement. In the next moment, Li Feng stood above the gorge, clad in a black robe, amidst the chaotic night. Surrounded by a faint aura of nascent soul light, an emblem of the trials he had endured to attain the path of enlightenment. This radiance, though subtle, concealed a power capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Around him, the wind seemed to still in his presence, punctuated only by the distant, occasional roar of beasts, which pierced the eerie silence of the night, reminiscent of a lament before the end of days. The air was thick with an oppressive aura, mingling the complex scents of earth and blood, evoking a sense of reverence. 3 cultivators, each at the 8th tier of qi refinement, regarded as the elite of this region, cast their sinister gazes upon the carriage below, engaged in hushed deliberation. The intelligence was accurate. Within the carriage sat a solitary practitioner at the 1st tier of qi refinement, an easy target for them to extinguish. The reward for slaying a defenseless child was 10 spirit stones, a lucrative transaction indeed. Yet, it appeared that the youth belonged to the Qingyun sect, and should they take his life, they would likely need to hide for some time. No matter. The outer disciples of the Qingyun sect are as numerous as the stars. The loss of 1 or 2 would scarcely draw attention. They don their masks and, having reached a consensus, prepared to descend into the valley to commence their slaughter. Unbeknownst to them, their every movement was being observed in the eyes of another. They were as insignificant as ants. These 3 individuals remained oblivious to the imminent approach of death, their laughter resonating through the stillness of the night, tinged with arrogance and defiance. Unaware that this would be their final moment of joy, Li Feng's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As if he were untouched by the world around him, he slowly raised his right hand, flicking his fingertips, and an imperceptible wave of spiritual energy sliced through the void, silently coiling around the necks of the three cultivators. This strike was devoid of thunderous noise or dazzling brilliance, yet it harbored annihilative power. The smiles on the faces of the three cultivators abruptly froze, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror as they struggled, only to find themselves ensnared by an invisible force, unable to utter a sound. Soon after, their flickering flames of life were extinguished under the crushing might of the nascent soul, falling like leaves in autumn, silently withering away. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more, with only Li Feng's figure standing tall, his dark robe gently swaying in the night breeze, as if he were one with the chaotic cosmos. You have absorbed the lifespan of Wang Hu 8th tier of Qi refinement for 15 years. You have absorbed. After effortlessly dispatching the three pests, he collected their storage rings and sighed softly. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Who would have thought the mother tiger would be an exception? These assassins were clearly sent by Sun Chong's own mother, intent on erasing past blemishes. And that blemish was none other than Sun Chong himself. Seniorly, did you encounter any trouble while you were out? Sun Chong, fearful for Li Feng's safety, anxiously inquired upon seeing him. Li Feng, with a hint of lingering dread, replied, "There were indeed a few odd individuals who attempted to make a move against me. Just when I felt my life was in peril, a passing Foundation establishment master came to my aid and drove them off." He sighed, reflecting on the misfortune of encountering such bandits in this remote locale. Sun Chong, however, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This calamity had been averted, and the events seemed to mirror those of his previous life. Seniorly, a person of great fortune is certainly destined to transform misfortune into good luck. Sun Chong smiled and offered words of comfort, refraining from disclosing the true intentions behind the assassination attempts. He spoke no falsehood. Li Feng's fortune was the finest he had ever witnessed, often turning peril into opportunity and acquiring great fortunes in his previous life. After 3 days of travel by horse-drawn carriage, Su Qianxue sent a message expressing her eagerness to meet Li Feng, transferring him 1,000 spirit stones to secure a flying vessel for his return. Thus, under Sun Chong's admiring gaze, Li Feng arranged for a flying boat back to Qinjianmen. This lad truly possesses extraordinary luck, worthy of being favored by the esteemed Su, effortlessly ascending to the Foundation establishment realm. Sun Chong mused to himself. It is well known that cultivating the 5 elements spiritual root is a slow process, yet Su Qianxue generously provides Li Feng with elixirs, consuming several nourishing qi pills daily for his cultivation. Even wild boars can break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Upon their return to Jiyan City, Li Feng, following Sun Shoutian's instructions, settled Sun Chong in Jiyan City. As long as Sun Chong refrains from reckless actions, no one would dare to harm him, allowing him to live safely until the age of 16. Naturally, Li Feng also left behind means to ensure Sun Chong's safety in times of danger, sensing any trouble that might befall him. Seniorly, I hope you will soon become the master of the Medicine Peak at Qinjianmen. Should I enter Qinjianmen in the future, I would also wish to cultivate at your Medicine Peak, Sun Chong suddenly remarked to Li Feng as he prepared to leave. Were it not for the desire to connect with the formidable figure at the Medicine Peak alongside Li Feng, Sun Chong would not have followed him to Jiyan City. Li Feng gently ruffled his hair and smiled. I too aspire to be a peak master, but alas, my talent is lacking. I hope to rely on your auspicious words. You must take good care of the young master. Otherwise, the marks of servitude will activate, leaving you to seek life in vain and death in despair. After sternly instructing a few servants, Li Feng turned to depart. Watching Li Feng's retreating figure, Sun Chong secretly clenched his fists. If all goes as planned, Li Feng would soon become the master of the Medicine Peak, and he, Sun Chong, would rapidly rise based on the memories of his past life. In a secluded area, Li Feng transformed into a wisp of smoke and quietly returned to the Medicine Peak of Qinjianmen. By now, it was already midnight, and Li Feng did not disturb anyone. He spent some time observing the 2 high-grade demonic arts before recording them into the system panel, finally laying down to rest. 51. Su Qianxue establishes her foundation. Name: Li Feng. Lifespan: 167,632. Race: mortal. Cultivation: first layer of nascent soul, celestial infant. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Technique: reincarnation, celestial scripture, human celestial, entry level. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Spell: Wrath of the Water God Supreme, complete. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Spell: Domain of the Wood God Supreme, complete. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Spell, divine concealment, supreme complete. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Spell, demon cloud golden body, upper grade, unlearned. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Spell, evil moon sword chi, upper grade, unlearned. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Divine ability, none. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Magical artifact, flying snow sword, medium grade. Can invest lifespan to enhance strength, innate fortune, top tier fortune. Bloodline of chaotic divine demons, current purity, 1 in 100 million. Can invest lifespan to purify bloodline. Spiritual root talent, growth type 5 elements spiritual root, medium grade. Spiritual root grows over time. 3 years for upper grade, 30 years for supreme grade, 300 years for celestial grade. 3,000 years for chaotic grade. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Heaven and earth lifespan nexus. Can collect remaining lifespan from spiritual plants after defeating demon and magical practitioners. Can also obtain their remaining lifespan, which can be used to cultivate techniques, divine abilities, and even spiritual roots, enhancing cultivation. Besides recording 2 spells, Li Feng also refined the flying sword gifted by Su Qianxue. After refining the sword, Li Feng suddenly sensed an intangible force drawing him toward it. That force seemed to originate from the direction of the pill refining peak, likely an object belonging to Su Qianxue. Daily friend messages have been refreshed. Yesterday, Yi Gujian caught a 7-step snake in the field, suspecting that other members of the Yi family were plotting against him. Upon investigation, he found the person who released the snake and formed enmity with Meng Yijing. Yesterday, Su Qianxue broke through to the Foundation establishment realm, concocting 3 bottles of vitality pills, and received a message from the Illusory Moon Workshop, preparing to descend the mountain tomorrow to meet with the Illusory Music Workshop. The rest were trivial matters, which Li Feng did not scrutinize. With the vengeful Yi Gujian fixated on him, Meng Yijing was in for trouble. Li Feng chuckled mockingly. This truly was a case of cleverness backfiring. He propped his chin in contemplation, a flicker of thought passing through his eyes. Tomorrow, Su Qianxue would descend the mountain to meet with the Illusory Music Workshop and would go shopping with me. It was an opportune moment to discern the caliber of her sect members. Early the next morning, Li Feng went about his usual tasks when, suddenly, he heard Su Qianxue's voice. "Senior brother, I've missed you so much." Accompanied by her sweet voice, a graceful figure appeared outside the medicinal field. The sunlight seemed to particularly favor that extraordinary silhouette, which was none other than Su Qianxue. She stood quietly amidst the verdant mountains and clear waters, her skin resembling delicate porcelain blanketed by the first snow of early winter. A subtle luminescence emanated from her fair complexion, as if it could absorb all surrounding gloom, leaving only purity and flawlessness. Beneath this exquisite surface, the faint pulse of her veins was discernible, akin to a mountain stream, crystal clear and vibrant with life, yet harboring endless tales within its tranquil depths. Her figure was the most exquisite carving of nature, graceful yet powerful, with every curve perfectly delineating the unique elegance and charm of femininity. Her slender waist seemed to convey resilience hidden within its softness, while her shapely hips swayed with an alluring rhythm, each step resonating with an invisible melody that sparked the imagination. Such a physique, even clad in the simplest disciple's robe, exuded myriad charms, captivating all who beheld her every gesture. Yet, Su Qianxue's appearance formed a subtle contrast to her breathtaking beauty and form. Her features were not strikingly beautiful, lacking the dazzling allure that could captivate nations, yet she possessed an ethereal grace that was refreshingly unique. Her eyes, not large, held an innate charm, as if they could peer into the hearts of others, harboring the cosmos within their depths, shimmering with wisdom and mystery. Her straight nose retained a gentle elegance, while her lips, perfectly proportioned, bore a serene and cool demeanor when unsmiling, yet could instantly melt the cold with a warm smile. Upon her visage, one could find no trace of artificial embellishment or worldly allure, only an innate purity and sophistication akin to a mountain spring's, cleansing the superficial to reveal a profound soul hidden beneath an unassuming exterior. As Su Qianxue, the enchanting spirit of the illusory melody pavilion, advanced in her cultivation, her allure deepened, emanating an irresistible charm from within. Li Feng, who was singularly focused on the pursuit of immortality, found himself momentarily entranced by Su Qianxue. "Brother, why are you lost in thought? If you like me, just say so. I won't be upset," she teased, a playful glint flickering in her eyes as she sensed the admiration in his gaze. Suddenly, she leaned closer to him, her subtle fragrance enveloping him like sandalwood. leaving him feeling refreshed. Ahem, junior sister, what brings you here? He stammered, quickly straightening up, attempting to extricate himself from the enchanting atmosphere. A hint of melancholy flashed in Su Qianxue's eyes. Have you forgotten, brother? We agreed to descend the mountain together to explore the market today, she replied, swiftly adjusting her mood with a sweet smile. She continued to cling to his arm like a playful koala, her entire graceful form resting upon him, enveloping his arm in a breathtaking embrace. Despite his attempts to withdraw his hand, he found it ensnared, left with no choice but to allow Su Qianxue to cling to him. Fortunately, the medicinal fields were devoid of onlookers, or they would have had a difficult time explaining the situation. Very well, wait for me a moment. I shall wash my face and then descend the mountain with you. I still owe you a gift. Li Feng initially intended to use the excuse of washing his face to persuade Su Qianxue to release him. To his surprise, Su Qianxue laughed and said, Brother, you have worked hard. Allow me to assist you in washing your face. With that, she joyfully fetched a basin of water and meticulously began to wash Li Feng's face. Rather than merely washing, it was more akin to her taking liberties. She touched his face all over, even playfully sticking out her tongue, attempting to reach beneath Li Feng's neck. Brother, how about I help you wipe your body as well? Since we have the water here? Li Feng rolled his eyes and gently tapped her head, saying, Do not be mischievous. Give me the handkerchief, and I shall wash it myself. Are you attempting to wipe my body? I would be too embarrassed to point it out. Faced with such a flirtatious woman, Li Feng found it difficult to resist her antics, more exhausting than battling a real master of the Golden Course stage. After playfully washing his face, Li Feng accompanied Su Qianxue down the mountain for the first time to explore the cultivator's market. As they descended, Li Feng noticed that Su Qianxue wore a long green sword at her waist, an inexplicable allure emanating from it. Brother, you find it curious, do you not? This sword is named Qingfeng, and it is a pair with your Fei Xue. Once it recognizes its master, I can sense your presence no matter the distance between us, Su Qianxue said, a blissful smile gracing her face. She continued softly, in the future, even if you are not by my side, seeing Qi Feng will banish my solitude. Li Feng's eyelids fluttered, a touch of emotion stirring within him. This foolish girl is worried that her identity as an undercover agent for the Qingyun sect will be discovered, leading to her expulsion from the sect, thus making it difficult for us to meet. Li Feng deliberately adopted a stern expression and admonished her, What nonsense are you speaking? Once we both reach the foundation establishment stage, we shall see each other daily for hundreds of years to come. Su Qianxue mischievously smiled and wrapped her arms around his, swaying playfully. Brother, you would miss me too, wouldn't you? Does this count as a confession of your feelings for me? Li Feng, caught in her playful embrace, could only manage a helpless smile. Alas, he felt moved for no reason. This little vixen remained as whimsically spirited as ever. Ha ha ha. Now that this enchanting woman has broken through to the foundation establishment stage, she is ripe for the picking. Her true beauty is breathtaking, with a celestial physique. If I were to obtain her red pill, it could transform my spiritual roots. In the future, I could use her to control the illusionary music pavilion. Truly, this demon lord is exceedingly clever. The game's narration began to act up again, hinting at Li Feng sleeping with Su Qianxue. However, Li Feng remained unfazed. He held no obsession with beauty. The spiritual elevation and joy gained during a breakthrough far surpassed any allure of physical beauty. If he were to unite with a woman, it must be a union of spirit and desire. With only a year or two having passed, he could not yet discern Su Qianxue's true nature. He wished to test her for several decades. After all, to become Li Feng's companion, she would need to accompany him not merely for a millennium, but for countless ages. Thus he had to proceed with caution. In his previous life, Li Feng had witnessed many couples fall from fervent love to separation. Unable to withstand even the slightest test of time, Li Feng was reluctant to be with Su Qianxue due to her impulsive nature. He possessed an eternal lifespan, allowing ample time for Su Qianxue to discern her true feelings for him, while also enabling Li Feng to introspect and determine if he was willing to bear the consequences of her existence. To love someone entails accepting their burdens, and it should never be taken lightly, especially considering Su Qianxue's sensitive identity as a disciple of the master of the illusion music pavilion. Her entanglements were considerable. Li Feng cast a glance at Su Qianxue's formidable presence and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Upon exiting the sect, Su Qianxue unsheathed her Qi Feng sword and stepped forward, turning to Li Feng with a playful smile. Senior brother, you still cannot fly with a sword. It seems we must share a flying sword. Hurry up and get on. Wrap your arms around my waist from behind, and I shall take you down the mountain. Li Feng was taken aback, realizing Su Qianxue intended for him to take advantage of the situation. However, observing the excitement radiating from her flushed cheeks, it was difficult to ascertain who was truly benefiting from whom. Li Feng suggested, "Junior sister, I have already transferred the spirit stones I borrowed to you. Perhaps we should take the flying boat down instead." There were designated boats for transporting passengers from Qingyun's sect, and a single trip required only one low-grade spirit stone, which would take them directly to the cultivator's market. 2 spirit stones would suffice to reach Jiyun City. "Senior brother, what is yours is mine, and I have not accepted the spirit stones." Su Qianxue pouted, shooting Li Feng a reproachful look. "You are in need of spirit stones at this moment. I want you to reach the foundation establishment stage sooner to protect me. We must be prudent with our resources. Now, come on." She grasped Li Feng's hand, pulling him onto the flying sword as if coaxing a child. Li Feng, unable to resist Su Qianxue's insistence, complied. However, due to the novelty of holding a woman's waist, he felt a bit flustered and accidentally grasped the wrong spot. "Senior brother, you've got it wrong. My waist is lower." Su Qianxue bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Li Feng. It appeared she was not the audacious rogue she seemed, but rather shy. "Oh, my apologies," Li Feng chuckled awkwardly, realizing why his touch felt soft. He quickly adjusted his hands to encircle Su Qianxue's slender waist, which was barely within his grasp. As the flying sword ascended into the clouds, they stood together like a pair of celestial lovers, eliciting envy from the male disciples of Qingyun's sect who were either seated or standing on their own flying swords. Even a mere Qi refinement stage novice could attract a junior sister to accompany him. It was unexpected that, after finally entering the realm of cultivation, one's prospects in finding a partner were often dictated by appearance. Some passers-by sighed wistfully, expressing their sentiments. With a confident smile, Su Qianxue reassured Li Feng, "Senior brother, do not heed their idle chatter. They are merely envious of you. Although you are currently at the Qi refinement stage, with my assistance, I assure you that you will surpass them in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Junior sister, spare me the comfort with my talent. It seems I may need several thousand years to reach that stage," Li Feng mused, intrigued by how Su Qianxue planned to assist him. Su Qianxue smiled and remarked, "In the realm of cultivation, one must consider wealth, companions, methods, and environment. Wealth encompasses spiritual stones and elixirs, and with my assistance, brother, you are already far ahead of others." With that, she retrieved 3 bottles of vitality pills from her storage bag and handed them to Li Feng. "While other outer sect disciples receive merely 2 vitality pills a month, you consume 10 a day in your training. I cannot fathom a scenario in which you do not swiftly transcend to the foundation establishment stage." Li Feng was taken aback by Su Qianxue's generosity. 10 vitality pills a day, surely even a pig could achieve the foundation establishment stage with such abundance. Given that vitality pills could be treated as a staple, Li Feng found it hard to believe that Su Qianxue had not prepared foundation establishment pills for him as well. The essence of the Qi refining stage lies primarily in the accumulation of spiritual energy. Once you possess sufficient energy, transcending realms becomes inevitable. When you reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement, I shall readily provide you with 10 supreme foundation establishment pills. Each foundation establishment pill enhances the success rate of your breakthrough, and 10 would ensure absolute certainty. Su Qianxue's face radiated with enthusiasm, as her desire to assist Li Feng was the very reason she had joined the alchemy peak. As long as she could swiftly attain the rank of a second-grade alchemist, no one could fault her for providing Li Feng with additional vitality pills. Although these pills are costly, Li Feng's ability to procure inexpensive medicinal materials, coupled with her willingness to forego any processing fees, made it feasible. Moreover, Su Qianxue had even sold her ancestral treasured artifact in front of others to exchange for spiritual stones. With her provision of elixirs, Li Feng's ascension to the foundation establishment stage would face no objections. As Li Feng gazed into Su Qianxue's sparkling eyes, he couldn't help but reflect on the nature of love. Once one falls for another, they are willing to do anything for that person. Yet, he pondered how long such fervent affection could endure. Regardless, he silently resolved that even if Su Qianxue's feelings were to change in the future, he would accept her kindness and repay it tenfold. For at least this moment, her passionate and selfless love for him was deserving of his gratitude. "Sister, why are you so kind to me?" Li Feng asked, his expression a mixture of emotions as he looked at Su Qianxue. With a natural lift of her chin, Su Qianxue smiled and replied, "Because I love you, brother. If I do not treat you well, Whom should I treat well? Li Feng sighed. Is my appearance the sole reason for your affection? Does love require justification? Su Qianxue shook her head in confusion. Initially, it was indeed your handsome face and eccentric temperament that drew me in, but I have since grown accustomed to your presence. With you by my side, I can be carefree and open my heart, becoming my true self. Brother, you are truly remarkable. You simply do not realize it. You are kind to others, without being obsequious or malicious. You are gentle and considerate, never losing your temper even when I am bothersome. You possess a broad mind, never succumbing to despair. And you honor your commitments, taking responsibility and repaying kindness. Among all the men I have encountered, only you, brother, are worthy of my trust. Su Qianxue was certainly no fool. She could discern good from evil and right from wrong. As one embarks on the path of cultivation, many become psychologically distorted, gradually transforming into individuals that even they themselves can scarcely recognize. Li Feng is indeed the man who most closely aligns with Su Qianxue's ideal partner among all the men she has encountered. Others gaze at her with varying degrees of intent, their eyes tinted with ulterior motives, as if viewing an object or livestock, driven by a strong sense of purpose. Only Li Feng has consistently regarded her without any desire, offering nothing but a warm, sunlit smile. Junior sister, how long can your love endure? Li Feng sighed. If it can last 20 years, I will agree to become your partner. Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned and embraced Li Feng, giving him a gentle kiss. Not just 20 years, but even 100 or 1,000 years, my love for you, senior brother, will remain unwavering. In this lifetime, Su Qianxue, have determined to be with Li Feng. She shouted towards the sea of clouds, her confession echoing through the heavens and the earth. In this moment, Su Qianxue's visage and laughter would forever be etched in Li Feng's heart. The path to immortality need not be lonely, with true love as a companion. What fear is there of the passage of time? 3 hours later, the two arrived at the cultivator's market, beneath the blue sky and white clouds. The bustling market resembled a myriad of brilliant stars fallen to the mortal realm, unfolding in the mist-laden valley, a sight breathtaking in its grandeur. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a patchwork of light and shadow, bestowing a delicate golden sheen upon this mysterious locale. The concentration of spiritual energy here was nearly on par with the servant's peak of the Qingyun sect, which explained the formation of such a vibrant market. After such a long journey, Li Feng's arm felt weary from holding on, and his immunity to beauty had once again increased. Senior brother, this must be your first visit to the cultivator's market. You must take your time to explore. If fortune smiles upon us, we might just discover treasures, Su Qianxue exclaimed, pulling Li Feng's hand as she skipped joyfully from stall to stall. Li Feng, however, felt somewhat out of place in this cacophonous environment, trailing behind Su Qianxue like a guardian. Had it not been for his promise to her, he would have preferred basking in the sun on the mountains. Inside the market, the air was alive with voices, imbued with a hint of ethereal essence amidst the clamor. Colorful spiritual treasures and magical instruments vied for attention at the stalls, some radiating a soft, jade-like glow, while others emitted dazzling waves of spiritual energy, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, captivating onlookers. The air was filled with the fragrances of various herbs and elixirs, fresh yet slightly sweet, and a deep breath felt as though it could cleanse the burdens of the mundane world, refreshing the spirit. In the distance, a series of floating pavilions appeared intermittently, designated for high-tier cultivators' transactions. Amidst the swirling clouds, silhouettes of ethereal beings could be discerned, exuding an aura of transcendence. Li Feng expanded his spiritual awareness and was surprised to discover several golden core practitioners in this very place, even more densely populated than in Jiyan City. It seemed that this trading market offered ample opportunities for profit, attracting numerous golden core experts to take part. Above the ground, amidst the bustling throng, there were cultivators clad in resplendent robes, wielding enchanted artifacts, alongside ragged wanderers whose eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. They engaged in lively conversations and spirited negotiations, weaving the vibrant tapestry of this marketplace. Suddenly, a melodious tune emanated from a corner of the market, pure as a spring, cutting through the clamor and striking a chord within the heart. Following the sound, one could observe a modestly dressed female cultivator, her face veiled in white silk, gently caressing an ancient zither. The music she produced was imbued with transcendent Taoist resonance, captivating the attention of those nearby, as if the very air had thickened with tranquility and harmony. This celestial melody added an ethereal quality to the otherwise bustling atmosphere of the cultivation market. However, upon hearing the enchanting strains, Su Qianxue's expression shifted momentarily before she composed herself again. Had it not been for Li Feng's keen perception, he might have overlooked the fleeting emotion that flitted across Su Qianxue's face. The veiled female cultivator eventually entered a cosmetic shop and did not emerge again, prompting many to gather outside, peering inside. At that moment, Li Feng was assisting Su Qianxue in adorning her hair with a jade hairpin when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. "Junior brother Li, you have finally descended from the mountain." Li Feng recognized the voice immediately but feigned surprise. "Brother Yi, what a coincidence." Yi Gujian, bearing a peculiar large sword upon his back, stood behind Li Feng, his confidence radiating ever more brightly. In his hand, he held a fragment of a semicircular copper token, engraved with the image of a majestic qilin. Yi Gujian's aura had grown significantly stronger in just a few days. He had evidently broken through another layer of cultivation and reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Truly, he was the protagonist blessed by the old man with the ring, achieving such rapid progress as if under a divine enhancement. With a hearty laugh, Yi Gujian displayed the broken copper token to Li Feng, adopting a senior's tone as he imparted wisdom. "As cultivators, we must actively seek opportunities and not confine ourselves to a single location. We must contend with destiny itself. Look here, I have acquired half of the key to the cave dwelling of Master Qilin. Would you care to join me on this adventure?" Before Li Feng could respond, Su Qianxue grasped his hand and shook her head, preemptively declining Yi Gujian's invitation on his behalf. "This brother, Li, is still a novice and cannot assist you. I apologize, but perhaps you should seek help elsewhere." Yi Gujian raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Su Qianxue from head to toe. In his mind, an aged voice echoed, that of the old man within the ring. "Yi, this girl is no ordinary individual. She has already reached the foundation establishment stage and possesses a single spiritual root. Her background may be quite remarkable, so tread carefully." Yi Gujian pondered why such an exceptional female cultivator would be associated with Li Feng, questioning whether this junior brother harbored any secrets. The old man in the ring chuckled dismissively. "Do not regard this Li Feng too highly. He is merely at the 1st level of qi refinement, with a mediocre 5-element spiritual root. Without external assistance, he shall remain as he is for a lifetime." Seeing the old fellow, Li Feng ignited a flame of anger within him. It was Li Feng who first stumbled upon him. Yet he treated him like a fraud and cast him aside, truly failing to recognize greatness. In his heart, he silently vowed to cultivate Yi Gujian into the most resplendent new star, and when the time came to reveal his true identity, Li Feng would be left lamenting his lost opportunity. Once he comprehended the magnitude of what he had forfeited, this young man would undoubtedly weep bitterly and wallow in regret. Yi Gujian felt a sense of helplessness. Alas, junior brother Li is not a bad person. I had intended to take him to the Qilin real person's cave and bestow upon him a fortunate opportunity, yet my good intentions were misconstrued. This female cultivator may harbor some ulterior motives. I must caution him to be wary of succumbing to allure. With this in mind, Yi Gujian cast a gaze towards Su Qianxue, tinged with a hint of hostility. Su Qianxue, perceiving his demeanor, expressed her displeasure. She sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Yi Gujian and even suspected that he might have been possessed by a demonic cultivator. Now he sought to bring Li Feng to the Qilin real person's cave, presumably with designs on seizing Li Feng's body. She could not allow such a plot to come to fruition. Junior brother Li, she thought, since ancient times, beautiful women have often been the harbingers of disaster. You must be cautious of those who harbor ill intentions. Yi Gujian fixed his gaze on Su Qianxue, subtly warning Li Feng. In response, Su Qianxue retorted sharply, "Humph. I fear that certain individuals call one junior brother while concealing nefarious schemes behind their smiles. Brother, do not be easily swayed by promises of fortune. The heavens do not dispense free gifts." As the tension between the two escalated, Li Feng sighed and quickly interposed himself, attempting to defuse the situation. "Junior sister, brother Yi is a good person who has always looked out for me." He gestured to Yi Gujian, signaling Su Qianxue not to be overly anxious. Then, turning to Yi Gujian, he smiled and said, "Brother Yi, my cultivation is still modest. I shall not hinder you. I wish you abundant opportunities and a safe return from your journey. Rest assured, I will tend to your spirit field in your absence." Yi Gujian had initially intended to ask Li Feng for assistance with his spirit field, so he was pleasantly surprised by Li Feng's proactive offer, which greatly enhanced his fondness for him. "I appreciate it, junior brother. When I return, you shall certainly reap the rewards. Yi Gujin clapped Li Feng's shoulder, laughing heartily. As he drew closer to Li Feng, Yi Gujin whispered into his ear, Junior brotherly, this female cultivator is concealing her true cultivation level. She has already established her foundation. Be cautious. With that, he patted Li Feng's shoulder and turned to depart. Su Qianxue, worried that Li Feng might harbor resentment, grasped his hand anxiously and implored, Brother, do not listen to his nonsense. I would never harm you. Li Feng offered a gentle smile. I trust you completely. After all, what could a foundation-level cultivator do to a nascent soul expert? At the warmth of Li Feng's gaze, Su Qianxue felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She toyed with the jade hairpin atop her head, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Brother, please pay for my spirit stones. Consider this jade hairpin as a gift from you to me. Is this gift too meager? Perhaps we should select a proper magical artifact together. Li Feng felt a twinge of guilt at the thought. Su Qianxue bestowed upon him treasures of great value, yet she desired only a singular, ordinary jade hairpin devoid of any practical use, rendering their exchange profoundly inequitable. However, Su Qianxue, blissfully cradling her face, exclaimed with childlike innocence, As long as it is a gift from my senior brother, it surpasses any magical artifact in worth. Besides, this jade hairpin was personally bestowed upon me by you. I would not trade it for any amount of spirit stones. Since you cherish it so dearly, I shall craft another for you with my own hands in the future. Li Feng replied, moved by her words, a smile gracing his face. He contemplated acquiring a fine piece of jade, embedding within it several defensive formations to safeguard Su Qianxue. In a world where there were few naive girls like her, she must not be allowed to perish easily. Then I must thank you in advance, senior brother. Su Qianxue blinked and took Li Feng's hand, leading him toward other stalls. After a morning filled with merriment, they arrived at an inn to rest. Su Qianxue gazed out the window and, as if she had suddenly spotted a cosmetics shop below, stood up hastily. Senior brother, please order for me. I shall be back shortly after purchasing some rouge and powder. Li Feng responded, Go ahead. Regardless of the realm, women always yearn to enhance their beauty. Thus cosmetics held a considerable market even among cultivators. Some products could so convincingly transform an elderly woman into a youthful beauty that many of the female cultivators dancing on communication jade tablets might have employed such methods. Consequently, Li Feng often refrained from watching, fearing that he would be disillusioned upon encountering the actual person one day. Observing Su Qianxue's hurried descent, he could not help but shake his head. Her antics were indeed exaggerated, and he wondered why the illusory Melody Pavilion had sent her as an undercover agent. Once Su Qianxue departed, Li Feng immediately deployed his nascent soul divine sense to watch her enter the cosmetics shop. Inside the shop, a mysterious woman, veiled and cradling a guqin, sat cross-legged on a bamboo couch on the second floor. Holding a teacup, her gaze frequently drifted downstairs, as if awaiting someone. Upon Su Qianxue's entrance, the woman gradually lowered her teacup and began to play the guqin, enveloping the shop in a melodious sound that established a vacuum where divine senses could scarcely penetrate. Naturally, such a technique could only thwart inquiries from golden core cultivators. It held no sway over someone of Li Feng's caliber. Sister Hongya, what brings you here in person this time? Su Qianxue exclaimed joyfully as she ascended the stairs. She reached out to lift the veil from the woman's face, only to be playfully rebuffed with a disapproving glance. After several years, you're still as mischievous as ever, daring to tease even your senior sister. Su Qianxue did not remove her disguise but continued to converse with Ning Hongye, maintaining her seemingly unremarkable appearance. Sister, you are so beautiful. Merely gazing upon you could extend my life by several years. The disguise Su Qianxue wore was imperceptible even to nascent soul experts. Should she reveal her true self, all her efforts would be in vain. Ning Hongye, plucking the guqin, replied with a smile, Little junior sister, this matter is of great significance. I had to come personally. Sit tight. I have something to discuss with you. Has something happened at the illusory Melody Pavilion? Su Qianxue asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Ning Hongye shook her head, clarifying, it is not the Illusion Music Pavilion, but rather the Qingyan sect. Su Qianxue, puzzled, responded, everything seems normal at Qingyan sect. My master has tasked me with investigating the news regarding the supreme elder of Qingyan sect, but I have yet to uncover anything. It appears I may need to wait several decades before I can access such confidential matters. Ning Hongye's expression grew serious. It is not the supreme elder of Qingyan sect we should concern ourselves with, but the forces of the demonic path. According to intelligence from our undercover agent in the Evil Moon Pavilion, They are planning to strike against Qingyun sect within the next decade. The sword abyss of Qingyun sect contains the former holy son of the evil moon pavilion under suppression, and with the supreme elder of Qingyun sect gravely injured. They are becoming increasingly impatient. Su Qianxue pondered thoughtfully. The holy son of the evil moon pavilion. Is he the prodigy who mastered the evil moon sword Qi to a minor completion in just a century? Ning Hongya nodded, affirming. Indeed, he is still alive. Should the evil moon pavilion manage to rescue him, a millennium hence, it is likely that the realm of Great Chu will fall under their dominion. Su Qianxue furrowed her brow. What does the evil moon pavilion intend to do? Despite the supreme elder's injuries, Qingyun sect still possesses two formidable swords in the power of the nascent soul stage, which can injure even divine beings. Surely, Qingyun sect cannot be so easily breached? Ning Hongya spoke gravely. I have come to inform you that the evil moon pavilion plans to initiate a demonic blood sacrifice within the territory of Qingyun sect, targeting ordinary mortals to compel Qingyun sect into dispatching forces to eliminate the demonic threat. At that time, at least one sword will have to leave Qingyun sect. When their defenses are weakened, it will be the evil moon pavilion's opportunity to attack. Master is concerned that you may be unaware of this information and could perish amidst this turmoil, which is why she wishes for you to conclude your undercover mission and return to the Illusion Music Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue immediately panicked. Her mind flashed with cherished memories of her time with Li Feng, and a sense of reluctance overcame her. Sister Hongya, is it certain that Qingyun sect is doomed this time? Su Qianxue found it difficult to accept this grim reality. As the leader of the righteous path, Qingyun sect should not fall so easily. Ning Hongya spoke with conviction. To be frank, besides the evil moon pavilion, the demonic cloud tower also intends to take advantage of the situation. With two of the three major demonic sects collaborating, Qingyun sect's defeat is inevitable. Su Qianxue murmured softly. Then what about us at the Illusion Music Pavilion? Ning Hongya explained. Our pavilion does not intend to intervene. A certain supreme elder of Qingyun sect shares a complicated relationship with my predecessor, the former leader of the Illusion Music Pavilion. Therefore, we shall remain neutral, providing no assistance to either side. Suddenly, Su Qianxue's eyes brightened as she moved closer to Ning Hongya, wrapping her arms around her in a playful manner. Sister, after all this time undercover, I am on the verge of becoming an inner disciple of Qingyun sect. I do not wish to give up now. Why not speak to Master on my behalf? I could stay at Qingyun sect to observe, and if trouble arises, I can find a way to escape. How absurd. A sect war is no trifling matter. Even a casual spell from a golden core master could spell your demise. Ning Hongya's expression shifted as she admonished her. Su Qianxue replied weakly, but I possess the 10,000-li divine escape talisman, bestowed by Master, who could possibly capture me. Ning Hongya rolled her eyes and playfully poked Su Qianxue's forehead. You are unaware of the means of the revered Master Huashan. Once the battle commences, the very fabric of space shall be sealed, rendering your divine escape talisman ineffective. It is imperative that we do not linger. Thus, Su Qianxue could only seek a compromise. Gazing hopefully at Ning Hongya, Sister, may I bring an outsider back to the illusory melody pavilion? He is my junior from the miscellaneous peak, a genuinely good person, and I cannot bear to see him perish at such a tender age. 55. Sister, will you also go undercover? Ning Hongya inquired, her brow knitting slightly as she regarded Su Qianxue with a complex expression. Time flies, her junior has grown up in the blink of an eye, even learning to flirt with young men. This sister of hers has yet to hold a man's hand, while her junior has taken the lead. Su Qianxue, feeling her face flush under Ning Hongya's gaze, stammered, Sister, it is indeed him. His name is Li Feng, and he is a wonderful person. Please, let me take him back to the illusory melody pavilion. Ning Hongya shook her head with a sigh. A cultivator with a 5-element spiritual root. What future can he possibly have? The illusory melody pavilion is not a refuge for the unworthy. Even as a humble servant, his qualifications fall short. Within the ranks of the Qingyun sect, there were more than a few spies in the illusory melody pavilion. Upon witnessing Li Feng's close association with Su Qianxue, Ning Hongya discerned his background. With such intimacy to her little junior and possessing such striking looks and extraordinary demeanor, Ning Hongya had initially presumed Li Feng to be a promising young talent, only to discover he was woefully inadequate. Hearing Ning Hongya speak so disparagingly of Li Feng, Su Qianxue felt a surge of displeasure. Yet, in her determination to secure Li Feng's departure with her, she continued to tug at Ning Hongya's arm, pleading, But he truly is a good person, sister. Please, let him come with us. He does not require the cultivation resources of the illusory melody pavilion. I will take care of him myself. Ning Hongye, with a tone of resignation, replied, it is not merely a matter of resources. A person like him is wholly unsuited for the path of cultivation. The struggles within the demonic sect are exceedingly brutal. A naive lamb among wolves would be devoured, leaving not a trace behind. How long can you, dear sister, protect him? Moreover, even if I were to acquiesce, our master would never permit it. You and he exist in entirely different worlds. Forcing a union would only bring him calamity. Yet, Su Qianxue was unyielding. Li Feng was her beloved, and the thought of watching him perish before her eyes was insufferable. There are no buts. If you truly care for him, you should encourage him to leave the Qingyan sect early and become a wandering cultivator. That would be far preferable to losing his life. Ning Hongye's stance was resolute. With his talent, even if he were to amass resources, he would only reach the foundational stage. And it would be better for him to descend the mountain and live as a wealthy man. Sister, do not forget that our lives are bestowed by our master, and our cultivation has been nurtured by her. In the future, we are to forge alliances with the most esteemed talents for the sake of the illusory melody pavilion. This is the guiding principle of our existence. Previously, Su Qianxue would have acquiesced to such words with a nod of resignation. However, this time, the image of Li Feng's face flooded her mind, and she shook her head repeatedly. No, sister, I cannot accept this. In this life, I shall marry no one but Li Feng. Su Qianxue exclaimed with fervor. Sister, do you not feel a sense of resentment? Do you wish to become a mere tool, dispatched by the sect to serve as a plaything for men? Silence. Ning Hongye abruptly interjected, her expression turning grave as she fixed her gaze on Su Qianxue. I shall pretend I have not heard this. You are not to utter such words again, for if they reach others' ears, there will be no refuge for you in the illusory melody pavilion, and your fate will be sealed. A bittersweet smile graced Su Qianxue's lips as she replied, if given a choice, I would rather not be a disciple of the illusory melody pavilion. Ning Hongye swiftly grasped Su Qianxue's hand, shaking her head insistently. Junior sister, do not speak so recklessly. The zither in her arms began to levitate, producing melodies of its own accord. After years apart, Su Qianxue marveled at her sister's progress with the demonic melody zither, now nearly mastered, truly a remarkable talent. Ning Hongye chose not to dwell on this topic, instead whispering with ambition glimmering in her eyes, Junior sister, I understand you are still young and may not comprehend fully at present, but in time, you will realize that all external humiliation is but an illusion. They serve as your nourishment and soil, aiding your growth and strength. Once you surpass the so-called prodigies and attain the status of a divine transformation master, who will remember your past humiliations? You will have the power to cleanse your own disgrace, vanquish all who look down upon you, and pin your own legend. When those who once remembered you pass away, you shall be revered as a deity in the eyes of the world. With the wisdom of experience, Ning Hongye gently urged Su Qianxue, moreover, serving the prodigious and the powerful is far preferable to consorting with the insignificant. You must recognize this truth early, lest your fate becomes tragically dire. Having witnessed far worse in the illusory melody pavilion, a sect steeped in the dark arts, Ning Hongye had long since formulated her own survival strategy to ascend by standing upon the shoulders of men, growing stronger with each step. Strong enough that none would dare to manipulate her, strong enough that those loathsome men would bow before her in submission. Su Qianxue gazed into Ning Hongye's fierce eyes, embracing her gently for comfort, and softly declared, Sister, I once believed you were right, but my perspective has shifted. Love is sacred, unique. My heart and soul belong solely to Li Feng. If my partner is not him, I would rather perish. Sister, if our master truly intends to offer you to another, you must flee the illusory melody pavilion at once. You are a person, not a mere instrument for anyone's use. My little junior sister, you have truly changed, becoming someone even your sister finds unfamiliar. Ning Hongye observed Su Qianxue with a complex gaze. But our master has given us life, taught us to cultivate, and helped us become the revered fairies of the illusory melody pavilion. Can we betray her? What is betrayal, then? Su Qianxue responded solemnly. If our master and the illusory melody pavilion nurture us merely to use us as pawns to achieve their own ends, then there is no debt of gratitude owed. Since this is a transaction, once we grow powerful, we can repay in a different manner, with greater resources to honor our master. Sister, awaken to the truth. Our master's regard for us is not familial, but one of exploitation. She had never regarded us as her daughters. What kind of mother would bestow her own daughters as gifts to others? Upon hearing Su Qianxue's calm analysis, Ning Hongye's pupils flickered with astonishment. It was hard to believe that her usually obedient junior sister could possess such unconventional insights. Yet, upon reflection, it was difficult to refute her claims. Su Qianxue was indeed correct. For a long time, Ning Hongye had fallen into a misconception. She had refrained from blaming her master, attributing all the consequences to the greed and lust of men, and had resigned herself to a future steeped in demonic transformation. It was only now, prompted by Su Qianxue's words, that Ning Hongye experienced a sudden awakening. If their master's cultivation of them was merely a transactional exchange, quantifiable in material terms, then why should she be entangled in such constraints? Why should she shackle herself? As long as nothing had yet transpired, and she had not been treated as a plaything to be given away, she could completely forge a new path in life. Junior sister, who imparted such wisdom to you? With your little mind, I wouldn't have expected you to conceive such thoughts, Ning Hongye remarked with a sudden, radiant smile, teasing Su Qianxue. Su Qianxue, with a proud tilt of her head, replied, "It was Li Feng. He enlightened me. If I hadn't met him, I would have been brainwashed like you, preparing to dedicate myself to the illusionary music pavilion. What a clever young man. No wonder the junior sister was utterly devoted to him." Ning Hongye recalled Li Feng's handsome, ethereal visage, a gleam of admiration flashing in her eyes. "I have made my decision. I shall also infiltrate the Qingyan sect with you. To hell with those so-called prodigies and their gratitude. I intend to live for myself." Hope radiated from Ning Hongye's large eyes as she embraced Su Qianxue, laughing heartily. Amidst this, Li Feng savored a piece of meat, observing the interactions of Su Qianxue and her senior sister through his spiritual sense, while also assessing their cultivation levels and destinies. Ning Hongye Foundation Establishment 7th Layer 491-244-1388 Age Limit of Lifespan. Ning Hongye's Fate. Cultivation Genius. Musical Talent. Exceptional Furnace Cauldron. Stunning Beauty. He. Another exceptional Furnace Cauldron has appeared. How effortlessly it has come to me. She dares to look down upon this demon lord? Today, I shall have my way with her. And it would be splendid to reel in her master as well, capturing both master and disciple. As the game character scampered about, Li Feng found himself unaffected by its antics. His interest lay solely in the news brought by Ning Hongye. He had not anticipated that the Evil Moon Pavilion and the Demon Cloud Tower were preparing to strike at the Qingyun sect. He wondered if the Qingyun sect could withstand the onslaught. Should they falter, his plans to linger within the sect and gather herbs for longevity would be thrown into disarray. He would take it one step at a time. If they truly could not hold their ground, he would have to change his identity and rejoin another sect. Li Feng had no intention of sacrificing himself for the Qingyun sect. His ultimate goal was to survive and attain longevity. After exchanging a few more words with Ning Hongye, Su Qianxue departed from the rue shop and returned to the inn. "Brother, is the food in this inn still palatable?" Su Qianxue walked with her hands behind her back and sat down opposite Li Feng, resting her chin on her hand as she observed him eating. Truly, Li Shixiang was adorable even while dining. Just as Li Feng was about to speak, Su Qianxue suddenly raised her hand and plucked a grain of rice from the corner of his mouth. Li Feng froze momentarily, his face turning a deep crimson the next instant. To his astonishment, Su Qianxue placed the grain of rice into her own mouth right before him, savoring it with delight as she licked her lips and remarked, "Delicious." Li Feng thought to himself, "This is infuriating. Once again, I've been teased by this enchantress." Noticing the gazes of those around them fixated on him, he hurriedly served Su Qianxue a bowl of rice to silence her. "Junior sister, please eat your meal. After we finish, we must return. I still have to water the medicinal fields," he urged. On their way back, the two flew together on a sword. In a casual manner, Su Qianxue inquired, "Shixiang, if one day the Qingyun sect were to face annihilation, would you choose to stand with it until the end?" Li Feng understood her probing nature and did not evade the question. He candidly replied, "How could I? I fear death above all else. If the Qingyun sect were to be destroyed, my cultivation would be of no use. I might very well sneak away down the mountain." Seeing the joy in Su Qianxue's expression, he added, "However, the Qingyun sect is the pinnacle of righteousness. Such a day should never come. So there's no need for you to worry, junior sister." Su Qianxue smiled in response. "I too hope the Qingyun sect will never encounter misfortune, for then we can remain together forever." With that, she turned and embraced Li Feng. Li Feng stiffened at the sudden closeness, worried that the sword might fly off course and crash into the mountains. The senior brothers who passed by could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Today has truly been enlightening. Who knew that flying swords could be so romantic? If I had a Dao partner, I would have to try this too." Here they go again. Those two, not focusing on their cultivation, flying around and flaunting their affection. Some even captured the scene of Li Feng and Su Qianxue embracing mid-flight and posted it on the sect's communication board. This sparked a trend among many couples. And soon the disciples of Qingyan sect were seen adopting various peculiar postures while flying. There were those standing like a golden rooster, others lying down, some embracing, and even a few riding their dogs atop flying sorts. Upon returning to the Qingyan sect and parting ways with Su Qianxue, Li Feng made his way to his dwelling on the medicinal peak, only to encounter a slender, one-eyed man striding towards him with an irritable expression. Li Feng was somewhat perplexed. He did not recall offending this senior brother. Xiaobang, 8th level of Qi Refinement 104-130143, age limit of lifespan. Xiaobang's fate: narrow-minded, selfish, mediocre talent, opportunistic, bullying the weak. Upon seeing this person's lifespan and fate, Li Feng's understanding deepened. It turned out he was the eldest senior brother of the medicinal peak, which explained why Chen Haifeng was reluctant to mention him. This individual's fate foretold a troublesome disposition. Li Feng was just regaining his composure when Xiaobang stood before him, his expression dark and questioning. I am Xiaobang, the senior brother of the Medicine Peak. You must be junior brotherly, correct? We agreed that you would deliver the medicinal herbs today. Where have you been? Li Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. I had to step out for a brief matter and inadvertently forgot. I apologize for making you wait, senior brother. The medicinal herbs are ready, please count them. With that, he handed over the herbs, neatly packed in a storage pouch, to Xiaobang. He also submitted a portion belonging to Bai Zaiji. I assisted in harvesting Brother Bai's medicinal field, and all the herbs are here. Please check them, senior brother. Li Feng did not withhold any of the herbs, presenting them all without reservation. After examining the items, Xiaobang's expression softened somewhat. The quantity exceeded the required standard, allowing him to keep the surplus for himself, which would yield at least a dozen spirit stones. As the senior brother responsible for collecting the herbs, Xiaobang was keenly aware of the yield. From the numbers, he could tell that Li Feng had not retained anything for himself. Xiaobang did not expect Li Feng to be so forthcoming, voluntarily offering all the herbs. Junior brother, this year's yield has generally increased. The amount you've provided is still insufficient to fulfill the sect's routine tasks. Please do not withhold any. Hand over all the herbs. However, driven by greed, Xiaobang, perceiving Li Feng's weakness, extended his hand toward him. Li Feng, recognizing Xiaobang's attempts at extortion, could not help but smirk inwardly. It was surprising that just as one troublemaker had perished, another had emerged. The Medicine Peak certainly had its fair share of unsavory characters. Li Feng had no intention of indulging Xiaobang's bad habits, and replied calmly, Senior brother, I assure you that these are indeed the only herbs I have, and I have not concealed anything. Furthermore, the yield is actually greater than in previous years by several pounds. If you believe otherwise, we can consult our master for a final judgment. Some individuals are akin to insatiable dogs. Giving in this time would only lead to further demands in the future. Therefore, it was imperative not to yield to Xiaobang. This is a trivial matter. There is no need to trouble our master. You are merely performing your duties. And since you claim to have received everything, I naturally trust you. At the mention of their master, Xiaobang's demeanor shifted. Should Li Fuwei discover his misdeeds, his tenure as senior brother would come to an abrupt end. Xiaobang, realizing the futility of his actions, promptly donned a smile. Junior brother, continue your good work. As long as you can deliver this much every year at the Medicine Peak, I assure you of your safety. He feigned camaraderie by patting Li Feng on the shoulder before departing on his sword, satisfied with the encounter. For the next 3 years, Li Feng would effectively work for Xiaobang without recompense, which was to Xiaobang's delight. Li Feng, wishing to avoid entanglement with such a petty person, used this small amount of medicinal herbs to placate him. Li Feng lacked for spirit stones, and the herbs could be procured from the mountain. He merely sought a tranquil environment. As night fell, Li Feng extended his consciousness to Su Qianxue's alchemy peak. Thanks to the bond with Qi Feng's sword, locating Su Qianxue was effortless. After Su Qianxue ascended to the rank of a first-tier alchemist, she harbored a persistent desire to concoct the Foundation Establishment pill. Only by successfully creating this pill could she elevate herself to the status of a second-tier alchemist. Despite being a wealthy individual, willing to invest her spirit stones and purchasing rare herbs for practice, she still found it challenging to produce the second-tier Foundation Establishment pill. What could possibly be amiss? I have exerted myself so diligently, yet the pill remains elusive. Su Qianxue gazed at the charred remnants of black herbs within the alchemical furnace, her mood dampened. At that moment, a surge of enlightenment regarding alchemy flooded her mind, as if a master alchemist were imparting their wisdom directly to her. It became clear that her previous steps were flawed. The yin grass and 100-spirit ginseng had incompatible effects, necessitating the use of flesh-generating vine to harmonize them. A smile blossomed on Su Qianshua's face as she hastily reignited the furnace to resume her alchemical endeavors. This time, she triumphed, successfully producing a batch of mid-grade foundation establishment pills, yielding 3 in total. Splendid. I am unaware of which celestial being has aided me. But now I shall become a second-tier alchemist, free to forge as many pills for Li Feng as I desire, with no one able to question my capabilities. Rising to her feet, Su Qianxue clasped her fists in gratitude to the heavens, expressing her heartfelt thanks to the mysterious elder. Thank you for sharing your alchemical insights. An ancient chuckle resonated in her ears. Haha, young one, you possess commendable talent in alchemy. Persist in your efforts, and perhaps we shall meet again in the future. This only solidified Su Qianshue's belief that she had been assisted by a wandering alchemy master. Li Feng, having retracted his consciousness, wore a faint smile. With Su Qianxue now capable of crafting foundation establishment pills, he could confidently present them to the peak master, aiding in his breakthrough and prolonging his lifespan. With Su Qianxue serving as a fade, no one would suspect him. 3 months later, Su Qianxue proudly announced her ascension to the rank of second-tier alchemist, receiving focused cultivation from the alchemy peak. Seizing an opportunity, Li Feng requested several foundation establishment pills from her, intending to gift them to Zhang Qiduan. Zhang Qiduan regarded the pills presented by Li Feng with a complex expression. When he initially urged Li Feng to remain at the servant's peak, it was merely an act of kindness. He had never anticipated any benefits arising from it. To his astonishment, that small act of goodwill had granted him the opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment realm. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qiduan shook his head. Foundation establishment pills are exceedingly precious, junior brotherly. You should keep them for yourself. I have lived long enough. Li Feng replied with a smile, Brother, you may not be aware, but Su Qianxue has indeed become a second-tier alchemist, capable of refining foundation establishment pills. If I require more, she can assist me, so please do not decline. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiduan's expression shifted to one of surprise. It seems I have underestimated her. She truly is a prodigy in alchemy. Her willingness to assist you is remarkable. You must not take her for granted. Li Feng, blushing slightly, responded, Brother, what do you mean? I am not a heartless person. In due time, I shall consider forging a bond with her. With such sentiments expressed, Zhang Qiduan finally accepted the foundation establishment pills from Li Feng, yet he solemnly clasped his fist in acknowledgement. Sigh, then I shall humbly comply. In the future, should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. I shall not dare to refuse. Li Feng assisted him to his feet, saying, What words are these? Peak Master, it was your benevolence in taking me in that sowed the seeds of kindness, leading to today's fortunate outcome. All is a matter of fate. And it is heaven's decree that you are destined to break through to the foundation establishment realm. After bidding farewell to Zhang Qiduan, Li Feng sought out Zhou Tuayu, bringing him 5 bottles of vitality pills and returning his storage bag. Junior brotherly, where did you procure so many vitality pills? Zhou Tuayu inquired. Frowning at the sight of the pills before him, Li Feng replied with a smile, Uncle Zhou, these vitality pills were gifted to me by Su Qianxue. I have no need for such a surplus, so I am giving you a few bottles. Come to me for more once you've used these. Nonsense. Zhou Tuayu's expression darkened, suspecting Li Feng was deceiving him. How could someone with Su Qianshue's background possibly produce so many vitality pills? If you wish to fool me, at least provide a more credible reason. Li Feng explained, I assure you, I speak the truth. Su Qianxue has already become a second-tier alchemist. She can even concoct foundation establishment pills. Zhou Tuayu remained skeptical, eyeing Li Feng with suspicion. Even if she is a second-tier alchemist, surely she cannot devote herself solely to concocting pills for you while neglecting her own cultivation. What will you use for yourself? Understanding Zhou Tuyu's concern about his own supply of vitality pills, Li Feng opened his storage bag, revealing over a dozen bottles of the pills, and with a proud smile declared, Uncle Zhou, look here. She has prepared many vitality pills for me. I have more than you do. The abundance of vitality pills before him left Zhou Tuayu astounded. Su Qianxue is exceedingly generous to you, in contrast to the betrayal of his childhood sweetheart. Zhou Tuayu felt a pang of sorrow. He patted Li Feng on the arm, advising, Li Feng, you are fortunate to have such a devoted partner. You must cherish her well. Li Feng nodded, I will. After departing from the servant peak, Li Feng encountered Meng Yijing along the way. Initially intending to teach him a lesson, he was taken aback by Meng Yijing's haggard appearance. He looked as frail as a stick and seemed to be gravely injured. Had it not been for the sight of his lifespan, Li Feng might not have recognized him. Meng Yijing, Qi Refinement Stage 3 1919 110, Age, Lifespan Limit, Meng Yijing's Fate, Bully the Weak. Fear the strong, stir up trouble, mediocre talent, early demise. Upon seeing Li Feng, Meng Yijing reacted like a mouse confronted by a cat. Panicking and hastily hiding his face as he scuttled aside, terrified of attracting Li Feng's ire. Li Feng suddenly recalled that a few months prior, Meng Yijing had cast a 7-step spotted snake into his medicinal field, intending to harm him. The venomous snake, however, had inadvertently slithered into Yi Gujian's medicinal field. And given Yi Gujian's vengeful nature, it was certain that Meng Yijing would not fare well. It seemed likely that Meng Yijing's injuries had stemmed from this encounter. The curse of the misfortune grimoire must have played a significant role as well. Otherwise, he would not have been so ill-fated as to cross paths with a calamity like Yi Gujian. Speaking of the cursed book of misfortune, there was a fellow named Wang Haitao who met his demise due to its curse. In pursuit of the fire spirit stone, Wang Haitao grievously injured Zhou Tuoyu, and later, under the instructions of Elder Qiao, plotted to eliminate Zhou Tuoyu. However, under the curse of the cursed book of misfortune, before he could return to the Qingyun sect, he was intercepted by rogue cultivators on the road, resulting in not only his death, but also his transformation into a puppet. With Wang Haitao's demise, Zhou Tuoyu should be free from trouble for the time being. With the aid of the nourishing Qi pill recently bestowed by Li Feng, it won't be long before Zhou Tuoyu breaks through to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. At that point, with some foundation-building pills prepared for him, he will ascend to the rank of foundation-building cultivator and be able to avenge himself. Li Feng understood that Zhou Tuoyu must yearn to resolve his grievances personally, particularly to eliminate the vile woman Lu Yu. Thus, he refrained from taking action. Otherwise, it would have been trivial to extinguish a few insignificant lives. Isn't that Brother Meng? How has he become so disheveled in just a few months? Li Feng, showcasing his cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi, approached Meng Yijing with a mocking expression. Instantly, Meng Yijing knelt before Li Feng, bowing his head fervently. Brotherly, please show mercy. Your friend has already taught me a harsh lesson. Look at my current state. I can never oppose you again. I implore you to let me go. Meng Yijing was gravely injured, his cultivation rendered obsolete. Being weak in the sect is a sin in itself, and one can only imagine how he has been bullied by other disciples in recent days. Those who humiliate others will themselves be humiliated in return. The only reason he was not expelled from the mountain was likely due to some individuals wanting to exploit his sect's resources for their own gain. Li Feng, however, was curious as to why Yi Gujian had reduced Meng Yijing to such a state without facing any repercussions from the sect. Could it be that Yi Gujian possesses some hidden identity? In the outer sect grand competition, observing Meng Yijing kneeling and incessantly bowing before him, Li Feng felt a pang of sorrow. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. To fall to such a lowly state is a consequence of his own actions. Brother Meng, take care of yourself. I hope you survive. Li Feng chose not to kill Meng Yijing, for crushing such an insignificant insect would not grant him any sense of accomplishment. He merely smiled mockingly and departed. For Meng Yijing now, living is far more arduous than death. Ultimately, it was Meng Yijing's lack of strength and blinded hatred that allowed someone like Yi Gujian to easily manipulate him. Li Feng believed this should serve as a lesson. One must not act impulsively without the strength to crush their enemies. As he watched Li Feng's retreating figure, Meng Yijing's heart was filled with mixed emotions. From this point forward, he, now a waste, would be completely estranged from Li Feng, whom he had once looked down upon. Meng Yijing, where do you intend to go? Have you completed the tasks assigned to you today? Suddenly, a disciple from the refining peak, at the 5th layer of Qi, appeared beside Meng Yijing, kicking him to the ground and coldly admonishing, "Without my permission, do you dare to think of escaping? Let me make it clear. If you dare to step away from the refining peak again, I will break one of your legs." With a swift motion, he crushed Meng Yijing's ankle underfoot, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him. "Stop. My father is the Marquis of Linen. Are you not afraid of retribution for this?" Meng Yijing cried out in agony, hastily proclaiming his lineage in hopes of halting the assault. However, the assailant merely smirked. The Marquis of Linen has dozens of offspring. You, a mere illegitimate child, are hardly worth his attention. Moreover, how do you know there is no one behind me? Greetings from Meng Chanjun. The heir of the Marquis of Linen, the man whispered ominously into Meng Yijing's ear. A chill ran down Meng Yijing's spine, engulfing him in despair. It dawned on him that his current predicament was not solely a result of internal strife among peers, but was also fueled by the machinations of the Marquis' heir. Should he fall into Ming Chongjun's hands, his suffering would be unimaginable. Regret consumed Ming Yijing. Had he foreseen this day, he would have devoted himself to cultivation and refrained from provoking Li Feng. Li Feng, however, remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake. The Marquis of Linen was but an insignificant insect to him. As long as he was not directly threatened, he would ensure that the ashes of their family were scattered. The annihilation of entire clans was not beyond Li Feng's capabilities. 2.5 years had swiftly passed in the blink of an eye, marking the season for harvesting spiritual herbs once again. Li Feng's presence had grown increasingly ethereal, akin to that of a celestial being. Whenever he ventured outside, numerous female cultivators would pause to admire him, eagerly vying for his friendship. Their gazes were almost predatory. Fortunately, Su Qianxue was there to shield him from their advances. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Li Feng seldom left the confines of his abode. Now at the age of 19. 2.5 years was but a fleeting moment for a cultivator. During this time, Li Feng had assisted others in gathering spiritual herbs, accruing over 100,000 years of lifespan. Although his cultivation level had not visibly advanced, his combat prowess had multiplied significantly. Both his demonic techniques and other spells had been elevated to the pinnacle of human immortality, consuming approximately 50 to 60,000 years of lifespan. The Flying Snow Sword, bestowed by Su Qianxue, had also absorbed 50,000 years of lifespan, enhancing it to the status of a low-grade celestial weapon. Name: Li Feng. Lifespan: 19138271. Race: Mortal. Cultivation: First layer of Yuan Ing, Immortal Infant. Can invest lifespan for further cultivation. Cultivation method: Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Human Immortal. Entry level. Can invest lifespan for further cultivation. Spell: Heavenly Turnover. Exceptional. Perfected. Can invest lifespan for further cultivation. Spell: Would God Domain. Human Immortal. Perfected. Can invest lifespan for further cultivation. Spell: Immortal. Concealment. Human Immortal. Perfected. Can invest lifespan for further cultivation. Spell: Demon God Golden Body. Human Immortal. Perfected. Can invest lifespan for further cultivation. Spell: Moon Immortal Sword Chi. Human Immortal. Perfected. Can invest lifespan for further cultivation. Divine Ability: None. Can invest lifespan for further cultivation. Magical Artifact: Flying Snow Sword. Low-grade Immortal Weapon. Can invest lifespan to enhance strength. Innate Fortune. Top Tier Fortune. Bloodline of Chaotic Divine Demons. Current Purity: 1 in 100 million. Can invest lifespan to purify bloodline. Spiritual Root Talent: Growing 5 elements. Spiritual Root. Upper grade. The root grows over time. 3 years for upper grade. 30 years for exceptional grade. 300 years for immortal grade. 3,000 years for chaotic grade. Can invest lifespan for further cultivation. Heaven and Earth Lifespan Coordination. Can collect remaining lifespan of spiritual plants upon defeating demon and devil practitioners. Can also acquire their remaining lifespan. This lifespan can be used to deduce cultivation methods, divine abilities, and even spiritual roots, thereby advancing one's cultivation. After 3 years, Li Feng's spiritual root has matured into an upper-grade 5-element spiritual root. According to Li Feng's estimations, to break through to the transformation realm in one go, at least 300,000 years of lifespan would be required. Now that he has grown an upper-grade 5-element spiritual root, he should be able to save several tens of thousands of years of lifespan, needing only about 250,000 years to achieve the breakthrough. The urgency to gather herbs for longevity is pressing, and now a new batch of spiritual herbs has matured. He must find a way to harvest the mature herbs from other peaks. This time, he raised the price to 5 spirit stones per acre, convinced that the envy of those fellows could not overlook such an offer. If 5 stones are insufficient, then 10, he must secure the deal. Li Feng mused quietly, his speed in harvesting the spiritual herbs accelerating. Suddenly, sensing something, he looked up to see Yi Gujin descending gracefully on a flying sword, his garments fluttering. As he approached Li Feng's herb field, he said, "Junior brotherly, you still enjoy farming so much. Have you forgotten what day it is?" Li Feng scratched his head in confusion. "What day? I've been so busy that I've lost track. Please enlighten me, senior brother Yi." Yi Gujin, taken aback, replied, "Today is the Outer Sect's triannual grand competition. How could you forget such an important event?" Li Feng had indeed not forgotten, but he had no desire to seek the spotlight. Engaging with a swarm of Qi refinement stage practitioners would bring him no benefit. With a faint smile, he replied, Senior brother should know I am not fond of conflict, so I shall refrain from embarrassing myself. You may go forth and make a name for yourself. I will assist you in harvesting your spiritual herbs. At this moment, Yigujian had already reached the 7th level of Qi training, and it was evident that he longed to make a name for himself in the outer sect competition. Li Feng could take the opportunity to gather his spiritual herbs, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon hearing this, Yigujian's eyes sparkled. He had little interest in farming or herb gathering, preferring instead to devote his time to cultivation. His ambition was to break through to the foundation establishment stage before turning 30, thereby gaining entry into the realm of prodigies, which would facilitate his subsequent advancement to the golden core stage. Yigujian was naturally pleased that Li Feng could assist him in collecting herbs. However, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and he shook his head with a smile, saying, I truly appreciate your intentions, junior brotherly, but I fear that I cannot avoid participating in this outer sect competition. Why not? Li Feng inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Previously, participation in the outer sect competition was voluntary. One could choose not to register and still refrain from involvement. Nonetheless, most outer sect disciples would sign up, as it provided an opportunity to spar with peers and assess one's capabilities. Additionally, there was the chance of earning rewards from the sect if one were fortunate enough to place well. After all, cultivators are not immortals, and many find it difficult to resist the allure of fame and fortune. However, it seemed from Yigujian's tone that there was something different about this particular outer sect competition. Junior brotherly, your indifference towards fame and fortune is detrimental to your cultivation. Do you intend to waste your youth like many seniors, merely waiting for death? Seeing Li Feng's lack of concern for sect matters, Yigujian felt compelled to offer earnest advice. Look at me. My spiritual roots are inferior to yours. Yet I refuse to resign myself to fate. I continuously seek opportunities and seize every chance to grow stronger. At just over 20 years old, I have already reached the 7th level of Qi training. You possess greater talent than I. You should not give up on yourself. Li Feng smiled shyly, senior brother. You speak wisely, but I am not lacking in resources for cultivation. There is no need for me to risk my life competing with others for opportunities. As you can see, I have also reached the 5th level of Qi training. As he spoke, Li Feng emitted the aura of the 5th level, causing Yigujian to pause in surprise. What is going on? How did Li Feng manage to break through to the 5th level of Qi training without any prior notice? Seeing Yigujian's astonishment, Li Feng proudly straightened his chest and explained, it is thanks to Sister Su. She is a second-grade alchemist and has been crafting Qi-nourishing pills for me. I consume 5 pills daily to aid my cultivation. 5 Qi-nourishing pills a day. Upon hearing this, Yigujian was utterly taken aback. No wonder Li Feng advanced so swiftly. It turned out he had an alchemist dedicated to providing him with resources. It was truly disheartening to compare oneself to others, while he risked life and limb traversing mountains and rivers to seize opportunities. Li Feng merely relied on his handsome visage to secure abundant resources, effortlessly elevating himself to the 5th level of Qi training. Yigujian suddenly felt unqualified to lecture Li Feng, his expression becoming exceptionally complex. Junior brother, although you have Su Qianxue providing you with cultivation resources, the art of combat among cultivators requires practical experience. Without it, you will find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over your peers of the same level. Yigujian believed it necessary to persuade Li Feng from another angle, lest he become a mere pampered pet, possessing ample resources but lacking the ability to fight. Li Feng chuckled and replied, Senior brother, I have no intention of clashing with cultivators of the same realm. Many of my fellow disciples who entered the sect with me are still at the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi refining. I believe that a 5th level Qi refining practitioner should not struggle against someone at the 3rd level. Yigujian found himself at a loss for words. Under the premise of absolute strength, practical experience indeed loses its significance. Who could have anticipated that Li Feng would consume Qi-nourishing pills as if they were mere candies, elevating his cultivation so swiftly? Even the dual spirit root prodigy, Wan Linglong, has not progressed as rapidly as Li Feng, has she? Well, your reasoning is quite sound. Yigujian conceded with a resigned smile, uncertain of how to advise Li Feng further. Perhaps wishing to maintain his seniority, he added, however, I believe that relying on medicinal pills will not lead one far. Su Qianxue can provide you with Qi-nourishing pills. But what about when you reach the foundation establishment stage? The materials for condensation pills are 10 times more expensive than those for Qi-nourishing pills. Can she continue to refine so many condensation pills for you? Upon hearing this, Li Feng fell into contemplation, then suddenly declared seriously, what you say makes sense, senior brother. I will encourage her to become a third-tier alchemist as soon as possible. Yi Gujian looked utterly bewildered, as if he were meeting Li Feng for the first time. My goodness, are you hoping for your wife to become a dragon? Are you living off her efforts? To rely on your partner without striving for yourself. How unexpected. Yet, a twinge of envy welled within him. Who wouldn't desire a partner so dedicated to their mutual success? Yi Gujian felt a complex mix of emotions. Thoroughly astonished by Li Feng's words. It turned out that Li Feng had meticulously charted his path in cultivation, fully embracing the notion of relying on his partner to ascend in their spiritual journey. Su Qianxue has truly encountered misfortune in meeting you, Yi Gujian sighed. Mourning for Su Qianxue. A few years ago, at the market at the foot of the mountain, Yi Gujian had advised Li Feng to keep his distance from Su Qianxue. Now, it seemed he had misjudged. He should have advised Su Qianxue to distance herself from Li Feng instead. Li Feng stated seriously, I cannot agree with your words. Senior brother, I have always provided her with emotional support. Everyone benefits. Is the youth I have devoted to her not worth these spiritual herbs? Yi Gujian curled his lip in disdain at Li Feng's behavior of taking advantage while pretending to be virtuous. Although you need not worry about your cultivation resources, you cannot evade the upcoming outer sect competition. Yi Gujian abandoned the thought of persuading Li Feng to seize opportunities and turned to more pressing matters. You haven't been keeping up with the sect news on the communication jade tablet, have you? In recent years, the territory of our Qingyan sect has seen a growing number of demonic cultivators, resulting in the tragic deaths of many mortals at their hands, severely threatening our sect's reputation. This matter has garnered the attention of the higher-ups in the Qingyan sect, who have decided to send one-third of the outer and inner disciples to exterminate these demons while simultaneously honing the combat abilities of our disciples and enhancing the prestige of our sect. Thus, this external competition mandates the participation of all individuals, with the rewards for rankings elevated to several times their former value. Those disciples who find themselves within the top third will be compelled to undertake demon extermination missions, with the contribution points for vanquishing demons significantly increased compared to before. For us, this represents a rare and fortuitous opportunity. Yi Gujian's face radiated excitement, yet Li Feng discerned an unusual undertone in his words. The decision to dispatch one-third of the disciples for demon extermination indicates that the situation has become exceedingly perilous. It is undoubtedly not as simple as Yi Gujian suggests, merely a means to hone the disciples. Rather, it has escalated to a point where a desperate confrontation with the demonic sect is imminent. Such matters Li Feng would certainly not vie for. He would rather evade them altogether. Consequently, he resolved to accompany his senior brother to witness the unfolding events, deeming that while he could not aspire to a high ranking, participation was what truly mattered. Li Feng began to gather his farming tools, smiling at Yi Gujian. That's the spirit. Only through grappling with others and contending against the heavens can one grow more swiftly. Yi Gujian nodded appreciatively, then spoke to Li Feng with an air of mystery. Just like Meng Yijing, if you do not instill fear in him, he will continue to harass you. A few years ago, after I injured Meng Yijing, I recently heard he has perished. You need not worry about his harassment any longer, junior brother. Li Feng's expression turned to one of astonishment. No wonder that fellow has not troubled me of late. It turns out he was injured by senior brother Yi. Yi Gujian's countenance hardened. This man met his deserved end. Even if it were not for you, junior brother, I would not have spared him. Li Feng hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for resolving such a significant nuisance for me. Henceforth, I shall tend to your medicinal fields, allowing me to contribute in some small way. Yi Gujian, often venturing beyond the sect to seek opportunities and lacking the energy to care for the fields, found Li Feng's proposal agreeable and chuckled. Since you are so kind, I shall gladly accept your assistance. While the two were conversing, Chen Haifeng suddenly soared above them on his sword, urging, What are you two dawdling for? The external competition is about to commence. Hurry along. In addition to Chen Haifeng, there were also Xiao Bang and others, with all disciples from this peak flying in the air, observing Li Feng and Yi Gujian. Exchanging a glance, Li Feng and Yi Gujian promptly took to the skies on their swords, following their fellow disciples from the 102nd Medicinal Peak towards the sect's plaza. Over the span of 2.5 years, some from the 102nd Medicinal Peak had perished, while new disciples had joined. Yet, it appeared that little had changed. The relationships among them remained as frosty as ever, devoid of any pleasantries. The peak master, Li Fuwei, also stood atop his flying sword, exuding an ethereal aura, merging with the multitude of soaring swords as they ascended towards the sect's plaza. Today, The skies above Qingyun's sect were adorned with a myriad of swords, resembling a meteor shower streaking across the heavens, an awe-inspiring spectacle. As Li Feng beheld this scene, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This was the grandeur that a cultivation sect ought to embody. Yet, he pondered how many of these cultivators would return after descending the mountain. 60, brotherly. Please teach me. Su Qianxue had long been waiting along the way, eager to accompany Li Feng to the sect's plaza. However, she was not alone. Flanking her were two men, one robust and the other slender, resembling the legendary duo of the yin and yang. From their gazes, Li Feng discerned an intense yearning for courtship. Junior sister, is this the dandy you have been nurturing? Aside from his handsome facade, he appears to be rather unimpressive. The burly man scrutinized Li Feng from head to toe, a sneer of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Shan Wan, Chi refining level 8581711183. Age, limit of lifespan. Shan Wan's fate. Slightly gifted, corrupted by desire, vengeful nature, as the burly man looked down on Li Feng. The latter was also taking stock of him. This man's appearance could hardly be described as graceful. He resembled more a clumsy beast than a refined gentleman. How could such a brutish figure possibly engage in alchemy? Li Feng maintained an air of calmness, yet internally he had already condemned Shan Wan. It turned out he was a lecher fixated on Su Qianxue. It seemed necessary to devise a plan to eliminate him. Daring to harbor ill intentions toward my furnace, this boy has set himself on a path to demise. Alas, he is destined to be sent down the mountain to execute a demon-slaying task, and will meet his end at the hands of a demon cultivator the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, this demon lord could extract his soul and torment him to death. The game's narrative caught Li Feng off guard. He had not anticipated Shan Wan's misfortune. His days were numbered. Kid, what kind of gaze is that? How dare you feel pity for me? Shan Wan suddenly noticed the sympathy in Li Feng's eyes, reminiscent of a dying dog on the roadside, inciting his fury. He was a noble second-tier alchemist. How could a man like Li Feng, dependent on women, presume to pity him? Su Qianxue, observing Shan Wan's hostility towards Li Feng, immediately expressed her discontent, saying with evident disdain, Shan senior brother, if you have nothing better to do, you should leave at once and stop making a fool of yourself here. Shan Wan's expression stiffened, quickly turning sullen. He had not expected Su Qianxue to defend a mere dandy and drive him away, thereby humiliating him in public. Senior brother, pay him no mind. These two men are disciples of our master, possessing formidable skills. I will handle them, Su Qianxue typed to Li Feng via the communication jade, anxious that he might anger and confront them, ultimately suffering at their hands. Li Feng nodded slightly, witnessing the glances exchanged between the two men right before him. Shan Wan's resentment toward Li Feng deepened, and he pointed at him, shouting, Dandy, if you have the guts, come to the arena and duel. The victor shall have Su senior sister. I refuse, Li Feng replied coolly. Shan Wan mocked, are you afraid? A waste like you is utterly unworthy of Su senior sister. If you fear for your life, keep your distance from her, or I will make you regret it. Li Feng replied calmly, I am not afraid of you. Rather, I believe that Su senior sister is not an object to be gambled over. Even if you were to defeat me, it would matter not, for she harbors no affection for you. Are you truly so deluded as to think you can forcibly take her? Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue's eyes shimmered with a glint of intrigue. This is the man she adores, truly warm-hearted. Unlike others who view her merely as a possession, their eyes filled solely with raw desire. Shan Wan scoffed disdainfully, humph. Such grandiose words. Yet are you not simply afraid of death? Can't a worthless being just perish on their own? At that moment, Yi Gujian approached, accompanied by a youthful, pure-looking female disciple. Although this woman had transformed her appearance, Li Feng recognized her true identity at a glance. Ning Hongya. This woman had actually undergone a transformation to join Li Feng's alchemy peak. What could her intentions be? Yi Gujian, eager to impress Ning Hongya, immediately positioned himself before Shan Wan and coldly inquired, which peak do you belong to? How dare you humiliate my junior disciple like this? Bullying someone of the 5th level of Qi training with your 8th level. Do you possess the audacity to spar with me? Yi Gujian's ring had already revealed to him Ning Hongya's true cultivation level and her unique physique. He believed that the best way to win Ning Hongya's favor was to showcase his abilities and portray himself as a protective senior brother. Naturally, Shan Wan was unperturbed by the relatively inconspicuous Yi Gujian, and after scrutinizing him, she replied dismissively, if you wish to defend this brat, then state your name. I shall challenge you shortly and provide you with an unforgettable lesson. With a smirk, Yi Gujian replied, I am Yi Gujian. If you do not challenge me, I will seek you out anyway. I hope you do not regret it. Shan Wan cast a fierce glare at Li Feng and Yi Gujian before storming off towards the plaza, followed expressionlessly by the lanky figure who clutched a sword. The outer sect competition required an initial assessment of cultivation levels, after which the outer sect disciples would be divided into 3 groups based on their ranks. Those at the first, second, and third levels of Qi training would compete in the early stage. The 4th, 5th, and 6th levels would compete in the mid-stage. And the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels would engage in the late stage. Thank you, senior brother Yi, Li Feng expressed with a cupped fist in gratitude. Although this fellow also sought to make an impression before the female disciples, he had genuinely stepped forward to assist. A gentleman is judged by his actions, not his intentions. Yi Gujian waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, really. I have little respect for those who bully the weak while fearing the strong. While speaking, he kept his gaze fixed on Ning Hongye, seemingly eager to discern the expression on the face of this hidden-level junior sister. Would she develop an admiration for him? By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is junior sister Ning Hongye, who joined our alchemy peak 2 years ago. She is also your junior. However, Ning Hongye's reaction left Yi Gujian somewhat disappointed, and he seized the opportunity to introduce her to Li Feng in an attempt to mask his discontent. Li Feng smiled warmly and greeted Ning Hongye. Hello, junior sister Ning. I am also a disciple of the 102nd alchemy peak. My name is Li Feng. Ning Hongye suddenly circled around Li Feng with an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, Senior brother Li, you are exceptionally handsome. I have never encountered a man more striking than you in my life. No wonder senior sister Su is utterly captivated by you. Su Qianchue's cheeks flushed. While others may be oblivious, she was acutely aware of Ning Hongye's true identity. Teased by her own senior sister, she could not help but feel embarrassed. Yi Gujian stroked his chin, his brow slightly furrowed. Could it be that Ning Hongye also had a penchant for handsome men? After all, I am not lacking in appearance myself. Why does she not show me the same fervor? Is junior brother Li some sort of favored disciple, attracting all the exceptional junior sisters to him? Yi Gujian found himself perplexed and resolved to seek Li Feng's guidance on how to inspire junior sisters to pursue him. Noticing her senior sister's playful antics with Li Feng, Su Qianchue quickly grasped Ning Hongye's hand, pulling her toward the square. Ning junior sister, please refrain from teasing senior brother Li. He is rather shy. Let us go assess your cultivation level first. Seeing Su Qianchue's protective urgency, Ning Hongye could not help but smile even more radiantly, emitting a delighted, ant-like chuckle. Once they departed, Li Feng observed Yi Gujian trailing behind him with an expression akin to constipation. Li Feng inquired, Senior brother Yi, are you not going to test her cultivation level? Yi Gujian hesitated, saying, Please do not address me as senior brother. You are now my senior. Li Feng regarded him with curiosity. Yi Gujian clasped his hands together and whispered, Senior brother Li, could you impart to me how to inspire junior sisters to pursue me? Ah, Su Qianxue, you are quite fortunate, Li Feng mused, resting his chin in contemplation before replying to Yi Gujian. There is no universal method. Each junior sister has her own desires and needs. Perhaps I simply provided Su Qianxue with the respect she sought. If you wish for a junior sister to pursue you, you must first understand what she desires and what she lacks. Upon hearing this, Yi Gujian's eyes brightened instantly. Thank you, senior brother. I have gained insight. Li Feng was unsure of what insight he had gained, yet the enthusiasm with which Yi Gujian clapped his hands was evident. Li Feng shook his head, hoping Yi Gujian would not overreach, provoking Ning Hongye, the enchantress, would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Upon arriving at the cultivation testing site, Li Feng noticed a considerable queue. Fortunately, the assessment was straightforward, and it was soon his turn. The testing artifact was a mirror. One merely needed to stand before it and channel their cultivation, allowing the mirror to sense their level of mastery. Of course, this method could be cheated. However, aside from the notorious Lu, few would dare to cheat during such a public display. Moreover, this ranking could yield greater rewards, prompting some disciples to even consume pills that would temporarily elevate their levels for the sake of accolades. Li Feng, Level 5 Qi Training. After the disciple responsible for the assessment recorded Li Feng's information, he directed him to the far left area. In this vast expanse, there were no fewer than 20,000 disciples in the mid-stage of Qi refinement, all gathered together, obscuring the edges of the plaza. A testament to the immense size of the Qing insects arena. Within the mid-stage Qi refinement area, there existed 100 platforms designated for duels, where disciples could compete to determine the top 100 among them. The competition was straightforward. All contenders would ascend the platforms and employ their respective techniques. Ultimately, The last 100 standing would comprise the elite group. These 100 would then be divided among 10 platforms to ascertain the top 50 and subsequently the top 10. Such a system, however, left ample room for manipulation and collusion. Many small factions and disciples from the same peak would conspire against outsiders. In such circumstances, a solitary wolf would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, often eliminated due to their lack of connections. This served as a trial imposed by the Qingyun sect. Those unable to integrate into a collective or the sect itself would not receive the sect's-focused cultivation. Suddenly, Li Feng's communication jade talisman chimed with a message. Upon inspection, he discovered that a disciple from the 102nd Medicine Peak was rallying the group to form teams, inviting disciples from the early, mid, and late stages of Qi refinement to converge on a specific platform to unite against external threats. The teams were categorized into 4 factions, one from Medicine Peak, one from Alchemy Peak, one from Artifact Refining Peak, and one from the Spirit Mine Workers. Li Feng, eschewing individuality, proceeded to the platform indicated by the communication talisman. In the first round of combat, he was inevitably swept off the platform by a spirit miner from the opposing side. Following his defeat, Li Feng wandered about as if on a leisurely stroll, observing the battles around him. He witnessed Yigujian shatter Shan Wan's nose with a colossal sword, leaving his opponent at his mercy. He also saw Su Qianxue repel her adversary with a single strike, only to leap off the platform amidst the astonished glances of those present. Su Qianxue was acutely aware of the sinister intentions of the demonic cultivators. She had no desire to descend the mountain. Her resolve was to stay by Li Feng's side, safeguarding him within the Qingyun sect and planning their escape should the sect face annihilation. Li Shixiang, did you come specifically to see me? Are you worried about me? Su Qianxue exclaimed as she leapt off the platform, grasping Li Feng's hand with a cheerful smile. You must be concerned about me. You surely hold me in your heart. Such was the art of a clever woman's rhetoric. She refrained from questioning why Li Feng had lost so swiftly, instead seizing the moment to display affection and divert his disappointment from his early exit from the arena. Su Qianxue believed that any man would desire to establish a name for himself, not wishing to face humiliation. Thus, she surmised that Li Feng must be feeling quite disheartened. Li Feng chuckled softly. Of course you occupy a place in my heart. Without you, who would provide me with elixirs? Feigning indignation, Su Qianxue pouted and stamped her foot. Ah, so I am merely a vessel for your elixirs. Lowering his head, Li Feng whispered softly in her ear, in that case, I can cherish you in the palm of my hand. Upon hearing these words, Su Qianxue's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes sweetly narrowing as a smile involuntarily graced her lips. How vexatious. Who taught you to utter such frivolous remarks? She remarked, cupping her blushing cheeks and casting a peculiar glance at Li Feng, who had never before expressed such ambiguous sentiments. Li Feng attributed his newfound eloquence to the communication jade tablet he had studied. With a serious demeanor, Su Qianxue advised, you should limit your exposure to such material. You are a fine young man, and such greasy words sound rather discordant coming from you. Li Feng, taken aback, scrutinized Su Qianxue, questioning whether her disposition had shifted. If you must speak such things, they should be directed solely at me, she added. Li Feng felt reassured. Su Qianxue had not been possessed. Seizing the opportunity of their solitude, Li Feng discreetly imparted the insights of a third-tier alchemist into Su Qianxue's mind. If all proceeded smoothly, she would likely ascend to the rank of third-tier alchemist within a few years. Although Qingyun sect required expendable disciples to descend and eradicate demons, it was improbable they would dispatch a valuable third-tier alchemist. While enjoying their time together, Li Feng spotted Zhou Taoyu on the arena for late-stage Qi refinement. At this moment, Zhou Taoyu had not only restored his cultivation but, thanks to the elixirs provided by Li Feng, had broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Among disciples in the late stage of Qi refinement, those at the 9th level were few and far between. Additionally, Zhou Taoyu practiced a mid-grade cultivation technique, endowing him with combat prowess that far exceeded his peers. He appeared poised to secure an impressive ranking. Li Feng contemplated advising Zhou Taoyu against standing out too prominently, as descending to vanquish demons was no trivial matter. Yet, witnessing Zhou Taoyu's genuine, spirited smile, he felt it unnecessary to intervene. Everyone walks their own path. He ought to respect Zhou Taoyu's aspirations. Li Feng possessed alternative means to enhance his strength, alleviating concerns over cultivation resources and future prospects. However, for cultivators like Zhou Taoyu, uncertainty loomed large over their destinies. They were perpetually burdened by the question of where their future resources would come from, living under a heavy cloud of oppression. even having been forsaken by their fiancé ES. Opportunities to showcase one's talents were exceedingly rare. Perhaps this was Zhou Taoyu's most significant moment of glory. Li Feng could not bear to disrupt it. Uncle Zhou is truly formidable. Perhaps this time he will secure a reward within the top 100 of the late-stage Qi refinement rankings. Su Qianxue exclaimed, linking her arm with Li Feng's. In her recollection, Zhou Taoyu's talent had been merely average. Logically, it would take decades for him to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yet, given his current state, he was indeed a master among those at that level. Let us hope that the resources earned through his arduous battles bring him immense satisfaction, Li Feng mused thoughtfully. Regrettably, I fear I shall never experience such a sense of accomplishment in this lifetime. Su Qianxue mistakenly assumed that Li Feng's disappointment stemmed from his reliance on resources provided by others, feeling that it was somewhat shameful to live off someone else's efforts. With a gentle voice, she advised, in cultivation, one must consider wealth, companionship, laws, and the land. Your partner is stronger than others, which is your due, after all. Who else could be so fortunate as to encounter me? Noticing a hint of pride in her demeanor, Li Feng suddenly chuckled. Indeed, your partner surpasses others, Su Qianxue. You are truly fortunate. Time passed, and the rankings of the outer sect competition were announced. As anticipated, Ye Gujian and Zhou Tuoyu both secured places among the top 50 in the late stage of Qi refinement. Remarkably, Ye Gujian, with his cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, emerged as the champion of this outer sect competition, achieving a breakthrough on the arena. In an instant, Ye Gujian became the center of attention, even attracting the interest of several inner sect elders who extended an olive branch, inviting him to become an inner sect disciple ahead of time. Although typically only those at the foundation establishment stage could ascend to the inner sect, exceptions were occasionally made. Ye Gujian's age, combined with his breakthrough to the 8th layer and his mastery of a mid-grade spell, made him a worthy investment for some. Ultimately, Ye Gujian accepted the invitation from one of the inner sect elders, becoming an inner sect disciple at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Li Feng discerned that Ye Gujian had initially been reluctant, a conflicted expression flitting across his face. However, after glancing at the ring on his finger, he acquiesced. It seemed that the spirit within the ring, perhaps an elder, desired him to enter the inner sect. Li Feng pondered this. The origins of the spirit within the ring remained a mystery. Whether benevolent or malevolent was uncertain. Yet, he was certain that the spirit would not assist Ye Gujian without ulterior motives. Its purpose for aiding him in Qingyan sect was likely tied to the sect's precious treasure, the Xianyan liquid, a substance capable of remaking one's physical form. Zhou Tuoyu claimed 3rd place in the outer sect, having inflicted severe injuries upon Liu during the competition. Liu, disheveled and enraged, cursed Zhou Tuoyu from below the arena, vowing that she would enlist Elder Qiao's aid for revenge. Li Feng felt a sense of concern for Zhou Tuoyu, fearing that Elder Qiao might covertly seek retribution against him. Just as Li Feng contemplated whether to eliminate Elder Qiao preemptively, he witnessed Elder Qiao kill the severely injured Liu with his own hands and then approach Zhou Tuoyu. Seeking to reconcile, he returned the Fire Spirit Stone to Zhou Tuoyu, along with numerous cultivation resources. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhou Tuoyu chose to make peace with Elder Qiao, as he was not yet an inner sect disciple and lacked the support of inner sect elders. It would be unwise to continue opposing Elder Qiao. Although the reasons for Elder Qiao's willingness to reconcile were unclear, Zhou Tuoyu seized the opportunity to eliminate a potential threat. Li Feng couldn't help but smile. It appeared that even in the harsh world of cultivation, human relationships played a significant role. In this ruthless realm, every individual bore a price tag, and the now incapacitated Liu had become a worthless burden, no longer worthy of Elder Qiao's investment of energy. Liu had overestimated her importance in Elder Qiao's eyes, foolishly attempting to incite further hostility between him and Zhou Tuoyu. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Qiao, who had merely reached the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, was no longer willing to contend with the enigmatic disciple, Zhou Tuoyu, who had attained the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Zhou Tuoyu's seemingly fatal injuries had not only healed, but had led to an astonishing leap in his cultivation. Elder Qiao could only daringly speculate that a formidable figure, whom he could not afford to provoke, stood behind Zhou Tuoyu. In order to seek forgiveness from this powerful ally, Elder Qiao felt compelled to lower his head and extend an olive branch to Zhou Tuoyu. With this matter temporarily resolved, Elder Qiao remained unaware that his sagacity had allowed him to narrowly escape the clutches of death. Liu, who had once relied on her reproductive capabilities and beauty to attach herself to powerful individuals, ultimately met her demise at the hands of the very strong man she had depended upon after losing both her allure and her ability to bear children. She would not be the first, nor the last, female cultivator to seek shortcuts. As Elder Qiao departed, a female disciple, whose beauty rivaled that of Lu Yu, accompanied him. Soon, the rankings and rewards were announced, and the Grand Elder of Qingyun's sect appeared in the center of the plaza to deliver an impassioned speech. He proclaimed that the demonic cultivators had become increasingly rampant, causing countless casualties among the common folk. In the name of all living beings, and to uphold the reputation of Qingyun's sect, a demon-slaying mission was being issued that day. All outer disciples ranked in the top half of their respective stages of Qi cultivation were mandated to undertake the demon-slaying task and descend the mountain today. Inner disciples would be personally assigned by the sect, and those listed were also required to descend the mountain for the mission. The contribution points gained from this endeavor would be doubled, encouraging everyone to actively engage in the eradication of demons. Upon hearing of the increased rewards, the disciples of Qingyun's sect were filled with fervor, vowing to eradicate the demonic cultivators as if they were mere weed in the fields, awaiting harvest by their scythes. Subsequently, thousands of flying swords took to the skies, accompanied by various flying artifacts from the inner sect, creating a breathtaking spectacle as they descended the mountain. Zhou Tuayu and Zhang Qidhuan could only exchange greetings with Li Feng via their communication jade talismans before hastily making their way down the mountain. Meanwhile, the disciples of the 102nd Medicine Peak began to descend in droves. The Peak Master, Li Fuwei, personally sought out Li Feng, bestowing upon him a vial of qi-nurturing elixir and a mid-grade spell known as Water Screen, which he had promised Li Feng years prior. After a moment's contemplation, Li Fuwei handed Li Feng a token, advising, Li Feng, this time I, along with many brothers from Medicine Peak, shall descend to slay demons. You must bear the responsibility for the affairs of the 102nd Medicine Peak. You are now the strongest remaining here, and I know you are meticulous and steady in your tasks. This token grants you the authority to act as the Peak Master in my absence. Please assist the others in gathering spiritual herbs and oversee the medicinal fields until I return, at which time there will be further rewards. Li Feng was taken aback at how swiftly he had transitioned to acting Peak Master, a wave of joy surging within him. He realized he would likely become the greatest beneficiary of the impending calamity. With a respectful bow, he assured, "Rest assured, Master. I will take great care of the 102nd Medicine Peak and await your return alongside my brothers." Li Fuwei nodded in appreciation, then sat upon a flying artifact resembling a wide-brimmed hat, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Standing upon his sword, Xiao Bang cast a jealous glance at the Peak Master token in Li Feng's hand, his voice darkening as he said, "Junior brotherly, take good care of my medicinal fields, otherwise I shall not spare you upon my return." "I will," Li Feng replied with a smile. "Ha ha ha. A Muret dares to threaten this demon lord. Do you truly believe you will live to return? With your level of incompetence, you shall perish at the hands of the demonic cultivators within 3 days of descending the mountain. The master of Yaofeng can only be this demon lord." The game narration ominously foreshadowed Xiao Bang's demise, causing Li Feng to inwardly gasp. If even an 8th-level Foundation establishment disciple could not survive 3 days. It seemed that both the Demon Cloud Tower and the Evil Moon Pavilion were intent on exterminating the Qingyun sect. After bidding farewell to Su Qianxue, Li Feng immersed himself in the joy of harvesting spiritual herbs. It took him over 10 days to completely gather the spiritual herbs from the 102nd Yaofeng. By this time, his lifespan had increased to 200,000 years. However, this lifespan was still insufficient for Li Feng to break through to the transformation stage, prompting him to extend his reach to other herb peaks. This time, nearly half of the disciples from each herb peak had been withdrawn, resulting in a shortage of hands for herb gathering. Li Feng proactively issued tasks, offering spirit stones in exchange for opportunities to harvest spiritual herbs, which many quickly accepted. For 3 consecutive months, Li Feng tirelessly collected herbs. Finally, upon completing this round of harvesting, his lifespan surged to 700,000 years. During his herb gathering, many disciples were simultaneously engaged in the same task, making it impossible for others to wait for him. Thus, obtaining 700,000 years of lifespan was quite an achievement. At 63, he was on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage. "Masterly, allow us sisters to attend to you properly. You work so tirelessly every day. It pains our hearts to see you so worn out. Indeed, Masterly, as the Peak Master of Yaofeng, it is our duty to serve you. So please do not refuse. Does the Master find us sisters unattractive? If you are dissatisfied, other sisters are willing to serve you as well." After a long day of toil, as Li Feng exited the medicinal fields, he was surrounded by Li Fuwei's maidens, who tugged at him, eager to draw him towards the palace. Each of them was dressed alluringly, and the scent of their makeup wafted into Li Feng's nostrils, causing him to frown. These women now regarded Li Feng as the head of Yao Feng, eager to test his vulnerabilities. However, Li Feng's keen perception detected Ning Hongye and Su Qianxue hiding behind a nearby boulder, their 4 eyes fixed intently on him, curious to see how he would respond. It was evident they were trying to ensnare him. Li Feng rubbed his nose and straightened up, casting a water barrier to keep the fervent women at bay. I apologize, but I already have a partner. I shall never betray my companion. You have mistaken the person. One of the maidens giggled. Nonsense. Who is your partner? Why do we not know? Even the master can be misleading. With deep affection, Li Feng proclaimed, my companion is Su Qianxue. She is an intelligent, charming, and kind-hearted girl. The goddess of my heart. I must never let her down. My achievements today are solely due to her concocting elixirs for me. If I were to betray her, I would be the greatest scoundrel in the world. Therefore, I beseech you all to cease your harassment. My heart will forever belong to Su Qianxue. Upon witnessing Li Feng's unwavering loyalty, the maidens were moved to tears and departed, convinced of his sincerity. Such a devoted man, such a poignant love. How could we have ever contemplated tearing them apart? It was truly reprehensible. Those unaware might assume Li Feng had wronged them in some way. Behind the large stone, Ning Hongye wore a complex expression. She had intentionally summoned these women to test Li Feng, aiming to unveil his true nature and demonstrate to Su Qianxue that all men are inherently lascivious, hoping to persuade her to flee from the Qingyan sect. To her astonishment, Li Feng's fidelity and deep affection for Su Qianxue were only confirmed. This cannot be. Can there truly be a devoted and good man in this world? Ning Hongye murmured in disbelief. Throughout her years in the illusionary Melody Pavilion, she had never encountered a man like Li Feng. Su Qianxue, moved to tears by his words, felt overwhelmed with happiness. She proudly smiled at her senior sister. My Li Feng is the only good man in the world. You have lost the bet. And from now on, you shall no longer obstruct my union with him. You must join me in providing resources for Li Shixiang's cultivation. A sense of unease lingered in Ning Hongye's mind. Something feels amiss. Why did he speak so loudly? Was he intentionally addressing us? Yet Su Qianxue steadfastly believed in Li Feng, refusing to entertain any disparaging remarks about him. With a resigned sigh, Ning Hongye conceded, very well. This time you may have one, but I shall not relent. I will uncover his flaws. I refuse to believe there exists a uniquely devoted good man in this world. Su Qianxue replied with a smile, test him as you will. I will always trust Li Feng. As they conversed, they quietly departed from the medicinal peak. Once sensing that everyone had left, Li Feng returned to his modest abode, preparing to elevate his cultivation. He first accessed the system panel to check his lifespan. Lifespan, 19. 736, 413. Without hesitation, he decided to invest 30,000 years of lifespan into the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. For 100,000 years. You diligently practice the cycle of reincarnation scripture, absorbing spiritual energy at a rate comparable to a mid-grade single spiritual root prodigy. Reaching the peak of the nascent soul's 9th layer, with your cultivation advancing in a unique direction. Over the course of 100,000 years, you face tribulations thrice. Each failure consuming 30,000 years of your lifespan to restore your body and cultivation, yet your technique progressed towards an extraordinary path. After 100,000 years of persistent cultivation of the cycle of reincarnation, you ultimately succeeded in transcending the tribulation on your final attempt. Breaking through to the God transformation realm, Immortal God, with your methods advancing toward a special direction. After 300,000 years of unwavering practice, a moment of enlightenment transformed the cycle of reincarnation into the unfading immortal scripture, Earth Immortal. You have finally broken through to the God transformation realm. Li Feng opened his eyes, a profound weariness reflected in his gaze. The insights from 300,000 years of cultivation surged into his mind, instilling within him an ethereal sense of detachment from worldly desires. This time, having failed the tribulation only 6 times, attested to the solid foundation laid in his practice. Indeed yielding benefits. Li Feng began to reflect on his recent gains. The God transformation realm is categorized into 4 levels, from low to high: human God, earth God, heaven God, and immortal God. The disparity between each tier is far from trivial. The human God grants a lifespan extension of 10,000 years. The earth God 30,000 years, the heaven God 80,000 years, and the immortal god 100,000 years. Such longevity indeed justifies the title of god. According to records, the most formidable god transformation practitioners in the Great Chu's cultivation world can only attain the earth god level. Having just broken through, I have already become invincible in this realm. The god of transformation is akin to the law of heaven and earth. During a battle, one merely needs to unleash their divinity to execute formidable feats like moving mountains and filling seas, which is truly terrifying. Li Feng was eager to reach the god transformation realm. He immediately prepared to conceal the signs of his breakthrough and extract his cultivation. Concealing the manifestations of the god transformation realm consumes 50,000 years of lifespan per hour. Upon seeing this astounding figure, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. A breakthrough to the god transformation realm would take at least 5 hours, which would mean consuming at least 250,000 years of lifespan. The manifestations of the god transformation realm are so immense that they will drain all the spiritual energy from the Qingyun sect. If not concealed, the host will be immediately exposed. The system provided a considerate explanation, leaving Li Feng without a counterargument. Very well, you win. It is merely lifespan. Take it as you wish. With the system's insistence, Li Feng had no choice but to acquiesce. After deducting 50,000 years of lifespan, the concealment function activated. Li Feng's cultivation began to ascend rapidly through the layers of the nascent soul, from the second layer to the third, and then to the eighth layer. The entire Qingyun sect's spiritual energy was mobilized, inexplicably vanishing into thin air, as if an invisible hand were siphoning off the sect's energy. Such a scene was utterly terrifying, instantly shocking all members of the Qingyun sect. Even the elder Qiu Changxing, who had attained the god transformation realm, stood dumbfounded. His face a mask of astonishment as he emerged from his dwelling, staring blankly at the vortex in the sky from which the spiritual energy was dissipating. What transpired? Where has all the spiritual energy of the Qingyun sect vanished? The commotion at the Qingyun sect was so pronounced that it even alarmed the undercover agents from other sections. Uncertain of the cause, they hastily reported their conjectures back to their respective sections. Tonight, the spiritual energy of the Qingyun sect has inexplicably disappeared for 2 to 3 hours. I surmise that they may have refined the legendary immortal treasure, preparing it to counter our holy sect's impending assault. Troubling news has emerged. The spiritual energy of the Qingyun sect has mysteriously dissipated. I boldly speculate that the elder has recovered from his injuries and has even achieved a breakthrough to the void refinement realm. A disciple risks his life to convey this message. It appears that the Qingyun sect has encountered unimaginable celestial materials or possibly a certain elixir, capable of bestowing immortality upon consumption. The sect must investigate this matter urgently. A cacophony of rumors spread rapidly, transforming the Qingyun sect into the focal point of attention for all major powers within the Great Chu cultivation world. All the significant factions began to suspect that a monumental occurrence had transpired within the Qingyun sect, dispatching envoys to investigate discreetly. Meanwhile, Li Feng remained oblivious to these developments. Thanks to the system's concealment, his identity remained undisclosed. However, the vanishing spiritual energy was concentrated in the outer sect, prompting the higher-ups of the Qingyun sect to take notice and send personnel to investigate the outer precincts. Outside factions were puzzled, and within the Qingyun sect, confusion reigned as well. The upper echelons speculated whether something extraordinary had emerged in the outer sect, leading them to conduct a thorough examination. Naturally, they found nothing of significance. The following day, the spiritual energy began to gradually recover, and Li Feng awakened from his cultivation. At this point, he had broken through to the first layer of the spirit transformation realm, assimilating 30,000 years of cultivation insights into his being, thereby augmenting his own strength. Li Feng's spiritual consciousness expanded 100-fold, enveloping the entirety of the Qingyun sect within its reach. It was then that he comprehended the vastness of the Qingyun sect. Comparable in size to 10 dragon kingdoms from his previous life, the outer sect occupied merely a tenth of the Qingyun sect, while the inner sanctum housed even more expansive realms. Moreover, within the inner sanctum, there existed vast fields of spiritual herbs and various high-level spiritual plants with remarkably long lifespans. The sight was enough to make Li Feng salivate. If he were to harvest these spiritual plants, he could potentially extend his lifespan by 1,000,000 years in a single year. It seemed that my aspirations were still too modest. I should not confine myself to being merely the master of the outer sect's medicinal peak. My ambitions ought to be grander. I must aim to enter the inner sect to cultivate. With that thought, Li Feng swiftly recalibrated his objectives. deciding to remain in the outer sect for several decades before hastening to break through to the Foundation establishment realm and then advance to the inner sect. At this moment, his lifespan had dwindled to just over 200,000 years. Name: Li Feng. Lifespan: 19, 238. 271. Race: Mortal. Cultivation: First layer of transformation. Celestial. Technique: Undying Celestial. Scripture: Earth Celestial. Beginner. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Spell: Heavenly Reversal. Human Celestial. Perfection. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Spell: Wood God Domain. Human Celestial. Perfection. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Spell: Celestial Concealment. Human Celestial. Perfection. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Spell: Demon God Golden Body. Human Celestial. Perfection. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Spell: Moon Celestial Sword Chi. Human Celestial. Perfection. Can invest lifespan for cultivation. Divine Ability: None. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Magical Artifact: Flying Snow Sword. Low-grade Celestial Weapon. Can invest lifespan to enhance Strength. Innate Fortune. Supreme Fortune. Descendant of Chaos Divine Demon's Bloodline. Current Purity: 1 in 100 million. Can invest lifespan to purify Bloodline. Spiritual Root Talent: Growth Type 5 Elements. Spiritual Root: High grade. Spiritual Root grows over time. Transforms into high grade in 3 years, peak grade in 30 years, celestial grade in 300 years, and chaotic grade in 3,000 years. Can invest lifespan to deduce cultivation. Heaven and Earth Lifespan Agreement: Can gather the remaining lifespan of spiritual plants after exterminating demon cultivators. Can also acquire their remaining lifespan, which can be utilized to deduce techniques, divine abilities, and even spiritual roots, thereby enhancing cultivation. Li Feng's consciousness further probed a certain peak within the inner sanctum of the Qingyun sect, where stood an elderly man of transformation realm. Although his cultivation had reached this level, he appeared gravely injured, his aura considerably weakened. At this moment, Qiu Changsheng furrowed his brow, troubled by the vanishing spiritual energy, uncertain whether it heralded fortune or misfortune. To err on the side of caution, Li Feng expended 10,000 years of lifespan to activate the virtual arena. Engaging in combat with Qiu Changsheng. Merely a second later, he exited the arena, his expression somewhat peculiar. Was this it? The esteemed elder of the Qingyun sect could not withstand even a second under my hand. Li Feng felt somewhat speechless. Earlier in the virtual arena, he had not cast any spells but relied solely on physical strength, effortlessly dispatching Qiu Changsheng with a mere finger. Li Feng could not help but suspect that even during his nascent soul stage, he could easily vanquish him. The disparity between a celestial-level transformation realm master and a lower-level transformation realm cultivator was akin to a dimensional strike. This experience provided Li Feng with a clearer understanding of his own strength. In the realm of cultivation within the Great Chu, he might already walk with confidence. However, for the sake of immortality, he must continue to tread carefully and avoid recklessness. His heart must remain steadfast, having cultivated celestial concealment. Li Feng could only be seen through if an elder at the ascendant stage stood before him. Thus, even as he scanned the entirety of the Qingyun sect with his consciousness, that elder named Qiu Changsheng felt no discomfort whatsoever. Qiu Changsheng, a cultivator at the second level of the transformation realm, possesses a lifespan of 72, 891, 836, 320, 741 years. His attributes include talented cultivator, master of talismans, respect for teachers, and the way. Within the entire Qingyun sect, Li Feng discovered a solitary transformation realm master, who was grievously injured. It is no wonder that the two major demonic sects dared to conspire against Qingyun sect. They sought to take advantage of his weakened state. Despite Qiu Changsheng's wounds, Li Feng encountered two exceptionally sharp swords within the sword abyss of Qingyun sect, radiating a presence even more formidable than that of Qiu Changsheng. These two swords were undoubtedly supreme spiritual treasures, and even Li Feng felt a hint of their lethal sharpness. Perhaps these blades, even at the risk of shattering, could sever a single strand of his hair. Surely, these swords must be the lethal instruments relied upon by Qingyun sect, the Qingtian sword and the Chuyin sword. Upon sensing Li Feng's aura, the two swords grew agitated, stirring the sword energy within the abyss into tumultuous waves. Many demon cultivators suppressed within the abyss writhed in agony, tormented by the sudden onslaught of sword energy. Unfazed by their presence, Li Feng mused that they were not worthy to bare their fangs at him. He envisioned two young dragons roaring at him from within the sword abyss, which elicited a faint smile from him. In the next moment, the Feish US sword beside him erupted with brilliance, manifesting a sword energy that darkened the heavens, surging towards the two swords in an effort to subdue them. It seemed intrigued by the challenge, eager to demonstrate the hierarchy of power. The Feish US sword, which had evolved into a celestial weapon at the cost of several millennia of Li Feng's lifespan, had birthed a sword spirit. This spirit bore a striking resemblance to Shui Qian, appearing as a delicate 4 or 5-year-old girl with 2 playful braids and a cherubic face. Upon sensing the provocation from the flying swords in the abyss, she became displeased. With a wave of her small hand, a terrifying sword energy transformed into an inverted galaxy, cascading into the abyss. In an instant, it subdued the 2 supreme spiritual swords, causing them to tremble in fear. As for the demon cultivators caught in the suppression, they were instantly crushed by the sword energy, their souls scattering into oblivion. The rapidity of these events left Li Feng momentarily stunned. He had expected mere skirmishes, not a fatal outcome. You have slain the holy son of the Shiyue Pavilion, Song Ke, 3rd level of the nascent soul, gaining 3,000 years of lifespan. You have slain the 4th elder of the Shiyue Pavilion, Cheng Huamo, 7th level of the nascent soul, gaining 1,000 years of lifespan. A series of notifications echoed in Li Feng's ears, leaving him in a daze. The Feish US sword's spirit was indeed a troublemaker, seemingly intent on forcing him to eradicate the Shiyue Pavilion entirely. In this realm, the hierarchy of magical artifacts ascends from magical artifact, spiritual treasure, to celestial artifact. Each category further divided into supreme, upper, middle, and lower grades. The Qing Tian sword and the Chu Yun sword are both exceptional spiritual treasures. And even within the Qingyan sect, no one has been able to fully unleash their potential. Consequently, these 2 weapons have grown increasingly arrogant. Any outsider daring to tread into the sword abyss would be met with their ruthless assault. However, today, they encountered an insurmountable challenge. The inferior grade celestial weapon. The flying snow sword effortlessly subdued them, leaving them utterly defenseless. Brother Li Feng, shall we erase their sword spirits? Both swords are celestial sword embryos. And if their materials were used to forge me, I would undoubtedly transform into a mid-grade celestial weapon. The sword spirit, Shui Air, adorned with a bun hairstyle, gleefully leaped back to Li Feng's side after subduing the 2 swords, playfully shaking his arm in a display of affection. Her eyes sparkled with desire, yearning to transform the 2 swords into her own enhancement materials. She was incredibly eager to advance. Upon hearing her words, the 2 swords trembled in fear. A blue and a white dragon swiftly emerged from within the blades, pleading for mercy from Li Feng. Great Immortal, spare us. We failed to recognize the true Immortal and have offended you. We beseech you to forgive us. Do not erase our existence. And we are willing to acknowledge you as our master. These 2 dragons are the sword spirits of the Qing Tian sword and the Chu Yun sword, having taken thousands of years to cultivate their consciousness through sword energy. They could hardly bear the thought of losing their awareness. Humph. You dared to act against Brother Li Feng. Your demise is already sealed. Today, none shall save you. Shui sneered, revealing her little fangs. Had Li Feng nodded in agreement, she would have immediately consumed the 2 dragons and claimed the sword embryos for herself. Li Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Who had taught this girl to speak in such a manner? Great Immortal, please have mercy. The 2 dragons prostrated themselves before Li Feng, bowing repeatedly. Return to your respective sword bodies. I shall not harm you, Li Feng replied, shaking his head and gesturing for them to leave. While the 2 swords were commendable, they did not ignite any covetous feelings within him. He could forge an inferior-grade celestial weapon from a mid-grade spiritual sword using his lifespan, given time. He could mass-produce celestial weapons if he wished. Thank you, Great Immortal. Thank you. The 2 dragons hurriedly returned to the sword abyss. Seeing the opportunity slip away, Shui pouted, crossing her arms and turning her head away. Brother Li Feng, do you perhaps have an interest in those 2 swords? They offended you, and yet you do not hold it against them. It seems they are celestial sword embryos, while I was merely an ordinary mid-grade spiritual sword before. Perhaps I am unworthy of you. Li Feng, who had taught Shui such words. At her tender age, she already displayed the potential to be a cunning temptress. Enough of this. Quickly return to the flying snow sword. It is merely a mid-grade celestial weapon. I will enhance you when I have the time. Li Feng sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he painted a rosy picture for Shui. I knew you were the best, brother. Upon hearing this, Shui's gloomy expression transformed into one of joy. She flew up to plant a kiss on Li Feng's cheek before obediently returning to the flying snow sword. Li Feng shook his head, secretly reflecting, women are indeed complex beings, regardless of their age. Congratulations on transcending to the realm of transformation. A new feature in your gaming life has been unlocked. Please select one of the two options below. 1. External avatar. By consuming your lifespan, you may choose to refine an avatar from among those you have slain. This avatar retains the original's memories and possesses 1/10 of your strength, along with identical spells and techniques. A new avatar can only be formed after the previous one meets its demise. 2. Faith extension. You must reveal your identity and strength to garner the faith of others. The more individuals who believe in you, the longer your lifespan will be. Once again, we encounter such distinctly contrasting functionalities. The second option clearly aims to entice Li Feng to abandon his cautious approach and venture into the realm of dramatic cultivation. Although this path may offer a considerable enhancement in strength in the short term, it would also expose him to public scrutiny, inevitably leading to various complications. Should he attract the attention of certain formidable beings, he might not even comprehend the manner of his demise. Li Feng, possessing a lifespan aligned with the cosmos, is quite satisfied with his current rate of power enhancement and sees no need for such recklessness. He believes it prudent to remain low-key and gradually become invincible, rather than vying for fleeting fame. Thus, he dismisses the second option without a second thought, finding himself intrigued by the first. The prospect of assuming an identity from one of his past victims piques his interest. It would allow him to gather herbs beyond the confines of the Qingyan sect. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him. Having just slain the holy son of the Xieyue Pavilion, perhaps he could utilize that identity to traverse the world. The spiritual herbs of the Xieyue Pavilion must rival those of the Qingyan sect. He muses with excitement. This notion fills Li Feng with delight. Moreover, under the guise of the holy son of the Xieyue Pavilion, he might be able to gather even more spiritual herbs, as no one would dare deny him that privilege. I choose the first functionality, Li Feng declares without hesitation to the system. External avatar functionality activated. The system responds. Li Feng inquires, how much lifespan is required to condense the external avatar of Song Ke? To condense the external avatar of Song Ke, a lifespan of 200,000 years is required. Li Feng is not at all surprised by this answer. 200,000 years could forge several celestial weapons. What value does this external avatar hold compared to a few celestial weapons? The identity of the external avatar you are condensing is quite unique, with a cultivation level reaching the third stage of the nascent soul. Therefore, a consumption of 200,000 years of lifespan is entirely reasonable. The system explains before falling silent. Li Feng realizes that bargaining with it is futile. This system is not the chatty type. It only offers explanations once, and further inquiries are pointless. Thus, he resolves to part with his lifespan willingly. 200,000 years it is, as long as he can reach the Xieyue Pavilion. He would earn it back in a day. With a grandiose smile, Li Feng exudes the aura of a newly wealthy individual. He envisions mountains and fields brimming with 4th and 5th grade spiritual herbs, beckoning him with a flirtatious allure, saying, esteemed sir, do come and gather us. After deducting 200,000 years of lifespan, the external incarnation function was activated, successfully materializing the avatar of Song Quebec. Although it consumed a significant amount of lifespan, the system's efficiency was indeed remarkable. In an instant, a young man, resembling an iron tower with sharp features, appeared before Li Feng. This individual seemed to share a profound connection with Li Feng, as if he were immersed in a first-person perspective game. Li Feng could control Song Ke's body and, through his eyes, perform any actions he desired. Song Ke, you may continue to stay in the Sword Abyss. I will find a way to send you out legitimately. Li Feng mused with a smile. Song Ke nodded expressionlessly before vanishing from the room. He returned to the Sword Abyss, bound by chains formed from the sword energy. As long as Li Feng did not infuse his consciousness into Song Ke's body, he remained a living corpse, exhibiting vital signs but devoid of personal thoughts. The events occurring in the Sword Abyss did not escape the notice of the upper echelons of the Qingyan sect. Even the outer disciples witnessed the overwhelming sword energy, giving rise to a flurry of rumors, further shrouding the Qingyan sect in mystery. Months passed since the peculiar occurrences in the Sword Abyss. Within the Grand Hall of the Qingyan sect, sect leader Han Jianzheng convened with other elders to discuss the recent bizarre events. Each expressed their views on the situation in the Sword Abyss. Han Jianzheng, with a serious countenance and a face resembling that of a middle-aged man in his 40s, was In fact, over 4,000 years old and possessed a cultivation level of the ninth stage of the nascent soul. Elder Zhao Huayin spoke gravely. Such terrifying sword energy nearly ruptured the sword abyss. Perhaps our Qingyun sect has encountered a magical artifact surpassing the heavenly sword. Elder Wang Wuxin of the Artifact Refining Division interjected, such an artifact must be naturally formed. It is unlikely anyone in the Taoist cultivation realm of Dechu can forge a celestial weapon. It may have even fallen from the upper realm. The second elder added solemnly, divine objects tend to conceal themselves, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover this artifact. However, since it has caused no harm to the Qingyun sect nor destroyed the sword abyss, it suggests a benevolent intent towards us. We should refrain from disturbing it. Perhaps it will lend aid when the Qingyun sect faces peril. Han Jianjing nodded thoughtfully, offering a differing perspective. The outer sect has been searching for days and has found no trace of the artifact. Yet the inexplicable phenomena in the sword abyss that night remain perplexing. I suspect a senior from the Qingyun sect may be hidden within the outer sect, and the sudden disappearance of spiritual energy for several hours could be attributed to their cultivation. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present brightened. With the esteemed elder of the Qingyun sect gravely injured, the sect was troubled by the absence of a formidable figure. If what the sect leader suggested were true, it would undoubtedly be fortuitous news for the Qingyun sect. However, these are merely conjectures. The Qingyun sect's lineage has endured for over 1,000,000 years, with many esteemed elders and ancestors traveling beyond its borders. It is possible that some powerful beings have quietly returned to the sect. Observing the excitement among the crowd, Han Jianjing chuckled, saying, some of our venerable predecessors prefer to remain low-key. They might be practicing in seclusion outside the main sect. We must not dishearten our elders. So let's double the resources allocated to the outer disciples. Although Han Jianjing's thoughts were speculative, investing such a modest amount of resources to garner goodwill from the sect's elders was undoubtedly worthwhile. Elder Zhao Huayin sighed. Alas, our disciples sent down the mountain have suffered tremendous losses, and most of those remaining in the outer sect are of rather mediocre talent. Even doubling their resources would amount to little more than a drop in the bucket. Elder Qin Taiyu, with a sorrowful smile, added, this is an unavoidable reality. To ensure the survival of the Qingyun sect's traditions, sacrifices must be made. At the very least, these disciples will not die in vain. Now that the speed of the demonic rituals conducted by the Xie Pavilion has significantly slowed, we have more time to devise a strategy to avert the sect's calamity. Today, I shall descend the mountain. With the destructive power of my self-detonation at the nascent soul stage, I can delay the demonic ritual for several more years. I entrust everything regarding the Qingyun sect to you all. We must secure at least one elder at the transformation stage to safeguard the sect, or it will face annihilation. Han Jianzheng was moved. Junior brother, this is not your burden to bear. If anyone is to self-detonate, it should be I, as the sect leader. Elder Qin Taiyu replied earnestly, senior brother, you have reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, and your chances of breaking through to the transformation stage are greater. I, however, am only at the 6th level and have but 200 years left to live. For the sake of the sect and the last wishes of our master, I must undertake this task. Han Jianzheng and Qin Taiyu were sworn brothers, both disciples of the previous sect leader, who had implored them, before his passing, to do everything in their power to prevent the Qingyun sect from perishing. Having lived for thousands of years, I have had my fill of life. To die for the sect is a worthy end. Qin Taiyu slowly stood, unsheathing a spirit sword that had not been moved for centuries, and bowed to the elders present, saying, esteemed elders, Taiyu is departing the mountain. I leave everything concerning the Qingyun sect in your capable hands. Junior brother, Han Jianjing clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes, yet he felt powerless to intervene. As the rational leader of the Qingyun sect, he understood that sacrificing Qin Taiyu to delay the demonic ritual was the most sensible course of action. However, from a personal standpoint, he could not bear to witness his brother's demise. Elder Qin, I shall accompany you. Together, we can self-detonate our nascent souls and extend the Qingyun sect's existence by a decade. At that moment, another elder at the nascent soul stage rose, his face resolute. He appeared to be in his 20s, handsome, with a determined expression. This was Chu Tianyi, the sect leader's prized disciple, one of the two exceptional cultivators with a singular spirit root in the Qingyun sect. Upon witnessing that the hope of the Qingyun sect, the seed of destiny, wished to perish alongside him, Qin Taiyu was immediately filled with rage, exclaiming, this is utter nonsense. You have just transcended into the nascent soul realm. and you are among the rare heavenly infants of the Qinyan sect. The likelihood of your success in advancing to the transformation god realm is immense, and your future is boundless. You are the very essence of our sect. How can you willingly sacrifice yourself in vain? With a countenance marked by sorrow and indignation, Chu Qianni retorted, is there truly no alternative for the Qinyan sect but to sacrifice our disciples and elders in order to resolve this crisis? The sect leader, Han Jianjin, could only offer a wry smile, responding, alas, Tianni, you are unaware of the terrifying power wielded by the transformation god realm masters. Without their presence to safeguard us, the Qinyan sect would undoubtedly face defeat. Why should we not seek assistance from other righteous sects? Shouldn't we unite against the forces of darkness? Chu Tianni gazed at his master in confusion. Having spent most of his time in secluded cultivation, he was oblivious to the rivalries that existed even among the righteous sections. Unite against a common foe? They would be more inclined to take advantage of our plight than to offer aid, sneered the elder alchemist. Han Jianjin continued with a grave demeanor. The recent visitors from the righteous sects to our Qinyan sect are not here to assist us. They have come regarding the matter of the sword abyss from months ago, hoping to see our demise so they may divide our remnants amongst themselves. Is there truly no other recourse? Asked Chu Tianni, his expression darkening with despair. A glimmer of hope flickered in Qin Taiyu's eyes. The most viable solution would be to sacrifice a few members of the Qinyan sect to delay the ritual of the demon sacrifice. If we can retrieve several of our transformation god realm masters, we may yet avert this crisis. At that moment, Han Jianjin spoke in a hushed yet complex tone. There is indeed some news. All eyes turned to him, hearts racing with anticipation. Han Jianjin elaborated. A certain elder has sent word that he is on his way back. However, the distance he must traverse from his current location to the Great Chu's cultivation realm is vast. It may take him over a decade to return. Qin Taiyu exclaimed with excitement. So, if we can merely delay for 10 years until the elder returns, we can withstand the onslaught of the Evil Moon Pavilion and the Demon Cloud Tower? Han Jianjin solemnly nodded in affirmation. Yet, beneath his resolute exterior lay a bitter truth. If only the situation were so simple. This time, the Evil Moon Pavilion and the Demon Cloud Tower had dispatched 5 transformation god realm masters, alongside a blood sacrifice formation capable of claiming countless lives. Even if the elder were to return and intervene, it would be a formidable challenge to withstand their assault. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Descending the mountain with his sword upon his back, Qin Taiyu bore a smile, his feet dancing upon the winds. Filled with hope for the Qingyun sect as he marched towards the demon sacrifice formation, unwavering in his resolve. Little did he know, his sacrifice would only delay the inevitable destruction of the Qingyun sect by a few years. The future of the Qingyun sect remained shrouded in uncertainty. Li Feng, observing this scene, felt a profound stillness within. It is a natural occurrence for some to be willing to sacrifice for their sect, while others cling to survival. If the sect does not have anyone willing to sacrifice, it cannot endure for 1,000,000 years. Without the struggle of ordinary individuals, how could one comprehend the arduous path of cultivation? Li Feng, devoted solely to the pursuit of immortality, regarded everything beyond this quest as mere embellishments in his existence. It is not merely the demise of the Qingyun sect that would concern him, even should Su Qianxue be slain before his eyes. If it posed a threat to his life, he would depart without a glance back. Whether branded as selfish or cold-blooded, Li Feng remains indifferent. He only recognizes that the significance of his own life surpasses that of all others in the world. Once Qin Taiyu departed, Han Jianjin approached Qiu Changsheng. Elder, what shall we do next? Han Jianjin inquired, clasping his hands respectfully. Qiu Changsheng, appearing aged and weary, replied, the original plan remains unchanged. We must continue to transfer the talented disciples of our sect to the blessed realm and await the return of the elder. We cannot place all our eggs in one basket. We must prepare for the worst. After 3 months apart, Qiu Changsheng's demeanor had further diminished. Resembling an elderly man on the brink of death, his last vestiges of vitality seemingly ready to dissipate, which weighed heavily on Han Jianjin's heart. By the way, in the sword abyss, is it truly only the holy son of the Evil Moon Pavilion, Song Ke, who survived? Qiu Changsheng gazed at Han Jianjin with his murky eyes. Han Jianjin nodded. Indeed, this individual is truly a rare prodigy of the demonic path, managing to survive amidst such sword energy, fulfilling the ancient adage of calamity lasting a millennium. Qiu Changsheng weakly remarked, his survival may not be entirely negative. The Evil Moon Pavilion has released word that their focus on our Qingyun sect is to rescue Song Quebec. We could cleverly turn the situation to our advantage. using Song K as a bargaining chip to negotiate terms and buy our sect an additional 10 years. Everyone knows that the Evil Moon Pavilion and the demonic Cloud Tower harbor ulterior motives. Their claimed intent to rescue Song K is merely a facade, as their true objective is the two celestial sword embryos. Han Jinjin clenched his teeth in anger. It is widely understood that the Evil Moon Pavilion and the demonic Cloud Tower are driven by ambition, and the supposed rescue of Song K is but a ruse. Qiu Changxing sighed deeply. An innocent man may suffer for possessing treasures. When necessary, we may have no choice but to surrender the two sword embryos, though I fear it may not satisfy the insatiable appetites of these demonic fiends. The Qing Tian sword and the Chu Yun sword have long been the pride and symbols of the Qingyan sect. Who could have predicted that one day they would become the source of disaster leading to the sect's annihilation? Elder, cannot you ascertain whether any of our predecessors remain hidden within the outer sect? Han Jinjin asked, unwilling to accept the situation. If there were still a Mahayana realm master concealed within the outer sect, it would spare his junior from a certain death. At the very least, it could instill caution in those two demonic sects, granting them pause and buying time until another Mahayana master returns, allowing them to wield the Qing Tian sword and the Chu Yun sword to protect the Qingyan sect. I have found no trace. I suspect that this individual is not from our Qingyan sect. Perhaps he has also come for the two swords and has refrained from action, likely waiting for the day of our sect's downfall to claim the swords with legitimacy. A profound concern clouded Qiu Changxing's gaze. If his suspicions were indeed correct, then the Qingyun sect was in even greater peril. So many troubles had rendered Han Jinjin indecisive, prompting him to exclaim anxiously, "What should we do?" Qiu Changxing lowered his head, meticulously crafting talismans, and replied calmly, "Let us observe the unfolding events. As long as the progeny of the Tao within the Qingyun sect survives, our sect shall not perish, and its revival in the future is not beyond possibility. Even if numerous outer disciples perish, they can be replaced. However, we must ensure that the progeny of the Tao encounters no misfortune." "I understand," said Han Jinjin, nodding thoughtfully before departing. Li Feng, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that ordinary disciples were mere expendables. One's devotion to the sect did not guarantee reciprocal affection. Once one stepped into the realm of cultivation, every individual seemed to be assigned a price. The demise of ordinary disciples was merely the cost of their nurturing by the Qingyan sect. Redirecting his gaze, Li Feng continued to tend to his spiritual field. No calamity could touch him. He was simply an unremarkable spiritual farmer. If the sky were to fall, let those favored by heaven bear the brunt. Observing a young man lost in thought on the ridge of the field, Li Feng smiled and encouraged Zhang Fan. "Do not lose focus. Now that you have joined my medicine peak, you should cultivate a passion for your craft. Only then can you truly excel in your endeavors." Zhang Fan was a newly initiated disciple of the 102nd Medicine Peak, whose appearance could not be described as strikingly handsome, rather possessing somewhat sharp features. Despite being a novice, he held a considerable reputation among the outer disciples, albeit not for commendable reasons. He had entered the Qingyun sect alongside his childhood sweetheart, who had a betrothal agreement with him. This young woman, possessing a lower-grade single spiritual root, was swiftly taken in as a disciple by the Grand Elder upon her arrival. In contrast, Zhang Fan, endowed with an exceptional 5-element spiritual root, was only marginally superior to Li Feng, yet he was regarded as rather mediocre among the outer disciples. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Zhang Fan faced the melodrama of a broken engagement, becoming the subject of gossip and ridicule among the outer sect. This incident left him in a state of perpetual distraction, struggling to recover from the disappointment of his shattered engagement. Nevertheless, Li Feng harbored high hopes for this young man, even taking him under his wing to teach him the art of farming, not for any other reason than that Zhang Fan was a natural-born farming prodigy. Zhang Fan, Qi Refinement Level 3171, 763, 1872. Age, Lifespan Limit. Zhang Fan's fate. Reincarnation of the farming immortal, destined individual. Average talent, plant affinity, accelerates plant growth. This child is indeed destined. He possesses the innate ability to accelerate plant growth. If I nurture him properly, I can turn him into a puppet, laboring daily to cultivate the land and hasten the growth of spiritual plants. He is, without a doubt, an ideal servant born for this demon lord. The game's narration aligned perfectly with Li Feng's own thoughts, yet he had no intention of transforming anyone into a puppet. Zhang Fan's ability to accelerate plant growth would allow Li Feng to gather more spiritual herbs. The two could complement each other splendidly, potentially becoming the finest partners in their respective endeavors. With modest cultivation, one's ability to hasten the ripening of spiritual herbs is undoubtedly limited. Thus, Li Feng recognized the necessity of nurturing Zhang Fan, instilling in him the hope of ascending, which would, in turn, motivate Zhang Fan to diligently assist in the maturation of spiritual herbs, creating a virtuous cycle. Zhang Fan, tend to these plots of land diligently. I shall purchase the spiritual herbs you cultivate at 10 times their market price. Once they have matured, simply summon me for the harvest, Li Feng encouraged, gesturing towards the several plots of spiritual fields before them. Work hard. I have faith in you. I will provide you with compensation for one season's yield, sufficient spirit stones and elixirs, so do not hold back on my account. With that, Li Feng handed Zhang Fan several bottles of qi-nourishing pills and 100 low-grade spirit stones, patting his shoulder before departing. As Zhang Fan gazed at the cultivation resources in his hands, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Although he was uncertain why Li Feng chose to assist him, the prospect of having such an abundance of qi-nourishing pills for training each month made it conceivable for him to catch up with the prodigies of cultivation. Even if he could not match the speed of that woman's progress, he could still forge his own path in cultivation. Zhang Fan harbored a secret he had never divulged to anyone. He faced no bottlenecks in breaking through realms. As long as he had resources, he could advance smoothly. Even the barriers of the foundation establishment stage could be surmounted with adequate provisions. Moreover, he possessed a unique talent that allowed him to manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to expedite the growth of spiritual plants according to his cultivation level. At his current third layer of qi training, he could reduce the growth period of 31st grade spiritual herbs from 3 years to just 1. This meant that herbs which typically matured in 3 years would, in his hands, yield harvests annually, thus tripling his spirit stone earnings. Furthermore, this talent exhibited growth potential. As his cultivation advanced, the efficacy of his hastening ability would only increase. With a vision of hope illuminating his mind, Zhang Fan hurriedly set about tending to the spiritual fields, eager to surprise Li Feng. In the desolate palace, Li Feng routinely extended his divine sense to check on acquaintances within the Qingyan sect. By a brook outside the alchemy peak, Ning Hongye was, as usual, reporting to Su Qianxue about Li Feng's affairs. Junior sister, do not think me meddlesome, but that lad Li Feng is lacking in ambition. Do not expect any change from him. Day after day, he frolics with the new disciples of the Medicine Peak. Laboring in the fields as if they were filled with celestial herbs, Ning Hongye remarked, her expression one of exasperation. Sitting barefoot by the brook, both she and Su Qianxue dangled their delicate feet in the water. If only he devoted more time to cultivation with the resources you provided, he would have long reached the 9th layer of qi training. The situation outside grows ever more chaotic. We should extricate ourselves from this place of turmoil. Our master has sent numerous messages urging our departure, and I have been using your breakthrough to the 3rd grade alchemist as an excuse to placate her. If we delay further, I fear our master may dispatch someone to forcibly bring us back. Su Qianxue listened quietly, gazing at the swaying full moon reflected in the brook, a faint smile gracing her lips. Sister, why don't you leave first? A woman must follow her husband. Although I am not yet married, my heart belongs solely to Li Feng. He is my husband. If he is unwilling to depart, I shall not compel him. Moreover, the situation has not yet deteriorated to that extent. If it truly becomes urgent, he will surely discern the gravity of the matter. In such a case, I will use the divine escape talismans to take him away. Ning Hongye suddenly recalled Li Feng's admonition to the new disciples earlier that day. It seemed he harbored animosity towards demonic cultivators. A bitter smile crept onto her lips as she thought, what if that stubborn lad intends to remain and perish alongside Qingyan sect? Then I shall die with him. Life as companions, death in the same grave. Su Qianxue smiled earnestly, as if uttering the most mundane of statements. Yet, Ning Hongye felt a pang in her heart, increasingly perceiving Su Qianxue as a stranger. Is the emotion of love truly so terrifying that it compels one to pledge their life? But you, sister, should leave as soon as possible. You seek freedom. You must pursue what you desire, Su Qianxue said, gazing into Ning Hongye's eyes with a knowing smile. She understood Ning Hongye's sentiments. Ning Hongye had departed from Huan Yufeng, unwilling to succumb to fate, yearning for a freedom that was perhaps even more extravagant than Su Qianxue's, a freedom that all yearn for. Yet, in this world, unless one is invincible, where can genuine freedom be found? Even a revered being of the transformation stage within a sect is ensnared within its confines, awaiting death. Freedom? A sense of bewilderment surged in Ning Hongye's eyes. She recalled her years in Qingyan sect, her time on the Medicine Peak with Li Feng. Beyond tending to the couple of acres of spiritual fields each day, it seemed she had no other thoughts or burdens. She scarcely noticed that 5 years had slipped by, a stark contrast to the seemingly endless days at Huanyufeng. Was this indeed the freedom I sought? The smaller one's abilities, the lesser the responsibilities, thus the greater the freedom? Ning Hongya pondered, as if suddenly uncovering the root of her carefree existence. During her time in Huanyufeng, she had been perpetually anxious, dreading being sent away by the sect, fearful of unreasonable old monsters attempting to claim her. Her heart was filled with torment and vigilance, devoid of any joy. Yet, on Medicine Peak, such worries were absent. None surpassed her cultivation, allowing her to live without concern and in utter freedom. Sister, it seems I have discovered the essence of freedom. I have resolved to remain with you all. When you decide to leave, I shall depart with you. Ning Hongya felt as if a knot had unraveled within her. Embracing Su Qianxue with a smile, Su Qianxue's face displayed astonishment. She had not anticipated Ning Hongya would willingly choose to stay. As for Li Feng, he had not expected Ning Hongya to come to such an understanding. He held no particular feelings for her, neither good nor bad. She was merely a familiar stranger in his life. Such transient beings are often the ones who linger. However, the fact that this woman chose to stay would provide Su Qianxue with companionship, which pleased Li Feng for her sake. The woman, consumed by the whims of love, seemed to have forged no friendships within the Qingyan sect, apart from him, extending his consciousness across vast distances. Li Feng beheld the venerable elder Qiu Changxing residing atop the Qitian Peak. Qiu Changxing, second layer of transformation 728972952071, age, approaching the limits of lifespan, compared to the past. Qiu Changxing's life force dwindled to less than a decade. His form grew increasingly frail, resembling the peeling bark of an ancient tree, barely clinging to its skeletal frame. His sunken eye sockets revealed pupils no larger than grains of rice, occasionally reflecting a faint glimmer, a sign that he still drew breath. However, as Qiu Changxing's life approached its conclusion, the vigor with which he inscribed symbols intensified. The talisman he had been crafting for millennia was nearing completion. Today, the Changhe Sword sect has come forth with a request, demanding that we cede Qingzhou to them. In return, they promised to dispatch 10 Golden Core Masters, 100 Foundation Establishment Cultivators, and 3,000 Outer Disciples to assist us in vanquishing demons. The sect leader, Han Jinjin, gazed at the elderly talisman master with deep concern, relaying the gravity of the day's matters. In truth, he wished to avoid disturbing the elder unless absolutely necessary, for engaging in conversation with him hastened the consumption of his lifespan. Without lifting his gaze, Qiu Changxing remained fixated on the talisman before him, rasping, "Give it to them. If we retain both people and land, both shall endure. To retain land while losing people means the loss of both." Understood, Han Jinjin nodded, preparing to depart. Yet, Qiu Changxing called out to him, "In 2 years, this talisman shall be complete. At that time, I will assist you in breaking through to the transformation realm. Be prepared." At these words, Han Jinjin felt a weight settle upon his heart, tears welling in his eyes as he responded, "Elder." Qiu Changxing raised his head, his pupils resembling flickering candle flames, and calmly said, "Enough. The leader of a sect must possess a modicum of composure. After thousands of years, you still shed tears. This is the essence of cultivation. If one does not ascend, death is inevitable. It's merely a matter of time. Can you not see this clearly? Go now. The Qingyun sect is entrusted to you. Do not disturb me with trivial matters. Make your own decisions." "Yes." Han Jinjin wiped away his tears, nodding with a composed demeanor before turning to leave. The next encounter would be to bid farewell to Qiu Changxing in death. Witnessing this scene, Li Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had not anticipated that Qiu Changxing was indeed a remarkable being, intent on merging his soul with the talisman to achieve a form of alternative immortality. Could he truly inscribe symbols rivaling those of low-grade spiritual treasures? Regardless of the outcome, in 2 years, Qiu Changxing would cease to exist. It appeared he too must exert effort to prevent the Xie Pavilion from easily establishing their demonic ritual array. His accumulated lifespan was still insufficient for a breakthrough to the void refinement realm. Li Feng, of course, had no intention of taking matters into his own hands. He activated the Misfortune Curse Book function, expending 30,000 years of lifespan to inscribe several golden core cultivators from the Xie Pavilion into the records. Several years ago, when Fei Shuejian inadvertently caused Song Kei's demise, these individuals found their names inscribed upon Li Feng's list of adversaries, rendering the act of cursing them rather effortless. The Maledictus, Songzhong, Yuchiobai, Fengquanga, 68. Another 5 years have elapsed. In the mountains, time is irrelevant. And the passage of 5 years has come to pass in the blink of an eye. During this period, the situation within the Qingyun sect has deteriorated significantly. The disciples dispatched from the mountain have suffered grievous losses, with only a scant few managing to return. Yet, those who emerged from the calamity of demons have predominantly experienced substantial cultivation advancements, their combat prowess surpassing that of their contemporaries. Within the territory of the Qingyun sect, encompassing 28 states, 2 demonic factions, the Mo Yin Tower and the Xiaoyu Pavilion, have carved out dominion over 20 of these states. Although these malevolent sects have also incurred considerable losses, their ability to cultivate disciples far surpasses that of the righteous Qingyun sect. Should they be permitted to exploit the ordinary populace of these 20 states, replenishing their ranks will be a trivial endeavor. Furthermore, as each state succumbs, the speed at which the Xiaoyu Pavilion's demonic sacrificial formation progresses accelerates. At this rate, within 2 to 3 years, the formation will be completed, birthing formidable demons beyond the realm of transformation. The annihilation of the Qingyun sect is merely a matter of time. As the situation grows increasingly dire, the influx of visitors from various sects to the Qingyun sect has surged. These righteous sects harbor no intentions of assisting Qingyun in overcoming its demonic trials. Instead, they opportunistically seek to exploit the sect's plight, demanding exorbitant tributes in exchange for resources. The Qingyun sect can no longer afford to create enemies, thus they must feign compliance, each time parting with significant cultivation resources. Consequently, the resources available to the outer disciples have dwindled, forcing many to descend the mountain in pursuit of demon eradication. Yet, a greater number have chosen to abandon the sect altogether, aligning themselves with other factions. Thus, many of Qingyun's medicinal peaks now lie fallow, with some disciples, upon their departure, uprooting precious herbs to sell elsewhere. This venerable sect, steeped in a legacy of 1,000,000 years, stands on the precipice of twilight. Meanwhile, the elder who professed his intent to return remains an indeterminate distance away, claiming it may take another 5 or 6 years at the very least. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Glancing up at the ostentatious figures from other sects soaring overhead, Li Feng shook his head. Indeed, when the walls crumble, the multitude rushes in. The current state of the Qingyun sect is one where both righteous and demonic forces ride roughshod over them, taking what they please. Li Feng understands the cause. The injuries of the elder Qiu Changsheng have grown increasingly severe. Without a guardian of the transformation stage, the Qingyun sect resembles a toothless tiger guarding treasure, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of armed bandits. Brothers and sisters, though we may not fight for our sect as our fellow disciples do, we can contribute by diligently caring for the spiritual herbs, thus providing resources for our sect's cultivation. This, too, is a form of silent resistance. Li Feng stood barefoot in the medicinal field, planting rice seedlings, while encouraging the disciples of the 102nd medicine peak with a warm smile. Let us finish cultivating the spiritual herbs of this peak together, and then we shall move on to the next one. Once these herbs mature, they will serve as your resources for cultivation. Over the past few years, new disciples had gradually joined the medicine peak, most of whom were rather easily persuaded. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, they all brimmed with enthusiasm, as if they were not planting spiritual herbs, but rather severing the heads of demonic beasts. As Bai Zaiji had remarked, as long as the Qingyun sect's banner had not completely fallen, there would always be desperate loose cultivators and many cannon fodder disciples joining the ranks. The number of disciples at the medicine peak had now increased to 20 or 30. Since the peak masters, Li Fu Wei and others, perished at the hands of demonic cultivators, Li Feng had been acting as the proxy peak master for nearly 9 years. The outer sect elders observed Li Feng's fervor for farming and the diligence of the new disciples. Many of the barren fields of the medicine peak being sown by Li Feng and his apprentices, thus allowing him to retain his position as peak master. This, of course, had nothing to do with the few foundation establishment pills and several hundred low-grade spirit stones he had sent back. It was solely due to Li Feng's effort and diligence. Serving as the peak master at the 7th level of Qi training earned him the admiration of many newly initiated juniors, who regarded his words as sacred guidance. Among the most industrious was Zhang Fan. Over the span of 5 years, he had provided Li Feng with 7 or 8 opportunities to harvest spiritual herbs, transforming the originally 3-year growth cycle of the herbs into an annual one, thereby reaping considerable benefits. Yet, Li Feng was genuinely pleased, eagerly hoping for Zhang Fan's rapid growth. Even though Zhang Fan had only reached the 6th level of Qi training within 5 years, Li Feng found this a tad slow. He harbored no fears of Zhang Fan usurping his position, nor was he concerned that Zhang Fan would become reckless and seek danger by showing off. This individual was born with a talent for cultivating spiritual herbs. Away from the medicine peak, his gifts would be rendered useless. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask your senior brother. Learn diligently from him and observe his ways, Li Feng proclaimed, holding Zhang Fan as a role model to inspire the other disciples. Achieving the 5th level of Qi training within just 5 years on the mountain is a testament to the fact that farming can indeed expedite one's cultivation. This praise left Zhang Fan blushing. He was acutely aware of his situation. The cultivation resources he received from Li Feng were dozens of times greater than those of other disciples. If he could not break through to the 5th level of Qi training, that would indeed be a mystery. Li Feng had certainly not been stingy with Zhang Fan, having selectively imparted several mid-grade spells to him. It was not that Li Feng was reluctant to teach higher-level spells, but rather that he feared Zhang Fan might not grasp them fully and neglect his farming duties in pursuit of spell cultivation. Zhang Fan bashfully scratched his head and said with a hearty smile, "The peak master and senior brother overpraise me. I am merely a tad industrious. Soon enough, my junior brothers and sisters will surpass me." Witnessing his performance, Li Feng inwardly scoffed, labeling him yet another schemer. Despite relying on underhanded methods, one still shamelessly speaks of diligence. Ning Hongye, standing among the disciples, discreetly rolled her eyes. A few years ago, this junior brother was merely a novice. Yet he has now transformed into the master of a peak. If it were not for the nourishing elixirs provided by Sister Qianxue, one wonders what he has to boast about. He continues to impart his misguided teachings to the new disciples, inevitably leading the ethos of Yao Feng astray. Ning Hongye held a profound disdain for Li Feng's cultivation philosophy. What use is farming, one might ask? Can it truly yield a transcendent being? In her view, Li Feng merely deceived Sister Su with his charming words and handsome visage. Otherwise, his cultivation speed would hardly surpass that of most present. What right does he have to dictate matters here? Li Feng was acutely aware of Ning Hongye's discontent, yet he relished in her vexation, knowing there was little she could do about it. Time and again, Ning Hongye contemplated fleeing with Su Qianxue away from the tumultuous world of cultivation and dajo. But Su Qianxue could not bear to part with Li Feng, unwilling to leave. Were it not for her potential sorrow, Ning Hongye's thoughts of eliminating Li Feng might have materialized. After a long day of toil with the disciples, Li Feng returned to his palace, having dismissed the maidens down the mountain. Indulgence in wine, lust, and wealth can be detrimental. Thus, for the well-being of his disciples, and to ensure they possess the vigor to tend to the spiritual herbs, Li Feng thoughtfully sent the maidens away. This was to prevent them from succumbing to pleasure and forgetting their original intentions.